Chapter 1 Revised. Zhou Honghong had been in Huangshi town for nearly half a month, and Cheng Yi had not come to find her. She knew that Cheng Yi probably did not know she had left. This meant he had not returned to their house for quite some time. She felt that this town was really nice, much quieter than her own, and she slept more comfortably than in the big city. Zhou Honghong was born in Yongji town. Although it was not large, there was no shortage of gossip. There was a prominent Cheng family in the town, and they were often the subject of discussion. The eldest grandson of the Cheng family, Cheng Hao, was known for his lecherous nature. One night, he violated a girl from the town. The small town was conservative, and a woman's loss of virtue was a terrifying matter. The girl was devastated and contemplated suicide, while her mother boldly went to the Cheng family to demand justice. This scandal quickly spread throughout the town, and everyone knew that the girl had lost her purity. The old master of the Cheng family was a stubborn man who understood the importance of a woman's reputation. He discussed with the mother and suggested that she not report the incident to the authorities, instead marrying her daughter to Cheng Hao, promising that her daughter would live a life free of worries. The mother, feeling that her daughter was not cherished and thinking that marrying into the Cheng family was not a bad deal, agreed to the marriage without even consulting her. Daughtered on one hand, the agreement was reached. On the other hand, the girl was unwilling and protested at home, but her mother had already accepted the betrothal gifts and was determined to marry her off to the Cheng family. Despondent, the girl threw herself into the river that night. Only then did the mother realize she had made a mistake and furiously reported the incident. The old master spent a large sum of money to settle the matter privately and then beat Cheng Hao severely when he got home. Cheng Hao's lecherous behavior was restrained for a time due to this incident, but he soon returned to his old ways. One day, Zhou Honghong was on duty at school and returned home later than usual. Wanting to get home quickly, she took a shortcut. While passing through a small alley, she happened to encounter a drunken Cheng Hao. Upon seeing her, he grinned and lunged at her with lewd intentions. Cheng Hao was notorious, and Zhou Honghong had already been on guard the moment she spotted him. Seeing him move, she quickly fought back and shouted for help. Unfortunately, at that time, everyone was home for dinner, and no one passed by. In the chaos, she grabbed a brick and smashed it towards Cheng Hao. He cried out in pain and released her. Zhou Honghong didn't even care where she hit him. She hurriedly ran away. When she rushed home in a panic, she coincidentally ran into a group of ants. Seeing her flustered and disheveled, with her dress stained with blood, they exclaimed, "What happened?" One of them quickly realized and shouted, "Honghong has lost her chastity." Everyone else echoed, "Who did this? What a sin." Zhou Honghong hurried to explain, but the group of women chattered away, completely ignoring her. Zhou's mother came over to pull her and anxiously asked, "What happened?" "Mom, it's nothing. I'm fine," she quickly reassured her. The group of women continued to gossip excitedly, not caring at all about the mother-daughter conversation. After finally sending the women away, Zhou Honghong told her mother what had happened. Zhou's mother sighed in relief, knowing her daughter was safe. However, the next day, rumors spread throughout the town that Zhou Honghong had been raped. Everyone began to inquire about the perpetrator, and after some speculation, they settled on Cheng Hao. They even came to comfort Zhou Honghong, telling her not to think too negatively, as the old master of the Cheng family would surely give her an explanation. Zhou Honghong tried to clarify, but everyone assumed she was covering up. She felt utterly helpless. From that day on, whenever she walked down the street, she could feel the pity and scrutiny in people's gazes. She felt wronged. These people did not believe her, and Cheng Hao did not come forward to clarify anything. That Zhou's mother comforted her, saying that after a while, people would slowly forget about the incident. But to her surprise, half a month later, the old master of the Cheng family suddenly came to the Zhou household, which further solidified the rumors that Zhou Honghong had been violated by Cheng Hao. That moment, the onlookers' emotions reached an unprecedented peak. Upon hearing the rumors, the old master immediately questioned Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao simply denied it. He had indeed not lied. He had intended to assault Zhou Honghong, but had not succeeded. The old master was well aware of his grandson's character and refused to believe him, insisting that he take responsibility. Cheng Hao felt aggrieved. Damn it, he had not succeeded and had been hit by that girl. Now he was being forced to take responsibility, which he refused to do. He argued back at the old master and that night packed his things and ran away from home. The old master was furious and hurriedly searched for him. He had no idea where Cheng Hao had hidden, and after searching for 10 days, there was still no sign of him. Seeing that rumors about his grandson forcing Zhou Honghong were heating up, the old master had already firmly resolved to take responsibility for Zhou Honghong. Cheng Hao, the legitimate heir of the Cheng family, had left, but the Cheng family still had another grandson. His name was Cheng Yi. The old master's son, Cheng Gongzi, was a womanizer. Years ago, he had an affair with a seductress and had a son. This seductress was quite capable and caused the Cheng family a lot of trouble. One day, Cheng Gongzi impulsively decided to adopt the ancient practice of having multiple wives, bringing the seductress and her son into the family. Afterward, the second wife enjoyed a period of glory. However, Cheng Gongzi, overindulging in pleasures, became weak and died young. The old master was eager to kick the second wife and her son out of the house. The second wife pleaded, saying she only hoped for a place to stay and promised not to cause trouble in the future. After some consideration, the old master decided to keep her and her son. Now the old master was determined that the Cheng family owed Zhou Honghong an explanation, so he sent Cheng Yi to make amends for his elder brother. The old master came to the Zhou family with a betrothal gift. Zhou's mother and Zhou Honghong were both taken aback and hurried to explain that there was no such thing. The old master, however, remained calm, stating that Cheng Yi had admired Zhou Honghong for a long time and that he was here for him. If Zhou Honghong was afraid of Cheng Hao, she was even more terrified of Cheng Yi. The Cheng family had indeed fallen from grace, and the character of Cheng Gongzi had severely affected the next generation. Cheng Hao was a womanizer, while Cheng Yi was a gambler. Zhou Honghong thought that Cheng Hao was a typical simple-minded person, easy to deal with except for his brute strength. But Cheng Yi, perhaps due to an unpleasant childhood, he gave her an inexplicable sense of eeriness that on ordinary days, he looked like a little thug, leading a group of ruffians. She was uncertain whether he was colluding with those ruffians to cheat, but he certainly seemed skilled at gambling. She thought that people didn't have that much luck, he must be calculating and cunning. Zhou's mother declined, saying her daughter was still young and should not consider such matters too early. The old master insisted that she was not too young in ancient times. Girls of her age already had several children. Zhou's mother found it hard to persuade the old master of his outdated views. Zhou Honghong herself firmly rejected the idea. Seeing Zhou Honghong's attitude, the old master frowned and left the betrothal gift before walking away. That night, the old master speculated that Zhou Honghong was probably just embarrassed and denied the matter. However, since she had been bullied by the Cheng family, with her reputation tarnished, how could she still get married in the future? The old master was also worried about the girl who had committed suicide last time, wondering how to persuade Zhou Honghong. Cheng Yi chimed in, saying that he would give it a try. The next day, Cheng Yi sought out Zhou Honghong. They had encountered each other on several occasions, but had never exchanged a word. Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow upon seeing her. "You are Zhou Honghong?" "I am." Cheng Yi did not know her, but everyone in the town knew his name, that he naturally walked into the house. Zhou Honghong was home alone and suspected that Cheng Yi was not a good character. She didn't want to close the door, but seeing someone from next door seemingly looking over, she just partially closed it, hoping her mother would return soon. Cheng Yi leisurely sat on the sofa, not even glancing at her, and said his second sentence. "I am Cheng Yi, your future husband." She was dumbfounded. After a while, without hearing her response, he finally looked up at her, his eyes cold. "Did you forget? The old man promised you to me." "I think you must be mistaken. That never happened." "What qualifications did that old man have to promise her to him?" "Zhou Honghong, if you don't agree, then I'll just have to cook the rice first." He had that kind of expression, half smiling, which made her afraid of provoking him. She showed her weakness. "I don't know you, and you don't know me. If it's just because of those rumors, it's really unnecessary." He remained silent, stood up, and approached her to pull down her pants. Zhou Honghong gritted her teeth, desperately gripping his hand, her nails digging in. "My mom is sleeping in the other room. I'm going to shout for help." Cheng Yi instead laughed, and that smile made her even more afraid. "Then that's great. I'll consider it an early meeting with my mother-in-law." She wanted to escape outside, but he was too strong to break free. "Cheng Yi, what do you want?" He was still smiling, but his tone was very distant. "Zhou Honghong, first appease the old man, so both you and I can be well. Otherwise, he will come looking for you and me every few days. Aren't you annoyed?" Zhou Honghong was afraid he would get serious, so she hurriedly said, "Okay, let go of me." Cheng Yi released her, giving a few instructions. "Whatever Cheng Hao did, just say it was me. TSK, we don't want others constantly reminding us that we're taking over Cheng Hao's woman." "Zhou Honghong, How should I say this? Please take care of me in the future. After Cheng Yi finished speaking, he finally looked at her properly for the first time, then left. Suddenly, a ringtone startled Zhou Honghong awake. She fumbled for her phone at the bedside, and, after seeing the caller ID, put it down and let it ring. She pulled the blanket over her head. The ringing stopped and then started again. Finally, she answered, Zhou Honghong, when are you coming back? Cheng Yi's usual cold tone. Cheng Yi, I'd not come back early. He hung up before she could finish. Zhou Honghong stared blankly at her phone, then shouted, Cheng Yi, you bastard. Zhou Honghong came to Huangshi town this time to help her uncle. Her uncle opened a small restaurant, and recently the cook had quit. With the year-end approaching, it was hard to find someone. Coincidentally, Zhou Honghong had offended a leader at her company and was laid off. She took the initiative to come and work as a cook. Speaking of her layoff, it was related to Cheng Yi. One day, just before getting off work, her boss suddenly asked her to accompany him to a social event that evening. She had accompanied him a few times before, just having dinner at restaurants and discussing business. She called Cheng Yi to say she was working overtime, and he said, come home early. She thought she heard a woman's voice on his end, but didn't dwell on it. Although Cheng Yi was playful, he was cautious regarding relationships between men and women. However, after dinner, the client still refused to sign the contract. This client was intentionally making things difficult, reneging on conditions that had been agreed upon with her boss at the dinner table. Zhou Honghong revised the contract several times on the spot, but the client was still unsatisfied. Her boss insisted that she accompany the client to a bar. She wasn't foolish. Hearing bar immediately raised her suspicions, and she tried to decline. Her boss turned dark and sarcastically remarked that they already had someone arranged for entertainment, and he just needed Zhou Honghong to handle the business. A few colleagues nearby urged her, saying they were going together. She hesitated for a moment, seeing her boss' displeased expression, and finally agreed. When they arrived, she realized they were at Red Nest. After Zhou Honghong went to university, Cheng Yi followed suit due to the old man's orders that he had originally been idle. While she was in class, he played video games, and when he got tired of that, he went to the arcade. One day, inexplicably, he suddenly felt motivated. He borrowed some startup capital from the old man and opened a bar. When Zhou Honghong first heard bar, she instinctively associated it with the underworld and advised him to open a restaurant instead, as it was a legitimate business. Cheng Yi casually rebutted, if I wanted to do something illegal, I would open a casino. Why would I open a bar? Unable to persuade him otherwise, she let him go ahead with it. The name Red Nest was chosen by Cheng Yi. Zhou Honghong thought the name was uncultured, but she felt a bit of anticipation about the red and asked Cheng Yi if it hinted at her red. He was drinking water at the time and sprayed it out upon hearing her question, then looked at her in disbelief. You're overthinking it. That red means the red light district. Zhou Honghong entered the private room with her colleagues and boss. She rarely came here, so she didn't recognize any of the waitstaff, except for a few who were familiar with Cheng Yi. When the client entered this place, he appeared quite pleased and approached her with a drink to toast. Zhou Honghong just wanted to sign the contract and leave, so she drank a glass. Who knew the client had ulterior motives, pouring the drink on her chest and pretending to reach over to help her wipe it off. Luckily, she dodged quickly. She immediately told her boss she needed to go to the restroom to clean up. Her boss noticed something was off and urged her to go quickly and come back. Zhou Honghong hurried to the restroom, realizing no matter how she tried to clean it, the stain wouldn't come off. She was wearing a white shirt, and the wine stain was very obvious and somewhat translucent. In this hot weather, she had no jacket to cover it up. She thought of Cheng Yi and called him, but no one answered. She clutched her handbag to cover her chest and went out to ask the waitstaff where the boss's room was. The waitstaff didn't dare to say, so she asked where Zheng Hoan was. The waitstaff pointed to the lobby, and she had no choice but to look for Zheng Hoan first. Fortunately, Zheng Hoan happened to be in a lobby, and he noticed Zhou Honghong first. Zhou Honghong didn't explain much and just said she was looking for Cheng Yi. Zheng Hoan took her to Cheng Yi's room. When they reached the door, they found it ajar, and Zhou Honghong didn't think much of it and pushed it open. What she saw was Cheng Yi sitting on the sofa, his head lowered, holding a woman. The woman was half-dressed. The two were in a very intimate posture. Zheng Hoan saw this first and called out, Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi looked up, somewhat surprised to see Zhou Honghong, but quickly returned his usual lazy demeanor. Zhou Honghong was stunned by the scene, but now she reacted, throwing her handbag at him. Cheng Yi moved aside with the woman in his arms. Hoan, take her downstairs first. Cheng Yi released the woman he was holding and looked at the furious Zhou Honghong, then noticed a wine stain on her chest. Zheng Huan led the woman out and closed the door behind them. Wow, my wife is here to check up on me, Cheng Yi said with an easy smile, walking towards Zhou Honghong. She stared at him. Cheng Yi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. She always thought that Cheng Yi was a person with a cleanliness obsession in that regard, and believed he only had her. That's just a newbie. I was just teaching her a lesson, Cheng Yi said, reaching out to hug her with one hand while the other hand moved towards her wine-stained area. Don't touch me. She slapped his right hand hard. He caught her hand in reverse. What's wrong with this outfit? Working overtime? I got splashed with wine, and you're here playing with women. Zhou Honghong, trapped by him, could only say fiercely. I already said, that's a new girl. Dumb as hell, not as good as my wife. Cheng Yi wanted to lean in to kiss her, but seeing her look as if she wanted to bite him, he gave up. Who splashed wine on you? A client. I was working overtime with a client. Good. Zhou Honghong, you've come all the way here to accompany a client. Huh. Cheng Yi's expression darkened, and his tone lost its earlier gentleness as his hand covered her chest. Did a client touch you here? Where else did he touch you? She gasped at his grip. It hurts. No. Besides, it's not like you didn't set this place up. Cheng Yi looked at her coldly. Which room is the client in? Daring to have ideas about my woman. Zhou Honghong was genuinely scared of him. Just a moment ago, he was laughing and joking, and now he had turned hostile. She forced herself to say, don't try to change the subject. That newbie girl is just for you, right? Trying to act tough? Huh, Zhou Honghong? Cheng Yi tightened his grip. Cheng Yi, you're such a jerk. You can mess around with women, but I'm just doing my job. I didn't do anything. She hated him so much. He laughed again, ominously. If you mention that client again, I'll skin him alive. That moment, Zhou Honghong's phone rang. I need to take this call. Cheng Yi released her, and she hurried over to her bag, searching for her phone. It was her boss calling, asking why she hadn't returned for so long and was still waiting for her to revise a few points in the contract. She made up a story about getting lost and just finding out how to get back from a waitress. After hanging up, she didn't want to talk to Cheng Yi, but she had to ask, do you have any clothes? Do you want men's or women's? Zhou Honghong was even more agitated by Cheng Yi's words. You still say you don't have a woman, but you have women's clothes left here. Zhou Honghong, it's hard to hear you when you talk like that. I don't mess around with women. Cheng Yi was thinking of having Tang Zhimian bring him a piece, but Zhou Honghong kept dragging on about women, and he was getting impatient. He took off the jacket hanging on the rack and threw it to her. Here, this is mine. Are you satisfied now? Zhou Honghong snorted, took the jacket and put on. Cheng Yi seized the opportunity to grab her phone and hit redial. She panicked and tried to snatch it back, but couldn't. He dodged her while waiting for the call to connect. I'm Zhou Honghong's man. My wife doesn't want to accompany you anymore, so you could take care of that so-called client yourself. Once the call connected, he didn't give the other side a chance to speak and hung up immediately. Zhou Honghong was stunned and speechless. Cheng Yi ignored her incredulous expression and pondered about something else. He asked, I'll ask you one more time. Did that client touch you? It took her a while to catch her breath. I said no. He just splashed wine on me, and I moved away. All right, I'll have Zhou Huan send you back. Cheng Yi, you'll get me fired like this? He didn't care. Then just find another job. Wifey, you're already a married woman. Don't come to places like this to accompany clients. Zhou Honghong was on the verge of breaking down. What marriage? She had no official status with him. When she left town for university, her grandfather insisted they hold a banquet first. The people in their town recognized the banquet, but not the marriage certificate. Cheng Yi couldn't go against her grandfather, so he agreed to hold the banquet first and promised to get the marriage certificate after she graduated. But later, her grandfather passed away, and now she had graduated for 2 years, yet Cheng Yi still hadn't brought up getting the certificate. She had hinted at it, but he acted as if he didn't understand. Zhou Honghong didn't know if she would ever have the chance to establish a legal marriage with Cheng Yi in her lifetime. Cheng Yi had Zhou Huan take Zhou Honghong back. On the way, Zhou Honghong asked Zhou Huan who the woman Cheng Yi was hugging was. Zhou Huan's explanation matched Cheng Yi's, and he added, these women have a high initial selling price. Cheng Yi wouldn't do a losing business. Zhou Honghong knew that such places probably had these kinds of transactions, but it still made her uncomfortable. That girl looked like a student. What Cheng Yi was doing was coercing women. Moreover, he seemed to guide each one that came in. She couldn't imagine how many women he had dealt with. She continued to ask, with so many women under Cheng Yi, why does the boss have to personally get involved? Zhou Huan scratched his head, a bit hesitant. After a long pause, he finally replied that those women wouldn't know how to do anything without him teaching them. After he started teaching one, they all begged him to teach them. Zhou Honghong understood and felt anger rising. This man was born to attract trouble. Cheng Yi inherited his looks from his mother. This appearance, when played by his second wife, was alluring, but on Cheng Yi, it didn't show a feminine charm. Instead, it exuded an evil aura. Zhou Honghong had encountered him a few times on the road before. It was probably unintentional on his part, but even casual eye contact made her feel that his peach blossom eyes were mesmerizing to tea that time. She agreed to accompany him to please her grandfather, but as things progressed, she realized it was a wrong decision. The people in the small town almost regarded her as his wife, and the previous speculation that she was forced by Cheng Hao turned into rumors about Cheng Yi being madly in love with her and acting impulsively. But those rumors weren't the scariest part. The scariest part was the bitter resentment from Cheng Yi's former sisters. Her grandfather had never been attentive to Cheng Yi, and he was strict with finances. Unlike Cheng Hao, who was generous, Cheng Yi mainly made money through gambling. Most of what he consumed came from those sisters. Today, a girl from the east side of town brought him fruit. Tomorrow, one from the west brought him desserts, and soon, one from the south would come. Since Zhou Honghong started being with Cheng Yi, she could encounter many girls giving her disdainful looks from one end of the street to the other. That moment, she suddenly understood why Cheng Hao lingered in brothels while Cheng Yi didn't. Because he simply didn't need to. Chapter 4, Revised. The next day, the leader harshly criticized Zhou Honghong, also publicly reprimanding her on the company's OA system, and then told her to leave. The whispers among her colleagues made her feel even worse. The work at this company was relatively easy, and the benefits were good, but after Cheng Yi's interference, everything was ruined. She felt extremely frustrated. Cheng Yi never did anything good. She called home and told them she had been fired. But she didn't dare to say that her job was lost because of that rogue. Zhou's mom didn't mind much and comforted her. Last time, Xiao Chang said that he can support the family. Seeing you work so hard makes him feel pained. Anyway, the new year is coming soon, so there's no rush to find a new job after the holidays. Zhou Honghong's mouth twitched. Zhou Mama originally found it strange that Zhou Honghong suddenly got together with Cheng Yi, and Zhou Honghong honestly told her that it was to please the old man. However, later on, Zhou Mama grew fonder of Cheng Yi the more she saw him, and had clearly begun to regard him as her son-in-law. When Cheng Yi initially proposed to hold a banquet, Zhou Mama even said that he was a responsible young man. Zhou's mother suddenly remembered that her elder uncle was short of people and asked Zhou Honghong if she would be willing to go over and help out until the end of the year. Zhou Honghong nodded in agreement. She no longer wanted to be with that annoying Cheng Yi. She quickly packed her luggage, bought the fastest train ticket, and headed to Huangshi Town. Huangshi Town is truly a great place for retirement. The sky is peaceful, and the air is tranquil. Zhou Honghong felt her mood calm down a bit. However, Cheng Yi didn't contact her for more than half a month, and when she felt something was off again, she changed her phone card. Zhou Honghong thought that she no longer wanted to be with that annoying Cheng Yi. That day, a family in the town was hosting a banquet, and many people went to celebrate. Her uncle felt that there were few people at the meal, so he suggested that everyone take a break and even called over people from the neighboring shop to play mahjong. After playing for a while, someone mentioned they wanted to go to the wedding banquet. Her uncle scratched his itch and asked Zhou Honghong if she knew how to play mahjong. Zhou Honghong replied that she didn't understand at all and sat at the cash register, munching on sunflower seeds. She thought to herself, if Cheng Yi saw this, he would definitely want to touch her a few times. Just as she thought of him, she really encountered the last person she wanted to see, Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, looking weary from travel, greeted her with his first words. Zhou Honghong, when are you going back? Zhou Honghong looked at him in astonishment, unable to say a word for a moment. It was her uncle who noticed and came over to greet them. In fact, the uncle didn't really see the process. He had only heard that his niece married someone good-looking, and he thought the young man in front of him was the best-looking one he had ever seen. Cheng Yi chatted with the uncle, while glancing at the mahjong table, speaking very politely. Uncle, we are missing one player here. The uncle was delighted to hear that. He had been worried about not having enough players, so he eagerly invited Cheng Yi to join, saying that the stakes weren't too high. Cheng Yi felt a bit restless, and seeing that Zhou Honghong was ignoring him, decided not to mind her and went over to play. After Zhou Honghong regained her composure, she still didn't want to pay attention to Cheng Yi. However, seeing her uncle and those two friends getting increasingly gloomy while that guy continued to leisurely win happily was truly worrisome. In the end, she couldn't help it. Cheng Yi, I'm going to market. Come help me carry things. When Cheng Yi heard her calling him, he smiled even more happily. In fact, he had wanted to leave for a long time. The three people opposite were too weak, winning without merit, and most importantly, the stakes were too low. He stopped playing and said with a reluctant expression, "My cousin is calling me to help out. Uncle, let's play again next time." The uncle quickly nodded, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Finally saved. Cheng Yi smiled as he walked towards Zhou Honghong. "Wife, are you willing to talk to me now?" Zhou Honghong turned her head and walked away, heading towards the market, while Cheng Yi followed at a leisurely pace. After walking for a while, Zhou Honghong noticed fewer passers-by and finally said, "Did you not see how my uncle looked? How can you take advantage of him without feeling guilty? The casino is like a battlefield. I'm open and above board, so why should I feel guilty? Fine, you just want to feel at ease, right? I'll play a few more rounds with him when I get back and win it back for him. When have you ever let me feel at ease?" Zhou Honghong felt truly powerless. "Cheng Yi, what are you doing here? You're so busy usually. Coming here must have delayed a lot of things." Cheng Yi returned to his cold tone. "You know I'm delaying things. Zhou Honghong, you've been here for over half a month. How much longer do you plan to stay?" Zhou Honghong felt angry again at the thought that he had only just realized she was missing after such a long time. "I'm not going back," she said. His expression changed. "Say it again." She didn't dare to look at him anymore. Her momentum weakened significantly, but she still said, "I'm not going back." "Zhou Honghong, you're not just a shrew. You're also a venomous woman." Cheng Yi's gaze turned icy. Zhou Honghong was angered by his words and lifted her head. "What do you mean? Before the old man passed away, I knelt by his bedside and swore that I would definitely get a divorce with you. Now look, you want me to cut off my lineage, right? You're really vicious. This move is too cruel. I've known you for so long, and now I realize you still have this kind of trick up your sleeve." She was so flustered that she couldn't find her words and looked at him with a flushed face. "You've been talking for so long, but you can't make any sense of it." She had always struggled to express her feelings, and it was common for her to be so angered by him that she gritted her teeth. Zhou Honghong told herself to stay calm. She took a few deep breaths before returning to a rational approach. "Now, it's a scientific society. What you're doing is superstition. Come on. I may not have read as many books as you, but I understand the principle of a gentleman's word is hard to retract. Since I've said I want to marry you, if you're unwilling, I will take you home by force if necessary." Zhou Honghong felt that his nonchalant attitude was fake. What kind of gentleman are you? Besides, modern society values free love. So tell me, how are we not free? Where's our free love? It's all you forcing me. Back then you agreed to be with me, and later you didn't oppose the banquet. When the old man asked me to get the certificate with you, you were even smug about it. I forced you? Clearly, it's you who has been holding me back from leaving. Zhou Honghong couldn't believe he was saying such vulgar things in public. Fortunately, there were only a couple of passers-by around. Otherwise, if someone heard, she wouldn't know where to put her face. She hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered, "You really don't consider the occasion when you speak." Cheng Yi glanced in the direction of the passers-by, looking completely indifferent. "This is the place you chose. That's why I'm telling you to come back with me. We can sort things out behind closed doors." Her uncle's shop was too busy, and she felt she had to help. Zhou Honghong finally took a breath. "If you want to help, I'll go along with it. But what's this about not going back? You better explain it to me clearly." She looked at him, knowing that if she brought this up again, he would definitely find a way to provoke her here. So she lowered her voice and said, "Let's talk about this later. First, come with me to buy some things." Cheng Yi, also mindful of her feelings, didn't say anything further. When they returned from the market, her uncle had already tidied up the mahjong table, fearing that Cheng Yi would want to play again. Cheng Yi said to her uncle, "I'm here to talk to Zhou Honghong about personal matters." Her uncle was perceptive and said, "If you have something to discuss, just go upstairs." Zhou Honghong didn't want her uncle to see her arguing with Cheng Yi, so she took Cheng Yi upstairs into her small room. Cheng Yi looked around the room and said, "You don't want to go back, and you like to nest in such a small place." Zhou Honghong replied. I just like it. After Cheng Yi locked the door and noticed there were no chairs, she sat on the bed. Come on, let's talk about what this escape of yours is for. Zhou Honghong urged him, don't sit on my bed. Your clothes haven't been washed for days. He stood up as she pulled him. I came back to town to find you. Your mom said you were here. What do you want from me? Why didn't you look for me in the past half month? I was busy before. Now that I'm done, I wanted to eat the char siu sauce ribs you make. Well, I got home and saw you weren't there. I tried calling your number, but it was out of service, so I came. Cheng Yi explained with a calm demeanor. Zhou Honghong felt a wave of darkness in front of her. He sought her out for the ribs she cooked. I will never cook for you again. I'm not your cook. Of course, you're not a cook. You're my wife. Cheng Yi said shamelessly, lifting her face to lean in for a kiss. Zhou Honghong pushed his face away. Just talk, don't touch me. Cheng Yi almost got poked in the eye and got angry. Zhou Honghong, you're really asking for it. He grabbed her waist, pushed her down on the bed, and leaned over, biting at the skin exposed outside her clothing. Zhou Honghong hit him and shouted, beast, scoundrel. Instead, he laughed. Go ahead, shout. It will be best if your uncle hears you too. Zhou Honghong is just thin-skinned, thinking that her uncle is still downstairs. She doesn't dare to call out now. Her uncle and the others don't know that she has had a conflict with Cheng Yi. She's afraid they might catch a hint of something and, being idle, might come up with some kind of story. She softened her attitude. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Huh, what kind of gentleman am I? Cheng Yi reached out to take off her pants, still talking nonstop. What are you hiding for? After these years, have I seen less? I know exactly what you have down there. Zhou Honghong was afraid of making too much noise and alerting her uncle downstairs, while also trying to avoid Cheng Yi's wolf-like claws, feeling quite embarrassed. In the end, her pants were still torn off by him. Wife, spread your legs. Cheng Yi's voice was already filled with intense desire. Chapter 4. Zhou Honghong became fierce again, biting Cheng Yi's arm as soon as she opened her mouth. Cheng Yi endured the pain and didn't dare to shake his hand, fearing it would hit her face. It would be very easy for him to handle her, before long. Her face turned red, her legs trembled, and she bit her lip weakly while looking at him. When he rushed in, she couldn't help but let out a cry. Zhou Honghong leaned half-heartedly against the headboard, listening to the bed creaking as if it were about to collapse. Cheng Yi, this bed isn't very sturdy. Hearing her say this, Cheng Yi also felt that the bed at her uncle's house was too flimsy. He simply picked her up, got out of bed, pulled the quilt over, scattered it on the floor, and pressed down on her vigorously again. Zhou Honghong didn't dare to call out loudly, only letting out soft hums. Seeing her make a sound, Cheng Yi's movements became more vigorous. She instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. Cheng Yi gritted his teeth, sweating profusely from her pressure, panting, wife, darling, keep going, make me die in your arms. He almost exhausted the last bit of rationality to pull away from her, grabbing the pants he had thrown on the bed and fumbling in the pockets. He had come in a hurry, bringing no clothes, but had grabbed a few condoms before leaving. He knew for sure he was going to have her. Afterwards, Cheng Yi leaned against the bed, casually sitting at one end of the quilt, watching Zhou Honghong fumble to put on her pants, and he smiled. Darling, you made the quilt dirty. Zhou Honghong was so enraged by what he said. You dare to mention the quilt? I just washed it a few days ago. Otherwise, what can you do? Let your uncle's bed collapse? Zhou Honghong realized after putting on her pants that he hadn't even taken off her top before going straight to it. She suddenly recalled how Cheng Gongzi had approached her. If you're this careful, you'll be on the downhill slope before you even hit 30. Cheng Yi narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, but wasn't angry. If you want something, just say it directly. There's no need for provocations. I only took 5 condoms. Once we use the remaining 4, I'll go out and buy more. Just enjoy yourself. He admitted that he hadn't spent time with her lately and that he had neglected her desires. The more he spoke, the more ambiguous his tone became, almost as if Zhou Honghong was the one taking the initiative. You wish. Zhou Honghong grabbed the other end of the blanket and threw it at him. You go wash this blanket. He picked up the blanket, spread it out on the floor again, and smiled at her enticingly. It's already dirty anyway. Come on, wife. I'll make you feel even better. Zhou Honghong was furious. She walked up to him and lifted her foot to kick him. He quickly grabbed her other ankle. Ah! With a sharp scream, Zhou Honghong lost her balance and fell towards him. She was about to hit the headboard. So Cheng Yi hurriedly let go of her foot and stood up to support her. Neither of them had time to say anything when suddenly a loud shout came from downstairs. Hong Hong, what's wrong? Then there were hurried footsteps coming up the stairs. It was her uncle. Zhou Honghong is completely panicking right now, and Cheng Yi is still not wearing any pants. Hurry up and put on your pants. If your uncle finds out that Cheng Yi came over and immediately did that kind of thing with you, it would be so embarrassing. But he is actually still able to laugh at this moment. The smell in the room hasn't even dissipated yet. Does your uncle, as someone with experience, really not know? Zhou Honghong listened and didn't have time to say anything to him. She hurriedly pulled open the curtains, opened the window, and brought the quilt back to the bed. She was extremely anxious, but he was still leisurely putting on his pants. The uncle knocked on the door. Hong Hong. As soon as he heard Zhou Honghong's voice, he rushed over, worried that Cheng Yi might have tendencies for domestic violence. Oh, uncle, I'm here. Seeing that Cheng Yi was fully dressed, Zhou Honghong opened the door, but only a crack, fearing that her uncle would catch a whiff of something. Cheng Yi took out a cigarette and lit it, then walked to the door, opening it halfway and exhaling a big puff of smoke toward her uncle. Poor uncle. He hadn't even had time to smell anything before he was choked, coughing a few times before he recovered. Hong Hong. Cheng Yi exhaled another puff. The uncle had no choice but to take a few steps back. Zhou Honghong looked embarrassed. Uncle, it's nothing, I just saw a cockroach. Uncle was so choked that he couldn't take it anymore, as his niece's husband kept blowing smoke rings at him. It's fine, that's good. You all continue chatting. I'll go downstairs to keep watch. After saying that, he quickly stepped away. Once uncle left, Zhou Honghong closed the door and gave Cheng Yi's arm a hard pinch. After being scared by uncle like that, she couldn't be fierce anymore, so she walked over to the bed to tidy it up. Hey wife, how about we do it one more time? Cheng Yi walked back to her side, sounding quite regretful. Zhou Honghong ignored him. Fine, if the wife doesn't want to, then forget it. It wasn't my idea in the first place. You shameless person. Zhou Honghong thought about ignoring him, but couldn't help but argue back. How long are you going to help out here? Cheng Yi didn't contradict her and went back to the earlier topic. My uncle will only hire after the new year, and I'm going back to my mom's place at the end of the year. She thought for a moment and decided not to be confrontational, so she told him the truth. Cheng Yi frowned it. Then why are you saying you're not going back? Zhou Honghong didn't know how to explain. She couldn't just say it was because he was indifferent to her that she was sulking. Cheng Yi seemed to think of something and flicked the ash from his cigarette. Zhou Honghong, I will marry you. He said it, but Zhou Honghong couldn't sense his sincerity at all. In fact, she really wanted to ask him why he was so insistent on marrying her, whether there was some truth she didn't know. But she didn't dare to ask, fearing that the answer would embarrass her. She had once asked him why he listened to the old master and took the blame for Cheng Hao, but he had always avoided the question. It was only after the old master passed away that he told her one day. Back then, the old master had no plans to divide the assets with a second concubine. However, after her incident, the old master talked to him, saying that if he was willing to take the blame for Cheng Hao, he would grant him half of the estate. Zhou Honghong would rather not have known this truth. Now that she did, she responded to his words. Cheng Yi had come over after a long journey, and Zhou Honghong couldn't bear to send him away. So she told him to stay for the night. The man tossed the cuff in his hand and said ambiguously, just one night? Is one night enough for you? She replied with irritation, this place can't compare to your bed. I'm afraid you won't be used to it. Indeed, he looked at the bed with disdain. I guess I'll have to come over again after a while. It's going to get cold soon, and staying on the ground like this is easy to catch a chill. I'll get you a new bed. Can't you think of something serious for once? All right, you be serious, but don't end up holding on to me and not letting go. You. Just sleep on the floor tonight. Zhou Honghong told her uncle that Cheng Yi would stay here for one night. Her uncle's eyes lit up, and he asked Cheng Yi if she had any tricks for playing mahjong. Cheng Yi summarized it simply, luck. Her uncle was a bit deflated. Cheng Yi then added that there are some minor techniques. Her uncle perked up. The two of them exchanged mahjong tips, while Zhou Honghong went to the kitchen to cook. However, in the end, Cheng Yi still didn't stay here. During dinner, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, then looked at Zhou Honghong before standing up and walking towards the dining hall. Zhou Honghong originally found it strange. He never hid when he was on the phone with her. Could it be because the uncle was there? Later, as she thought of something, her heart skipped a beat. and almost unconsciously, she also walked out of the dining room. Cheng Yi only stopped when he reached the farthest point of the hall. It was too far away for Zhou Honghong to hear what he was saying. However, wasn't it because he didn't want her to hear? Zhou Honghong stood there quietly, staring at him in a daze, too afraid to step forward. The lights in the hall were not fully on, and the corner where Cheng Yi stood was somewhat dim, the light casting a shadow over him. As she gazed from a distance, she surprisingly felt that the expression on the man's face carried a gentle warmth. For a moment, her heart ached with a bittersweet sensation. He had never looked at her like that, not even once. In her memory, he had only been this gentle with one person. Zhou Honghong watched for a while, feeling unable to continue, so she went back inside. Her uncle asked what was wrong, but she remained silent. When Cheng Yi returned to the dining table, he had already regained his usual cold demeanor. He said, "Uncle, I have urgent business. I need to catch the last train back tonight." The uncle expressed some regret, but also understood that working in a big city was not as leisurely as it was for people like them. Zhou Honghong was stunned for a while and said, "I'll take you." "No need. The train station is remote. You should rest early. Then I'll take you to the intersection." Zhou Honghong insisted. With her uncle here, there was nothing much to say, although she wasn't quite sure what she wanted to say herself. After going out, Cheng Yi seemed lost in thought, and Zhou Honghong had her own worries, and the two of them remained silent until they reached the street corner. "Be careful on the way." As a result, Zhou Honghong's chaotic and complex emotions only brewed up these four words. Cheng Yi nodded. "I'll come to see you again in a while." She opened her mouth but couldn't ask anything. On the way back after seeing off Cheng Yi, Zhou Honghong thought, what is there to ask anyway? Probably every man has a red mole in his heart. And sure, Jieyi is that irreplaceable one for Cheng Yi. Chapter 5, if we were to talk about looks, Zhou Honghong wasn't narcissistic. Rather, from an objective perspective, she was better looking than Jieyi. But what good is being good looking? She was neither Cheng Yi's red mole nor his white moonlight. He said he wanted to marry her. But how much of it was sincere? Zhou Honghong lay on the bed in the small room at night, her mind in a mess. At this moment, she was grateful that she had come to Huangshi town. She really needed to sort out the matters between her and Cheng Yi. The town where Zhou Honghong lives has a cinema that is both dilapidated and old, showing films that are outdated and out of touch with the times, resulting in a bleak situation. Eventually, it became a place for men to watch adult videos, which barely allowed it to stay in business. Young people who want to watch proper movies have to travel to the neighboring town of Wushan. Fortunately, there's several buses running between the two towns, making transportation relatively convenient. It is said that Cheng Yi met Jieyi while going to Wushan to watch a movie. Zhou Honghong had an old classmate from middle school who moved to Wushan town during high school. One day, that classmate invited her to hang out for their birthday, and since they were quite close, Zhou Honghong couldn't refuse and took the bus there. When she arrived in Wushan town, her classmate was already waiting at the station. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and felt they had endless topics to discuss. While strolling with her classmate, Zhou Honghong happened to see Cheng Yi holding a girl's hand. Because Cheng Yi's expression was very different from what she usually saw, she paid a bit more attention. That girl must be the one he likes, which is why he looks so warm. Her classmate noticed her gaze and looked over. "Hey, isn't that Jieyi?" The classmate then brought up this topic to chat with Zhou Honghong. The Shi family is a scholarly family in Wushan town, and Jieyi is the youngest daughter. She is usually very pampered, but for some reason, she fell for that guy. Initially, they were secretly dating without the family's knowledge, but you can't hide things forever. Later, one time while walking on the street, they were spotted by Shi's mother. At a glance, the guy didn't seem respectable, and Shi's mother pulled Jieyi over, pointing at the guy and scolding him. Her words were not vulgar, but they were quite unpleasant. At that time, Zhou Honghong's mother was among the onlookers. After watching, she described to her classmates that the man, despite being scolded like that, didn't say a word. After her mother pulled Jieyi away, he also left. One classmate curiously asked, how come they are together again now? And so openly. In the end, the classmate couldn't clarify what happened later. And Zhou Honghong didn't listen any further. In fact, she could understand how Jieyi came to like Cheng Yi. She thought that when Cheng Yi smiled gently, he seemed very pure and warm, without any sinister vibes. Later, Zhou Honghong often went to Wushan town to invite classmates out to watch movies. and there were one or two occasions when she ran into Cheng Yi and Jieyi, but the chances were very slim. Then later, there was the incident where Cheng Hao forced her. Zhou Honghong agreed to cooperate with Cheng Yi in acting, but she was secretly wondering if Jieyi knew about this. She didn't ask him. She positioned herself as someone who didn't know him, so it was inappropriate to interfere in others' genuine feelings. Cheng Yi and she acted in front of everyone, but when alone, they were strangers. Fortunately, they didn't have many opportunities to be alone. As soon as they stepped out, they had to start acting. One night, Cheng Gongzi's official wife was watching a Korean drama, deeply engrossed in a particularly intense episode. During dinner, she suddenly broke down in tears, recalling the male and female leads who were separated due to misunderstandings. The old man became furious, threw down his chopsticks, and slammed his bowl on the table, saying, "Is the food at Cheng's so terrible that it makes you cry?" At this moment, the second wife noticed the situation and figured out the reason. The two wives had never gotten along well, so the second wife took the opportunity to advise Cheng's wife, saying, "Lin Daiyu is beautiful, but how can the elder sister, at her age of having given birth, still be so sentimental?" Cheng's wife, feeling the old man's anger, endured the second wife's subtle mockery and repeatedly apologized. The second wife raised her eyebrows and said, "Old master, the elder sister is just young at heart. As the saying goes, a girl's feelings are poetry. You shouldn't be angry." Then she fell silent, knowing how to gauge the right moment. The old man snorted heavily, saying, "A little girl can watch those nonsensical love dramas, but you're in your 50s and still crying over meals. I think the eldest daughter-in-law shouldn't eat anymore. The TV is more important." Hearing this, Cheng's wife realized the old man was genuinely angry and desperately signaled to the second wife, hoping she could calm him down. Although the two wives were not friendly, they could unite at times. The second wife calculated how Cheng's wife should repay this favor. She said in a soothing tone, "Old master, the elder sister wasn't watching by herself. She was accompanying Honghong." The second wife knew that mentioning Zhou Honghong would ease the old man's tolerance. "Has Honghong been here?" The old man looked at Cheng Yi, who had been quietly eating. Before dinner, the old man had been in his room listening to old dramas and hadn't noticed Zhou Honghong's arrival. She insisted on watching something with Zhang Donggun. The lady had no choice but to indulge her. Cheng Yi nodded, his expression calm, unaffected by the gossip at the dinner table. Cheng's wife quickly followed up. "I've never seen such passionate love between a man and a woman before. Old master, I promise I won't watch it again." The old master, believing that his eldest grandson had wronged Zhou Honghong and fearing she might harm herself one day, naturally didn't impose many restrictions on her. He recalled the second wife's comment about youthful feelings and said, "Forget it this time, but if it happens again, don't come to dinner." Cheng's wife repeatedly agreed. The old man turned his gaze to Cheng Yi. "Why didn't Honghong stay for dinner? I asked her to, but she said it was her mother's birthday." Cheng Yi's expression was innocent, his tone innocent. "You should take Honghong to see a movie on Saturday. You rarely go out together. You need to nurture your relationship. You should treat her better." Cheng Yi nodded again, saying, "Okay." The second wife secretly smiled. She thought Zhou Honghong was very useful. If her son could truly win her over, it would give them a card to deal with the old man's stubborn temperament. In fact, the second wife was unaware of the arrangement between the old man and Cheng. The old man had instructed Cheng Yi not to tell anyone, and Cheng Yi had given his word. She only knew that her son was taking the blame for Cheng Hao. She had heard rumors that her son was very close to a woman from a neighboring town, but since he agreed to be with Zhou Honghong, he must have ended things with that woman. The second wife had her own plans. Mother and son had no status in the Cheng family, and if they didn't please the old man, they might end up on the streets one day. Now that Cheng Hao was missing, the only male left in the Cheng family was Cheng Yi. If he could invest some effort in Zhou Honghong, they wouldn't have to constantly fear being kicked out. The next day, when Cheng Yi went to pick up Zhou Honghong from school, he brought up this matter. Zhou Honghong was surprised. "Are we really going to Wushan town? We have to run to other towns for acting." "Of course." Cheng Yi spoke to her in a cold tone when there were no one around. "Do you think we could stay in Yongji town and watch movies?" She waved her hand and explained, "No. What I mean is we can find a place to hide for a day. It's true, the old master won't actually check if they went out. We're going to Wushan town. He finally turned to look at her, his tone leaving no room for debate. Zhou Honghong suddenly realized who was in Wushan town. She had never heard Cheng Yi mention Jieyi and didn't know what their situation was. Seeing his persistent attitude, she decided to go along with him. However, she still reminded him, the round-trip fare, like the movie tickets, is your responsibility. Cheng Yi said with a hint of disdain. Then you'll have to step up and prove it for me, so that the old man can reimburse me. Of course, she was a responsible actress. When Saturday arrived, Cheng Yi came to pick her up from the Zhou family early. At that time, Zhou's mother still had a poor impression of Cheng Yi. Before her daughter left, Zhou's mother reminded her, don't let anyone take advantage of you. The cinema is dark, so if you find him getting too close, just slap him. Zhou Honghong feels that her mother is being overly worried. Mom, don't worry. He hasn't even touched my finger. There are plenty of his sisters on the street, and he has no interest in your daughter. That's the truth. From the east of the town to the west, Cheng Yi can attract a group of girls just by beckoning with his finger. Moreover, he is really quite indifferent to her in private. In fact, she thinks that even in front of others, his smile towards her is very insincere. But unfortunately, the audience hasn't noticed. The saying that bystanders see clearly is all a lie. The two of them smiled all the way to the bus station, but talked very little. Zhou Honghong maintained a distance of 1 foot from Cheng Yi, appearing like a shy young girl whenever she saw someone. She felt that she could apply to the film academy now. In contrast, Cheng Yi was much simpler. Even a casual glance at Zhou Honghong made it seem like he was flirting with her. When the bus arrived, Cheng Yi saw that there was no one on board and, disregarding her, took a seat by himself. Zhou Honghong originally wanted to sit away from Cheng Yi, but because the driver was present, she was worried about the gossip and ended up sitting next to him. He sat by the window, and she took the aisle seat. He kept looking out the window while she looked out the window on the other side across the aisle. After another stop, a familiar face boarded the bus and greeted Zhou Honghong. Where are you two off to, Honghong? Aunt Zhang, good morning. We're planning to go to Wushan town to watch a movie. She put on a youthful smile and secretly patted Cheng Yi's waist. Cheng Yi lazily turned his head to smile at the person, but didn't say anything. Young people these days are really lovey-dovey. The aunt laughed heartily. Zhou Honghong didn't understand how these people were looking at them, because the seat chosen by that person was far from them. They casually chatted a few times and didn't shout any further. Cheng Yi looked back at the window again, ignoring her. When they reached their stop, Zhou Honghong said, "It's time to get off," and then turned to glance at him, stunned. It was that same smile again. She stared blankly out the window, and to her surprise, she saw Jieyi standing below. Then Cheng Yi stood up, but found Zhou Honghong unmoving, frowned, and urged her, "Let's go." Zhou Honghong was blocked from view by his body. She steadied herself, stood up, and quietly got out of the car. Jieyi stood in front of them, smiling brightly at Cheng Yi. At this moment, Zhou Honghong felt that her acting skills were actually quite poor. The gaze in front of her was that of a love-struck girl, straightforward and sweet. "Zhou Honghong, this is Jieyi," Cheng Yi introduced. "Hello, Zhou Honghong." Jieyi seemed unaware that Zhou Honghong's current public identity was Cheng Yi's fiancée Yi, and she was very friendly toward her. "Hello." Zhou Honghong tried to make her smile as natural as possible. It turned out that Cheng Yi hadn't broken up with Jieyi. Chapter 6, Catching Bugs. Jieyi enthusiastically took Zhou Honghong's hand. "Let's find a place to sit and talk." Zhou Honghong felt a sense of being the third party. Lost in confusion, she pressed her lips together, raised her eyes to look at Cheng Yi. He met her gaze for a moment, nodded, and then turned his attention back to Jieyi. Zhou Honghong had no choice but to follow them. They sat down at a fruit drink shop outside the cinema. "Zhou Honghong, I know you were faking it with Cheng. You don't need to be so nervous," Jieyi said with a smile, looking at Zhou Honghong, who had a serious expression as if facing a great enemy. Zhou Honghong looked at her in surprise. "He has told me everything," Jieyi continued, with a tone that carried a hint of sympathy. "You're also a victim. If this continues to spread, how will others view you in the future?" Zhou Honghong realized that Jieyi mistakenly thought she had fallen for Cheng Hao. However, the latter part of her statement was right. Zhou Honghong was indeed fed up with the rumors. Even Zhou's mother said that if Zhou Honghong continued to stay in the town, the rumors would only become more outrageous. And the people in the town were conservative, making it difficult for her to get married in the future. It wasn't until Cheng Yi showed up that the rumors began to shift. When she agreed to Cheng Yi at that time, she was flustered and didn't think it through. Later, she asked him how long they would have to pretend, and Cheng Yi replied that it would be about time when she went to university. She was about to enter her senior year of high school, so she thought she could endure it for just over a year. Although the girls who admired Cheng Yi didn't treat her well, it was still better than facing the strange looks from various people. Zhou Honghong has her own plans. She is determined to go to a big city in the future and establish herself there. Once she goes to the big city, it's a long way away, and her grandfather, surely one T, keep pursuing her. However, there may be new rumors, such as being unable to resist the temptations of the city. But one step at a time. The priority is to deal with the current gossip first. Faced with Jieyi's kindness, Zhou Honghong could only mumble her thanks. Jieyi is quite understanding of Cheng Yi, and now that she has brought it up, the next steps will naturally follow. Zhou Honghong also understood that she was just a pretext for Cheng Yi to meet Jieyi. However, for her, studying was the most important thing. The play continued to be performed, and the conversations opened up. Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong often went to Wushan town. The old man found out and was quite happy, occasionally asking Zhou Honghong if the movie was good and what it was about. Zhou Honghong made up her mind to focus on her studies. After being a third wheel a few times, she suggested that Cheng Yi go watch a movie with Jieyi while she stayed at the juice shop to read. Cheng Yi had brought Zhou Honghong along to act as a cover and disagreed with her plan to withdraw. "Aren't there any people from our town inside? Are you sure it's safe for them to see you separate from me?" Zhou Honghong was a bit upset every time she saw him with Jieyi's sweet intimacy. She felt uncomfortable. What kind of couple brings an outsider every time they go to the movies? Do they think everyone is too naive to notice? Jieyi felt awkward for a moment, realizing that the outsider mentioned in that remark was actually herself. She quickly tried to smooth things over. "How about you guys go watch it? I also need to go home early today." "Fine, Zhou Honghong, you can go back," Cheng Yi coldly said, throwing out a sentence before pulling Jieyi and walking inside. Zhou Honghong was stunned. She was already angry and wanted to turn around and leave. But then she thought about how he was so openly holding hands with Jieyi, and how the people of Yongji town would gossip about it. She didn't spend much time alone with Jieyi, but she felt that Jieyi's personality was good and she was friendly towards her. Furthermore, Jieyi had once told her that Cheng Yi initially didn't want to get involved in this matter, and it was Jieyi who persuaded him to agree. Zhou Honghong once imagined that if her boyfriend were to pretend to be in a relationship with another girl, she would absolutely not be able to handle it. She considered herself an ordinary person, lacking the generosity of Jieyi. However, in this situation, she felt that she was the least qualified to be upset. She sighed inwardly and followed Cheng Yi and the others into the cinema. When Jieyi saw her coming over, she grabbed Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi turned back, snorted, and was about to mock her a few times, but Jieyi quickly directed him to buy tickets. Zhou Honghong wanted to say something, but seeing Cheng Yi's disdainful look at her, she didn't speak up. Cheng Yi turned to Jieyi and said, "You wait here and don't run around." Then she went to the ticket booth. After Cheng Yi walked away, Zhou Honghong was the first to apologize. "I'm sorry. It's okay," Jieyi replied with a smile. "I need to go home early today. I have to leave after the first half." Zhou Honghong made a sound of acknowledgement, pondering how to speak up. "Actually, I'm the outsider here. It's not easy for you to meet each other, and I'm always standing by. Moreover, my studies are not that good, and I would like to have more time to read books." "All right, you will be taking the college entrance examination next year." Hearing Zhou Honghong say this, Jieyi added that she had started school a year late, and then changed schools and repeated a year. "Speaking of which, I'm actually a year older than you." Zhou Honghong nodded and then said, "I'm not really a talented person, and the pressure is quite big. It's something we didn't consider. The college entrance examination is a big deal, and you should read more books." At this point, Jieyi felt a bit apologetic. "I told Cheng Yi not to buy the tickets. You should go to that store and check out some books." Zhou Honghong let out a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to face Cheng Yi's indifferent gaze anymore. "Then please go and tell him." After Zhou Honghong focused on her studies, her grades improved a bit. One night, suddenly the old master sent someone to call her over to the Cheng family. When she arrived at the Cheng family, The old master was relatively polite to her, saying that he would give her an explanation when Cheng Yi returned. This made her feel anxious. The old master had business dealings with a dyeing shop in the neighboring town. He rarely went to Wushan town himself, and even when he did occasionally go, he never talked about personal matters. It was that day when the wife of the dyeing shop owner returned from outside and, gossiping, mentioned seeing Cheng Yi with a girl at the cinema in the morning. The old master thought it was Zhou Honghong and said somewhat calmly that it was Cheng Yi's fiancée, Yi, who was already engaged. The owner's wife was startled and asked the old master when the Cheng family had become engaged to the Shi family. After the old master inquired in detail, he became furious and rushed back to the Cheng family. He was an impatient man. After getting home, he made the whole family wait in the hall and, regardless of it being night, sent someone to the Zhou family to bring Zhou Honghong over. After Cheng Yi dropped Zhou Honghong home, he went to the casino to play for several rounds before returning. By the time he came back, Zhou Honghong had already arrived. As soon as the old master saw Cheng Yi, he sternly asked, "Who did you go to the movies with today?" Cheng Yi could guess the situation from the commotion and remain calm. "A friend from the neighboring town." "What kind of friend?" "A woman." "What kind of woman?" Cheng Yi suddenly smiled, but his eyes were icy as he stared straight at the old master. "She was my former partner." This statement was like adding fuel to the fire, and the old master shouted, "You've gone too far." Cheng Yi, kneel down. "Wait, go get my stick." Cheng Yi seemed indifferent and silently knelt down. The second concubine could no longer hold back, walked to her son's side, and knelt down beside him. Her voice filled with pleading and tears. Cheng Yi was momentarily confused. "Please forgive him, old master." Zhou Honghong was frightened by the old man's anger, standing frozen on the side, not knowing what to do, until the thick iron rod, as thick as a water pipe, was held in the old man's hand. She was startled again. That was a metal rod. Even though the old man was old, it wasn't just a bluff if he swung it. She tried hard to steady her fear, making her voice sound calmer. "Old man, that is a friend of mine." Zhou Honghong's mind was in a mess. She didn't know how much the old man knew about Cheng Yi and Jieyi, but in her panic, she could only think of such an excuse. "I have an old classmate who moved to Wushan town, and my classmate is in the same class as Jieyi now. I want to visit my classmate and met Jieyi. This morning, when I was watching a movie with Cheng Yi, we ran into her. The three of us watched the movie together." Cheng Yi, who was listening beside her, remained kneeling straight, only slightly furrowing his brow without being noticed. The old man was about to raise his stick to hit Cheng Yi, but was stopped by Zhou Honghong's words. "What about the woman Cheng Yi mentioned?" The old man glared at Cheng Yi, his anger undiminished. "That was in the past. It's nothing now." Zhou Honghong spoke a bit more fluently. "Cheng Yi has told me about their past. It's all over, and I don't really mind it." The old man fell silent. The Cheng family remained silent as well. Zhou Honghong was actually panicking inside, but she secretly took a deep breath and said, "Old master, I believe Cheng Yi. He has already cut ties with my friend. Now they're just ordinary friends, and I was present the whole time." The old master turned to Cheng Yi, his voice still loud. "What Honghong said is true. It is true, old master, it is true." The second concubine was worried about her son being stubborn and hurriedly interjected, "I didn't ask you. Cheng Yi will answer himself." The second concubine lowered her head, slightly turned her face, desperately signaling Cheng Yi with her eyes. Cheng Yi understood after a while and said expressionlessly, "It is true." The old master had a plan in mind, and, seeing Zhou Honghong's tense demeanor towards Cheng Yi, ordered the butler to take the stick back. The Cheng family finally felt relieved. With the old master's level of anger, if Cheng Yi were really punished according to family rules, he would lose at least half his life. After the commotion, the old master didn't let Cheng Yi eat and ordered him to take Zhou Honghong home. On the way, Cheng Yi broke the silence between them and sneered, "Zhou Honghong, do you have any brains?" "What?" Zhou Honghong became guarded at his sudden words. "With your clumsy lies, do you think you can fool the old master? He could just ask someone from Wushan town and find out what is going on between me and her." At that moment, Zhou Honghong was in a hurry and really had no other way out. Now that she thought about it, her story had so many holes. What else could she do? Cheng Yi's response was as calm as ever. "Just let him beat me up. Once he cools down, it will be fine." "Why are you meddling?" Zhou Honghong clenched her fist. "It's iron. You don't want your life anymore." Since I entered the Cheng family door, I've been beaten a lot. Yet I'm still living well. Cheng Yi said it lightly, but Zhou Honghong felt a chill in her heart. She knew he wasn't favored in the Cheng family, but she really didn't expect that the old Master Cheng would be so ruthless to him. Moreover, that Cheng Hao was the real scoundrel. Cheng Yi was just a bit careless. Although he was cold towards her, they were originally strangers, only bound together because of the old master's stubbornness. Zhou Honghong thought that his attitude towards her was understandable. Cheng Yi. Anyway, this lie was told by me. If the old man really wants to pursue it, I will take responsibility. Cheng Yi glanced at her. Oh, whatever. The subsequent events happened very suddenly. The old man personally went to the Shi family, stating that Cheng Yi was already engaged and asked Jieyi not to pester him anymore. The Shi family had previously disagreed with Cheng Yi's relationship with their daughter, but later Jieyi said that he was the young master of the Cheng family. Although the Shi family was also a prominent household, they were still not comparable to the merchant-born Cheng family. The Cheng family of Yongji was quite well known. Jieyi concealed Cheng Yi's illegitimate background, and when the Shi family inquired about Cheng Yi's situation, she insisted that everything was fine. When Shi's mother objected, she threw a tantrum. In desperation, the Shi family had to relax their stance, warning their youngest daughter not to let that man take advantage of her. Jieyi swore that she wouldn't. The Shi family wanted to climb up the social ladder by connecting with the Cheng family, planning to discuss marriage when Cheng Yi and Jieyi were about ready. However, now it turned out that he was already engaged, and the old man of the Cheng family insinuated sharply that it was Jieyi who was being restless and seducing his grandson. Consequently, the Shi family's attitude also became sharp, and they parted ways unhappily. That very night, Jieyi committed suicide. Chapter 7. Cheng Yi learned about this the next day. At that time, he was carrying out his daily routine of taking Zhou Honghong to school. On the way, the Shi family called him, angrily accusing him of being a heartless man who toyed with their daughter's feelings. After receiving the call, Cheng Yi's face turned extremely ugly, but he remained silent. Zhou Honghong saw his grim expression and asked worriedly what happened. Cheng Yi didn't explain, his gaze cold and sharp, fiercely saying to her, Zhou Honghong, you are such a troublemaker. Then he turned and left. Zhou Honghong stood there in a daze for quite a while, completely unaware of what had happened. She wanted to chase after his figure, but ultimately stopped in her tracks. Studying was what mattered most. She kept giving herself this kind of reminder. Cheng Yi hadn't come to find Zhou Honghong for the next few days. She felt a bit anxious, unsure if the lie she had made up had been exposed by the old man, leading to some trouble. But she couldn't find out what exactly happened in the small town. She called a classmate in Wushan town and tentatively asked about Jieyi. The classmate immediately started gossiping. You don't know? Jieyi committed suicide. I heard she was deceived by that guy. Zhou Honghong felt apprehensive. That word was stuck in her throat and wouldn't come out. No, it was saved. Fortunately, Zhou Honghong regretted her earlier boldness. If she hadn't fabricated that lie, would things have turned out this way? Jieyi actually loved Cheng Yi to the point of risking her life, so she absolutely couldn't let them be torn apart. She couldn't be the sinner in this matter. At that moment, she felt an impulse to tell the truth to the old master and withdraw from the Cheng family's affairs. She also had no desire to chat with her classmates, and she made an excuse to hang up the phone. Then she forced herself to calm down. The final exams were approaching, and after the exams, she wanted to have a serious talk with Cheng Yi. Unexpectedly, on the evening before the last day of exams, the second aunt suddenly rushed to the Zhou family for help. It was Zhou's mother who opened the door. The second aunt was already panicked, and, upon seeing Zhou's mother, asked, "Where's Honghong? I need to find her." Zhou's mother should be there, and then go to the room to call her daughter out. Zhou Honghong was reviewing for the exam the next day when she came out and saw the second concubine, feeling a wave of unease in her heart. Sure enough, as soon as the second concubine saw her, she cried and said Cheng Yi was in critical condition and needed her help to plead for mercy. Jieyi had attempted suicide by taking sleeping pills. One of her brothers had some health issues and kept sleeping pills on hand. She had been having trouble sleeping for a while, so she casually took a bottle from her brother's room. When Shi's mother found her, she rushed her to the town clinic. The doctor took one look at her condition and immediately decided to transfer her to a city hospital. Thus, she was transferred to the county hospital. Fortunately, the rescue was timely, and her life was saved. When Cheng Yi went to visit Jieyi, he was unsurprisingly met with the Shi family's furious backlash. He didn't argue, but insisted on seeing Jieyi. The Shi family angrily accused him of being the main culprit and tried to prevent him from seeing her. He quietly waited outside the hospital room, steadfastly keeping vigil. During this time, Rong Bojun brought him food and drink. Rong Bojun and Cheng Yi had become friends through conflict and later developed a good relationship. He knew that Jieyi was the one Cheng Yi cared about, and if anything happened to her, Cheng Yi wouldn't be able to handle it. So he volunteered to support him. It was until the day Jieyi woke up when she asked to see Cheng Yi that the Shi family finally relented. When the two were alone, Jieyi quickly acted cute before Cheng Yi could get upset. Don't scold me. I was confused at the time. I didn't really want to commit suicide. How could I be angry with you? Cheng Yi spoke gently, with a doting tone. You causing such a scene makes me feel bad. Jieyi glanced at the small glass window on the door, noticing her parents watching closely. So she didn't dare to lean into his arms, only pouting. I really didn't know what was wrong with me at that time. I was just possessed. She raised her finger, making a vow-like gesture. I believe you were confused. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. The Shi family gave them little time, and Cheng Yi couldn't afford to be overly sentimental. He had to get down to business. I don't want to continue pretending with that Zhou Honghong. Whatever the old man wants to get angry about, let him. After a pause, Cheng Yi's expression turned cold. Did he say something unpleasant to you? Jieyi shook her head with a smile, her face still pale. Not as bad as my parents scolding you, Cheng. Anyway, it's just a little over a year. It'll be fine. As long as Zhou Honghong is gone and she breaks up with you. Your grandfather won't have much to say. Cheng Yi hugged her for a moment, then didn't pursue the topic any further, reminding her to rest well. When Shi's parents saw the two being intimate, they immediately rushed in, telling Cheng Yi to get lost. Jieyi pouted, and Cheng Yi didn't want to put her in a difficult position, so he left. After returning to the Cheng family, he laid his cards on the table with the old man. He didn't want Zhou Honghong. He liked Jieyi. The old man was furious. He had always thought Cheng Yi was difficult to control and had hoped to use wealth to force him to submit. But he didn't expect he still couldn't rein him in. A grandson he couldn't control was not what he wanted. His punishment this time was extremely severe, and after hitting him, he kicked the second concubine and severely injured Cheng Yi out of the house. Cheng Yi was genuinely beaten badly and fainted after he staggered out of the Cheng family's door. The second concubine cried and begged the old man to let Cheng Yi see a doctor first. Everything else could be negotiated. In his rage, the old man ignored her pleas and had the butler lock the door. The second concubine was a proud person and hadn't made any acquaintances in Yongji town. She only thought of Zhou Honghong. She had come out in such a hurry that she hadn't brought any personal money and had no place to stay. If she didn't find a doctor for Cheng Yi, she was really scared. She didn't care about her dignity. She just wanted to save her son. Zhou Mama and Zhou Honghong were both shocked by the callousness of old Master Cheng after hearing the second concubine's account. Zhou Mama is not a hard-hearted person, and she said, "Second madam, my elder brother has gone to Huangshi town to do a small business, and his house has been empty ever since. It hasn't been lived in for a long time, so it's a bit shabby. If you don't mind, you can go stay there for now." The second concubine repeatedly thanked her, almost kneeling down to bow, but Zhou Mama quickly helped her up. "Where's Cheng Yi now?" Zhou Honghong was really worried that if she didn't hurry, he would. "He's still near the Cheng family, but I really can't carry him over. I went to the clinic first, but it turns out the old master put pressure on them, and they dare not treat Cheng." The second concubine spoke more and more choked up, and in the end, she held back her tears tightly, barely managing to finish her words. She dug her nails into her palm, enduring endless sorrow. Zhou Honghong did not expect the old master to be so ruthless. Pleading for mercy from the old master was not as urgent as saving Cheng Yi. Zhou's mother recalled a small pharmacy on the street, run by an old Chinese medicine doctor. The Zhou family had a good relationship with him, so she said, "Honghong, you and the second madam go pick up Cheng, and I will go invite Dr. Zheng over." After saying this, she comforted the second concubine. This old Zheng had no entanglements with the Cheng family. so he should be able to help. Zhou Honghong hurriedly went to the neighboring grocery store to borrow a small cart from the owner. Since they were all acquaintances, the owner agreed without asking much. Then she remembered something, went home to get a quilt, and then set off towards the Cheng family with her second aunt. Zhou Honghong was already mentally prepared for Cheng Yi's serious injuries. However, when she really saw him, her eyes felt a bit warm, and she almost shed tears. Cheng Yi was leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, the streetlight dim, and his clothes were stained dark, making his face look terrifyingly pale. It was only when she got closer that she saw his clothes were covered in blood. It wasn't just his back, his chest and legs were also stained. What kind of ruthless heart did this old man have to inflict such cruelty? Zhou Honghong spread the quilt on the small cart, and then worked with the second wife to help him. During this time, Cheng Yi frowned and hummed a few times. On the way back, Zhou Honghong pushed the cart and quietly asked, "Second madam, doesn't Cheng Yi avoid this kind of punishment from the old master?" "He never avoids it. He's just stubborn. After all, that's his grandfather. The old master has never hit this hard before." The second wife showed signs of exhaustion, having lost her usual composure and charm. "Honghong, what if he? What should I do?" Zhou Honghong said anxiously, "It won't happen. He will hold on for the sake of the second madam." This is true. She could see that Cheng Yi cared a lot for his mother. The second madam sincerely said, "Honghong, we will be grateful to you for a lifetime." "Second madam, please don't say that. Actually, he is not a bad person." The second madam gave a bitter smile and fell silent. When they returned to the Zhou family, Dr. Zheng had already arrived. As soon as he saw the condition of the injured, he said seriously, "This young man may not be able to get out of bed for quite a while. Will there be any after effects?" The second madam's voice was trembling, and she could only hold Zhou Honghong's hand for support. "I still need to examine the injuries closely." The room was silent, everyone waiting for Dr. Zheng's diagnosis. "I need to go back to the pharmacy to get some medicine." After examining Cheng Yi's injuries, Dr. Zheng had made up his mind. Once the doctor left, the second madam was once again worried. The doctor didn't say whether he could be cured or if he would have any lingering issues. Old Zheng is very skilled with severe injuries. "It will be fine." Zhou's mother could only say this, guessing that the second madam was probably still hungry. She added, "Second madam, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll go make some porridge. You must be exhausted this evening." The second madam didn't know how to express her gratitude other than saying thank you. Zhou Honghong brought of warm water and asked the second concubine to help Cheng Yi wipe down. Cheng Yi's wounds and clothes were stuck together because of the blood, and the second concubine didn't dare to pull at his clothes, so she could only gently wipe away some of the blood on the exposed skin. Dr. Zheng went to the pharmacy to get medicine and immediately returned, handing the medicine to Zhou Honghong. Zhou Honghong hurried to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. Zhou's mother was also in the kitchen, planning to reheat the leftover dishes from dinner for the second concubine. "Mom, let me handle it. You go keep the second lady company. She's not in a good mood." "Okay, call me when the food is ready." "Sai, what is going on? Why is that old person so ruthless?" Zhou's mother sighed and handed the kitchen task to her daughter before stepping out. After Dr. Zheng fed Cheng Yi the medicine, he said, "If the medicine takes effect, he will have a bowel movement within 3 hours. Then there is hope. Otherwise, we will be powerless." The second concubine was frightened by the latter half of the sentence, nearly losing her balance. Dr. Zheng, accustomed to the emotional fluctuations of family members, continued calmly, "If he shows a reaction, then after steaming these herbs for 20 minutes, wrap them in gauze and apply them as a hot compress to the more severely injured areas." Zhou Honghong responded and carefully noted down the steps for steaming and applying the medicine before sending Dr. Zheng out. She thought to herself that tomorrow's exam might not go well, but as long as Cheng Yi could wake up, then whatever happens with the exam would be fine. Chapter 8. After Dr. Zheng left, Zhou's mother thought that her daughter had an exam the next day, so she told her to rest for a while. Zhou Honghong listened and said, "Then I'll go take a nap first. Call me when it's time to steam the medicine. The steps are quite complicated." The second concubine felt quite embarrassed and insisted, "Zhou family girl, Honghong, I can handle it. You all go rest. Just tell me how to steam the medicine." "It's fine, madam. Let Honghong do it." Zhou mama thought that this was a matter of life and death, and it really couldn't be taken lightly. "We're older now, and our memory isn't as good. If we make a mistake in the medicine preparation, it could be a problem." Honghong can finish steaming it and then go to sleep. Zhou Honghong lay on the bed, wanting to sleep but unable to fall asleep, tossing and turning. She didn't know if the medicine Cheng Yi took was effective. Sure, Jieyi was still lying in the hospital, and now something had happened on her side. She stared at the ceiling and, for some reason, thought of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. However, was she not just a Mowen Kai? Zhou Honghong originally wanted to be honest with the old master. But given the current situation, if she didn't comply with his wishes and smooth his temper, he might really stop recognizing Cheng Yi and her son. She truly didn't expect things to turn out this way. If she had known earlier, she should have resisted completely when Cheng Yi suggested the idea of soothing the old master, instead of letting herself get caught in this false triangle. When she heard Zhou Mama's footsteps, Zhou Honghong pretended to be asleep. After Zhou Mama gently called her name, she opened her eyes. Honghong, Cheng Yi is awake, thank goodness. You go steam the medicine. The second madam is waiting there. Zhou Honghong listened and quickly got up to prepare the medicine. Cheng Yi was awake, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't move. His stomach was cramping intensely. The second concubine handed him a chamber pot, but he refused and insisted on getting out of bed. The second concubine was sweating with anxiety. It was likely that he had a fracture. Why was he being so stubborn? Cheng Yi was gasping for breath, and speaking caused his chest to ache sharply. He wanted to go to the bathroom. Seeing Cheng Yi's insistence, Zhou Mama said, "Let's help him over there. We can't waste any more time." Unable to persuade her son, the second concubine joined Zhou Mama, and together they slowly supported him over. When they passed the kitchen, Zhou Honghong saw him and thought he looked half dead, yet still wanted to maintain his pride. However, she had already lost her temper towards him due to his severe injuries and quietly continued to prepare the medicine. Cheng Yi saw her, but showed no expression. After being helped to the bathroom by the two women, he leaned against the wall and told them to go out first. Zhou Honghong thought to herself, I can't even lift my hand. How can I wipe it? In the end, she didn't know how he managed it, but he really solved it by himself. After the medicine was steamed, Zhou Honghong took some gauze, wrapped the medicine in it, and then used tape to secure it a few times before handing it to the second concubine. The second concubine didn't want to trouble her, so she said she would apply the medicine herself. Zhou Honghong nodded and said, if the medicine pack gets cold, just call me again and I'll reheat it. The second concubine quickly replied, no need. Honghong, I'll handle the reheating myself. You and your mother can rest first. You really don't have to stay with me. I've troubled you too much. In the end, the second concubine's voice trembled a bit. When Mother Zhou saw this scene, she understood a bit and went to rest with Zhou Honghong. Zhou Honghong left the room, took a deep breath, and smiled. Cheng Yi was finally saved. When the second concubine was applying medicine to Cheng Yi, she couldn't hold back her tears. She said, is there anything that can't be faced a bit at a time? Taking it slow and planning? If something happened to you, what would I do? Cough. Cheng Yi coughed and felt pain all over. Mom, I'm fine. The old master doesn't care about you. If he gets angry, neither of us will have a good life. I didn't dare to take off his clothes before, but now that I have, I realize there's not a single good spot on your body. The second concubine cried harder. Cheng Yi coughed a few more times. Mom, I'm fine. I won't die. The second concubine suppressed her fluctuating emotions and said after calming down a bit, don't talk for now, just focus on recovering. Zhou Jiabin originally had 3 rooms, but one was used as a storage for miscellaneous items, and it couldn't be cleaned up in a short time, so there were only 2 rooms left. Cheng Yi occupied Zhou Honghong's bed. The second wife sat on a chair, dozing off while taking care of Cheng Yi. When she noticed that the temperature of the medicine pack was not warm enough, she went to the kitchen to heat it up again and continued to apply it to him. Zhou Mama slept in the same bed with Zhou Honghong for a night. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhou Honghong took a glance at Cheng Yi, saw that he was sleeping well, and then went to school. That day, Zhou Honghong didn't do particularly well or poorly on the exam. During the day, Dr. Zheng came over again. After checking Cheng Yi's condition while chatting with him, he suddenly grabbed his hand with a crack. Then he smiled and said, I can only catch you off guard like this once. I can't use this trick again. The bone needs to be set properly for the medicine to work. Young man, bear with it. During the process of setting the bone, Cheng Yi bit his teeth tightly in pain, but didn't make a sound. The second concubine beside him turned pale watching. What a man. After properly setting the bone, Dr. Zheng praised him. Cheng Yi couldn't muster any strength and could only pull the corners of his mouth as a response. In the evening, Zhou Mama and the second concubine were discussing whether to go plead with the old master first or to wait for his anger to subside and talk about it later. Zhou Honghong suggested, "Let's wait until the old master calms down. Besides, Cheng Yi's injury needs to heal well. I will go with him then." Zhou's mother agreed with the second concubine. Zhou Mama then said, "Second madam, you might as well move to my elder brother's house first. He has a small courtyard there. And when Cheng Yi is able to move around, they can exercise there." The second concubine repeatedly expressed her gratitude. She had no money, and the medical expenses for Cheng Yi, along with the food and drink for the two mothers and child, all depended on the Zhou family. She felt very ashamed and had mentioned several times that she would definitely repay them once she had money. Zhou Mama knew that the second concubine had come to seek refuge by setting aside her pride, and she didn't refuse her words of gratitude. Zhou Mama and the second wife tidied up the vacant house a bit and moved Cheng Yi over. The two houses were not far apart, making it convenient to take care of him. Cheng Yi chose a room with a window facing the small courtyard. He was the patient, so he had the final say, and no one dared to object. After he moved in, Dr. Zheng came to check on him several times. Seeing that his condition had improved, he began to change the medicinal herbs. The various herbs and the steaming methods were slightly different, which really put Zhou Honghong through a lot of trouble. The second wife was someone who never did any housework, but now she had no choice but to learn a bit of cooking and household chores, though she often made a mess of things. Fortunately, Zhou Honghong had a summer break shortly after her exams and was free to go over and help out. The kitchen in that house was small, and the second wife felt that two people were too cramped, so she preferred to wash vegetables and roll dough in the small courtyard, only moving to the kitchen when it was time to cook. Cheng Yi often saw his mother learning from Zhou Honghong in the yard, but most of the time it was still Zhou Honghong doing the work while his mother only helped a little. He remained quite indifferent towards Zhou Honghong and didn't even say a word of thanks. However, one day, as she passed by his window, he suddenly said, "Zhou Honghong, you really are a hard-working village woman." Zhou Honghong pretended not to hear. However, the second aunt scolded him. He didn't take it seriously and smiled at Zhou Honghong with a cheeky demeanor. Zhou Honghong felt that this smile was much more comforting than the fake smiles he had given her in the past. A few days later, Jieyi suddenly arrived. At that time, Zhou Honghong was in the yard picking vegetables with the second wife, while young Master Cheng was in bed dealing with his illness. In fact, Zhou Honghong had previously obtained Jieyi's phone number through an old classmate, wanting to inform her about Cheng Yi's condition. But after calling 3 or 4 times without anyone answering, she gave up. When the second wife saw Jieyi, her expression was not very pleasant, but she still received her politely. Zhou Honghong turned her head and saw Cheng Yi's gentle gaze. This frail, sickly appearance, combined with such a tender expression, had the charm of an ancient sickly beauty. The second concubine called Jieyi to visit Cheng Yi, while Zhou Honghong remained in the courtyard. Before long, the second concubine came out. She sighed and said, "If only in this world, lovers could truly be together. If Cheng Yi continues to associate with this young girl, the old master will never forgive him." Zhou Honghong cautiously spoke up. "I can continue to act with him, and after making the old man happy, I'll figure out later. But it's a bit unfair to the two of them. Dating feels like being part of an underground party." Suddenly, the second concubine asked, "Honghong, don't you like Cheng Yi?" Zhou Honghong's heart trembled for a moment. Then she calmly replied, "It's impossible between him and me." The second aunt sighed again. "I thought so too. My son, apart from having a handsome face, has nothing else to speak of. He can't focus on his studies and doesn't have a serious demeanor." Zhou Honghong didn't know how to respond to the second wife's derogatory remarks about her son, so she chose to remain silent. The second wife continued, "But my son has a good heart." Zhou Honghong answered dryly, "Yes, if only his useless father were still around." The second wife sighed, her gaze distant, as if she were reminiscing about something. Zhou Honghong saw her like this and no longer spoke to disturb her. When Jieyi came out, the second concubine had already gone to the kitchen, and only Zhou Honghong was in the courtyard. Jieyi said softly, "Zhou Honghong, I'm entrusting Cheng Yi to you. Zhou Honghong heard it and was stunned for a moment. She felt that Jieyi's expression concealed deep and complex emotions, but unfortunately, she couldn't understand it and could only politely say, "How about staying for a meal?" "No." Jieyi smiled slightly. "I'm leaving goodbye." As soon as Jieyi left, Zhou Honghong looked towards Cheng Yi's room window. The window was already closed. She nervously walked into the room. Cheng Yi was sitting on the bed, looking down and smoking, and she couldn't see his expression. "You only have half a life left, and you're still smoking." She walked up and snatched the cigarette from him. He glanced at her and self-mockingly smiled. After a breakup, one just needs to smoke and drink. "You, with her?" Zhou Honghong was quite surprised. How is that possible? Those who commit suicide do so, and those who get beaten get beaten. How could it be possible after loving each other to this extent? Cheng Yi calmly pulled the cigarette back from her hand, put it between his lips, and took a puff. "Yeah, we broke up." "Really?" He looked at her with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I'm not interested in making such jokes." Zhou Honghong felt a mess in her heart and could only speak to comfort herself. There must be some misunderstanding in between. For example, the pressure from her parents, the pressure from the old man, or perhaps she was suffering from some illness and didn't want to burden you. Things like that. Cheng Yi snorted through her nose. "Zhou Honghong, on TV, those are main characters. What about the supporting roles?" "Are you a supporting role?" Zhou Honghong felt the plot had become chaotic. In Chapter 10, Section 9, Cheng Yi unknowingly became the third party. Before meeting Cheng Yi, Jieyi had liked a guy. According to her, he was a tall and handsome young man with starry brows and sharp eyes, a refined demeanor, and a face like a jade crown, among other compliments. This guy was visiting relatives in Wushan town and only stayed for one summer before returning to the city. Jieyi fell for him at first sight, and after he left, they maintained correspondence for a while. Due to his good looks and flirtatious nature, he was hot and cold towards Jieyi. Although she felt heartbroken, she couldn't let go, her emotions rising and falling with him. At this time, Cheng Yi appeared. He began pursuing Jieyi, who had just been neglected by that guy for a while. After reading some melodramatic youth literature, she decided to move on from her heartbreak. The best way to heal from a relationship is to start a new one. So she accepted Cheng Yi. As they slowly dated, Cheng Yi treated her well and gently, and she felt quite fond of him. When the incident with Zhou Honghong happened, Cheng Yi was quite disdainful, clearly indicating that he was being taken advantage of. However, Jieyi saw it as a turning point in his relationship with the old man and urged him to seize the opportunity. Cheng Yi had always been at a loss when it came to her, and seeing that she didn't team mind, he eventually agreed. Jieyi always thought she loved Cheng Yi very much. When her parents disapproved, she worked hard to win them over. She believed she could have a future with Cheng Yi. But on the day the old man went to Shi's house, she received a letter from that rich and handsome guy saying he was going abroad. Suddenly, she fell into a deep sadness, feeling as if a part of her heart had collapsed. The heartache was 10 times worse than when she saw Zhou Honghong with Cheng Yi. At that moment, the melodramatic youth literature played a significant role. After reading a certain piece, she cried uncontrollably and, feeling hopeless, swallowed sleeping pills. The whole world thought she was committing suicide for Cheng Yi, and even Cheng Yi believed so. During her hospitalization, she thought a lot. Cheng Yi was like the male supporting character in a novel, treating her very well, and she felt relaxed and warm around him. But it wasn't the same as the deep love for the male lead. No matter how bad the male lead was, the female lead always chose him in the end. After learning that Cheng Yi had been beaten up for her sake, Jieyi felt even more guilty and realized she couldn't drag him down anymore. She took the initiative to confess everything to Cheng Yi, finally saying, "Cheng Yi, I'm sorry." After Cheng Yi spoke, Zhou Honghong was left in shock for a long time. The room fell into silence. This story surprised Zhou Honghong too much. After sorting it out again, she hesitantly asked, "Was that guy really handsome?" Cheng Yi rolled his eyes at her, thinking her reaction was of no value. "How would I know? I've never seen him." Probably because she liked upright types, she couldn't appreciate the charm of a rogue. Zhou Honghong wanted to say this, but held back. After a moment of silence, she asked, "So, what do you plan to do?" "Cheng Yi coldly repeated, "What did I do? This situation is just what the old man wants." "You mean we just continue playing along?" After saying this, he He smirked at Zhou Honghong in a mocking manner. Zhou Honghong, I'm your man again. Zhou Honghong couldn't respond to his hostility. But he was the one who had suffered a breakup, so she had to say, you should rest well and take care of your health. After saying this, she stood up to leave. Cheng Yi called out to her, don't tell anyone about my situation. Got it. Zhou Honghong stepped out of the house and went to sit in the yard. She looked up at Cheng Yi's window, which was still closed. She knew that sure Jieyi had dealt a heavy blow to Cheng Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to her to confide. They were far from being close enough to that extent. Zhou Honghong had also read romantic novels in her earlier years, so she was not surprised by similar plots. However, she always viewed it from the perspective that the female lead should love the male lead, and even said that she didn't like seeing the male supporting character rise to prominence. But now, when such things really happen around her, it brings a different mindset. Just like the saying from the second concubine, it would be great if lovers in this world could end up together. Cheng Yi values her pride. Even though she experienced a breakup, she still pretends that nothing is wrong. Zhou Honghong watched, but didn't know how to comfort him. However, when he was smoking, she would seize the opportunity to take it away. Cheng Yi's fractured area hadn't healed completely, and he was afraid of misalignment. So he didn't dare to move too much and could only let her take it. After a while, he became too lazy to smoke. Zhou Honghong once asked him if he would go to the old master to plead for mercy when he could move. He replied nonchalantly, whatever. It takes 100 days to heal a sprain or fracture. Although Cheng Yi's injury was improving, it was relatively slow. Zhou Honghong thought that since the old man was now turning a blind eye, there was no rush. Days passed, and Cheng Yi, feeling too bored, asked Zhou Honghong to read some books to him or chat with him. Their relationship gradually became more familiar. However, Zhou Honghong felt that he was becoming increasingly bold with her. One day, her brother-in-law called their mother, furious and scolding his son vehemently. Later, Zhou's mother relayed this to Zhou Honghong, who was shocked. Her brother-in-law's son had been dating a girl for more than half a year, and both families had met. One day, in a romantic setting, they ended up sleeping together. But a few days later, the girl's family showed up at their door, claiming that the boy had raped her and threatened to sue him. Zhou Honghong's cousin argued that the two were a perfect match, but unexpectedly, the girl refused to come forward. The girl's family demanded monetary compensation, and the brother-in-law couldn't gather the amount in time, so they started shouting about going to court. The brother-in-law was in a panic. Zhou's mother lent a sum of money to her brother-in-law, asking him to first go and appease the woman's family, trying to resolve the matter peacefully. Zhou Honghong mentioned this matter while writing a letter to Cheng Yi. He suddenly laughed. Zhou Honghong was a bit angry. What's so funny about this? If things go wrong, my cousin will end up in jail. Cheng Yi lazily leaned against the bedside. How does your cousin look? Average. Just an ordinary person. Zhou Honghong thought he was really inexplicable. Is your cousin rich? How could he be? Then there's no chance. He concluded. What do you mean? I mean, your cousin is not only average-looking and broke, but his skills in bed are also poor. Zhou Honghong took a while to realize what he was saying. Her face turned red, and she stammered. You're so shameless. He chuckled. Since they were a couple, if he made that girl feel good, could she really go and report him? She was so embarrassed that she couldn't even speak. Yet he continued, tell your cousin to work out well, then go and please that girl again. If she feels good, she'll be more than willing. How can you be so shameless? She retorted, TCH, I'm just giving you some advice out of kindness. Cheng couldn't help but laugh at how red her ears had turned. Zhou Honghong threw the book at him. You rate yourself. Cheng Yi watched her flee in embarrassment and snorted coldly. You're not a virgin anymore. So why pretend to be innocent? Later, Zhou Honghong awkwardly came back to ask him, do you think what you said will work? He smirked mischievously and didn't answer her. Zhou Honghong couldn't hold back any longer and called her cousin, then handed the phone to Cheng Yi. You talk to him. After saying that, she left the room. It's unclear whether Cheng Yi said what he was supposed to say to his cousin, but anyway, the matter seemed to have settled down. After this incident, Cheng Yi became increasingly indiscreet with Zhou Honghong, throwing all sorts of vulgar words at her. She felt both embarrassed and angry, sometimes really wanting to hit him. Dr. Zheng noticed that the fracture Cheng Yi had previously suffered had healed well and was no longer easily dislocated. So he suggested that Cheng Yi engage in more activities to increase blood circulation and prevent muscle atrophy. Thus, Cheng Yi began to walk around in the yard. Zhou Honghong thought that over a month had passed, and the old man's temper should have cooled down by now. She asked him, "How about we go to see the old man together?" He glanced at her sideways and smiled playfully. "You really want me to be your man, huh?" "I'm talking about serious matters," she said, feeling exasperated. She didn't even know why she was so worried about him. "Huh? Isn't your serious matter just telling the old man that we're back together? Isn't it about wanting me to be your man? Can you not speak so harshly? What would you like me to say nicely? Just because you took me and my mom in, do you think I owe you my body?" Cheng Yi's mocking expression reappeared. "I have a cleanliness obsession in this matter, and you've already let Cheng Hao take advantage of me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Honghong looked at him in disbelief, unable to stop her body from trembling. She had never known Cheng Yi saw her this way. She had done her utmost to pull him back from the brink of death. She couldn't stand to see him heartbroken, accompanying him through conversations about anything and everything. Dr. Zheng's medicine needed to be mixed with alcohol. In order to ensure the medicine wasn't too thin or too thick, she didn't dare leave the pot for a moment during the steaming process. She knew that the second wife couldn't handle housework, so she almost took on all the chores. This entire summer, she had been revolving around him. A wave of sadness crashed over Zhou Honghong, and Cheng Yi's mocking expression made her feel like a complete joke. She trembled and found herself at a loss for words. In the end, she swallowed the lump in her throat and quietly turned to walk out. She didn't want to cry in front of him. Zhou Honghong continued to prepare medicine for Cheng Yi, as the second wife couldn't grasp the right balance. However, she no longer met Cheng Yi. She prepared the medicine packages at her own home and sent them over. She made the excuse that she needed to focus on her studies and was under a lot of academic pressure, so she stayed in her own room. The second wife felt embarrassed to delay Zhou Honghong's education, and since her cooking skills had improved and she could manage basic meals, she didn't pay much attention to Zhou Honghong's changes. One day, when Zhou Honghong delivered the medicine package, it happened that the second wife was not home. She intended to leave after dropping it off, but Cheng Yi blocked her in the courtyard. "Well, I said last time was my fault. Don't be like this," he said, looking at her stiff expression, slightly softening his tone. "I have things to do at home. I need to go back first." Zhou Honghong didn't want to discuss what happened last time and try to get past him. He moved slightly in her direction, blocking her path. "I'll go with you to the old master. We need to keep up the act." "Why do you have to do this?" Zhou Honghong said with a bitter smile. "If you want to please the old master, just take me along. One day, if you find me displeasing, you'll kick me out again. Cheng Yi, I am not your property." Cheng Yi let out a faint sigh. "How about this? Zhou Honghong, you come with me." Chapter 10. Zhou Honghong felt a surge of frustration and didn't want to pay any attention to Cheng Yi, directly responding, "Have you lost your mind?" This time, Cheng Yi surprisingly didn't clash with her and spoke in a calm tone. "I'm telling you the truth. With the old man around, you and I are tied together." She looked up at him, wanting to give him a sarcastic smile, but found that she couldn't even lift the corners of her mouth. So she could only maintain a blank expression. "What kind of joke is that? Once I leave this town, the old man won't care about me anymore. So you're never coming back? What about your mom?" He curled his lip. "You can have your fun outside, but your mom will still have to endure other people's gossip. I'll move out with my mom then." Cheng Yi thought she was very naive in such a small place. There were always plenty of rumors from the aunts and uncles, and stories from the previous generation were still talked about with relish. "Do you dare to say you'll never come back here for the rest of your life? Unless you are determined not to associate with your relatives. Who knows? One day you'll bring your partner back, and before you even step through the door, you'll be overwhelmed by gossip." Zhou Honghong was momentarily speechless from being choked by him. Cheng Yi continued, "They all think it was me who got you. If you weren't with me, could you handle all the rumors they spread about you? Didn't we agree to pretend? Why should I be with you? When I said I would act with you before, it was because of sure. Since the old man insists that I marry you, then we could develop our relationship. Also, your acting skills are terrible." "What do you mean can develop?" Zhou Honghong was taken aback. "Why should I pretend to be with a rogue like you just to satisfy others' opinions?" Cheng Yi's expression darkened. "You really want me to spell it out, don't you? How long have you liked me in your heart, hiding it all this time?" Zhou Honghong was furious and pushed Cheng Yi aside, rushing out the door. She had harbored fantasies about Cheng Yi, but she thought she had hidden them well. She never inquired about his relationship with Jieyi, And indeed, she felt that her studies were more important. She believed that the feelings of these young girls would gradually fade away over time. However, rationality aside, the direction of her heart was something she could not control. When Cheng Yi said those things to her last time, she was relieved to have found an opportunity to cut off this little sprout. His words were unbearable for her, even in a state where Cheng Hao had not succeeded. If she were a girl who had been successful, it would have been like rubbing salt in a wound. It was because of this that she realized how cruel Cheng Yi was to her. Later, she shifted her focus back to her studies and didn't think much about him anymore. She believed that once she truly let go of her feelings, she would be able to face him calmly. But Cheng Yi unexpectedly exposed her feelings. She didn't know when he had figured it out, and she felt even more embarrassed to face him. Fortunately, when Zhou Honghong went to deliver the medicine bag later, she did not see Cheng Yi at all. A few days later, the second wife came to find Zhou Honghong, looking pale. "Honghong, the old master has come. He wants to impose family discipline again." Zhou Honghong could tell from the second aunt's expression that something bad was going to happen. This old man really knows how to cause trouble. Wasn't everything fine last month? Why is he causing trouble again just when Cheng Yi was starting to feel a little better? However, she guessed it might be because she and Cheng Yi had yet to go and apologize, which was making the old man unhappy. In any case, saving people was the most important thing. When the second aunt and Zhou Honghong rushed over, the old man and Cheng Yi were in the courtyard. Cheng Yi was kneeling on the ground, and the old man was holding that iron rod. "Old man," as soon as Zhou Honghong entered and saw this scene, she hurried over. "Honghong," the old man had a stern face. "Our Cheng family has let you down. My ungrateful grandson has caused you too much trouble." Zhou Honghong couldn't discern the old man's intentions and glanced at Cheng Yi. However, he was looking down, so she couldn't see his expression. Afraid of saying the wrong thing, she hesitated, unsure of how to start. The old man continued, "I heard that the young lady from your family is preparing to go abroad." Cheng Yi's body seemed to stiffen for a moment. Zhou Honghong secretly thought it was bad. Wasn't this just opening a can of worms? If Cheng Yi got stubborn again, it could lead to another beating. She forced a smile. "Old master, she's already broken up with Cheng." The old master interrupted her. "No need to help him. Back then, it was quite passionate. It wasn't that she didn't want it, with that kind of determination that could move mountains and seas." Zhou Honghong felt a chill. Could it be that this old man came to watch Cheng Yi's heartbreak as a joke? Cheng Yi remained silent, and the second wife didn't dare to chime in. As the old man spoke, he suddenly raised his stick. Zhou Honghong was so frightened that she trembled and hurriedly knelt down. "Old master, please don't take action." "Honghong, step aside." The old master struck Cheng Yi's back with a stick. "He has already been driven out of the house by me, so he has nothing to do with you now. Our Cheng family will definitely take responsibility for you once I catch that brat Cheng Hao back." Cheng Yi let out a muffled groan, forcing himself not to fall. He was already injured and hadn't fully recovered, and with this hit, it was likely that his bones had been displaced again. Zhou Honghong looked pained and pleaded weakly. "Old master, I don't want Cheng Hao. I want to be with Cheng Yi. Please don't hit him. His injury isn't healed yet. He could die." The old master's movements slowed down, and he gently tapped Cheng Yi's shoulder with the stick. "Listening to this, kid, it seems you two don't have a chance." Zhou Honghong stared at the stick, afraid that the old man would swing it at any moment. "No, we were supposed to be together." She grabbed Cheng Yi's hand, almost in tears. "Cheng Yi, say something, hurry." Cheng Yi cleared his throat, showing no sympathy. "Aren't you the one who didn't want to be with me?" Zhou Honghong was so anxious that she could die from it. "Can't I do anything with you?" After she finished speaking, she really started crying. Having experienced the panic when he was beaten almost to death once, she was too scared. His body had not yet recovered, and the old man was heavy-handed. If he got beaten again, she was afraid he really wouldn't heal properly. The old man, affected by Zhou Honghong's actions, lost his mood to continue beating and put down his stick, his expression very stern. "Honghong, if you want to be with him, I will respect your decision. However, if he dares to bully you, I will take care of him." Zhou Honghong nodded. "Thank you, old master." The old master then turned to Cheng Yi. "I'll save this beating for later. The day you cause trouble again, I will definitely punish you severely." Cheng Yi was pinched by Zhou Honghong and replied in a deep voice, "Yes." The old master thought for a moment and said, Cheng, You could go back to the Cheng family now. The second concubine finally showed a smile and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you for your mercy, old master. Thank you. The old master looked at Cheng Yi one last time, then snorted and left. After the old master's figure disappeared, Zhou Honghong helped Cheng Yi to stand up and asked, "Did you get hurt again?" Her tone was filled with undeniable concern. He still kept his head down, answering somewhat weakly. It seemed he would have to call Dr. Zheng over again. Upon hearing this, the second concubine's expression changed, and she hurried over to support him. Zhou Honghong wiped away the tears on her face. "I want to call the doctor over." When Dr. Zheng arrived, he looked extremely displeased. He examined Cheng Yi's injuries and found a dislocated spine. He shouted, "This is outrageous. Do you all think he is made of iron? Or that he has 9 lives? Do you even want him to get better?" Second aunt and Zhou Honghong felt guilty from his scolding and didn't dare to speak. Instead, Cheng Yi spoke up. "It was my fault for falling. It has nothing to do with them." Then Dr. Zheng turned his anger towards Cheng Yi, scolding him while helping to set his bones. Cheng Yi let him scold. So, the only sound in the room was Dr. Zheng's roar. When second aunt escorted Dr. Zheng out, she gave him double the consultation fee. Now that she could return to the Cheng family, her finances were no longer as tight as before. As soon as Dr. Zheng left, Zhou Honghong started venting her frustration. "I said, why are you so stubborn? Can't you just say something nice?" She clearly gave him an opportunity to back down, but he continued to be arrogant. Cheng Yi smiled at her, his gaze captivating. This is not being realistic. Zhou Honghong was suddenly taken aback by his smile. After regaining her composure, she pursed her lips and continued, "Anyway, at least the old man has calmed down. You shouldn't always provoke him. He's quite old, and it's not good to keep upsetting him. You also need to cooperate and come with me to see him. That will cheer him up. But that has to wait until you recover from your injuries. Didn't Dr. Zheng say that if you get hurt again, he won't save you? So you need to be careful. My life is in your hands. Focus on getting better." Zhou Honghong felt that continuing the conversation would probably just make her angry again. So she turned to leave. Cheng Yi said playfully, "Hey, Zhou Honghong, you said you'd come with me. All right, I'm with you. Is that okay?" Zhou Honghong only took his words as a joke. However, in the days to come, he clung to those words and wouldn't let her go. Moreover, on a later day, Zhou Honghong would find out that the old man coming to visit was actually a scheme agreed upon with Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi had already gone to see the old man. There was nothing more to discuss about the previous matter with Jieyi, so they just let it go. He assured the old man that he would definitely take responsibility for Zhou Honghong for the rest of his life. The old man was puzzled about why he suddenly had this realization. Cheng Yi answered seriously, "A man should marry a virtuous wife." The old man laughed, thinking that this grandson finally had some insight. "I've always seen that Honghong has a gentle nature, but you had to go through a near-death experience to realize it." Cheng Yi simid it. The old man thought about it. He had already punished him, and he was too lazy to pursue it further. "All right then, your beating has at least yielded some results. Treat her well. This is what our Cheng family owes her, and you owe her your life." Cheng Yi nodded in agreement, and then briefly explained to the old man that Zhou Honghong was currently avoiding him and probably didn't want to be with him anymore. The old man thought Zhou Honghong was angry because of the matter with Jieyi and said, "Women, can be petty, but their hearts are soft. As a man, you have to use some tough love." Thus, at this moment, the grandfather and grandson, one wanting to win over a wife and the other wanting a granddaughter-in-law, reached an unprecedented harmony. After Cheng Yi received that blow from the old man, he needed a few days to recuperate before he could get out of bed. He didn't go out much, only stretching his limbs in the courtyard. The old man suggested he go back to the Cheng family to recover, but he refused, which resulted in the second concubine running back and forth. The old man thought that this grandson should be cultivating feelings with Zhou Honghong, so he allowed him to do so. However, the reality was that Zhou Honghong was still tangled up with the fact that Cheng Yi had seen through her feelings and didn't come around often. Cheng Yi didn't mind much. He was living quite comfortably. One time, when Zhou Honghong went to deliver medicine, she saw several people in the courtyard surrounding him and talking. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was his old gang of ruffians, and a surge of anger arose within her. Where were these people when he was half dead, not caring to check on him? Yet now, they were all here to join the fun? Cheng Yi noticed her and casually smile before turning back to chat with those people. Zhou Honghong placed the medicine package in the kitchen. She intended to remind him to apply it while it was still warm, but seeing that group of people chattering away, she couldn't get a word in, so she gave up. When leaving, one of them said, "Why isn't Sister Sure coming over to take care of him?" Zhou Honghong's footsteps did not stop as she walked outside, but she still heard Cheng Yi respond like this. "There's no such thing as sister-in-law anymore. So don't mention the word sister-in-law in the future." Yes, there's no such thing as sister-in-law. Zhou Honghong thought that there probably wouldn't be a Sister Zhou. Later, it was proven that indeed there was no Sister Zhou. That group of people called her Sister Zhou instead. She felt indifferent about this title. It was surprising that a bunch of people older than her could actually call her that. Zhou Honghong had to start remedial classes at the end of the summer vacation because she was entering her senior year. She wrote down the details of steaming the medicine and handed it to Cheng Yi. "After you return home, just have the servant steam it this way." He lazily replied, "Who said I was going back to Cheng's house? Then let the old master send someone over." She couldn't understand why. When he was well taken care of at Cheng's house, he was still unwilling. "Aren't I here taking care of you?" She said honestly, "The studies in senior year are intense. I don't have that much time, and I have remedial classes on weekends." Cheng Yi looked at her deeply and then smiled playfully. "My woman is here, so I'm happy in this place." Zhou Honghong didn't take his words seriously. He often joked and couldn't distinguish between truth and falsehood. She continued to get back on topic. "Steaming this medicine is quite complicated. It's better to have the old master send someone over." "Fine. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it myself." She felt annoyed again. "It's not that I don't want to do it. It's that I don't have time. Getting into university is no joke." He seemed to remember something and suddenly changed his tone to a cold one. "Do you think that once we get into university, everything will be fine?" She was taken aback. That was exactly what she had been thinking. Cheng Yi stared at her and said word by word, "Let me tell you, don't even think about it." Zhou Honghong looked slightly astonished. Last time Cheng Yi said they could develop their relationship, she did not agree, and they had not mentioned it again since. She saw that he wasn't really concerned about her. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She simply chose not to think about it. Little did she know, he was serious. As for what would happen in the future, who knows? I actually do know. He grabbed her, lifted her chin, and spoke in a flat tone. "Zhou Honghong, what I said counts." She was afraid of his unpredictable temper, unsure when it might flare up, and did not dare to meet his dark gaze, trying to maintain her composure. "Isn't that just flattering the old man?" I later said, "We are bound to be together." She tried to break free from his grip, but couldn't resist. Feeling a bit anxious, she retorted, "Not everything is up to you." He moved closer to her, suddenly laughing. "Aren't you just longing for me? I'll make your wish come true." "Who is longing for you? I don't want you." She was genuinely angry. He repeatedly exposed her feelings in such a high-handed manner that she felt utterly embarrassed. "Don't want. I'll make you not want." He roughly squeezed her chin, his grip getting tighter, while his other hand pressed down on her head, forcing her to lean closer to him. Zhou Honghong felt a sharp pain. Although he usually acted frivolously, he had never laid a hand on her until today. This was the first time. Did he want to? He still smiled on the surface, but his eyes were cold. She stubbornly remained silent, refusing to speak. Cheng noticed that her chin was already red, and he squinted slightly before letting her go. "Fine. There is plenty of time ahead." She pushed him away angrily and stormed out. After that, she avoided seeing him for quite a while. First, she was angry. Second, she was indeed busy with her studies. However, the second concubine would occasionally come to visit the Zhou family, seeing her son recovering well, but still unwilling to go home. The second concubine complained to Zhou's mother. "They say boys are promising, but I think your Honghong daughter is the one who truly cares." Mom Zhou smiled. "Whether it's a boy or a girl, as long as it's her child. I see that he feels more comfortable at home than outside, unwilling to leave." Zhou Honghong heard in the room and felt that the second concubine's words hit the nail on the head. In the Cheng family, the old master had many rules, and she felt nervous just going there, let alone the carefree Cheng Yi. One day, Zhou Mama made some nourishing soup, and since she no longer had such a strong prejudice against Cheng Yi, she called him over. Zhou Honghong saw him and only managed to greet him before silently drinking her soup. Cheng Yi was relatively polite to Zhou's mother, and after that, he exchanged a few casual remarks with Zhou Honghong. Once Zhou's mother went into the kitchen, he began to tease Zhou Honghong. Busy with studying? She replied with a heavy mm. He then displayed a slightly sarcastic expression. Too busy to think about your man? What nonsense are you talking about? She glanced nervously at the kitchen, afraid Zhou's mother would overhear. He, however, remained calm and took a sip of soup. The old man asked me to take good care of you. Zhou Honghong suddenly remembered that they hadn't visited the old man for a long time. She thought it might be because the old man had pressured him again, so she suggested, "How about we go see the old man another day?" He looked up at her, and his smile was simply mesmerizing. "Are you worried about your man? I'm just afraid the old man will swing his stick, and you'll end up suffering." Zhou Honghong felt uncomfortable with his constant reference to my woman, your man, as if they were really that close. He snorted, "You're just not being honest. Do you want to go or not?" "Of course I want to go. I still need to benefit from your presence in front of the old man." Zhou Honghong felt that she would get angry after just a few sentences of conversation with him, so she simply stopped talking. Cheng Yi wanted to say something else, but when she caught a glimpse of Zhou's mother coming out of the kitchen in her peripheral vision, she also stopped. Zhou Honghong hid in her room after finishing the soup. Cheng Yi didn't press the matter further and thanked Zhou's mother politely before leaving. On Saturday night, Cheng Yi called and asked Zhou Honghong to accompany him to meet the old gentleman the next day. She agreed. Since the direction to Cheng's house passed by her uncle's house, she set off early to wait at her uncle's. It was only then that she realized Cheng Yi had always had someone taking care of him. Zhou Honghong saw a girl from a certain family in Jieyi in the yard. She was in her graceful and blooming youth, her gaze drifting towards Cheng Yi, revealing straightforwardness in her shyness and charm in her straightforwardness. Cheng Yi slightly curved his lips in response, and the atmosphere between the two was very harmonious. Zhou Honghong was struck by the vibrant spring scene, which hurt her eyes. She lowered her head and stepped out of the yard. Cheng Yi caught a glimpse of Zhou Honghong's figure and absent-mindedly bid farewell to the girl. After the girl, with a spring-like demeanor, floated away, he turned his gaze to Zhou Honghong outside the door. "Come in," he said, as if he were the owner of the house. Zhou Honghong adjusted her expression and asked, "Aren't you going to the old master's place?" He was still listening to the opera at that time. After saying that, he glanced at her and continued, "I meant to go for lunch. You were so excited last night that you couldn't sleep and you came over so early." Now she felt embarrassed. Realizing she had remembered the time wrong and had become a laughingstock, she immediately turned around and headed back. Cheng didn't even bother to say anything about her appearance. Zhou Honghong walked straight to her room when she got home. Zhou Mama asked, "Why didn't you go to the old man's place?" Mama Zhou is used to her daughter acting with Cheng Yi. Sometimes, when she chats with the second concubine, she hears that Cheng Yi is not a bad person. At least much better than Cheng Hao by a long shot. "I got the time wrong," Zhou Honghong said gloomily. "I'll go do my homework first and come over at noon." "Go ahead, just don't let it interfere with your studies." Zhou Honghong responded to Aunt Zhou and quickly slipped into her room. She secretly despised herself for being so clumsy. However, she did realize that Cheng Yi had been quite carefree during this time, and maybe he was currently being pursued by some girl. He was such a shameless guy. As noon approached, Zhou Honghong peeked outside the yard of her uncle's house, afraid of stumbling upon a scene of mutual affection. But she was caught red-handed. "Zhou Honghong, are you here to catch us in the act?" She pursed her lips and replied, "Aren't I just afraid of interrupting your good thing? If I really had something to do, could you still disturb me?" He retorted with that extremely shameless smile. You have no shame." He looked at her sideways, as if savoring something, and said, "The joy of intimacy lies in its freedom." Zhou Honghong squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. "Shameless." "Oof, Zhou Honghong, we'll see about that." He left behind a baffling remark, then locked the door behind him, seeing her still stunned in place. He paid her no mind and walked straight towards the Cheng family direction. After she came to her senses, she hurried to catch up but didn't want to walk alongside him, so she maintained a distance of about a meter behind. On the way, a young girl sweetly greeted Cheng Yi. He just smiled casually, yet that smile captivated the girl's heart. Zhou Honghong pretended not to see and was about to walk past the 2 men and women, but Cheng Yi suddenly grabbed her and smiled at the girl, saying, "Look, my wife and I are just about to go home for lunch." Chapter 12. The girl's face changed from red to white. Truly a spectacular sight. Zhou Honghong was momentarily taken aback, trying to guess Cheng Yi's intentions. Then the girl chuckled awkwardly and found an excuse to leave. Cheng Yi pulled Zhou Honghong over, saying, "You're the main character here. Can't you be a bit sharper?" What? She was still unclear about the situation. Or are you just happy to see someone else coveting your man to show off your unique taste? Finally understanding, she broke free from his grip and glared at him. "You brought this upon yourself, and now you're using me as a shield." He glanced toward the girl and said, "Didn't you see she came over on her own? That's because you were flirting with her." "Flirting? I'm not a generator." He paused, looked at her sideways, then changed his tone, lowering his voice with obvious temptation. "Or are you already so smitten by me that you think any expression I make is flirting?" Zhou Honghong hated his tone the most. "Stop flattering yourself." After she finished speaking, she noticed a few passers-by whispering and looking at the two of them. Cheng Yi didn't respond and continued walking slowly ahead, so she had no choice but to follow silently. When they arrived at the Cheng family's house, the old master saw the two of them walking, one in front and one behind, with no physical contact, and he cleared his throat, saying that the customs were more open now, and it was still okay to hold hands. Cheng Yi always did whatever the old master said, so he immediately took Zhou Honghong's hand. She felt extremely awkward. Although they had pulled at each other before, they had never actually held hands in a meaningful way. Later, after the old master left the hall, Cheng Yi rubbed her palm a few times, and before Zhou Honghong could even feel shy, he coldly said, "You really are a simple village girl. What does that mean?" She became alert. Hearing his tone, she knew he wouldn't say anything nice. He continued rubbing. "With hands like yours, even my mom at your age would have softer skin. Do you usually drag your hand on the ground? They're so rough." "You." Zhou Honghong was furious and forcefully shook off his hand. "Go eat shit." He burst out laughing on the spot. "We're supposed to go eat together now, whatever I eat." "You eat. How can you say such hurtful things that don't benefit yourself? Have you thought it through?" Zhou Honghong usually has to do housework, so her hands are indeed quite rough. She notices that the girls in her class also have to work, and those who are as privileged as the second concubine are few and far between. During dinner, she glanced at the second concubine's hands, which were indeed delicate and beautiful. She had never felt as grateful for the dull atmosphere during the Cheng family's meals as she did at this moment. Cheng Yi occasionally served her dishes, and she wanted to ignore him out of spite, but considering the presence of the old master, she had no choice but to force herself to say, "Thank you." Originally, she wanted to say, "Thank you, Brother Cheng Yi," but those three words just wouldn't come out. He smiled hypocritically. "You're welcome." After dinner, the old master asked Zhou Honghong some questions about her studies, to which she answered truthfully. The old master said, "You also have extra classes on Saturday, so you don't need to come over here often. Cheng Yi can stay at your place. I'll send someone to take care of him. Just focus on your studies for now." Zhou Honghong was angry in her heart. Why wasn't Cheng Yi willing to go home? She secretly glared at him, but their eyes met, so she turned her head away again. On the way back, he held her hand, appearing considerate in front of the old man. Just as they stepped out of the Cheng family's door, he let go. Zhou Honghong couldn't help but glance at her hand, then clench her fist and quietly follow behind him. Halfway, Cheng Yi suddenly stopped, turned around and said, "All right, you can go back now." "Huh?" She was lost in thought and was interrupted by him. Feeling a bit dazed, she asked, "What about you?" "I'm going to watch a movie." She was taken aback. "You traveled all this way. What if the old man needs something?" He looked at her strangely. "Where am I going? Aren't you going to Wushan town?" "When did I say I was going there? Aren't you watching a movie?" "I meant watching a movie in our town." Zhou Honghong, caught off guard, blurted out, "What's there to see here?" As soon as the words left her mouth, he revealed that mischievous smile again. "Do you want to go see? Shall we go together?" Only then did she realize what was happening, and she immediately gritted her teeth in anger, but it was not appropriate to lose her temper on the street. So she could only leave behind a furious remark, "Take care of yourself." After returning home, she yelled out at her room, "Pervert." At that time, Zhou Honghong had only a vague understanding of relationships between men and women. She thought if he watched that kind of movie, would it trigger something bigger? His injury wasn't fully healed either. But no matter how hard she tried to figure it out, she couldn't come up with a solution. So she told herself to ignore him. Studying for university was the real priority. After that incident, she didn't seek out Cheng Yi for quite a while, and of course, he wouldn't come looking for her either. One day, Zhou Honghong ran into Cheng Yi on her way home from school. He was with a group of ruffians, and when he saw her, he just smiled. One of them started teasing, "Cheng Ge, is this your new wife?" He shook his head and denied it, saying no. Zhou Honghong lowered her head and walked straight ahead. Whether it was true or not, he could say whatever he wanted. Anyway, if the words reached the old man's ears, it would be him who would get beaten. That Sunday, the old man asked Cheng Yi to take Zhou Honghong home for lunch, and only then did Cheng Yi go to find her. Zhou Mama is not at home. After Zhou Honghong listened to his intentions, she felt a surge of anger and replied, "I still have a lot of test questions to do. I don't have time to be your pawn." Cheng Yi took out a cigarette box, shook out a cigarette, but didn't rush to light it. Instead, he played with it between his fingers and asked, "Where did you hear the term pawn from?" "It's just the way it is," she said, adding, "I really have a lot of homework to do. I'll call the old lady later." He rotated the cigarette in his hand, recalling something, and smiled playfully. "Is it because I didn't admit you were my wife that day? You're talking nonsense. Who cares what you say?" Zhou Honghong urged him. "I'm very busy. You should leave." However, he grabbed her hand, applied some force, and she stumbled into his arms. She panicked, unsure of what he intended to do, and said anxiously, "Can't you just talk properly?" Cheng Yi stopped her struggle, tilted her chin up, and said frivolously, "I haven't even been in your hole. How can you call yourself my wife?" Seeing that she seemed not to understand, he pointed at her private area with the cigarette. Zhou Honghong took 5 seconds to realize what he meant. Her face flushed. How shameless! He was quite in tune with the moment, smiling smugly as he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "You're going to love this shamelessness of mine." She was both shy and angry. "You're really shameless." "How could I not be? Don't you like my face?" "You." Zhou Honghong was so angry that she couldn't speak. Still not admitting it, he gazed at her, a smirk on his lips. "That day when I said you weren't my wife, you must have felt wronged, right? I could see you were about to cry." "I didn't." She couldn't even remember what expression she had at that moment. All her thoughts were focused on the 2 words he had said. "Admitting you like me isn't a big deal. I don't understand what you're holding on to." After Cheng Yi said this, he let go of her and lit a cigarette. Zhou Honghong hurriedly escaped a few meters away from him. He slightly retracted his smile. "Still want to run? It would be easy for me to catch you. You could talk, but don't get physical." He laughed sarcastically. "Oh, is this what you call getting physical? Then what does Cheng Hao count as for you?" Zhou Honghong was taken aback when he suddenly brought up Cheng Hao again, pausing for a moment. "Why are you mentioning him?" Cheng Yi took a puff of his cigarette and changed the subject. "All right, if you don't want to go see the old man, just give him a call so he won't give me a hard time." She nodded. "I know. I'll call him later." "Okay, I'm counting on you, Zhou Honghong. Put in a little effort for me." He said this in a very insincere tone and then walked away with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhou Honghong has covered her room with study materials. Sometimes when she gets distracted and sees these 2 characters, she snaps back to attention. Cheng Yi hasn't come to bother her for a while. She noticed that he had already healed from his last injury, yet he still lingers in her uncle's house. The second time, Cheng Yi came to find Zhou Honghong again due to the old man's orders, and this time he had a cold expression. "Are you really so busy that you don't even have time for a meal?" Zhou Honghong noticed that he was in a bad mood, so she stopped refusing him. As they approached the Cheng family home, Cheng Yi took her hand. At this point, Zhou Honghong noticed his little action. He was always rubbing her palm, and she didn't know if he was trying to find her calluses. It made her feel itchy, and she wanted to pull away, so he stopped. But after a while, he started again. The old man was very pleased to see the 2 of them holding hands and was quite friendly towards Cheng Yi. As usual, the old man asked Zhou Honghong about her studies, and, upon learning that she was busy with schoolwork, quickly let her go home. On the way back, after they had walked a good distance from the Cheng family home, Cheng Yi still held her hand tightly. Zhou Honghong wanted to pull her strength out, but he held her tightly, and she had to remind him, "Cheng Yi, we have walked quite far from the Cheng family." Cheng Yi seemed a bit distracted. The butler was behind them. She was startled and quickly moved closer to him, whispering, "Does the old master suspect us?" He turned his head to look at her and said flatly, "Your acting is indeed very poor, but with me to cover for you, you won't die." The butler just came out to do his job and happened to be on the same path as us. The 2 walked side by side down a street, but Cheng Yi's hand suddenly loosened. Zhou Honghong didn't dare to turn back to see if the butler was still there. She was afraid that the old master would react violently to any slight disturbance, so she could only gently hook his little finger. As a result, Cheng Yi, instead of going straight down the main road, wandered around, walking from east to west, then from west to south. Zhou Honghong was unsure of his intentions and felt anxious. "Where are you going?" He looked at her meaningfully. "Aren't I letting you declare your sovereignty?" She immediately glanced around, and sure enough, there were people in the crowd with various expressions. Cheng Yi's little finger twitched. "Are you satisfied now? After all, you are the legitimate wife." Zhou Honghong felt that he had the ability to say anything in an extremely sarcastic tone. That day, after the two of them held hands and strolled around for a long time, the rumors about their relationship being in crisis that had circulated recently were dispelled. Chapter 13. After the midterm exam, the school gave a 3-day break, so the old man asked Cheng Yi to take Zhou Honghong out to have some fun, saying it was important to balance work and rest. Zhou Honghong didn't really want to go. She'd rather stay home and sleep. She expressed her wishes to Cheng Yi, but he was quite displeased. "At the very least, you have to go out for 1 day, and I'll let you sleep for the remaining 2 days. Just tell the old man that we went out to have fun." He looked impatient. The old man said he wanted to take her to watch a movie, and I would have to hand over the movie tickets to him. If I went to Wushan town by myself, it would be troublesome to explain. She was taken aback. She didn't know the old man was this strict, and she had no choice but to agree. Just before leaving, she suddenly had an idea and grabbed a small English dictionary to take with her. In fact, another reason Zhou Honghong didn't want to go was that Cheng Yi was now naturally holding her hand. As soon as they went out, he would pull her along. If she tried to break free, he would grip her hand tighter, and when it started to hurt, she would have to give in. That scoundrel! Zhou Honghong sat on the bus and took out the English dictionary. Just as she was about to open it, Cheng Yi mocked her. "Are you trying to be the top student? Why the rush?" She felt a bit frustrated and explained to him, "I find this exam really difficult." He retorted, "Why don't you admit you're just not talented?" She lightly slapped his thigh with the dictionary. Instead, he laughed and said, "You're quite the shrew." "I'm not a shrew," she replied, hitting him harder this time. "I'm not even 18 yet. So you're admitting you're a shrew?" He teased. "I'm not," she said, wanting to hit him again, but stopping in time. Cheng Yi didn't continue to tease her about being a shrew. Instead, he suddenly asked, "When is your birthday?" Zhou Honghong was taken aback. There were still more than 2 months left. He snorted and turned to look out the car window. Disturbed by him, Zhou Honghong lost her motivation to memorize words. She wanted to strike up a conversation with him, but he ignored her. She knew well the eccentric nature of the person beside her, so she simply dozed off. In a half-dreamy state, she felt a hand turn her head, and she woke up startled. Cheng Yi glanced at her, his face showing little expression. "If you don't wake up, your head will end up on the aisle." She thanked him and then chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just so sleepy." "Then you can keep dozing," he said, turning back to look out the window again. "Hey, Cheng Yi. Can I switch seats with you? I want to lean against something too." Honestly, he wasn't sleeping himself, but always insisted on sitting by the window. "You women are really troublesome." Cheng Yi reluctantly stood up to let Zhou Honghong pass. She looked up at him and thought to herself, "Who exactly do you mean by you women?" Zhou Honghong has been studying late for her exams recently and is somewhat sleep-deprived. At this moment, she is really feeling drowsy, leaning against the window in a half-asleep state. Suddenly, the driver slams on the brakes, and she loses her balance, hitting her head on the window handle. Fortunately, Cheng Yi timely grabs her shoulder. Otherwise, she would have continued to bump forward. Cheng Yi scoffs and says, "If the positions were switched, wouldn't it still be the same bump?" Zhou Honghong rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit sulky. "I'm not going to sleep." He pressed her head down, leaning it on his shoulder. "Go ahead and sleep your big head off." Cheng Yi's tone still carried a hint of disdain, but it was the first time Zhou Honghong felt warmth while leaning on his shoulder. "Just don't let me bump my head again." He was too lazy to argue with her further, casually throwing out, "Sleep if you want, I don't care," and then fell silent. However, after that, Zhou Honghong really didn't bump her head again, sleeping soundly until they reached Wushan town. This was the first time Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong went to the movies together. Before, they always had Jieyi with them. Zhou Honghong was a bit worried that he might be reminded of someone by seeing certain things, but he seemed completely unaffected. She had previously seen Cheng Yi and Jieyi watching romantic movies, so she suggested they watch something in that genre again. To her surprise, Cheng Yi outright refused. Not watching. Why? Isn't it just a couple of neurotic people messing around? Do you really like that? He mocked. Isn't that what you guys love to watch? It's her who likes watching that. Not me, he coldly clarified. Girls just love that kind of thing. If you want to watch it, you could buy the ticket yourself. Zhou Honghong was infuriated again. So it turned out that he could indulge Jieyi, but when it came to her, Zhou Honghong, he wouldn't play along. Suddenly, Cheng Yi leaned down, close to her ear, and whispered, Zhou Honghong, don't pretend to be a princess in front of me. I won't cater to someone like you. To outsiders, the two of them appeared very intimate at that moment, if one overlooked Zhou Honghong's tightly clenched fists. Eventually, she relaxed her fists and calmly said, You can watch whatever you like. Zhou Honghong sat in the dark cinema, staring at the big screen, but found she couldn't see anything clearly. Her vision was a blur. She blinked her eyes, and it became slightly clearer, but soon it blurred again. She instinctively felt that Cheng Yi seemed to have turned his head to look at her. So she quickly lowered her head, pretending to drink her cola. Halfway through the movie, her emotions stabilized a bit. Actually, thinking about it, what was she hoping for? Cheng Yi would definitely not be her ideal partner. Her ideal partner was waiting for her somewhere unknown. So, she had to study hard and leave this place. After the movie ended, Zhou Honghong hurried to the restroom, and when she came out, she couldn't find Cheng Yi at the agreed spot. She waited for a while, feeling angry, and was about to turn around and leave when she saw him walking towards her. She complained, Where have you been? He casually replied that he had run into an acquaintance and chatted for a bit, sounding quite indifferent. Zhou Honghong initially didn't pay much attention to the matter, but after leaving the cinema, she suddenly saw a figure. The figure rushed past and quickly blended into the crowd. She didn't take a closer look and wasn't sure if it was Jieyi. Moreover, she remembered that the old man had mentioned that Jieyi was preparing to go abroad. However, recalling Cheng Yi's words earlier, Zhou Honghong thought that it must be Jieyi. Cheng Yi asked Zhou Honghong if she wanted to go anywhere else, but she shook her head. On the way back, Zhou Honghong directly took out a dictionary on the bus and began memorizing words. Cheng Yi found it very annoying and mocked her a few times, but she ignored him. When they returned to the town, it was still early, and she wanted to go home and take a long nap. Cheng Yi probably thought that today's itinerary was sufficient and didn't try to keep her. As they reached the Zhou family's door, they happened to see Zhou's mother moving things, so Cheng Yi stepped forward to help. While moving the items inside, he passed by Zhou Honghong's room and suddenly glanced inside. Then his expression changed a bit. Zhou Honghong clearly felt the sudden coldness in his gaze. And for a moment, she didn't know what had provoked him again. After he left, she looked around her room but couldn't figure it out. On the second day of the holiday, Zhou Honghong thought she could finally rest, but just before noon, Cheng Yi called again, starting off with mocking words. All right, Zhou Honghong, you won. As soon as she heard it, she knew he was throwing a tantrum again, but at that moment, she didn't want to give in to him. So she retorted, What do you want? The old man asked me to take you to see a romantic movie. You're really something. At this point, she truly felt wronged. Why are you being so fierce with me? I haven't told the old man anything. Who knows if you dreamt it to the old man? What nonsense are you talking about? We're going out this afternoon. Don't cause any more trouble. I won't have time to accompany you tomorrow. His commanding tone ignited her anger. I want to go out with you. You can go find Jieyi in Wushan town by yourself. After hearing this, Cheng Yi fell silent for a moment, then asked coldly, Who did you say to find? Zhou Honghong knew she had upset him and immediately felt weak. I didn't mean to bring her up. She probably still cares about the fact that he was dumped, so she absolutely never mentions that name. It was just a moment of anger. Cheng Yi hung up the phone. Zhou Honghong was still pondering whether she should go and comfort him. After all, if he caused any more trouble, the old man would definitely not let him off easily. Before she even stepped out, Cheng Yi had already come to find her. Seeing that Zhou's mother was not home, he directly dragged Zhou Honghong into her room and asked bluntly, What wind are you blowing again? What? Zhou Honghong was taken aback. She had wanted to ask him the same thing. Everything was fine, so why bring her up? He looked around her room and found those notes quite unpleasant. She sat in the chair, noticing his unfriendly expression, and had to soften her tone. I didn't mean to. Cheng Yi finally looked at her properly. Zhou Honghong, it's over between me and her, so don't keep bringing it up from time to time. She argued back, I didn't. I just mentioned it by accident a moment ago. You brought her up yesterday too, didn't you? She bit her lip and glared at him. You even saw her yesterday. I was just saying something. What's wrong with that? Cheng Yi narrowed his eyes. Who did you say I saw? You saw Jieyi at the cinema. You said you'd wait for me, but you didn't even show up. Nice imagination, Zhou Honghong. I saw it with my own eyes. Cheng Yi stared at her for a moment, then suddenly laughed, walked over, pulled out a chair to sit down, and then playfully touched her face a couple of times, raising his tone. So what if I saw her? She shook off his hand. He then grabbed her wrist, leaned in close, and smiled charmingly. Are you unhappy that I saw her? Finally remembering that I am the rightful one? Don't come so close when you talk. Zhou Honghong hated it when he used his looks to seduce her. Cheng Yi simirkit. I was wondering why your temper has been so bad these past few days. Turns out you've fallen into a jealousy trap. She dodged his face that was getting closer. Stay away from me. Or are you on your period? After saying that, he suddenly reached out towards her below. Zhou Honghong was completely frozen when he touched her, staring at him in a daze, forgetting to react. Cheng Yi touched her again and said solemnly, Isn't your relative supposed to be here? Why are you so irritable? Seeing that she was still in a petrified state, he slid his knuckle along the contours there a few times. After he finished touching, Zhou Honghong finally came to her senses with great difficulty. She slapped his hand hard, unable to contain her shame and anger. You rogue. Cheng Yi chucked it softly. This will eventually be my den. Chapter 14, the final outcome that day, was that Cheng Yi was thrown out by Zhou Honghong. She threw everything she could at him, and seeing that she was really angry, Cheng Yi stopped teasing her and walked away. Zhou Honghong used to feel that Cheng Yi looked down on her. His demeanor was always indifferent. Not to mention touching her, just seeing her probably made him uncomfortable. She couldn't understand why he suddenly started making moves on her now. However, she really didn't want to keep playing along with his antics. This pretending to be a couple was unpredictable. Look at his determination. It seemed like he wanted to turn the fake act into something real. Zhou Honghong wanted to clarify the matter, but she was alone with Cheng Yi, and if he decided to act lewdly again, she would truly be in a panic. So the matter was delayed. It's unclear how Cheng Yi explained it to the old master, but for quite some time afterward, he did not come to bother her again. Zhou Honghong went out with Cheng Yi again on the day of the second concubine's birthday. Since it was the second concubine who personally invited her, Zhou Honghong had no choice but to accept. She expected Cheng Yi to contact her first, but he didn't send any message. Zhou Honghong was puzzled. That morning, she called Cheng Yi, speaking in a serious tone. Are we still going together today? He replied casually, It's been a few days. And you're only now thinking of your man? She couldn't help but retort, What kind of man are you to me? It was true. He had never even opened his door for her, so he didn't count. Can't you keep your vulgar comments to yourself? It's my mom's birthday. Don't mention any unlucky words. He finally toned down his teasing. I'll come pick you up a bit. Close to noon, Cheng Yi strolled over. When he saw Zhou Honghong, he reached for her hand, but she dodged it. We haven't even started the act yet. Who are you holding hands for? He stubbornly grabbed her hand. Your acting isn't convincing. If I don't help you get used to it beforehand, your expression will give it away. Everyone will know you're unwilling. I was already unwilling. Zhou Honghong, with that mouth of yours, nothing you say is sincere. She glared at him furiously, feeling helpless as she couldn't break free. So she continued to mutter curses under her breath. Cheng Yi didn't care. He held her hand while she complained. The birthday banquet for the second aunt was essentially just a meal for the Cheng family. The people of Yongji Town loved brewing wine, always preparing for a feast. The old man was in particularly good spirits that day, sharing his long-kept treasures. Come on, Honghong, drink more. This was given by the Zhang family from the east of the town. I only drink from their place. It's strong enough. Zhou Honghong usually drinks a bit at home. 1 or 2 bowls is fine, and since the old gentleman was so hospitable, she downed the bowl in one go. After drinking, she realized that this wine was really strong. The wine she brewed at home had never been this spicy. Before long, her face turned red. Cheng Yi saw her complexion and knew that the after effects of the wine were kicking in. He leaned closer to her and whispered, You asked for it, trying to put on a brave face. Zhou Honghong forced a smile in response. She patted her own cheek, feeling a little dizzy. The second concubine chuckled lightly at the sight. Honghong probably hadn't drunk alcohol of this concentration before. The brewing strength of the Zhang family's liquor was quite potent. Zhou Honghong said embarrassedly, "My mom's pickles were never this spicy." The old man saw her flushed face and smiled kindly. "This flavor is quite strong. If it's too much for you, why don't you take a break for a while?" Zhou Honghong shook her head. She was a guest and felt it would be rude to run off for a nap in the middle of the gathering. She patted her cheeks and thought to herself that it wasn't too bad. She just flushed from drinking. She usually drank at home as well, and after a meal, a nap was just fine. Next, Zhou Honghong felt a bit dazed, and Cheng Yi noticed, subtly kicking her a few times under the table. She managed to get through the meal, but when Cheng Yi was taking her back, she held onto his arm to maintain her balance. Zhou Honghong gets easily sleepy when she's drunk. As soon as she returns to the Zhou family home, she hurriedly walks to her room. Cheng Yi follows her in and casually asks, "Where's your mom?" "She went to the county town." She only thinks about sleeping and doesn't have the energy to pay attention to him. She jumps onto the bed, covers herself with the blanket, and closes her eyes. Unfortunately, Cheng Yi, feeling bored, stares at Zhou Honghong's drunken face, chuckles softly, then sits on the bed, leans down close to her ear, and asks, "Zhou Honghong, can I ask you a question?" "MMM." Zhou Honghong is almost asleep. The breath he exhales tickles her ear, and she wants to raise her hand to push him away but can't muster the strength. "What do you want to do after you get into college?" "MMM." She barely hears what he's saying and just responds drowsily. She wants to sleep, but he won't let her. He grabs her ear and waits for her answer. Zhou Honghong was pulled back to consciousness a bit and turned to look at him with dissatisfaction. "What are you doing?" "I'm asking you a question." Cheng Yi gestured to the note in the room. "What do you want to do after getting into college?" "Of course, I want to leave here." She thought his questions were pointless. "Leave here or leave me? Aren't they the same?" She half closed her eyes and murmured, "I'm so sleepy." "You want to leave me?" Cheng Yi patted her face twice lightly, then held her neck. "Don't even think about the door. I won't even give you the window." Zhou Honghong was caught by him and instinctively resisted. "Cheng Yi, you bastard." Seeing her in pain, he slightly eased his grip. "No matter how much of a bastard I am, I still have to be tied to you for a lifetime." She got angry, seeing his smile, and reached out to scratch his face. "I don't want to be with you for a lifetime. I want to go out." He grabbed her hand tightly. "You're drunk. Wake up." Zhou Honghong had long wanted to clarify things to avoid an endless entanglement between the two. So she confessed, "I haven't been treated badly by Cheng Hao, so your Cheng family doesn't need to take responsibility." After she said this, she noticed Cheng Yi's eyes light up. She initially thought it was a trick of her drunkenness, but soon realized she wasn't mistaken, because he revealed that extremely flirtatious smile. "What do you mean by that?" "Let me check and you'll know." With that, he went to unbutton her pants. Zhou Honghong was startled awake from her drunken state and pushed him hard, saying, "I'm serious with you. I'm not trying to joke with you either." Cheng Yi continued his actions, looking into her eyes where something was spreading. "Sooner or later, you have to pay me back. There's no better day than today. Let's do it now. I don't want the Cheng family to take responsibility." Seeing that he was serious, she panicked and started scratching his arm with her nails. He didn't mind the slight pain on his arm and teased her. "Then why are you doing this to me?" "Cheng Yi, you bastard. My mom won't let you go." "Aren't we drinking? You know what happens when people drink, right?" "I'm going to tell the old man." Hearing this, he found it even more amusing. Go ahead. "If he knows I got you, he'll definitely force me to marry you." Zhou Honghong wanted to slap Cheng Yi's face, but he caught her wrist and used a pillowcase to tie her hands to the bedpost tightly. "Zhou Honghong, the more aggressive you are, the worse it is for you." He kept smiling while she wanted to tear his face apart. She tried to reason with him. "You're just like Cheng Hao. If you mention him again, I'll seal your mouth," he said, covering her mouth and leaning in to look at her. "And I'm different from him. I take action with my own woman." Zhou Honghong's hands were immobilized, and her lower body was firmly restrained by him. She wailed and sobbed, alternating between pleas and curses, her tone shifting constantly. Cheng Yi turned a deaf ear to her cries. "Be obedient. If I make a move, I'll definitely take responsibility," he said gruffly. He roughly explored her, lifting her hips to examine her closely, and suddenly his expression turned icy. Sensing his sudden fury, she only intensified her desperate pleas for mercy. Cheng Yi shot her a dark glance and swiftly began undoing his pants. The moment he started moving, He frowned slightly but pressed on, pushing all the way in without hesitation. Zhou Honghong arched her body and pushed away, crying in pain. Cheng Yi stayed inside for a while before coming out, then stood up and felt for a cigarette box in his clothes. He lit a cigarette, sat down on the chair beside her, and stared at her. Zhou Honghong couldn't see his expression behind the smoke and didn't know what was going on with him. But she was glad he left in time. That last blow had truly been merciless. She was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Her hands were still tied, so she had to tremble as she used her legs to pull the blanket up and cover herself. Cheng Yi quietly spent the time smoking half a cigarette before returning to the bed and yanking the blanket away. Zhou Honghong was taken aback. "You still want more?" He continued to hold the cigarette, his expression cold. "Are you kidding? Can't you see I'm still hard? You're insane." She continued to curse. Cheng Yi finished his last puff, flicked away the cigarette, but, noticing the redness around her wrists, he helped her untie the bindings, looking at her feeble posture, ready to charge forward. Zhou Honghong only felt a rise and fall, not knowing whether it was the dizziness from the alcohol or the exhaustion from being tormented by him. In the end, she fainted. Chapter 15. Zhou Honghong was awakened by Cheng Yi. After she opened her eyes, there was a moment of delay, and when she came to her senses, she saw Cheng Yi sitting beside her. She suddenly grabbed the quilt to her chest. Cheng Yi did not react much to her action, only reporting, "Wife, I'm leaving now." Zhou Honghong trembled her lips and said, "I'm going to sue you." "Go ahead." He seemed indifferent. "I'm not afraid." "You." He slightly leaned down, winding her hair around his fingers, appearing intimate. "I'm actually waiting for you to sue me." She pushed him hard. "You bastard. You're worse than a pig or a dog. Stop messing around. What can you do with this little strength?" Cheng Yi easily grabbed her hands, looking at the grievances and anger in her eyes, and smiled gently. "You're going to university. Do whatever you want, but if you think you can leave, forget it. Anyway, you're already mine. When I tell my old man about this, can you still run away?" Zhou Honghong gritted her teeth, saying, "I'll have the old man beat you to death." In truth, she was scared. She couldn't win against him. If this matter came out, her reputation would be ruined, while he would remain unafraid. A beating and a wife, it would be worth it. She truly began to cry, pleading, "Cheng Yi, please let me go. At most, I won't sue you this time. Just don't come looking for me again." He looked at her helplessly crying and slightly reined in his smile, thinking to himself that he wouldn't stoop to being the kind of person who would turn his back after getting what he wanted. She glared at him while crying. Cheng Yi smirked slightly and said, "You've been with me before. It's not the first time. Why be so stubborn? I'm not irresponsible." "What do you mean it's not the first time? You're the one who is not the first." Zhou Honghong struggled fiercely, kicking and biting him. "Who needs you to be responsible, you scoundrel?" His expression suddenly became a bit strange as he let her kick and bite, saying in a low voice, all right, you were the first." Zhou Honghong couldn't shake him off no matter how hard she tried, crying and cursing. "Fine, no matter how many times this is. At least this time it's my business, and I will take responsibility for it." He seemed a bit impatient, leaned down, and pinched her chin, saying, "Let's have a good time together. Don't go out and flirt with others." She sensed the warning in his tone, and seeing the coldness in his eyes made her heart race. "I have no feelings for you." "Feelings? Those are cultivated in bed. The more enjoyable it is, the more feelings will naturally develop." He put on a smile again. "Don't force me to tell the old man about this. No one will have a good time then." "Is this a threat? So what if it is?" He lightly patted her face, becoming a bit more serious. "Zhou Honghong, if you're with me, I want to go looking for someone else." Zhou Honghong looked at him, not daring to speak. She realized how intimate their position was at that moment, fearing he might come at her again. Fortunately, Cheng Yi soon let her go, jumped off the bed, and said, "Think it over yourself. If you want to report me, I'm ready for that too. I'm leaving now. You should rest well." After Cheng Yi left, Zhou Honghong hurriedly put on her pants, wrapped herself in the quilt, and cried softly. After crying until she was exhausted, she fell into a deep sleep. When Zhou's mother returned in the evening, Zhou Honghong was completely unaware. Seeing her daughter sleeping soundly, Zhou's mother waited until just before dinner to wake her up. Zhou Honghong woke up groggily and called out helplessly, "Mom." Zhou's mother noticed something was wrong and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Why have you been sleeping for so long? Are you sick?" Zhou Honghong looked at her mother, but didn't know how to start talking about what happened in the afternoon. She shook her head, had some homemade wine at the Cheng family, and then came back to sleep. Mom Zhou relaxed and said, "Get up and eat. Rest early tonight." Zhou Honghong propped herself up to get out of bed. Her legs felt very uncomfortable, but she had to hide it. Suddenly, she thought about whether there would be any bloodstains on the sheets, so she hesitated and said, "Mom, I suddenly have a stomach ache. I need to go to the bathroom first." Zhou's mother responded well and turned to leave the room. Zhou Honghong quickly lifted the quilt and searched for a while, but found no bloodstains. The blue and white floral sheets only had some transparent water stains. It was then she realized she hadn't gotten her period. In the following days, Zhou Honghong was distracted. On one hand, she feared Cheng Yi would expose this matter, but on the other hand, she thought she was innocent, so why should she be afraid of him? But she was indeed scared. One time on her way to school, she saw him across the street, smiling ambiguously, and it made her shiver. Although people in the town already thought Zhou Honghong had lost her virginity to Cheng Yi, it wasn't the reality yet, so she was quite open about the rumors back then. Now that the rumor had become true, she couldn't bear it, but she didn't dare to tell anyone. She wanted to tell her mother several times, but ultimately held back. Such matters were for her to bear alone. Why should her mother share in her sorrow? The feeling of repression had pushed Zhou Honghong's mental state to the brink of collapse. One weekend, she went to a bookstore to find books on psychological counseling for guidance. She bought the books and finished reading them, but it only made her more terrified. She hadn't taken a morning after pill. Her last memory before fainting was that Cheng Yi hadn't taken any precautions. She recalled the dates of her last period last month and felt very anxious. This month, her period was due in just a couple of days. She thought it shouldn't be that unfortunate. However, after a few days, her period still hadn't come, and there were no signs of it arriving. Zhou Honghong continued to wait for a few more days, but finally couldn't hold on any longer. She felt a dizzying sensation as if the sky was about to collapse. In Zhou Honghong's mind, Cheng Yi's words, "I will take responsibility," suddenly flashed. Only he and she knew about this matter, and she couldn't discuss it with anyone else. During class that day, she was distracted the whole time. After finally enduring until school was over, she returned home, dropped her backpack, and called him. "Cheng Yi, you said you would take responsibility. Is that true?" He was silent for 3 seconds on the other end before teasingly responding, "Absolutely serious. Has my wife come to a decision?" She twisted the phone cord, murmuring, I need to talk to you." "Oh." He still had that same playful tone. "Wife, I'm waiting for you." When Zhou Honghong arrived at her uncle's house, Cheng Yi was playing cards in the yard. We went into the room to talk. After she finished speaking, she walked straight into the room. He looked up at her, dropped the cards, and followed her inside. As soon as the door closed, he teased, "Is my wife here to ask me for a favor?" Zhou Honghong didn't have time to argue with him. She collapsed into the chair and said, "Cheng, I might be pregnant." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi's smile faded, and he asked coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She stammered, "Well, it hasn't come." He responded with an "oh," and then asked somewhat coldly, "Whose is it?" She was taken aback for a moment. He also fell silent, looking at her. Zhou Honghong digested the 2 words he asked, then casually grabbed the small desk lamp on the table and threw it at him. "I knew it. How can you trust someone like you? You said you would take responsibility." Cheng Yi dodged the thrown object and frowned slightly. "How did you develop this habit of throwing things around? Mind your own business. Go to hell." She was so furious that she threw whatever she could find. He dodged while saying, "Calm down. Weren't you going to talk about something?" "I've already said it. I'm pregnant. You shameless scoundrel. I didn't pour ink in there. What do you think you got pregnant?" Zhou Honghong heard the words, but didn't react immediately. She picked up a nearby plastic chair and threw it, only realizing what he said after she threw it. Cheng Yi took the chair and sat down after placing it properly. "Go ahead. Whose seed did you wrap yourself in?" She suddenly stopped throwing and asked eagerly, "Say that first sentence again." He raised an eyebrow. "Whose seed did you wrap yourself in?" "No, the sentence before that." He smiled again, his eyes glancing slyly down at her lower body. "I only went in to explore. I haven't spilled anything in yet." Zhou Honghong understood his words and continued to ask then, "How could I be pregnant?" "God knows. But mine hasn't come for a while." Cheng Yi scoffed. "It's probably just your own menstrual irregularity. Don't blame it on me." She felt a bit relieved, but still said, I'm not at ease. What is there to be uneasy about? I would know if I shot or not. I want to get a checkup. Zhou Honghong thought it was necessary to get a proper diagnosis to truly feel reassured. All right, go ahead. Hearing his nonchalant tone, Zhou Honghong suddenly felt like she was being pricked by needles in her heart. She lowered her head to hide the 2 streams of tears that fell and softly said, Then I'll go back. Cheng Yi cursed under his breath, then got up and sat next to her, seriously saying, Don't cry. I'll accompany you for the checkup. Zhou Honghong, even if you really are pregnant, I won't abandon you. She lowered her head even more, sniffing slightly, I'm only 17. He brushed aside her hair, leaned in closer and said, If you are, I'll get a vasectomy. How about that? She turned her head away and muttered, I'm being serious with you. I'm not joking with you either. He let go of her hair and held her hand, gently rubbing her palm for a while. Zhou Honghong, get a good night's sleep tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you. Zhou Honghong pulled her hand back, saying she still had class tomorrow. He turned her face, pinching her cheeks to make her look like a little pig. Then let's go the day after tomorrow. Don't think too much these 2 days. Trust me, nothing will happen. Got it. She was being pinched by him, her speech slurred. However, he heard her clearly, gazing at her little pig-like mouth, his eyes narrowing slightly, and suddenly leaned forward to capture her lower lip. Zhou Honghong was so surprised that she forgot to blink. He sucked on her lips a few times. Then his tongue slipped in her mouth, gently tapping her teeth. She wanted to struggle again, but Cheng Yi released her cheeks, binding her hands behind her back with one hand while the other supported the back of her head, rendering her immobile. He alternated between licking and sliding, teasing her tongue and sucking. Zhou Honghong was filled with shame and anger. This was her first kiss. The last time he treated her like that. He didn't kiss her at all. Now, she didn't know what had come over him. When Cheng Yi finally let her go, it seemed like he savored the moment for a while, then smiled playfully. Awkward but nice. In Chapter 16, at the small hospital in Yongji Town, there were many familiar faces, so Zhou Honghong didn't want to go there and went to the county town with Cheng Yi instead. The result of the examination was that she was indeed not pregnant, just had a hormonal imbalance. She felt a sense of relief, as if life had regained its hope. Cheng Yi didn't mock her anymore. He just followed her out of the hospital. Zhou Honghong didn't eat much before going out in the morning, and now she felt a bit hungry, so she planned to eat something in a nearby kanji and noodle shop. She glanced at Cheng Yi and told him to go back first. Since she wasn't pregnant, their relationship had returned to what it was after that incident, and she didn't want to see him. After hearing her words, Cheng Yi raised the corner of his mouth, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. What? Am I no longer of any use to you? Zhou Honghong was taken aback and ultimately fell silent. She turned to walk towards the store, but he grabbed her arm. Worried that the child in her womb wouldn't know its father, she had taken the initiative to come over. Now that was no longer the case. He wanted to shake her off, right? She suppressed her anger and said, What are you doing? We're in the middle of the street. This mess was all his doing, yet she was the one suffering. Then you pick a place, she said, truly anxious about his reckless behavior in public. She pointed to a kanji and noodle shop. I'm hungry. Let's go eat something first. All right, suit yourself, he said. But he kept holding on her tightly and walked straight towards the shop. Zhou Honghong was still afraid that he would bring up that matter in the store, so she reminded him first. If you have something to say, say it later. What do I have to say? He replied coldly. Didn't I say it earlier? Let's just live well together. There asked nothing else. She fell silent. During breakfast, Cheng Yi, however, put on a smile, picked up the meat from his bowl, and gave it to her, teasing, Wifey, you need to eat more for the pregnancy. The shop owner cast a curious glance at the two of them, making Zhou Honghong feel extremely embarrassed. On the way back, Zhou Honghong felt sleepy and unknowingly leaned against Cheng Yi's shoulder, dozing off for a while. When they arrived at their stop, she was still a bit dazed and was pulled off the car by him. After walking a few steps, Zhou Honghong looked at Cheng Yi's back and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Cheng Yi. He interrupted her without turning around, saying, Don't say things I don't want to hear. Taking advantage of her remaining courage, she continued, Let us forget about that day. I want to sue you. He scoffed, saying, You have a strong mind. What else could we do? It has already happened. I let it happen because I will take responsibility. Zhou Honghong couldn't see Cheng Yi's expression when he said this, but his tone was rarely serious. She stopped replying. Cheng Yi accompanied Zhou Honghong to her doorstep and finally said, "I'll give you 3 more days to think it over. Your answer better be one that makes me happy. Otherwise, I'll spill this to the old man, and we can have a wedding in a year." She struggled in despair. "We're not suitable." He smiled and leaned down to whisper, "I've tried, and we are suitable, more than suitable." Looking at his mischievous expression, Zhou Honghong really wanted to punch him hard. How could someone be so shameless? She angrily pushed him away and then turned to go inside. Zhou Honghong knew that Cheng Yi would do what he said. He wasn't afraid of letting this matter get out. If it really reached the old master, he might force Cheng Yi to marry her right after her birthday. She felt her future was very bleak. She was a traditional girl and had grown up in a conservative environment. She tried to forget what Cheng Yi had done, but he constantly reminded her of it. She didn't understand what she had done to provoke him. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and she retreated to her room to cry. After crying until she was exhausted, she fell asleep with her head on the pillow. The fan kept blowing, and since she didn't cover herself with a blanket, she caught a cold. Perhaps it was because she had been worried and not sleeping well for the past few days. This time the illness hit her hard. Reluctantly, Zhou Honghong had to take sick leave from school and rest at home. When the old master heard about this situation, he personally came to visit. Zhou Honghong felt very nervous when she saw him. She was afraid that Cheng Yi had already revealed everything. Fortunately, the old man only told her to rest more and left without staying long. Not long after the old man left, Cheng Yi came over. Zhou Honghong saw that it was him and didn't want to open the door. Cheng Yi, calm and composed, greeted her through the iron gate. "Wife, are you feeling any better?" She was very annoyed, slammed the wooden door shut, and went back to rest. He kept ringing the doorbell outside. Zhou's mother went to work, and Zhou Honghong was afraid to be alone with him, pretending not to hear the noise. Cheng Yi, however, had good patience and kept pressing for about 10 minutes without stopping. Zhou Honghong felt completely overwhelmed, but she eventually got out of bed. However, she still didn't open the iron door. "What exactly do you want? Aren't I here to visit my daughter-in-law?" He lifted the fruit in his hand. "Seeing your complexion, you look a bit pale. Can we talk another day?" "No, we can't. But it's okay. I don't mind talking through the door like this." Zhou Honghong noticed that the people next door were looking over curiously. Not wanting to become a topic of conversation, she opened the door for him. Cheng Yi smiled as he walked in, casually closing the door behind him. "Have you recovered from your fever?" he asked. She shook her head. "Not completely. I still have a bit of a headache. Can we put your matter aside for now?" He smiled, put down the fruit, and suddenly pulled her towards the direction of the room. Zhou Honghong was panicked and clung to the back of the sofa, refusing to let go. He simply picked her up, allowing her to struggle, and when he entered the room, he threw her onto the bed. Zhou Honghong was even more dizzy from the fall. She shrank back and begged, "Please, I can't take it, really. I'm running a fever." He stood at the foot of the bed, looking coldly at her. "A fever, huh? I'll make you sweat it out. You'll be better soon." "I really feel unwell." Cheng Yi. He stared at her trembling body. "If I don't do it, will you just go along with me?" She bit her lip and lowered her head. "Isn't that it? No matter how I treat you, you're just unwilling, right? I might as well get something out of it." He pulled her over and began to grope her. Zhou Honghong finally couldn't hold back her tears. "You don't treat me well. Why should I be with you?" His attention was focused on his hands, and his response seemed a bit absent-minded. "All right, if you follow me, I'll naturally treat you well." She looked up at his eyes. She had never been able to see through him. She wanted to know why he was so obsessed with her, but from his cold gaze, she could discern nothing. His hands became increasingly bold, and Zhou Honghong felt that he might really force himself on her. After crying for a while, she ultimately compromised. "If you treat me well, I'll be with you." His movement stopped as he looked at her tear-streaked face, disdainfully saying, "So ugly." Then he grabbed a tissue from the bedside table, roughly wiped her face, and threateningly said, "Zhou Honghong, remember, this is the second time you said you'd be with me. If you go back on your word again, I won't let you off easy." She shivered and nodded. After wiping her tears and snot, Cheng Yi tossed the tissue aside and then patted her face, smiling. "But I feel like I've been quite good to you all along." If Zhou Honghong had the strength to shout, she would definitely say, "Bastard, shameless." But now she was too weak, only able to turn her head aside to show her disapproval. "Let's not do it today. Once you're better, I'll make you comfortable." He leaned down, close to her cheek, coaxing, "Rest well and get better soon." That day, Cheng Yi indeed didn't trouble Zhou Honghong any further. He stayed by her bedside, helped her change the ice packs, and cut fruits for her. Once she recovered, he no longer showed any tenderness. He was still that lewd guy, occasionally luring her with his looks. Zhou Honghong didn't know if she had a kind of broken pot breaks mentality, which is why she went along with Cheng Yi. He said he would treat her well, but in reality, it was no different from before. He just no longer flirted with other girls. At first, Zhou Honghong was very scared of that incident because of the shadow of her first experience. Whenever Cheng Yi had any intentions, she felt like a startled bird. Cheng Yi knew that forcing her that time was indeed wrong, and he was somewhat understanding towards her, but later he became impatient. Zhou Honghong, I'll endure until your birthday. This sentence made all her expectations for her birthday fall flat. After the final exams, her winter vacation began, and as she counted down the days to her 18th birthday, she couldn't feel happy at all. Cheng Yi noticed this, but felt relaxed. On the morning of her birthday, Zhou Honghong woke up with a frown. Cheng Yi invited her to go to Wushan town to watch a movie, but she was unwilling to go out. She thought that after he had endured for so long, he would definitely want to make her suffer this time. Cheng Yi coldly said on the phone, "Not going? If you don't go, I'll come to your house right now and force you." She retorted, "My mom is home. Do you dare?" He replied, "All right, let's see if I dare." Zhou Honghong lost because she wasn't as thick-skinned as Cheng Yi. He didn't care about anything, but she couldn't do that. So, she wore the ugliest clothes she could find, hoping that Cheng Yi would find her distasteful and then lose interest. However, when he saw her, he looked her up and down and then smirked, saying, "It doesn't matter what you wear, since it all has to come off anyway." Zhou Honghong felt a pang in her heart, pulling him away from the front door, afraid that Zhou's mother would hear his lewd remarks. "Cheng Yi, I'm going back tonight to have dinner with my mom. She wants to celebrate my birthday. She hopes to keep her distance from you tonight. Thanks for the reminder. Then we'll start in the afternoon." He chuckled lightly. "So my wife is so eager, I really have to put in some effort then." She was exasperated. "That's not what I meant." "I know what you mean." He still laughed. She lowered her voice and scolded, "You're such a rogue. Always thinking about that." Cheng Yi took her hand and walked towards the bus station. "No, I'm thinking about that with you all day long. Do you understand restraint?" Zhou Honghong noticed there was no one around, slightly raising her voice. "Didn't we just do it that day? How is that not restraint? Do I need to abstain for 3 to 5 years to be considered a gentleman?" She didn't really understand men's physiological knowledge, so she organized what she knew and said, "I've heard that not having restraint will lead to bad things." Cheng Yi affectionately whispered in her ear, "You'll know later, okay? The road knows the horse's strength, my wife." Chapter 17. Cheng Yi didn't seem to have anything new or interesting. Going back and forth was just about watching movies. On the way, Zhou Honghong complained that he couldn't go to the library to read something, and he replied, "Where do you want to go? Tell the old man. Do you think I love watching plays?" She was taken aback. It turned out he was just following the old man's arrangement. "Can't you have your own ideas?" "What ideas do you want? I only like to play in bed." "Don't you? You're such a rogue. Look, I have my own things I want to do, and you're not cooperating. I listen to the old man, and you're not happy. Why do you have so many opinions?" Zhou Honghong felt that she simply couldn't communicate with Cheng Yi anymore and stopped replying to him. A person who is shameless is invincible in the world, and that's exactly what he is. Cheng Yi followed the old master's wishes and let Zhou Honghong choose a romantic drama. Zhou Honghong didn't know how good the recently released movie was, so she chose it because the male lead was handsome. Of course, she didn't want to be honest about this reason with Cheng Yi. The film was purely tailored to female audiences, with male characters flaunting their looks and bodies. And the proportions were quite generous. Especially hearing the two girls in front of her critique the male characters, Zhou Honghong felt very uncomfortable. Cheng Yi wasn't interested in this kind of movie, but no matter how hard it was to watch, he could still see through it. He smirked, leaned closer to Zhou Honghong's ear, and whispered, "If you wanted to see naked men, you could have just said so. I could show you at home. There's no need to spend money on this half-hearted reveal." Zhou Honghong secretly pinched him. "I don't like watching. You're just a typical case of saying one thing and meaning another. It's fine, I'm used to it. You say you don't want to, but deep down, you probably can't wait." Cheng Yi was sitting very close, and Zhou Honghong was tickled by his breath, making half of her body feel numb. So she leaned to the other side. "I just think they look handsome on the poster." He smiled a little. "Should I send you a photo then?" so you can think about it all the time. Enjoy watching. Zhou Honghong really wanted to punch him in the face. How did he cultivate such shamelessness? Well, you better enjoy it. Hopefully you can see the climax. Cheng Yi, I really don't want to talk to you anymore. Cheng Yi finally breathed a sigh into her ear, then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. You watch yours, I'll take a nap. After saying that, he really leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes. Zhou Honghong was watching the movie, but she was somewhat distracted. She was thinking that if Cheng Yi forced her again today, she would swing a knife at the rogue. After watching the movie, Cheng Yi pulled Zhou Honghong, wanted to hurry back. She delayed, saying she wanted to browse some more, and he shot her a cold glance, saying, if you say no again, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for a few days. Do you want to try? Zhou Honghong usually bickers with Cheng Yi when he is not angry. Once he gets really serious, she becomes scared, and her courage to resist diminishes significantly. She softens her tone, thinking about how they still need to have lunch. Perhaps her words carry a hint of a coquettish tone, and Cheng Yi returns to his playful smile. Only when one is well-fed can they think of lust. It's only natural. After lunch, they return to her uncle's house. But Zhou Honghong still wears a worried expression. Cheng Yi pays her no mind, locks the door, and pushes her onto the bed. Stop looking so tense, he says. She stumbles as she falls onto the head of the bed, looking pitiful. Doing this kind of thing is very painful. He leans in to undo her clothes. Last time, I just wasn't in the right mood. Zhou Honghong seemed to sense the same pain from last time creeping in again. She trembled slightly, pressing her hands against his chest. You're insane. He didn't stop his movements, tossing her coat aside. Calling me insane in this situation. Do you want to be F-ked until you can't even crawl? She couldn't hold back her tears. You only ever force me. It really hurts. I already told you, last time I was in a bad mood. This time, I'll make sure you're comfortable. Cheng Yi grew impatient seeing how many layers she was wearing and simply yanked her clothes up. Staring at her gradually exposed body, he patted her cheek a few times. Cry all you want now. Save your energy. You'll be screaming plenty later. Then he pulled down her underwear. It was his first time seeing her upper body. Cupping one of her small mounds, he teased, looks like you've never massaged these properly. The moment he said it, Zhou Honghong burst into even louder sobs. Her deepest insecurities laid bare by his words. He pecked her cheek, amused by her evasive gaze. Relax, I'll massage them for you. Guaranteed to grow 2 cup sizes. The more he spoke, the more mortified she became. At first, she wiped her tears, but eventually, she covered her face completely and cried. Cheng Yi couldn't be bothered to comfort her. He simply stripped her bare and shoved her under the blankets. She struggled weakly a few times, but it was futile. When he undressed himself, she covered her eyes, too afraid to look. Only when his scorching body pressed against hers did she plead with a desperate gaze. Be gentle, it really hurts. He bit down harshly on her soft flesh. Can't you say anything else besides that? It does hurt. She punched his shoulder. Why are you so rough, you bastard? Cheng Yi smirked, then licked gently a few times. With so little meat on you, I do have to suck hard just to get a handful. Then don't touch me at all. Zhou Honghong pushed against his shoulders, trying to break free from his hold, but he refused to let go of the small bud between his lips. In the end, the pain was still hers to bear. Too afraid of the pain, she finally gave in. Seeing her submission, Cheng Yi softened his voice slightly, murmuring in her ear, be a good girl and listen. This time, I'll make sure you enjoy it. She turned her head away, closing her eyes, unwilling to look at his lewd expression any longer. Cheng Yi chuckled at her martyr-like resolve before indulging freely in her snow-white body. Zhou Honghong's first time was spent in a very chaotic state. In fact, she couldn't even clearly see what Cheng Yi looked like. The initial moment with Cheng Yi was very cruel. She only remembered the pain. After he finished smoking, he used his hand to ease her a bit, and only when she was all wet and soft did he finally enter her, but it still hurt. Later, she became too dazed and didn't remember anything else. Zhou Honghong's second time really was as Cheng Yi said. He patiently gave her enough foreplay. When she looked at him with a grievance, he lifted her leg and responded to her smile that was captivating to the bone. Wife, I'm here. Zhou Honghong gazed blankly at the man above her, forgetting to blink. Wife, you're drooling. Cheng Yi's voice was deep and magnetic, laced with teasing amusement. Just as she was about to respond, his movements caused her to only breathe softly. After his sudden withdrawal, She weakly called out to him, "Cheng Yi." He turned back, looking at her with sultry eyes, a smile playing on his lips as he approached. Then he put on a condom and returned to his position. When the silver bottle suddenly broke and the water splashed, Zhou Honghong wrapped her arms around Cheng Yi, burying her face in his shoulder, trembling again. In the long years that followed, Zhou Honghong felt that the moments of greatest understanding between her and Cheng Yi were always in bed. If Cheng Yi truly had patience, he could easily make her feel dizzy with desire. The things he said in bed were even more vulgar than usual, and she gradually got used to him occasionally throwing out phrases like "little whore," be a bit more provocative. Zhou Honghong recalled her painful first time one day, and Cheng Yi's face turned cold. "What are you still remembering about that broken thing? Are you planning to think about him for a lifetime?" She was baffled by his sudden anger. The first time always leaves a deep impression. After hearing this, he didn't even look at her and slammed the door as he left. Zhou Honghong thought at that time that Cheng Yi probably felt that her first time didn't reach its peak, which would hurt his pride. So she no longer brought it up. 2 months ago, after their intimate moment, Cheng Yi got up, lit a cigarette, and started putting on his pants. Zhou Honghong looked at him from the side, his half-squinted expression in the smoke suddenly reminding her of the word client. She felt a bit resentful. But Cheng Yi didn't comfort her, saying there was something to attend to at the shop, and left directly. The next day, when he returned, Zhou Honghong sat on Cheng Yi's lap, teasing him. He got into the mood, lifted her skirt, pulled down her panties, and thrust straight in. Just as they finished, Cheng Yi received a phone call and then said he had something urgent to attend to, and left again. Zhou Honghong felt a knot in her heart. Cheng Yi had a strong desire in that regard, and in the past, he would exhaust her before stopping. However, this time, he seemed no longer interested in her body. When she saw him again, Zhou Honghong casually asked, "Hey, do you think I'm a bit loose down there?" Cheng Yi absent-mindedly replied, "Yeah, it is a bit loose." Zhou Honghong felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Just as she wanted to pull him aside to ask for details, he said, "I've been busy lately, so I'm temporarily staying at a hotel." He smiled and patted her cheek. "Wife, help me pack a few clothes." Zhou Honghong was furious and thought, "Who cares about you? Clean up your own mess." Then she walked into the room, locked the door, and ignored him. Since then, Cheng Yi had indeed been very busy and often didn't come home. Zhou Honghong wanted to go to the bar, but she couldn't muster the courage. After finally managing to go there under the pretext of work, she ended up losing her job because of that guy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Zhou Honghong hadn't slept all night. When it was just getting light, she got up to call Cheng Yi. As soon as he picked up, she started cursing, "You bastard, if you can't do it yourself, just say it about me." Cheng Yi took a few seconds to react before coldly saying, "Who are you saying can't do it? I'm talking about you." After finishing, he saw Jieyi coming out of the bathroom. So he quickly covered the phone with his left hand and made a shushing gesture with his right. Jieyi understood and gently sat down on the sofa. She had just heard Cheng Yi's words. He had never spoken such dirty words in front of her, but she knew he was reckless with Zhou Honghong. When Jieyi heard it for the first time, she wondered if this was a unique intimacy between Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong. Chapter 18. Half a year after Jieyi and Cheng Yi broke up, she returned to Wushan town for the Spring Festival and tried to contact Rongbojun. She wanted to know how Cheng Yi was doing. When Rongbojun first received her call, his tone was quite confrontational. Jieyi wasn't angry. She just politely asked about Cheng Yi's recent situation. Ultimately, Rongbojun told her that Cheng Yi was already with Zhou Honghong. Jieyi's feelings were complex at that moment. After thinking about it, she realized it wasn't Cheng Yi's fault. She was the one who gave up first, and he had no obligation to wait for her return. But even though she tried to convince herself, she couldn't help but want to see him. Perhaps fate understood her wish, as on that day. While she was visiting relatives on her way back, she actually saw Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong. Cheng Yi was standing with Zhou Honghong in front of a cake shop window. He whispered something into Zhou Honghong's ear, and then she punched him lightly. Jieyi couldn't see Cheng Yi's expression from her angle. She could only see Zhou Honghong's mix of shyness and anger. Cheng Yi was hit, smiled, and turned his head. But when he caught a glimpse of Jieyi from the corner of his eye, his expression froze a bit. After a slight adjustment, he finally looked directly at Jieyi. Zhou Honghong suddenly saw Jieyi standing not far away, a bit stunned and unsure what to do. It was sure Jieyi who smiled and came forward to greet her, saying it had been a long time. Cheng Yi was playing with Zhou Honghong's fingers, responding somewhat coldly. It's been a long time. Zhou Honghong remained silent, only giving an awkward smile. Sure Jieyi's gaze fixed on Cheng Yi's face. She knew that Cheng Yi's legitimate girlfriend was right beside her, and her actions could easily provoke Zhou Honghong's displeasure. But she really missed him, to the point where her heart ached. Zhou Honghong seemed to sense something and slightly lowered her head. Then she tried to pull her hand away, but Cheng Yi held on tightly. The atmosphere became quite heavy for a moment. Sure Jieyi slightly averted her gaze and smiled. I'm going back to my hometown for the new year. Cheng Yi glanced at her indifferently. Are you used to it abroad? Her expression paused for a moment. Then she smiled again. It's not bad. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. That's good. Sure Jieyi looked at Cheng Yi, unsure of what to say. She had so much to tell him, but right now he was holding another girl's hand. Cheng Yi suddenly pulled Zhou Honghong over, grasping her shoulder, his tone still somewhat cold. I still have to accompany her for a while. We'll talk later. Then, Sure Jieyi nodded at Zhou Honghong in a friendly manner. Goodbye. Zhou Honghong smiled awkwardly in response. Cheng Yi wrapped his arm around Zhou Honghong and turned to leave. He didn't look back, but Zhou Honghong glanced back at Sure Jieyi after taking a couple of steps. Cheng Yi didn't lift his eyes, but turned Zhou Honghong's face towards him, reminding her to look ahead while walking. Zhou Honghong was hurt by his strength and angrily slapped him. He loosened his grip, but said with a smile, Wife, you are really fierce. Zhou Honghong didn't look back after his commotion. Sure Jieyi watched the two of them walk away, feeling a bit that Cheng Yi was somewhat rude. When they met again later, she confirmed that his attitude towards Zhou Honghong was quite reckless. Cheng Yi stepped out onto the balcony and finally released his hand from the microphone, taking a moment to catch his breath. Wife, where are we just now? Get lost. Get lost. He closed the sliding door of the balcony and said, Come on, tell me, have you been complaining again? Who has been complaining? After recalling a bit and connecting it to her previous words, he smiled. Is it because I said you were being too lenient? Zhou Honghong was even angrier now. How dare you say that? Cheng Yi lazily leaned against the railing. Go ask your cousin, your aunt, how many years they've been in this. Which one of them hasn't loosened up? I mean, some have loosened up. I didn't say they don't feel anything. You can't see how I enjoy myself on you every time to the point of life and death. Stop reading those yellow novels all day long. They're just made-up stories with gifted female protagonists. Besides, you already have a man. Theory is far less important than practice. It's surprising that you're supposed to be educated and yet lack this basic common sense. Zhou Honghong hung up the phone with a snap. Cheng Yi tossed his phone and called back. Wife? What is up? Zhou Honghong gritted her teeth. He lowered his voice and murmured, Can't sleep without me warming the bed? She ignored his flirtatious remark and asked unhappily, What is going on? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? A friend has a bit of trouble. Zhou Honghong almost asked that friend if it was Sure Jieyi, but after hesitating for a long time, she still didn't say the name out loud, feeling a bit gloomy. Oh, you're really busy. Next time I come over, I'll play some difficult moves with you to make you comfortable. Cheng Yi turned to look at Sure Jieyi sitting in the living room and comforted Zhou Honghong, saying, Be good, go to sleep well now, I still have things to do here. Cheng Yi. You're a jerk, Zhou Honghong yelled and hung up the phone, then turned it off. Cheng Yi returned to the living room, and Sure Jieyi didn't say anything, just sat there looking at him. She had just finished bathing, and her hair was still damp and spread out. He found a hairdryer and handed it to her, then touched her forehead gently, saying, Don't catch a cold. I'll take you back later. Your parents will worry. She nodded, held his hand, and gently pressed her forehead against his. Cheng Yi, I'm fine. That's good. Sure Jieyi took the hairdryer and turned back to the bathroom. She looked around at the decorations inside. This shouldn't be the bathroom mainly used by Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong. There weren't many things, but the couple-themed toothbrush cups made Sure Jieyi smile. She looked at the sweet cartoon couple and thought this definitely wasn't Cheng Yi's taste. Sometimes when she was feeling chaotic, she really wanted to see Cheng Yi. She was infatuated with the gentle him from back then, but upon returning to reality, she felt helpless. How did she and he end up like this? Cheng Yi anticipated that Sure Jieyi wouldn't come out so soon, so he went to the master bedroom's bathroom to take a shower. The water hitting his back hurt a bit, and when he turned to look in the mirror, he found a red mark from yesterday's intimacy, where Zhou Honghong had scratched him. After washing up, he called Zhou Honghong, but the phone was off. He guessed she was throwing a tantrum again. So he sent her a text message and then put on his clothes and left the room. Sure, Jieyi took longer to dry her hair than Cheng Yi took to shower. He sat in the living room and waited for a while before she finally came out. Now she was wide awake, deeply aware of the awkwardness of being alone with him in a room. Cheng Yi noticed something unusual about her, got up, grabbed the car keys, and said, "Let's go, I'll take you back." Sure, Jieyi silently followed him. When locking the door, she noticed there was a small cross-stitch on his keychain. Although she couldn't see it clearly, she thought Zhou Honghong's craftsmanship should be good. While waiting for the elevator, Sure Jieyi glanced at his keychain and asked impulsively, "Cheng Yi, do you love Zhou Honghong?" As soon as she finished speaking, the elevator dinged. Cheng Yi didn't answer her question, only said, "Get in." Sure Jieyi didn't press further and entered the elevator with him. Cheng Yi was still very warm towards her, but she felt that it was no longer the gentle warmth from back then. When Cheng Yi dropped Sure Jieyi off at the hospital, her parents were already waiting. When they saw their daughter safe and sound, they kept expressing their gratitude. Cheng Yi politely responded a few times before finally comforting Sure Jieyi, "Don't run around. Rest well." She promised, "I didn't run around." He smiled and patted her head. "I'll come see you when I have time." After Cheng Yi left the hospital, he returned to the store to take a nap. When he woke up, it was already noon, and Zhou Honghong still hadn't replied. He called her again, but found the phone was still off. So he tossed his phone aside and went back to sleep. When he woke up in the afternoon and called again, it finally connected. He had been waiting for this call and was a bit annoyed, directly asking, "Didn't you receive my text?" Zhou Honghong's voice was muffled. "I'm busy. How can I have time for you? At this time, you still need to prepare for afternoon tea in your shop." She got angry because he was being so fierce. What kind of messy, flirty messages are those? Hearing her anxious tone, Cheng Yi's mood noticeably improved, and he corrected her. "That's called flirting, not messing around." Flirting. You can flirt with those girls in your shop. That's not flirting. That can only be called training. My feelings aren't like that with Honghong. Zhou Honghong angrily hit something on the other end, saying, "Go deceive a ghost." Cheng Yi leaned against the headboard, lit a cigarette with one hand, and said, "Wife, why are you so angry? Did you burn yourself last night? Do you want to play again over the phone?" Zhou Honghong was slightly taken aback, and after realizing the meaning behind his words, she felt even more ashamed and angry. "Go play by yourself." "All right, I actually have your photo prepared here." He put the cigarette in the ashtray on the bedside table and opened the drawer to look for something. Zhou Honghong felt a surge of alertness. "What photo?" He smiled wickedly. "What do you think?" She suddenly remembered something and felt a bit flustered. She didn't know if Cheng Yi had this kind of hobby. If it was true, she would cry. "You didn't take a photo of that, did you?" Cheng Yi continued to smile, deliberately keeping her in suspense. "Cheng Yi, what photo exactly?" Zhou Honghong was truly anxious. "Don't rush, my wife. I'm looking for it." After saying that, he pulled out the photo, a bit regretful that it was a good shot, but unfortunately, she was wearing clothes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Honghong fell silent for a moment. Once she calmed down a bit, she said, "You can play however you like." "You're really bold," he said, taking another drag of his cigarette, squinting at the person in the photo, and murmured, "Wife, be more confident. You're my object of desire." Chapter 19. Zhou Honghong couldn't see what the photo looked like, and she wondered what kind of photo it was. "Anyway, as long as it's yours, that's fine." She was still dissatisfied, saying, "You have piles of those yellow films on your computer. Why do you need my photo?" Cheng Yi almost spit out his cigarette. "Which man's computer doesn't have these?" "Zhou Honghong, are you jealous too?" Zhou Honghong is the least willing to admit that she feels jealous. She hurriedly denies it. "I don't. We are watching AV, but it's about our wife. AV13G. Huan has a sister named." She choked up. "Come on, play with me a bit. Just looking at your photos isn't enough." "You." Cheng Yi suddenly changed his tone. "Wife, I miss you." Whenever he softly says "I miss you" in his deep voice, Zhou Honghong has the illusion that she can hear certain emotions in it. She slightly softened her tone. "I'm really busy right now, and besides, it's broad daylight. How can I play around with you like this?" Cheng Yi smiled, knowing that she was giving in. "Then just listen. Wife, I'll take care of it. You just need to listen." Zhou Honghong guessed that Cheng Yi was getting excited. This person just couldn't control himself regardless of the occasion or time. She covered her phone and decisively hung up. Cheng Yi, not giving up, called her again. She knew he was in the heat of the moment. So she hurriedly made an excuse and told her uncle that she was going back to her room for a bit. After she slipped into her room, she answered the phone again and complained to him. Can't you just hold on a bit? Cheng Yi replied, I'm with my wife. It's justified. Why should I hold back? He put on his phone's earphones, freed his hands to unbutton his pants, and started to make a move. Zhou Honghong listened to his slight gasps, feeling her face flush. She had never experienced this kind of distant intimacy before. She could imagine his expression, filled with desire and indulgence. Cheng Yi hadn't heard her voice for a long time, so he gently coaxed her wife. Let me hear you say it. Zhou Honghong bit her lip, remaining silent. She really couldn't bring herself to speak. As he talked, he suddenly blurted out a few lines, walking on the street. I am so and so, hee and hee, solving everything relies on my hands. Spring comes to the 6th and 9th, flaunting every night, enchanted by the peach blossom's mouth. She interrupted him. Are you done yet? What do you think? How much longer do you need? You met me for the first time? You don't know how much longer I need? Then hurry up. Wife, you're really not cooperating. At least give a little response. Cheng Yi didn't dwell much on Zhou Honghong after finishing up, just saying, I need to change the photo again. I just shot you in the face. Zhou Honghong retorted. Don't talk nonsense. I'm doing just fine here. He smiled as he put on his pants. Wife, wait for me. I'll come over play with you next time. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Because of this call, she felt again that Cheng Yi should not be indifferent towards her. It was still before dinner time in the afternoon, and her uncle and 3 friends were playing mahjong. Zhou Honghong felt a bit bored, so she decided to check Weibo on her phone. In fact, she didn't often use Weibo and hadn't added many friends. She only went on occasionally. When she registered back then, she also signed up for Cheng Yi, but he had never logged in even once. Zhou Honghong casually glanced at the trending topics and felt that she wasn't suited for the Weibo circle, as there were many internet terms she didn't quite understand. Just as she was about to close Weibo, a notification popped up she had been mentioned. She wondered who had found her and clicked to see that it was actually Rong Bojun. She looked at the original post, which was about news from Wushan town. Rong Bojun tagged a bunch of people, and Zhou Honghong casually skimmed through it until she suddenly froze when she saw a certain name. She stared at that name, lost in thought. When she heard her uncle calling her, she quickly exited Weibo. However, her mind was in turmoil. She was pondering, Lulu Z. Is this Z referring to meaning or art? Zhou Honghong really wanted to comfort herself, thinking that the name might just be a stranger, unrelated to Cheng Yi. However, she couldn't even deceive herself with such lies. Because of those slippery 3 characters, Zhou Honghong, in the second half of her senior year, has been under a lot of pressure for college entrance exams and doesn't go out to play with Cheng Yi much anymore. Cheng Yi has moved out of his uncle's house, but he sometimes comes to see her. If Zhou's mom is not home, he will pull her onto the bed. Zhou Honghong was fully focused on her studies and had no time to think about her relationship with him. One day, Cheng Yi received a call from Rong Bojun, who suggested going out for a gathering. Cheng Yi casually agreed. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Yi glanced at Zhou Honghong, who was lounging on the bed, and couldn't help but smile. You're so busy studying that you have no other entertainment. Aren't we on break tomorrow? Come out with me tonight and have some fun. Zhou Honghong pulled up the quilt to cover herself, half closing her eyes, saying, I'm tired. I don't want to go anywhere. What are you hiding for? This isn't the first or second time for us. He stepped forward, threw off the quilt, and grabbed her breasts. I said, my wife, you've grown quite a bit here. She lifted her foot to kick him, pushing him away. You should go. I want to sleep. What are you sleeping for in broad daylight? Go out and have fun with me tonight. He heavily kissed her cheek, increasing the strength of his hands, making her beg for mercy. When he loosened his grip a little, Zhou Honghong gasped and said, I'm not familiar with your friends. Cheng Yi foot. That's because you don't want to get familiar. Hearing this, Zhou Honghong turned her back. Cheng Yi was right. She really didn't like meeting his friends. They had all watched Cheng Yi date Jieyi, and Zhou Honghong always felt an inexplicable hostility from them, as if she was forcing Cheng Yi into submission. What they didn't know was that Zhou Honghong wished to leave Cheng Yi more than anyone else. In the afternoon, when Mom Zhou came back, Cheng Yi went to persuade her, saying that Zhou Honghong hadn't gone out since school started and was about to become a bookworm. Mom Zhou thought that her daughter was indeed hard-working and serious, and her grades had improved a lot. It was reasonable to balance work and rest. So she agreed to let Zhou Honghong go out. Zhou Honghong reluctantly went out with Cheng Yi. Rong Bojun had booked a K room in Wushan town. But when Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong arrived, Rong Bojun was nowhere to be found. Zhou Honghong is not very familiar with this group of people, so she just huddles in the corner watching them mess around. Those people are clamoring for Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong to sing a duet. But Cheng Yi is very impatient and says she won't sing. Zhou Honghong actually wanted to hear him sing, as she had never heard it before. Cheng Yi asked Zhou Honghong if she wanted him to sing, and she shook her head. Unexpectedly, someone really selected a duet song, and when the song started playing, that group of people clapped enthusiastically. Zhou Honghong found it a bit amusing and exasperating that it was actually Kong Ding's love song. She glanced at Cheng, only to find his expression had suddenly changed. So she withdrew her hand that was about to reach for the microphone and quietly used her left hand to cover her right hand that had just been extended. When everyone saw Cheng Yi's face, they also picked up on the cue. The person who made the request chuckled awkwardly, realizing the mistake, and quickly moved on to the next song. Then he swiftly cut it off. Zhou Honghong was wondering if the song Kong Ding love song would be the love song for Cheng Yi and Jieyi. When the door was pushed open and Rong Bojun and Jieyi walked in. When Rong Bojun saw Cheng Yi, he smiled warmly. I just want to pick her up. Zhou Honghong listened and hid even further into the shadows. She really shouldn't have come today. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, and a few people desperately gave Rong Bojun meaningful glances. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Rong Bojun scanned the room and finally spotted Zhou Honghong in the corner. He froze as well. He never expected Zhou Honghong to show up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Jieyi here, even if he were beaten to death. As a result, the most natural one was Jieyi, who smiled and greeted everyone. Cheng Yi had no expression, just responded briefly and sat down next to Zhou Honghong. After the initial awkwardness, everyone regained their composure and resumed drinking and singing. Rong Bojun brought a glass of wine over to sit opposite Cheng, actually meaning to apologize. Cheng Yi had a half-smile. He drank the wine, but his gaze made Rong Bojun's legs tremble. Rong Bojun then toasted Zhou Honghong. But Zhou Honghong thought she would just have a sip, only to be stopped by Cheng Yi, who said, I'll drink for her. Rong Bojun could only smile at Zhou Honghong and step back. Zhou Honghong watched Jieyi chatting happily with that group of people and felt completely out of place. She couldn't join their conversation, and their attitudes made her feel that Jieyi was the one paired with Cheng Yi. Since Jieyi came in, Cheng Yi had been sitting next to Zhou Honghong, not joining the fun over there. Suddenly, he cupped Zhou Honghong's face and asked, What are you looking at? You're about to cry. I'm not. Zhou Honghong felt a bit stifled, and her words were blocked by her emotions. Cheng Yi wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and kissed her lightly. Seeing her shocked expression, he kissed her again. My little wife just loves to say one thing and mean another. She couldn't believe he kissed her in front of so many people, especially with Jieyi still there. She felt both shy and angry, not daring to look over again. Slowly, a few people who weren't singing came over with dice, and Cheng Yi instantly became interested. Come on, let's play something light today. Let's gamble all in, and then bet on the horn. Zhou Honghong only knew about the size of the points. She watched his movements, puzzled about how he made his moves. After playing a few rounds, Cheng Yi pulled her closer and said, Wife, let's go out for a late-night snack tonight. Did you win? She didn't understand the rules of the game and felt a bit confused. Yeah. After he finished speaking, he let go of her and continued to gamble with his money. Zhou Honghong felt a bit thirsty due to the noisy song, and while she went to get a water cup, she accidentally locked eyes with Jieyi. Zhou Honghong hurriedly moved away. After a while, the song Kong Ding love song came up again. She was taken aback and instinctively looked at Cheng Yi. He was playing with dice. His expression had turned cold, but he didn't look up. Zhou Honghong lowered her head to drink water, believing that she had not misheard. Jieyi was singing about the eldest brother of the Cheng family, who was fond of the charming her. Chapter 20:21. Zhou Honghong listened to Jieyi singing, wondering to herself that Cheng Ji's elder brother was not Cheng Yi at all. Cheng Yi was the second brother. Fortunately, after playing for a while, Cheng Yi felt he had one enough and pulled Zhou Honghong to go for a late-night snack. Everyone complained that he prioritized romance over friendship, but he just smiled, not glancing at Jieyi at all. Zhou Honghong felt a sense of relief only after following Cheng Yi out. It was too stuffy inside. Perhaps music and human emotions truly resonate with each other. Ever since then, whenever she hears Kongding Love's song, different emotions arise in her heart. Zhou Honghong lay in bed tossing and turning after taking a shower. Eventually, she sat up and went back to Weibo to check. She wanted to confirm whether that was really Jieyi. However, when she logged in, she found that she couldn't find Rong Bojunt's post. She went to his homepage, but didn't find it there either. She then searched for Lu's account, but that user was no longer available. Zhou Honghong suddenly felt flustered, sensing that something was about to be revealed. She steeled herself and decisively went back to Rong Bojunt's list of followers, searching carefully. When she saw the account art without borders, she was already convinced. She put down her phone, thinking that it was of no benefit to herself to be so entangled. However, unable to suppress her inner impulse, she clicked on that homepage. Zhou Honghong feels that this is truly fate. From the moment she arrived in Huangshi town, or rather, even earlier, she was destined to reach this point. Jieyi's latest Weibo post featured a photo. The photo shows a pair of couple-style mouthwash cups with the note, "This set of cups is really cute." Zhou Honghong gently agreed, of course it's cute. Because she bought it, she is incredibly familiar with it. She was familiar not only with those two cups, but also with the surrounding scene. Cheng Yi had once lifted her onto this washstand. His movements were large, and in her haste, she had to find a support point, almost knocking those two cups to the ground. Zhou Honghong used to truly believe that Cheng Yi only belonged to her. How could he deceive her? However, at this moment, she feels that she was too naive. He and Jieyi were in the bathroom, and she doesn't know what they did. Zhou Honghong felt very nauseous, extremely sick. Thinking this way, her stomach really began to churn. So she rushed out of the room and ran to the bathroom, retching continuously. It took her over 10 minutes to slightly recover. Zhou Honghong lowered her head, leaning on the sink, using one hand to splash water on her face, rubbing it fiercely as if she wanted to crush her own face. Then she lifted her head and looked into the mirror, and suddenly a scene of Cheng Yi and Jieyi making love appeared in her mind. She felt a deep ache in her heart and her body. The pain was almost unbearable. In the end, she couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a sob. She cried quietly, her expression twisted in anguish. She wished Cheng Yi were right in front of her so she could stab him, because right now, it felt as if countless sharp knives were piercing her. She couldn't pinpoint exactly where it hurt, but it hurt everywhere. She was on the verge of suffocating here. Zhou Honghong continued to fetch water, slapping her face hard and taking a couple of deep breaths before jogging outside. Once she returned to the room, she felt exhausted and collapsed onto the bed. What was Cheng Yi doing now? Was he with Jieyi again? Thinking of this, tears streamed down her face once more. This time, she simply buried her face in the blanket and cried out loud. She had never cried so freely, as if she needed to vent all the grievances of the past few years. Over the years, she had given everything to Cheng Yi. She had originally thought that as long as he didn't betray her, she could endure everything else. He just loved to see her being wild, and she could go along with it. After all, she only acted like this in front of him. She had relied on him so much. Yet he still went out to fool around. She was so filled with hatred. Zhou Honghong didn't even know how she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, her eyes were so swollen that they looked ridiculous, and her double eyelids had turned into 4 eyelids. When her uncle saw her, he was quite astonished and asked, "What happened to you?" She had no choice but to explain, "I was reading a novel last night and cried a lot." Her uncle didn't quite understand, but felt helpless. What is it with kids these days, getting so obsessed with these imaginary things? Zhou Honghong forced a smile. That day, everything looked blurry to her. She wanted to confront Cheng Yi, but she was reluctant to talk to him. Or rather, she didn't want to face his answer. She was afraid of him admitting the matter with Jieyi in person. She and Cheng Yi had held a banquet together in Yongji town. A banquet was more convincing than a marriage certificate. If she broke up with him, it would already be a matter between two families. But she couldn't breathe smoothly. She felt he was dirty. She didn't want this version of Cheng Yi. Zhou Honghong had been feeling down for several days. She thought about a lot of things. but none of them led to any conclusions. Her emotions fluctuated wildly. One moment she wanted to break up with Cheng Yi directly, and the next moment she was torn apart by the conflicting feelings. In the end, she received a call from Cheng Yi, but he was busy and couldn't come over for the time being. Zhou Honghong felt her heart sink and coldly replied, "Got it." He didn't pay attention to her change in attitude and teased her, saying, "Wife, don't think about me too much." After that phone call, Zhou Honghong couldn't help but cry again. She had been entangled with him for 7 years, and she didn't know if she could truly let go of this relationship. Maybe it would take 2 7 years, 3 7 years, or even longer. One day, her uncle and his friends were playing mahjong when a certain topic came up, and they started chatting about family matters. They said there was a young man in town who went out to work and got involved with a seductress, completely forgetting his wife and children back home. After the truth came to light, the young man, unable to withstand the pangs of conscience, returned home in shame, kneeling at the door for a long time before he was finally allowed inside. Zhou Honghong listened for a while and then hid in the kitchen. Whether to forgive or not, it didn't matter. There was still a knot in her heart. But she didn't even know if Cheng Yi asked her for forgiveness. Would she soften her heart? After that phone call from Cheng Yi, there had been no news. Zhou Honghong felt that this distance was just right. The last thing she wanted to see or hear was him. A few days later, her second cousin called her uncle, saying that a few people from their class wanted to come to Huangshi Town to sketch and asked if they could still free up a room. Her uncle smiled and readily agreed. This small shop was built by her uncle himself. Although the rooms upstairs were a bit small, they were still sufficient. He tidied up the rooms upstairs and moved the piled-up clutter to the 3rd floor. Zhou Honghong asked herself whether she should move to the 3rd floor, and her uncle replied, "Ajwa didn't specify how many classmates, so let's wait and see." Zhou Honghong actually wanted to move up, but she didn't know whether the person coming was male or female. If it was a male, it would be quite inconvenient. When Lu Yizhua came over with his classmates, she dismissed that thought because there were 2 girls among the visitors. As soon as Lu Yizhua saw Zhou Honghong, he laughed heartily. "Hongjia, I've missed you so much." She smiled back. "It's been a while since we last met. You've bulked up quite a bit." He laughed and flexed his arm muscles, then pointed to the back. "These are my classmates. The teacher assigned us a project on rural towns, and I happen to be going home." Zhou Honghong and the 3 classmates nodded in acknowledgement and then went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. While they were busy, Lu Yizhua rushed in and said, "Sister Hong, there's still one more person coming. He'll arrive later." "Oh." She was lost in thought, staring at the soup pot, and was a bit surprised by his words. After she came to her senses, she replied, "Got it. I prepared enough food." Lu Yizhua glanced at the soup pot, looking greedy. "My classmate is a tall, rich, and handsome guy, and he's picky about food. Also, his personality is a bit unsociable. To be honest, I doubt he can get used to this kind of food." He picked up a pair of chopsticks next to him, grabbed a piece of meat, and let out a satisfied exclamation before continuing. "I also doubt he can get used to sleeping here." "Then why is he coming?" He said he's never been to a rural place and wants to experience it. Lu Yizhua didn't dare to sneak another bite, put down his chopsticks, and turned to leave. As a result, by the time they finished dinner, that tall, rich, and handsome classmate hadn't shown up. Uncle was a bit worried, but Lu Yizhua and the other 3 classmates were used to it and just said, "Just save him some food." Zhou Honghong didn't know what to say and started to clean up the dishes. After finishing the meal, Lu Yizhua began chatting with a guy and 2 girls. While his uncle couldn't find a way to join the conversation, but he was still happy. In the past, his uncle had mentioned whether Lu Yizhua would be looked down upon at university for being too rural. Although his uncle thought being from the countryside was fine and life goes on the same, he still hoped his son could get along well with his classmates. The scene at the moment made him very pleased. This rich and handsome classmate appeared about an hour after everyone finished eating. Zhou Honghong sat at the cash register and looked over, only seeing his profile, which was indeed quite tall. He was carrying a large backpack, and his hair had a shiny chestnut color under the lighting. Lu Yizhua saw him, coughed a little, and said, "You're here." The 3 classmates beside him also greeted him. The tall and handsome guy slightly nodded, glanced at the shabby dining hall, and frowned slightly, remaining silent. Zhou Honghong said a word to her uncle and then went into the kitchen to reheat a few dishes. When she brought the dishes out, she saw that the handsome classmate was still standing there, which puzzled her a bit. She intended to call her classmate, but after thinking about it, she called her cousin, Louis instead, saying, "I've reheated the food." The handsome classmate turned his head upon hearing her voice. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his face was as handsome as a jade crown. Zhou Honghong smiled politely at him, and then returned to the cash register. He casually glanced at Zhou Honghong, but his attention was focused on the food on the table, and he frowned again. Zhou Honghong noticed something unusual. He was picky about the plain meals. But thinking about it, wealthy people are probably all like this. Chapter 21, Revised. Lu Yizhua stood up and smiled as he explained, "Dou Pei, my cousin's cooking is quite good." Dou Pei's gaze drifted back to the kitchen, seemingly guessing the level of cleanliness inside. Zhou Honghong estimated that this rich and handsome guy probably wouldn't eat these, and they were leftovers. Sure enough, Dou Pei withdrew his gaze and gently said, "I'm already full. Thank you." Lu Yizhua had anticipated this situation, so he skipped the topic and asked, "Shall we put the luggage up first?" Dou Pei replied, "Okay." Zhou Honghong brought the dishes back to the kitchen, and her uncle followed her in, saying that the tall, rich, and handsome classmate was quite particular, and they should prepare some good dishes. She felt it was unnecessary, but her uncle explained that a guest should be treated well. Zhou Honghong tidied up the kitchen and then returned to her room to grab a change of clothes before heading directly to the third floor. In this house, there was only one shared bathroom on each floor, and she didn't want to run into those classmates. After washing up and coming downstairs, she happened to see her classmate Dou Pei coming out of the bathroom. Hearing her footsteps, he turned his head to look at her. Zhou Honghong smiled slightly at him, not intending to chat much, but he strangely kept staring at her. She didn't know if it was because of the dim yellow light in the corridor, but from a distance, his gaze seemed very profound. She felt a bit uneasy under his intense scrutiny and finally spoke up, "Hello, classmate." Dou Pei slightly squinted and paused for a moment before replying, "Lu Yizhua's cousin, hello." Although his tone was polite, it was very distant. Seeing that he was still staring at her, she couldn't figure out what was going on and decided to stop being polite, planning to head directly to her room. She walked faster, wishing she could fly past him. As she got closer, Dou Pei caught a whiff of a fragrant shower gel and realized she had just come from somewhere else to take a shower. So he asked, "Is there a bigger bathroom here?" She slowed down slightly, saying that all the bathrooms here were the same size. "It's just a shower. Are you really going to run in there?" As she passed in front of him, Dou Pei squinted his eyes again. Zhou Honghong lowered her head and ignored him. As she walked to her room and was about to open the door, he suddenly asked, "Lu Yizhua's cousin, where is my room?" She stopped her motion of turning the doorknob and replied, "I don't know. You need to ask Lu Yizhua. Which room did he just take you to?" "I don't know." Zhou Honghong put down the doorknob, turned to look at him, and smiled. "Then I'll go ask Lu Yizhua." After saying that, she was about to turn around to find her cousin. At that moment, Dou Pei said again, "I remember it's the second room on the right up the stairs." She was momentarily speechless, wondering if this classmate was teasing her. After a few seconds, she replied then, "The room he took you to is the one." "Cousin." Dou Pei simply omitted the previous adjectives. He leaned against the wall, looking in her direction. For some reason, Zhou Honghong felt very anxious under his direct gaze. He paused for a moment and said, "I'm very nearsighted and I'm not wearing my glasses right now. Could you please help me find my way there?" Zhou Honghong finally understood and let out a slight sigh of relief. So he had been staring at her for so long, but actually couldn't see anything? She took a couple of steps forward and asked, "Can you see me like this?" He shook his head. "I can only see a blur." She helplessly walked closer to him and said, "Come on, I'll take you back to your room." A hint of a smile flashed in Dou Pei's eyes as he straightened up and followed her. "I also need to trouble you, cousin, to help me find my glasses." After Zhou Honghong entered Dou Pei's room, she began to look for his glasses and spotted them immediately. Not only was there the glasses case, but there were also several different flavored condoms scattered on the table. She took a hurried glance at the colorful items, handed him the glasses case, and then backed out, saying, "I won't disturb your rest, classmate. Good night." Dou Pei found her attitude of wanting to avoid him amusing and casually replied, "Good night, cousin." Zhou Honghong returned to her room, dried her hair, and hesitated as she looked at the phone on the bedside table. In the end, she still convinced herself not to check Jieyi's Weibo that night. Just thinking about Cheng, he made her impulsively want to ask him what was going on. This impulse had crossed her mind countless times over the past few days, but she never acted on it. She collapsed onto the bed, curling up in the blanket. Recently, Zhou Honghong's sleep at night had been poor. She felt down and her mind wandered, often staying awake until she was extremely exhausted before finally falling into a light sleep. The store didn't serve breakfast, so she usually didn't have to wake up too early, but now that guests had come, she set an alarm. The next morning, she woke up even before the alarm went off. After getting out of bed, she glanced at the wall calendar and realized another day had passed. Suddenly, she remembered a saying she had once read, "If you truly love someone, you will never forget them." Thinking of this, each page of the calendar only made her heartache stronger. Cheng Yi had never come to find her. Just how busy could he be to forget her like this? When Zhou Honghong went downstairs, she passed by Dou Pei's room and heard intermittent sounds coming from inside, which surprised her. The soundproofing in that room wasn't very good, and with everything else quiet, the muffled noises still managed to seep out. Zhou Honghong knew all too well what kind of situation was causing those sounds, and she quickly walked past, feeling embarrassed. However, considering the pile of safety equipment in Dou Pei's room, it wasn't that surprising. She just couldn't help but wonder who the unfortunate soul living next to Dou Pei was, as such commotion would surely prevent anyone from sleeping. After Zhou Honghong finished cooking breakfast, she went to call Lu Yizhua and happened to see him in the hallway. She asked him to wake up the classmates while she returned to the hall to browse through the newspaper. Zhou Pei was the first to come downstairs. He wasn't wearing his glasses and merely greeted Zhou Honghong with a casual good morning. Zhou Honghong recalled the noise she heard in the morning and glanced at the stairway, but did not see any girl coming down with him. She smiled and greeted him with a good morning while serving him breakfast. The breakfast consisted of some simple dishes paired with coarse rice as the staple food. Zhou Pei looked at these, hesitated slightly, and then sat down. As soon as Zhou Honghong was about to say something, the two female classmates came down together. Strangely, they did not sit at the same table as Dou Pei. Zhou Honghong sat at the cash register, slightly gossiping as she watched for a while, but still couldn't see any interaction between Dou Pei and any female classmate. So she turned her gaze to the people coming and going on the street. Dou Pei put down his chopsticks after eating a bit. He couldn't get used to it. He regretted coming to this godforsaken place. Moreover, he hadn't slept well last night. The bed was hard, and it was a small bed. He felt like he would fall off with just a turn. He decided to go for a walk, and the moment he stood up, he inadvertently saw Zhou Honghong staring blankly outside. Last night in this hall, due to the lighting issue, he hadn't looked at her closely, and later, because he wasn't wearing his glasses, he couldn't see clearly. Plus, he hadn't really looked at her this morning. He thought she was just a country bumpkin. But now, with just one glance, he realized that this cousin actually looked quite good, especially from the side. Her upper lip was very pronounced, quite alluring. Dou Pei squinted, withdrew his gaze, and picked up his sketch pad to leave. However, this departure caused a stir. By 10 o'clock at night, Dou Pei still hadn't returned. At that time, the sky had begun to drizzle lightly, and Uncle was worried, fearing something might happen, so he asked Lu Yizhua to call and check. Lu Yizhua and the other three classmates seemed indifferent, as if they were used to Dou Pei's solitary ways. Lu Yizhua even said he had called Dou Pei before dinner, and everything was fine. Uncle urged Lu Yizhua to call again. However, this time, Dou Pei's phone was turned off. Lu Yizhua immediately exploded, saying he was acting special, always wanting to do things alone. The three classmates exchanged glances, and finally, the girl in the red dress spoke up. Could it be that he got lost? Lu Yizhua was stunned. He had said in the afternoon that he hadn't gone far, and besides, he had given him a map. Didn't he use the map to find this place last night? His phone had navigation too. The girl in the red dress looked worried. But now that his phone is off, how can he navigate? Maybe he felt uncomfortable here and wanted to find a nice hotel, Lu Yizhua said, but was interrupted by Uncle. Let's go out and look for him. This place is not like a big city. It's not that bright at night. Zhou Honghong interjected and asked, did he mention which side he was on this afternoon? Did he say he wouldn't come back? Lu Yizhua replied, he didn't mention it. Just said it wasn't far, over by the market. As Zhua and I will go check over by the market. Honghong, you all stay here. After Uncle said this, he went out with Lu Yizhua. Zhou Honghong and the three classmates were waiting in the store. She felt a bit strange. as her cousin didn't seem to have a good relationship with these classmates. Or rather, Dou Pei seemed distant from the other students. After a while, an elderly woman from across the street hurried over. Upon seeing Zhou Honghong, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, my memory. I completely forgot about this matter." Zhou Honghong hadn't had a chance to speak yet when the aunt interrupted, saying, "This afternoon, a young man asked me to pass a message to you. Wanted to know who would go pick him up. I turned around and forgot all about it." Zhou Honghong hurriedly asked, "Where is he?" However, the old lady was still immersed in her own narration. "This young man really looks like someone from the city. He was painting by the riverside, and his paintings were really beautiful. Several people gathered around him. Later, he suddenly asked who knew Old Lu, and I said I did. He asked me to deliver a message, and even gave me some money. I lost all that money playing mahjong before I remembered him. What a sin, my memory." Zhou Honghong had to interrupt the old lady again, asking where he was now. He should still be in that place, right by the bank of the Cheng Yi River. Chapter 22, Revised. Anyway, luckily this old lady finally had news about Dou Pei. After being picked up by his uncle, Dou Pei remained calm, and simply said that his contact lenses had fallen out. He couldn't see the road, and his phone was dead. Although everyone had complaints, they didn't dare to voice them. Moreover, Dou Pei's hair and clothes were wet, clearly showing that he had been caught in the rain by the Cheng Yi River for a long time. After the commotion, Zhou Honghong heated up some food for Dou Pei, thinking he wouldn't refuse to eat again. To her surprise, he actually picked up his chopsticks this time. Zhou Honghong had nothing to say to him, so she prepared to sit back at the cash register. However, Dou Pei unexpectedly said, "Cousin, the sunset at Cheng Yi is beautiful." She was taken aback for a moment and then replied affirmatively, "Yes, I love it there the most." The color of Cheng Yi was already somewhat yellowish, and the brilliance of the evening light added even more to its charm. She truly loved that tranquil river. When she first arrived in Huangshi town, she often sat by the riverbank, thinking about her entanglement with Cheng Yi over the years. Although after thinking it through, it was still the same, her mood would always be a bit calmer. Moreover, she thought that perhaps after a while, she would run to the riverbank again in pursuit of some inner peace. Dou Pei looked up at her and smiled slightly. The originally indifferent expression softened with this smile, instantly transforming him from a proud big boy into a sunny youth. Zhou Honghong was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a smile. At such a young age, why play anything deep? A smile like this is the most beautiful. The next day, Dou Pei was the first to come downstairs again, going out alone. Zhou Honghong watched his back, thinking to herself that she hoped his glasses wouldn't fall again. In the afternoon, she realized she truly had a crow's mouth. Sure enough, his glasses had fallen again. Still by the riverbank, still that same auntie. However, this time the auntie remembered clearly, as it was said that Dou Pei had given her double the payment. When the auntie came to deliver the message, it was still before mealtime. Zhou Honghong's uncle happened to be waiting to settle accounts with a vegetable vendor and couldn't leave. So he asked Zhou Honghong to go fetch Dou Pei back. Zhou Honghong saw that it was going to rain again that day, so she took 2 umbrellas and headed towards Cheng Yi. Before she reached the spot, she noticed a few people gathered around looking at something. As she got closer, she realized they were admiring Dou Pei's painting. From her angle, she couldn't see the painting. She was looking at Dou Pei. He was sitting on the stone steps, with a drawing board resting on his knees, intently gazing at his work. Although the river view was darker than usual due to the weather, the combination of Dou Pei and the Cheng Yi background in Zhou Honghong's eyes already looked like a painting. She had always thought that boys in the art department had a special charm, and Dou Pei was uniquely captivating. She called out to him, "Classmate." Dou Pei looked up in her direction, still with that distant gaze. Zhou Honghong met his gaze and suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to bring his glasses. Feeling secretly distressed, after the crowd dispersed, Dou Pei finally spoke, "Cousin, let's go back." Zhou Honghong noticed that his tone was calmer than when she first saw him. "Okay." He put down the drawing board and stared at her intently. "Cousin, where are my glasses? I left in a hurry and forgot them," Zhou Honghong explained. She then saw Dou Pei's mouth curve slightly, but it was so quick that she thought it was an illusion. "Without my glasses, I can't even see the road ahead." She felt frustrated at her own oversight. "Then you wait here, I'll go back and get them. It's not far." That day, he squinted at the sky. "Looks like it's going to rain soon." "Yes, here's an umbrella for you. I'll head back." At the moment she handed him the umbrella, Zhou Honghong suddenly had a thought and blurted out, "How about I hold your hand to go back?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Dou Pei suddenly became cold. "I don't hold hands casually. Classmate, we can just use the umbrella." Each holding one end, she quickly waved her hand to clarify. She now realized that what she just said was inappropriate. Given his conditions, there must be a long line of girls eager to pursue him. He might even think she was trying to take advantage of him. That works. Dou Pei then readily accepted, bending down to pick up the drawing board and putting away the brush. Zhou Honghong watched his actions, wanting to help, but stopped herself, fearing he would misunderstand again. After he slowly tidied up his tools, she gently tapped the handle of the umbrella against his hand. He understood and hooked the umbrella handle with his index finger. Zhou Honghong turned around, holding the umbrella properly, and reminded him, "Classmate, there are 3 steps here, take it slow." Dou Pei quietly smiled behind her. When Zhou Honghong pulled him along, she felt like a guide dog, so she couldn't help but ask, "Classmate, with such severe myopia, why don't you go for surgery?" He squinted and looked at her back. "I have a friend who had the surgery." "Oh, was the result not good?" It was indeed not good. The consequences were quite serious. Zhou Honghong turned around in confusion and said, "I have a classmate who had it done, and he recovered quite well. My friend was still handsome before he had that surgery. Although he regained his eyesight afterward, his looks took a big hit." It wasn't until Zhou Honghong brought Dou Pei to his room that she realized there was someone else involved in the battle from last night. Because Dou Pei had changed rooms, and the person he swapped rooms with was none other than her cousin Lu Yizhua. Zhou Honghong was stunned upon hearing this. Dou Pei approached her, wanting to touch her face, and she finally woke up. "You mean, the one who slept in that room these past 2 nights is Lu Yizhua?" He lowered his hand and smiled lightly. "Cousin, you can ask me anything once I put on my glasses." She hurriedly walked over to the table, where a pile of colorful items was still scattered. She grabbed the glasses case and handed it to him. "Lu Yizhua, Dou Pei put on his glasses and replied directly, "The one living next door is him." Zhou Honghong never expected it to be Lu Yizhua. Although she was forced to have a relationship with Cheng Yi in her senior year of high school, she couldn't accept her cousin's behavior at the moment. She wanted to comfort herself, thinking that her cousin was also a college student, and having a girlfriend was a normal thing. Normal. Dou Pei looked at her somewhat flustered expression and flashed a playful smile. Her cousin really got up early in the morning. Zhou Honghong was taken aback. She couldn't quite describe what she was feeling. Even though it wasn't her own love that was being eavesdropped on, she felt a sense of shame. "How about I switch you to another room?" She couldn't bring herself to tell Lu Yizhua that his actions were disturbing the classmates. So she thought of asking Dou Pei to move. No need for that. Dou Pei pushed up his glasses, still wearing that same smile. Being adults, such things weren't surprising. Compared to his calmness, Zhou Honghong felt quite awkward. But then she thought this big boy had his own things scattered everywhere, so he probably had a carefree personality. It was just that while he seemed picky about food, clothing, and living arrangements, when it came to male-female relationships, men were all the same. Speaking of which, Zhou Honghong had a bad habit. Whenever she encountered some gossip, she had to share it with Cheng Yi. Just like now, she had just left Dou Pei's room and was already thinking about telling Cheng Yi about Lu Yizhua. He has a girlfriend now, and they've slept together. Back when Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong were celebrating, their aunt's father was unwell, and both her uncle and aunt were in the hospital taking care of him. So they sent the older and younger sons to attend the wedding. Lu Yizhua admired Cheng Yi for giving his older brother tips on how to handle his sister-in-law. Zhou Honghong saw this and secretly warned Cheng Yi, "Don't lead my cousin astray." Cheng Yi scoffed and replied, "Let your cousin take care of that thing." She retorted, "If you can't even control yourself, what right do you have to tell others?" He grabbed her chest and squeezed, "If I can't control myself, how can you still take the college entrance exam?" She fell silent. Zhou Honghong was impulsively wanting to text Cheng Yi. She had actually been missing him for a long time, but this longing was accompanied by a sense of unwillingness. Just as she was about to hit send, a sudden call of Hongjie startled her. She lost her grip on her phone, and it fell to the ground. Lu Yizhua was also startled and quickly helped pick up the phone. "Hongjie, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing. You all are back." Zhou Honghong felt a bit awkward seeing Lu Yizhua. She took the phone and was about to head downstairs. "Yeah, it's raining, so we came back." Lu Yizhua yawned. "I'm going to take a shower first. Call me when it's time to eat." "Okay." Zhou Honghong went down a few steps of the stairs, suddenly turned around. and happened to see Lu Yizhua entering the second room on the right. Then she continued to go down, encountering the two girls coming up the stairs. Every time the two female classmates saw Zhou Honghong, they sweetly called out to her. Zhou Honghong responded with a smile. This day was the first time Dou Pei had dinner with everyone. It was unclear whether it was because his uncle had improved the quality of the ingredients, but this time he managed to eat a bowl of rice. However, his elegant eating manner made others feel more restrained. Zhou Honghong watched Lu Yizhua chatting with the two female classmates at the dinner table, speculating about which one was her cousin's girlfriend. Dou Pei seemed to be casually glancing at Zhou Honghong, and then swept his gaze over to the two female classmates with a hint of disdain. After dinner, Zhou Honghong finished tidying up the kitchen and was about to go back to her room to get her clothes. Just as she went upstairs, she saw Dou Pei standing at the door of his room with his head down. One hand was covering his face, while the other was supporting himself against the wall. Zhou Honghong hesitantly called out, "Classmate?" Dou Pei slightly raised his head in her direction. Seeing that his expression was not quite right, she quickly asked, "What's wrong?" He slowly walked closer to her cousin. Zhou Honghong, under the light, saw his left eye and was greatly startled. His left eye was completely red. Chapter 23, Revised. Zhou Honghong was completely frightened. The first thing she thought of was conjunctivitis, but Dou Pei's right eye looked normal. She steadied her mind and asked classmate, "What's wrong with you?" Dou Pei covered his left eye again, saying as I was uncomfortable, "Is it inflamed? It might be that the contact lens has gone behind the eyeball." The person involved seemed very calm, but Zhou Honghong was even more scared upon hearing this. "Let me take you to see a doctor," she said, reaching to grab his sleeve. Dou Pei sidestepped to avoid her touch. "It's too late." She noticed this and stopped her movement, thinking he might misunderstand her intentions. "What should we do? Your eye is very red." "Cousin, how about—" Dou Pei paused before continuing, "You help me take it out." She was taken aback. "I can't. I've never worn contact lenses." "I'll teach you." He took another step toward her. "My eye hurts now, and I can't see. By the time we get to the hospital, who knows how much time will be wasted." Zhou Honghong felt that she really didn't dare to act rashly in this matter. "How about I let Lu Yizhua help you? But you'll have to wait for them to get dressed." His tone suddenly changed. She caught his meaning and looked in surprise at her cousin's room. "Cousin?" Zhou Honghong looked at his cold expression and finally nodded in agreement. Dou Pei asked her to wash her hands, and then he covered his left eye and returned to the room. Zhou Honghong washed her hands and entered Dou Pei's room, not intending to close the door. But he said, "I'm not interested in letting others watch me lift my eyelids." She had no choice but to gently close the door with her foot. Dou Pei was half reclining against the headboard, and Zhou Honghong approached only to find that his sheets were actually his own, and even the pillowcase was too. With that, she hesitated to sit down easily. She stood in front of the bed, bending down to look at Dou Pei's left eye. His left eye was bloodshot, which was somewhat terrifying. When Zhou Honghong lowered her head, her hair naturally fell down and brushed against Dou Pei's face, causing her to immediately straighten up. After tying her hair back, she went to wash her hands. When she returned, she followed Dou Pei's instructions to take a closer look at his left eye, gently lifting his upper eyelid to search for the edge of the contact lens. After a long struggle, she finally spotted a corner of the lens just as she was about to take out the removal tool. However, he unexpectedly blinked. She had been focused intently on that lens, and suddenly being startled by his blink made her lose track of it. When she looked at his eye again, the contact lens had already shifted somewhere else. She had no choice but to lean in closer to look. Zhou Honghong's breath sprayed on Dou Pei's face, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable, and he frowned. It was at this moment that she realized they were too close, and she was about to create some distance. But the ends of her hair were unknowingly caught on something tugging from that side. She lost her balance and ended up bumping her face against Dou Pei's. It was a real bump. Her chin hit his lips. Zhou Honghong quickly pulled away, her face seemingly on fire. But looking at Dou Pei, his expression was very serious. So she whispered, "Classmate, I'm sorry, does it hurt?" Dou Pei seemed to be suppressing something, his tone a bit tense. "It's okay. Cousin, don't delay any longer. My eyes are very uncomfortable." After he finished speaking, he pulled a tissue from the nearby cabinet and carefully wiped his lips. Zhou Honghong was initially a bit skeptical that Dou Pei had intentionally tugged at her hair, but his unabashed actions instead made her feel like she had overstepped. She collected her thoughts and leaned down to look into his eyes. This time, she didn't dare to get too close. When she finally took out the contact lenses, Zhou Honghong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped back a few paces. Doupei seemed somewhat helpless and said, "Cousin, please hand me my eye drops." When she passed him the eye drops, she noticed that his left eye was still bloodshot and asked, "Do you really not need to go to the hospital?" He ignored her question and directly implied that it was time for her to leave. "I need to rest. Cousin, good night. Thank you." She swallowed all her concerns and replied with a simple good night. Upon seeing Lu Yijua's room and recalling Doupei's earlier words, she decided to walk around at a distance, thinking about testing her cousin's romantic life tomorrow. Zhou Honghong couldn't sleep again at night, tossing and turning in bed. During this time, she had thought about checking on Jieyi's living situation again, but she was afraid of seeing her things being carelessly photographed. If it were still life, she could just throw them all away afterward. What she feared was Cheng Yi. She wanted to throw him away, but she couldn't. She sat up, mustering great courage to check Jieyi's Weibo again. After the photo of the cups, Jieyi had only posted 3 Weibo updates, and in the latest one, there was a line that said, "Happiness is finding a warm person to spend a lifetime with." Cheng Yi, that's enough. However, I hate how he fills my nights so recklessly. Zhou Honghong felt a sense of numbness in her heart. First of all, the word warmth had nothing to do with her and Cheng Yi. Secondly, whether he was warm or not was irrelevant to her. It was solely about Zhou Honghong. Cheng Yi's entire life had long been promised to her. He had said he would marry her. He had clearly said so. Zhou Honghong didn't know if, after some time, Jieyi's Weibo would be filled with news of her and Cheng Yi, and she, as his real girlfriend, was completely in the dark. Or perhaps, she wasn't really his girlfriend at all. At most, she was just a caretaker and a bedmate. It was at this moment that Zhou Honghong felt utterly disheartened. No matter how much she gave, she seemed to never measure up to Jieyi. The home she cherished could be easily intruded upon by the other party. The man she loved never showed his warm side to her. He always approached her driven by primal desires. What she once cherished was his body. Now, she couldn't think of anything that would allow her to continue loving him. Zhou Honghong typed slowly on her phone. After finishing, she deleted it. Then she continued typing and deleting again. She looked at the droplets on the bedding and realized she had cried again. She hated that bastard Cheng Yi to death. Zhou Honghong ultimately didn't send a text message. She told herself that these were just Jieyi's one-sided words, and there were no pictures to prove that Cheng Yi was indeed by Jieyi's side every night. Yes, none. But if there were none, then what had he been busy with all this time? The next day, Zhou Honghong overslept. She dreamt a jumble of chaotic things, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. It wasn't until her uncle came upstairs to knock on the door that she woke up. As soon as she got up, she felt a splitting headache. She shook her head, and her temples throbbed in rhythm. She put on some clothes to open the door, and her uncle was startled again. "Why are your eyes so swollen again?" Zhou Honghong's complexion was pale, and she spoke weakly, having not slept well. She might have had some insomnia from drinking tea yesterday. "You should rest first. I'll go get busy," she said. "I was originally worried about you, and I would have come to bother you if I had known." She was truly exhausted and went back to sleep after acknowledging her uncle. However, she couldn't sleep at all due to a headache, so she had to get up to find some medicine. When her uncle heard about her symptoms, he said she had caught a cold and gave her some medicine, telling her to rest well. Her uncle couldn't manage the shop alone, so Zhou Honghong thought to remind Lu Yijua to stay in today and not run around. She paused in front of Lu Yijua's door, then went back to her room and called him. Right now, she didn't have the energy to gossip about her cousin's love life. She was just trying to take care of herself. Zhou Honghong took the medicine and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep was the most comfortable she had experienced in recent days. It brought back memories of the kindness that Cheng Yi had occasionally shown her, which she had once forgotten. Zhou Honghong is going to take the college entrance examination in the county town, and candidates from various townships are flocking to the county, with hotels already fully booked. Yet, Cheng Yi still wants to sneak out to join the excitement without letting the old man know. Zhou Honghong had originally agreed to share a double room with a female classmate, but Cheng Yi threatened her and insisted that she accompany him to bed. She was afraid he would force her into bed and pleaded with him, "I have exams coming up, Just leave me alone. Cheng Yi was very dismissive, saying, "Who wants to mess with you? You just focus on your own exams." Zhou Honghong has a habit of choosing her bed, and whenever she changes her environment, she definitely doesn't sleep well the first night. So she went to the hotel in advance to adapt. While reviewing in a room, she glanced at Cheng Yi, only to see him unusually quiet, peacefully sleeping. When it was time to eat, he got up and went downstairs to bring her food. Zhou Honghong felt that he was doing nothing here, so she let him go out to play. He said it was hot and didn't want to walk. She didn't know what he was actually doing here. The night before the exam, Zhou Honghong suddenly couldn't sleep due to nerves. She tossed and turned anxiously, becoming more and more restless. Cheng Yi heard her sighing and got out of bed, walking over to her side with a gloating smile. "Can't sleep? Then why don't we do something else?" She was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. "What time is it, and you're still making jokes?" Zhou Honghong said, "Just go to sleep." He lifted his foot and kicked her calf, treating her like a little dog on the roadside. Zhou Honghong thought he was going to mess with her again and angrily said, "Cheng Yi, I won't do it with you even if I die today." "I don't want to do it either, just roll over." He directly pushed her over, lay down, and then hugged her tightly. Zhou Honghong was afraid he would lose control, struggling continuously and begging him to endure a little longer for the sake of the exam. Cheng Yi firmly held her down, asking, "Are you going to sleep or not?" She looked at him with frustration, tears brimming in her eyes. He, however, laughed and said, "You look really ugly when you cry," in a fit of anger. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. "Be obedient," Cheng Yi said. Then he fiercely kissed her lips and softly coaxed, "Just sleep well." Zhou Honghong suddenly reached out to hug him, burying her face in his chest. "What if I fail the exam?" He was indifferent, saying, "If you fail, then you fail. You can't say anything nice. I'll support you. So what are you afraid of?" Cheng Yi said it casually, but Zhou Honghong felt that his words were sincere. She hugged him even tighter. "Cheng Yi, you have to abstain for these few days. Aren't I already abstaining? Are you not satisfied? But you are pressing against me. That has nothing to do with me. You can talk to it yourself. If you have the ability, make it soft." Zhou Honghong let him go and shifted back. "I'm going to sleep," she said, but he pulled her back and assured her, "Zhou Honghong, don't be nervous. I said I wouldn't move, and I definitely won't." She had no choice but to lean against his chest, while keeping her lower body a little distance away from him. Cheng Yi gently patted her back, rambling about how reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles, and traveling thousands of miles is not as good as meeting countless people. She didn't even know when she fell asleep. All she remembered was his deep voice murmuring in her ear. Zhou Honghong had anticipated it. After restraining himself for several days, once Cheng Yi let loose, she was bound to suffer. On the day of the college entrance exam, before she even had a chance to speak with her classmates, he dragged her back to the hotel. As soon as the door closed, he pushed her into the adjacent bathroom, pinned her against the wall, swiftly removed her pants, lifted one of her legs, and thrust inside. His movements were urgent and intense. Zhou Honghong barely managed to stay upright on one foot by gripping the doorframe beside her. She did feel some pain, but considering how he had behaved these past few days, she knew he had been holding back for too long, so she tried her best to adjust to him. Cheng Yi pounded into her heavily for a while before slowing down, panting roughly as he sucked on her neck. "Wife, does it hurt?" Seizing the brief pause, Zhou Honghong spoke up. "My mom is waiting for me to come home for dinner. Don't take too long." He chuckled, lifting his head to look at her. "Then I want to hold back?" As he spoke, his hand had already slipped under her shirt, unhooking her bra. "Wife, moan louder for me. Help me finish faster." Under his touch, she was already aroused, but fearing he might drag it out, she had no choice but to play along. Zhou Honghong could only see the intense desire in his eyes. He stared at her until she blossomed beneath him. Cheng didn't play for too long. After a round of release, she and Zhou Honghong checked out and went back. When Mama Zhou saw Cheng Yi come back with her daughter, she thought he was there to pick up her daughter and even invited him to have a meal. After the meal, Zhou Honghong saw Cheng Yi off at the door, and he playfully touched her face, saying, "Come to my house tomorrow and make up for the few days you missed." She swatted his hand away, saying, "I want to sleep tomorrow. I just finished my exam and haven't had time to be happy." "Happy?" He teased her. "You seem pretty happy to me." With such a big reaction, She glared at him. Go away, go away. I want to sleep tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and even more the day after that. I don't want to see you during this time. All right, Zhou Honghong, you sleep your sleep. I'll remember. I'll wait for you to wake up. Cheng Yi dropped that line and left. Zhou Honghong ignored him and directly closed the door. She had just finished her exam, and he was back to that annoying self again. However, that night, in a half-dream, half-awake state, Zhou Honghong thought she was still in Cheng Yi's arms, listening to his gentle coaxing. Chapter 24, Revised. Zhou Honghong slept until the afternoon before waking up, feeling hungry. When she woke up, her headache was gone, but her body felt very weak. She went down to the dining hall and found that classmate Dou Pei had gone out. He was sitting in a corner, drawing something. There wasn't too much business in the shop that afternoon, and a group of mahjong players next door came over to set up a table. In the middle, someone even turned on the TV to listen. The noise from the TV mixed with the sound of mahjong, and Zhou Honghong found it very noisy, causing her headache to return. Dou Pei, however, seemed completely unaffected, continuing to focus on his drawing. It was only when a song suddenly played on the TV that he paused and looked over at Zhou Honghong. She was staring at the TV, but it was clear she was lost in thought, her gaze blank, and her upper lip slightly curled, reminiscent of the arc he had noticed the first time he looked closely. Listening to the lyrics, Dou Pei's gaze lingered on her face, recalling the sensation of her lips from last night. When he resumed drawing, it was no longer the original piece. He quickly finished with a few strokes and then looked back at Zhou Honghong. Zhou Honghong came to her senses and saw Dou Pei looking at her, not knowing for how long. She felt inexplicable, and he smiled at her, beckoning with his brush. She didn't want to move, but he kept staring at her, and in the end, she compromised and slowly walked over to him. Dou Pei turned the drawing board around, indicating for her to take a look. Zhou Honghong's gaze met his. The figure was only outlined, without facial features, but she recognized who it was. He squinted slightly. How? She sincerely praised. This is indeed skill. Just a few strokes already have form, and besides, she wasn't familiar with him at all. Zhou Pei lowered her head and tapped the bottom right corner with her brush, then looked up and said, Cousin, how about you be my model for the next few days? Zhou Honghong looked at him in surprise. When do I have that kind of time? She was busy running around, and she didn't feel that she had any qualities to be a model. Your profile is nice. She was taken aback by his straightforwardness. Moreover, she felt that this boy seemed to be getting warmer when he had clearly been distant when he first arrived. Seeing her reaction, he slightly frowned, but then showed a certain proud demeanor. Did my cousin misunderstand something? She quickly waved her hand. No. Thinking about it, it was impossible. Such a big boy, with his high standards and picky nature, how could he have any interest in her? Besides, he always acted suspicious of her intentions towards him. Sure enough, upon hearing her clarification, Dou Pei relaxed his expression. When I said model, I didn't mean you had to stay in one position and do specific poses. You can keep being busy. I just wanted to find your vibe. Zhou Honghong suddenly asked, What do you think of my uncle? His face darkened. Not much. She muttered, My uncle has quite a character. In what way? Asked the cousin. He continued, Actually, you just focus on your own things, and I'll draw my own pictures. I thought for a moment. He smiled, bringing out a hint of sunshine and vitality. Don't worry. I'll give you all my drawings in the end. I won't keep them to myself. Zhou Honghong could tell that he was trying to distance himself. However, she still did not agree to him. The only man she had been close to was Cheng Yi. After the collision with Dou Pei last night, she felt a sense of guilt and shame for her infidelity. Letting him draw her again felt strange to her. Zhou Honghong finished her meal and continued to rest in her room. By the time she woke up, it was already evening. She heard Liu Yizhua talking with some male classmates in the hallway, realizing that they had all returned. After sleeping for a whole day, she had regained some strength. After getting up, she went downstairs and saw Liu Yizhua and 3 other classmates gathered around a table chatting. Dou Pei was still sitting at another table, seemingly not interacting much with his classmates. When her uncle happened to walk past Dou Pei and saw his painting, he couldn't help but praise it, to the point that Liu Yizhua felt a bit embarrassed. Zhou Honghong remembered the little person she saw today and was worried that her uncle was looking at the painting of her by Dou Pei. So she walked over to take a look. Fortunately, it was a landscape painting of the street across. Although she didn't understand painting very well, She could still tell that Do Pei and her cousin were not on the same level. When Do Pei saw her, he smiled. Zhou Honghong also smiled. To be honest, there's a big difference between Do Pei's smile and his lack of smile. When he doesn't smile, he feels very indifferent. When he smiles, he is very gentle, which matches his age well. She suddenly thought of Cheng Yi. How nice it would be if he could smile gently at her too. To put it bluntly, it's just that he doesn't love her. Do Pei noticed that she was lost in thought again and tapped the table with his brush. Cousin, you often drift off into your own world. Zhou Honghong came back to her senses and weakly said, adults have their own concerns. Children don't understand. I'm not a child. His voice was soft, but his tone was increasingly condescending, as if he were the adult. She found it amusing. Young people like to act mature, but when they really reach that age, they end up trying to appear younger. Just like children, just like my Lu Yizhua. He casually glanced over at Lu Yizhua's table. Have you ever seen a child disturb people's dreams like this at night? Zhou Honghong was taken aback. She really needed to talk to Lu Yizhua, who was recklessly acting up just because her uncle was sleeping downstairs. After dinner, she waited for Lu Yizhua to enter his room before knocking on the door to check on his social life. However, his answer was beyond her expectations. Lu Yizhua laughed and said, I don't have a girlfriend. Hongjia, my studies come first. I haven't planned on dating yet. She thought he probably didn't want to admit it because he was afraid she would oppose him. The next day, Lu Yizhua went out with those 3 classmates. Leaving behind Do Pei, Zhou Honghong was peeling lotus seeds in the hall, while Tu Pei continued with his painting. After a while, though his gaze remained focused on his artwork, he started chatting with her. Cousin, it seems your shop's business isn't very good. Is it because you all came? Uncle was worried he couldn't handle it, so he turned down a few customers. Now that I think about it, ever since this group of friends arrived, Uncle has lost quite a bit. Is this shop manageable for just the 2 of you? It's okay, it's a small business. As they chatted, Zhou Honghong suddenly remembered Lu Yizhua's relationship issues, so she picked up the bag of lotus seeds and sat down opposite Tu Pei, whispering, Classmate, can I ask you something? He raised an eyebrow slightly, observing her hesitance and recalling her inquisitive demeanor when she was watching those 2 female classmates in the morning. He asked, Your cousin? Go ahead. He knew he had guessed correctly. Which female classmate is he dating? After Zhou Honghong asked, she suddenly realized that Tu Pei's relationship with Lu Yizhua wasn't particularly close, so he might not be clear about it. He's not dating anyone. This answer was exactly the same as Lu Yizhua's, leaving Zhou Honghong confused. Then didn't you say he was bothering you at night? Tu Pei's expression became a bit strange. Cousin, how old are you? Why? Well, I'm older than you. He chuckled lightly. Don't you know that in this society, it's not just romantic partners who can be close. For some reason, his words suddenly reminded Zhou Honghong of Cheng Yi and Jieyi, making her heart ache again. That's immoral infidelity. Don't get worked up. Both men and women should be punished. He paused, as if discovering something new and fascinating. Cousin, you're really funny. Zhou Honghong couldn't smile. He saw that she was indeed angry and calmly said, You live too traditionally. In the end, it's only yourself who gets exhausted. She fell silent. Zhou Pei continued to explain, Lu Yizhua was just calling a prostitute. It's a monetary transaction. No one owes anyone anything. Zhou Honghong stopped her actions and looked up at him in surprise. He straightforwardly said, Do you know that there's a type of female classmate who works as a campus escort? I don't know. Her university life was very simple, and most of her time was occupied by Cheng Yi. Cousin, you are the child here, Do Pei concluded. At that moment, her uncle came over, so Zhou Honghong stopped talking to Do Pei. She didn't even know how to face Lu Yizhua anymore. Moreover, she now understood Cheng Yi's words from years ago. Indeed, only men understand men. When Lu Yizhua and the others returned for lunch, they mentioned that their trip would only last 3 to 5 days and that they planned to go back to school the day after tomorrow. Her uncle was a bit reluctant, reminding them to study hard and listen to the teachers while at school. Lu Yizhua responded readily. However, Do Pei said that he had requested a few more days off from the teacher. If it was convenient for her uncle, he would continue to stay here, and because his presence had affected the shop's business, he was willing to compensate for the losses. Her uncle was a hospitable person and agreed. On the other hand, Lu Yizhua was quite displeased, wanting to explode but held back because his father was present. Zhou Honghong didn't use her phone much that day. By the afternoon, she accidentally noticed that the signal was intermittent. She thought it was a network issue, but after a while, there was no signal at all. She asked her uncle, and he said his phone was fine. Then she remembered that her phone had fallen the day before, and wondered if it was damaged. When Liu Yizhua came back in the evening, she asked him to help check her phone. Liu Yizhua pressed a few buttons, restarted it, and it worked again. He said it was probably a system issue. She let him handle it. The following events unfolded because of this phone. Liu Yizhua's computer was at school, so he went out the next day to fix it. Then, he set up the phone according to his own usage habits and returned it to Zhou Honghong. However, when Zhou Honghong returned to her room that night, she found that the phone had lost signal again. She suspected it was really damaged. After restarting the phone, she was bombarded with several missed calls from Cheng Yi. Moreover, Zhou Honghong was shocked to discover that the text message she hadn't sent the night before had inexplicably been sent out at 9 p.m. that evening. The few words were what she had typed after watching the extravagant Night After Night by Jieyi the night before, and she had saved it in the drafts. She stared at the phone screen, feeling confused. She had no idea how it had been sent. The content of the sent message was, "Cheng, I want to break up with you." At that time, Cheng Yi was teasing a new girl with Tang Jimon. Tang Jimon sat on the sofa, watching Cheng Yi's fingers pinching and playing with the woman's breasts. His smile had the woman so enthralled that she couldn't find her bearings. The woman blushed and her heart raced, not daring to look up at her boss, slightly shifting her body towards the madam. Seeing that the woman was hesitant, Cheng Yi simply pulled down her underwear, examining her bare upper body. After he glanced around, Tang Jimon noticed he was dissatisfied. When the text message arrived, Cheng Yi initially had no reaction. He squeezed the woman's breast, teasing her nipple until it stood erect, then smirked and spoke without mercy. "What kind of filler are you using? The texture is so poor." The woman was a bit stunned and lowered her head in shame, not daring to answer. Cheng Yi retracted his hand and ordered, "Show me how it feels yourself." The woman glanced at the madam, who remained serious and did not respond, and finally steeled herself, slowly covering her breasts and gently rubbing them. Cheng Yi leaned back into the sofa, watching the woman's movements, his focus seemingly lost in an unknown distance. He thought of something, his index finger twitched, and a dark glimmer flashed his eyes. However, when he looked back at the pretentious woman in front of him, he lost interest. He felt disinterested, turned to grab his phone, and glanced at the message. Instantly, his expression froze. Tang Jimon thought to herself, "Is someone looking for trouble again?" After a moment, he relaxed his expression and smiled faintly. "Tang Jimon, do you think it's possible that this message was sent to the wrong number?" Before she could answer, he continued, "But then the other person would have to have the same name as me for that to happen." Before he finished speaking, his smile had faded. Tang Jimon remained silent. Cheng Yi carefully examined the phone, flipping it over and over, as if he suddenly didn't recognize the words. Finally, he locked the screen. When he looked up at the woman again, his gaze had lost its earlier frivolity, turning cold and gloomy. "Tang Jimon, if this woman can't be taught, you both can get lost. Don't think that just because you have a nice body, you can be a high-class lady. With this standard, you're not even as good as a lower-class girl." The woman, who had earlier been flirted with and was in a state of excitement, suddenly couldn't adapt to his change in attitude and trembled in fear. Tang Jimon was also a bit startled, but she didn't question it and directly led the new girl out. As she closed the door, she saw him looking at his phone again. After the place was cleared, Cheng Yi quietly stared at the message for a full 5 minutes before dialing Zhou Honghong's number. It didn't T-connect. He slammed the phone down heavily, taking out a cigarette and a lighter. The first attempt to light it failed. The second attempt also failed. Finally, on the third try, it lit up. He deeply exhaled a series of smoke rings, and once his emotions stabilized a bit, he continued to call Zhou Honghong. The other side was still turned off. Zhou Honghong occasionally throws tantrums, and when she does, she wants him to coax her. Cheng Yi knows this well. If he's in a good mood, he will indulge her. If he becomes impatient, he directly takes action, bringing her to cloud 9, and she softens. After all, this woman is just difficult to handle. However, no matter how much Zhou Honghong throws a fit, she has never mentioned breaking up in all these years. He knows her bottom line, and she knows his as well. Cheng Yi calculated that he hadn't been in contact with her for a week. Recently, things have been turbulent on his end. 2 months ago, The third floor of the Red Nest began renovation, and he had quite a few worries. Additionally, recently, 5 or 6 officials in the city have fallen from grace. One of them, a police chief, was involved in a scandal concerning bribery linked to a sauna, leading to a large-scale crackdown on prostitution across the city. All connections related to the implicated chief were severed, and all the relationships in the business had to be re-established. Yesterday, a silly-looking chubby girl accidentally went to the restroom upstairs and nearly got into trouble. When he received a call from Gu Yihui, Cheng Yi felt that this silly girl had come at the right time. With Gu Yihui's high-ranking connections, it would be much easier to navigate the situation. Moreover, his busy schedule didn't end there. There was also Jieyi. Her emotions were erratic, and whenever there was any disturbance, she would notify him. Unable to rest easy, he had to go see her in person. With all these matters mixed together, he temporarily set Zhou Honghong aside. After finishing that cigarette, Cheng Yi grabbed his phone and walked out. When Zheng Hoan saw him heading out, he hurriedly asked, "Brother Cheng, aren't you meeting that newly appointed official tonight?" Cheng Yi paused, as if suddenly remembering this engagement. He glanced at the keychain in his hand and then turned back to the room, saying, "Call me when it's time." During the guest visit, Cheng Yi was lively and cheerful, showing no signs of discomfort. However, Zheng Hoan noticed that as Cheng Yi kept accepting drink after drink, he sensed that Cheng Yi was suppressing something. Sure enough, as soon as the guests left, Cheng Yi mentioned he was going out again. Seeing Cheng Yi in a drunken haze, Zheng Hoan worried that he might drive, so he arranged for a driver. After Cheng Yi got in the car, he suddenly changed his mind. Instead of going to Huangshi town, he decided to go home tonight. He had completely forgotten when he last went home. It seemed like it was the day Jieyi had called him back. With Zhou Honghong not around, there was no one to take care of the house, and there would be no food or soup waiting for him, so he didn't want to stay. Cheng Yi had indeed drunk too much tonight, and he reeked of smoke and alcohol. He was too lazy to take a shower and went straight to bed. As he lay down, he grabbed Zhou Honghong's pillow and called her one last time. In a deep drunken stupor, he didn't care if the line was busy and softly said, "Wife, I'm coming for you." After Zhou Honghong's phone restarted, she didn't dare to take the initiative to contact Cheng Yi and just waited for him to call. However, there was no response. When she couldn't hold on any longer, she gave up. Unexpectedly, after going up to the third floor to take a shower and coming back down, she saw a missed call from him, so she continued to wait. This time, she waited until she couldn't resist her sleepiness, but he still hadn't called again. Zhou Honghong was thinking about Cheng Yi's reaction to the text message. Would he feel relieved, or would he be furious? Based on her understanding of him, the latter was much more likely. This wasn't because she thought she was so important to him, but rather because Cheng Yi was the kind of person who couldn't accept her initiating a breakup. Over the years, he had always called the shots. If she didn't cooperate, he had plenty of ways to deal with her. She didn't have the courage to resist him, and if it weren't for this accidental situation, that message might have remained in her drafts forever. It felt good to get the words out, but the thought of facing Cheng Yi's questioning made her anxious. Cheng Yi had never mentioned Jieyi to her, and although a woman's intuition made her sense Jieyi's existence, it was just a feeling. She didn't know how long Cheng Yi had been hiding this from her, and the thought of him possibly being with another woman doing those things made it impossible for her to swallow her anger. Zhou Honghong's obsession with loyalty comes from her parents. When Zhou's mother was still pregnant with Zhou Honghong, Zhou's father went to the county town to work and had an affair with a female supervisor at the factory. This was revealed to Zhou's mother by someone from their hometown who worked with Zhou's father. Zhou's mother was deeply affected by this news and almost lost her child. Later, Zhou's father rushed to the hospital to beg for Zhou's mother's forgiveness. He claimed that the female supervisor seduced him, and although he had refused her advances, he couldn't resist when he got drunk. He swore he would never do it again. Considering the child in her womb, Zhou's mother ultimately endured it. The rumors in the town spread fiercely for a while, and Zhou's mother had to swallow her pride and put on a smile while explaining to relatives and friends that it was all false, just made up. Zhou's father also tried to clarify everywhere, insisting that he had not cheated. After that incident, things were calm for a few years. However, when Zhou Honghong turned 3, Zhou's father had another affair. After frequent arguments between her and her husband, Zhou Mama finally couldn't any longer and returned to her parents' home. Little Honghong cried and fussed for days without seeing her mother, and Zhou's father couldn't calm her down, so he went to apologize again while carrying the child. However, Zhou Mama felt dead inside. She didn't want to continue with the man, but she couldn't let go of her daughter. 3-year-old Honghong was still a silly little girl. She only knew that her parents were always arguing. But when Zhou Mama asked her, "Do you want to be with Daddy or Mommy?" she sucked her little finger and replied, loudly, "Mommy. Daddy's cooking doesn't taste good." Zhou's father later left Yongji town. Zhou Honghong had a very vague impression of him, and she didn't miss him at all. Because of his infidelity, she and her mother had been the subject of gossip for a long time. Because of his infidelity, she lost her father's love from a young age. Because of his infidelity, her mother single-handedly supported the family. The next day, when she sent Liu Yizhua and 3 classmates off, Zhou Honghong finally realized how her text message had been sent out. Liu Yizhua had actually set it to send from the drafts at a scheduled time. She couldn't help but feel both amused and frustrated. But in any case, it could be considered an opportunity. Zhou Pei didn't come out to see the classmates off. He usually came downstairs only after they had left. Then he focused on his own painting while Zhou Honghong did her own work. As noon approached, Cheng Yi didn't call again. Zhou Honghong felt a bit resentful. Was he too busy to pay her any attention again? But at the same time, she was confused. Would Cheng Yi be angry? Had they really broken up like this? Zhou Pei noticed that she had been restless all morning and engaged her in conversation. She responded to him with half-hearted replies. After drawing for a while, he put down his pen and sat across from her, keeping her company while she sorted the vegetables. Seeing his hand gestures, she could tell he had never done any work, so she smiled and taught him. Zhou Pei tossed the cauliflower in his hand, aiming to mimic placing it on Zhou Honghong's head for effect. Suddenly, a hand blocked him. Zhou Pei looked up and met Cheng Yi's icy gaze. The two men's eyes locked for a few seconds, and the hostility between them was evident. Zhou Pei withdrew his hand and tossed the cauliflower back into the basket. Zhou Honghong was taken aback and turned her head. Cheng Yi's sudden appearance left her completely unprepared. "You, how did you come here?" Cheng Yi turned to look at her, smiled, but his gaze was still cool. "Did my wife miss me? That's why I'm here." His sarcastic remark made Zhou Honghong feel a bit guilty. Zhou Pei reined in his expression and looked at her meaningfully. He noticed that title and realized now that it was his oversight. He hadn't expected her to be married. Zhou Honghong didn't pay attention to Zhou Pei. Seeing Cheng Yi's expression, she knew he was in a bad mood. Afraid he might cause a scene, she got up slowly and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Cheng Yi caught a glimpse of Zhou Pei's gaze on her from the corner of his eye. He grabbed Zhou Honghong's hand, his movement rough but his voice soft. "I got up before dawn, rushing over to eat my wife's breakfast." At that moment, Zhou Pei interjected, "Cousin, is he your boyfriend?" Zhou Honghong's hand was painfully tugged by Cheng Yi, and she couldn't struggle against him in this situation, so she could only awkwardly nod at Zhou Pei. Consequently, Cheng Yi's grip tightened even more. She almost cried out in pain, and her gaze towards him showed her weakness. If she had a choice, she didn't want others to see her interaction with Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi showed no signs of loosening his grip, forcing a smile as he held her shoulder and walked towards the kitchen, saying, "I want to eat porridge." She nodded in agreement, secretly trying to shake off his hand. It hurt too much. However, he was relentless, intertwining their fingers. His knuckles pressed tightly against hers as he dragged her into the kitchen. He completely ignored Zhou Pei, but Zhou Honghong knew that Cheng Yi was getting angry. Sure enough, once they entered the kitchen, he pushed her towards the sink. She accidentally stumbled and almost bumped into the pot on the counter. Before she could steady herself, he was already leaning in. Cheng Yi grabbed her waist, pulling her into his embrace, leaning down to her lips, and descended upon her like a storm. He bit her lip, his tongue sweeping heavily through every corner of her mouth, even delving deep into her throat. Zhou Honghong was not suited to his stimulation, resisting with soft cries. He thrust one hand in her shirt, gripping her fullness tightly, kneading it into various shapes. She wanted to escape from the pain, but he showed no mercy, as if he intended to crush the soft flesh in his hand. Zhou Honghong's tears flowed down, and her chest felt numb and painful. Although Cheng Yi was usually quite rough, it was mostly under the premise of her enjoyment. Such punitive actions were rare. He didn't use any seductive techniques. All he had was the most primitive brutality. She struggled, and he restrained her. Zhou Honghong saw Cheng Yi becoming more and more audacious, and she was extremely anxious. The kitchen door was not closed, and Tu Pei was in the hall, while her elder brother was upstairs. How could Cheng Yi dare? She hurried to push him, but it was futile. The more she resisted, the harder he pressed, and she felt as if her chest was about to shatter. Zhou Honghong really couldn't hold on any longer and finally softened. Just at that moment, he suddenly pulled away from her lips and loosened his grip on her flesh. With 2 fingers pinching her peak, he tugged a bit, then stared at her unwilling expression and said in a deep voice, "That pretty boy is your new catch?" She hurriedly shook her head, explaining that he was Lu Yizhua's classmate and was staying here for a few days. He gazed at her for a while, then suddenly grabbed and kneaded her chest, his beast-like breath spraying on her face. "Wife, I want to do you." After the pain in Zhou Honghong's chest passed, and she caught her breath, she said, "Can we talk nicely?" He lifted her shirt and bit into that snow-white spot. "Give it to me, Cheng Yi." He seemed a bit impatient and interrupted her. "Are you going to do it or not?" Zhou Honghong stared at him blankly. She wanted to have a good conversation with him, but he only treated her in a beastly manner when it came to bed matters. In front of her, he was just a creature driven by insatiable desire. She was scared that Cheng Yi really wanted to do something in the kitchen. And just as she was about to say something, a loud call of cousin came from outside. Zhou Honghong realized something and suddenly felt extremely embarrassed, not knowing how much of the commotion had been overheard by Tang Pei. Cheng Yi didn't wait for her to respond to the words outside and said ominously, "Answer me. Let's go back to the room and talk." This was a matter between the two of them, and she really didn't want to make a scene in public. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi still had a cold expression, but he pinched her back lightly and then let her go, casually straightening her top. He hadn't intended to have breakfast or anything, so he pulled her out of the kitchen. The awkward part was that Tang Pei was actually leaning against the wall not far from the kitchen, watching the two of them come out with a blank expression. Zhou Honghong felt a burning discomfort on her face for a moment. Cheng didn't care that her own matters were exposed, but she couldn't afford to lose face. Zhou Pei's gaze wandered over Zhou Honghong's face. Her tear stains were still fresh, her lips were chapped, and her clothes were wrinkled. Even if he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he could guess what Cheng Yi had just pulled her into. He shot Cheng Yi a glare. Cheng Yi sneered coldly, provocatively tightening her grip on Zhou Honghong's hand and pulling her closer to herself. Zhou Honghong lowered her head, struggling a bit, but was caught even more tightly. The atmosphere among the three was silent and strange. Just as she was about to speak to ease the tension, her uncle came downstairs. Since Cheng Yi had shared some mahjong tips with him, he was particularly friendly towards Cheng Yi. Seeing the three standing at the kitchen door, he raised his voice, "Nephew-in-law, you're here." Cheng Yi exchanged a few pleasantries with him and then excused herself, pulling Zhou Honghong upstairs. Zhou Pei kept watching Zhou Honghong's figure until she was out of sight. The uncle was puzzled about why Zhou Pei had come to the kitchen area, but didn't he ask. After nodding to the uncle, Zhou Pei returned to his easel. But no matter how he looked at the painting, he couldn't regain the feeling he had earlier. He had previously speculated that Zhou Honghong might have a boyfriend, but he didn't expect her to actually have a husband, who was also quite handsome. Zhou Pei's feelings toward Zhou Honghong stemmed solely from a man's perverse curiosity. When he first saw her, he thought she was good-looking, and if they could have a fleeting romance, he wouldn't mind whether she had a partner or not, which was why he tried to get close to her. Originally, Zhou Pei thought that if it could be fun, that would be great. If he really couldn't win her over, it wouldn't matter, as it would just be a challenge. However, seeing her leaning against that man just now made Zhou Pei feel uncomfortable. Zhou Honghong is usually not the weak type. However, after that man appeared, she has been accommodating him, and when she came out of the kitchen, she looked even more miserable. She surely doesn't know that her pitiful and aggrieved appearance would only make the man want to ravage her even more. Cheng Yi closed the door, tossed Zhou Honghong onto the bed, and was about to get straight to the point. Zhou Honghong is feeling weak due to illness and has fallen on the bed, unable to get up for a while. He comes over to bully her and tears at her clothes. Zhou Honghong no longer worried about being seen, so she began to resist again, trying to discuss serious matters with him. "Cheng Yi, I have something to tell you. Let's talk after we're done." He ignored her completely, diving straight into her breasts, biting down heavily and leaving a series of marks. Wife, don't you want me? Hmm? She decided to go all out. What I said in the text yesterday, it was true. As soon as those words were out, Cheng Yi stopped his movements, looked up at her, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Zhou Honghong protected her chest and looked away. She knew he would be angry, but every time they had a conflict, he never explained himself. He just took it out on her. This made her feel like, in his eyes, she was just a tool for his desires. Whenever he wanted something, he would do it regardless of her feelings. In the past, when he went to the movies with Jieyi, he would seek her opinion, and if she insisted on watching something, he would compromise. However, when he went to the movies with her, he only chose the films he liked. Zhou Honghong used to think that she could endure anything. Now, looking back, the problems between them were more than just with Jieyi. Cheng Yi probably didn't even see her as a girlfriend. He had been such a good boyfriend to Jieyi at the time. So why did it all reduce to mere desire with her? Cheng Yi forcefully lifted her chin, his tone chillingly cold. Zhou Honghong, have the guts to say it again. Say that text to me in person. His expression was terrifyingly dark, and the grip of his hand felt like it could crush her chin. Zhou Honghong tried to pry his hand away in pain, but she couldn't resist. It hurts so much. Hurts? There's something that can make you hurt even more. Saying this, he forcefully grabbed her chest with his other hand. She cried out in pain. You bastard. The white fabric was covered in his fingerprints and bite marks. Cheng Yi looked at the red marks and felt it wasn't enough. She belonged to him. Her whole being was his, and he needed to leave his mark on her. He leaned in and bit her lip, gnawing at the already broken skin until blood seeped out. He wanted her to feel pain. Zhou Honghong struggled desperately, but she was no match for his strength. Let me go, or I'll call for my uncle, she cried. He sneered, his movements growing even more ruthless. Go ahead. Consider it a free show for your uncle. He tore off her top, lifted her hips, and tried to pull down her pants. Won't you just listen to me? She pleaded. You talk, I act. As the hidden depths of her femininity were revealed, his eyes darkened with raw desire. Talking is never as satisfying as doing. Zhou Honghong cried, digging her nails into his shoulder. Cheng Yi, I want to break up with you. Cheng Yi smiled gloomily, slowly unbuckling his belt. Zhou Honghong, you just need to be taught a lesson. Chapter 27. Zhou Honghong was taken aback, almost thinking that Cheng Yi was going to hit her. Cheng Yi noticed her panic and laughed. He lightly brushed her face with his belt, asking if she was scared. She forced herself to stay calm and turned her face away. He tossed aside the belt and affectionately licked her earlobe, his fingers probing into her body. Going in and out gently as he said, if you're scared, just be obedient. If you obey, I'll make each wave higher than the last. Zhou Honghong said hatefully, get away from me. He stopped, pulled out his finger to show her, and mocked, not happy. How could you be like this if you weren't? Why is he always like this? The tears she had just stopped flowed out again. He couldn't even respect her. He turned her face towards him, looking at her stubborn appearance with tear-filled eyes, and his smile faded. Haven't you been with me for so many years? Why act righteous now? She cried and said, I don't want to be with you anymore. Woman, my patience has limits. Cheng Yi's eyes were calm, as if a storm was about to come. Me too. Really? I'm tired of being with you. She didn't want to know the truth about his affair with Jieyi anymore. Even if he hadn't done anything with Jieyi, that woman named Zhou Honghong wasn't in his heart. Shut up. He looked down at her, his eyes flickering slightly. Zhou Honghong, stop throwing a tantrum and come home with me. I won't go back. I told you before, I'm not going. Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Yi grabbed her leg, stretching it to the maximum angle, and ruthlessly pierced inside. Zhou Honghong's wetness was insufficient just now, and he was too rough. Crashing into her quickly and fiercely, she bit her lip hard in pain, a metallic taste of blood spreading in her mouth. Cheng Yi's expression didn't seem to show any pleasure either. He coldly looked at her and reiterated, come home with me. She stubbornly held her tongue, her lips already a deep crimson. Her body ached, but it couldn't compare to the depth of her despair. If he cared even a little about her, he would comfort her instead of treating her so contemptuously. After venting for a while and slightly calming down, Cheng Yi stepped back out, then put on a smile, saying, if I really wanted to have you, it wouldn't be that easy. In a little while, she would have to beg him to come to her. She continued to remain silent. He pinched her cheeks and directly pressed his lips against hers, sucking away the bloodstains. He looked at her wounds and scoffed, so ugly. Zhou Honghong gasped in pain, struggling to get up, but was still pressed down tightly by him. She finally spoke. Get up, let's have a good talk. Talk about what? He continued to smile. Let's talk about how you hooked up with that pretty boy downstairs. Zhou Honghong finally realized that he was still misunderstanding her and Do Pei. She clarified, I didn't. Didn't? He tugged at her hair a few times, then pointed his finger at her lips. Zhou Honghong, the only thing you're lacking is the ability. You're quite skilled when it comes to attracting men. I didn't. She had only him as a man in her life. How could he say that about her? I don't want to talk about this with you. Anyway, I want to break up. You want to? He pulled out that mocking smile again. Did you ask for my opinion? As he spoke, he began to caress her body, inch by inch, each part a sensitive spot. Zhou Honghong twisted and turned to avoid him, but he managed to touch her, grab her, and enter her body, stirring within. If Cheng Yi really wanted to tease Zhou Honghong, it wouldn't be difficult at all. He was well-versed in matters between men and women, having tried every position with her over the years. He was even more familiar with her body than she was, and he had plenty of ways to make her submit. Watching her grow softer under his actions, her breathing gradually quickening, his smile deepened. Zhou Honghong, however, was filled with hatred. But hatred aside, when Cheng Yi played with her fullness and suddenly entered that moist place, she instinctively wrapped around him, tightly gripping his arm, moving in rhythm with him. Her aroused reactions drained all of Cheng Yi's patience, and the movements became increasingly frantic, almost causing her to hit her head against the headboard. Although the weather was slightly cool, he was drenched in sweat, his strong muscles pulsating with each motion. The bed creaked loudly, accompanied by Zhou Honghong's hurried gasps and the sounds of their connection, making Cheng Yi feel as if he was about to be overwhelmed with pleasure just from listening. Zhou Honghong is someone who hesitates before doing something, but once she gets into it, she enjoys it immensely. Deep down, she's quite lewd. During the last wave, Zhou Honghong trembled for a long time. She closed her eyes and gasped softly, waiting for the dizzying brilliance to fade away. Cheng Yi felt a great sense of accomplishment, lying beside her, smiling as he playfully flicked her ample breast with his fingers. Seeing that she seemed to have come back to her senses, he leaned over to kiss her cheek and asked, Wife, was it enjoyable? Zhou Honghong was too embarrassed to face him and turned her head away. She felt very ashamed and began to doubt whether she was truly a promiscuous woman. He noticed her shame and stopped mocking her, instead trying to soothe her. Be good. Don't make a scene. Come home with me. Zhou Honghong frowned and said, I won't go back, as soon as the topic came up. Cheng Yi stiffened and turned her face sharply, asking, What are you unhappy about? Her face was still flushed from their intense lovemaking, but her eyes lost their previous allure. What I said was true. I don't want to be with you anymore. Just now. She paused, lowering her voice. Let's just consider this the last time. What are you making a fuss about? Cheng Yi was really annoyed. He couldn't understand what had gotten into her. This woman's thoughts were harder to decipher than a gambling game. We are not compatible. He scoffed. You've been with me for 7 years. And now you say we're not compatible? Why didn't you say that earlier? This brought Zhou Honghong to anger as well. She pushed against him, trying to sit up. I didn't want to be with you in the first place. You forced me. Cheng Yi remained unmoved, gripping her face tightly, and said sharply, Don't bring up old accounts. If you dare to mention splitting up again, I'll make sure you can't get up. Just try me. She was anxious. Can you be reasonable? Suddenly, he remembered the pretty boy downstairs, squinting his eyes slightly as he slowly enunciated, Did you cheat on me? She froze and then shook her head. It's not because of that. Then what is it? Because of what? Because he didn't love her? Was that reason enough? Zhou Honghong stared at him, but couldn't say anything. She would probably never love a man so completely again in her life. In her journey, Cheng Yi occupied 1/3 of her time. But even after spending so long, she couldn't become the one who held his heart. Sometimes she thinks that she doesn't necessarily have to be the one he loves the most. He can give that title to his first love. There's a saying that goes, What you can't have is the best. But at the very least, he should give her a little love. Just occasionally being gentle and considerate towards her would be enough. At this moment, there was a deep sorrow in Zhou Honghong's eyes. Cheng Yi felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. He embraced her, softening his tone, Wife. My good wife. Then he pecked at her neck. Zhou Honghong's tears fell once again because of this soft whisper. Sometimes, he knew how to make her heart soften. She closed her eyes, quietly nestled against his chest, enjoying the rare peace between them. She was very tired. Her sleep had been poor recently, and after being tossed around by him again, she fell asleep shortly after closing her eyes. Her uncle was also considerate, thinking of the long-awaited reunion of the young couple. He didn't come upstairs until he really couldn't manage it anymore, and then he called. Zhou Honghong woke up, quickly answered the phone, and agreed. Cheng Yi leaned against the headboard, smoking a cigarette while watching her get dressed. Then he glanced at her groin, his gaze lingering for a moment before moving to her chest. Zhou Honghong's chest had grown quite well under his years of urging. This natural feel is incomparable to those fillers. As he was leaving, Cheng Yi grabbed her hand, pulling her down, and caressed the wound on her lips. Still making a fuss? She looked as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. His expression then turned cold, and he exhaled a puff of smoke at her, warning her not to challenge his patience. Let's talk later. That's just how he is, threatening her after just a few words. As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Yi roughly rubbed her lips, and soon, the wound started bleeding again. Zhou Honghong was in so much pain that she hit him, saying, "You just want to torment me." He sneered. "Others beg me to torment them, and I'm not even willing." "Be content," he added. "Then go to someone else." "Who needs you?" Cheng Yi thought that this time she was just throwing a tantrum, and that soothing her would be enough. To her surprise, after he made her feel as if she were on the brink of ecstasy, she still wasn't satisfied. He was really angry and spoke even more harshly. "If it weren't for the vow I made to the old man, would I want you, this worthless thing?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Honghong looked at him in disbelief. Cheng Yi had used this term before, but after she had given him her first time, he never mentioned it again. She thought he had learned the truth. But in reality, he had always misunderstood that she had let Cheng Hao take advantage of her. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, wanting to speak, but her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't make a sound. It turned out that he was really only with her because of the old man's orders. Whether it was the initial act or the later insistence on her, it was all because of the old man. To him, she might just be secondhand goods used by Cheng Hao. Chapter 28. Regarding the fact that Zhou Honghong had been violated by Cheng Hao. Cheng Yi had to put in a lot of effort to not care so much. After his breakup with Jieyi, he had no interest in pleasing women anymore. Or rather, he was too lazy to get involved with love. Zhou Honghong had a crush on him, and he always knew it, although she always denied it verbally. How could the thoughts of such a young girl be hidden from anyone? During his recovery period, he watched Zhou Honghong busying herself with various tasks and thought that since there was pressure from the old man, and given Zhou Honghong's personality, she would be quite suitable as a wife. Later events proved that she indeed was a well-rounded person who could entertain guests, manage the kitchen, and share a bed. After his breakup, Cheng Yi felt that marriage was not that important. It was comfortable to find someone who liked him and live a life where everything was handed to him. Thus, he chose Zhou Honghong. However, this girl was determined to break free, thinking that once she got into college, the old man wouldn't be able to control her. Her thoughts had once been Cheng Yi's thoughts, but that was under the pretense of acting with Zhou Honghong. Once he set his sights on her, she was bound to him. She wanted to run, but he wouldn't let her. On his mother's birthday, Zhou Honghong was adorably flushed from drinking. What was even cuter was when she said Cheng Hao actually didn't succeed. Cheng Yi, for some reason, felt an inexplicable joy upon hearing this, and this feeling invigorated him. Sooner or later, they would have to be together, better sooner than later. However, when he lifted her hips and saw the birthmark in her cleft, half of his anticipation vanished. Later, when he made his move, she did not bleed. Zhou Honghong herself had no explanation for this matter. She was just tangled up in the fear of getting pregnant. Cheng Yi had stirred her emotions and didn't think of backing out. So, he could only avoid thinking about where her membrane had gone. At first, it was indeed manageable. He didn't mind much. Gradually, however, it became increasingly bothersome. That day, Cheng Hao had a confrontation with the old man, packed his bags, and planned to leave overnight. As he reached the back door, he ran into Cheng Yi coming back over the wall. Cheng Yi saw Cheng Hao with his bundle and didn't even ask a question, let alone greet him. He coldly glanced at Cheng Hao and walked straight toward his room. Cheng Hao felt both fear and disgust toward his half-brother. He always thought Cheng Yi was eerie, especially on such a dark and windy night. The way Cheng Yi looked at him was filled with sinister mockery. Cheng Hao suddenly recalled his failed attempt to rape Zhou Honghong. If Cheng Yi knew he couldn't even handle a woman, he would probably ridicule him in his heart. He felt very indignant. The girls in town who admired Cheng Yi could line up from the east to the west of the town. Cheng Hao just couldn't understand why this lowly little bastard, just because he looked a bit good, had the right to speak in the Cheng family and could attract those women to come after him. Yet he, Cheng Hao, was the legitimate young master, but hardly any girls were willing to approach him. Cheng Hao felt both unwilling and jealous, and he shouted to stop Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi slowed down his pace and replied flatly. Cheng Hao commanded, "You better not tell Grandpa that you saw me tonight." He wanted to assert the authority of an older brother, but no matter how he tried to act imposing, he lacked any real presence. Cheng Yi nodded and replied casually, "Got it." Cheng Hao was furious. What did he know? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he chuckled disdainfully. Just a little slut. And Grandpa wants me to take responsibility. Cheng Yi showed no reaction. This slut. Cheng Hao became even angrier. I made her scream, and after she enjoyed it, she actually bit back, saying I forced her. What a worthless woman. I wouldn't marry her. Cheng Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. After saying that, he quickened his pace and continued walking. Seeing that Cheng Yi seemed not to believe him, Cheng Hao, in a moment of urgency, wanted to establish his image as a powerful man in Cheng Yi's mind, lest Cheng Yi look down on him. Although Cheng Hao was lecherous, he had a weak physique. On the other hand, Cheng Yi was a man who had grown wild outside, with natural muscle lines and a sexy physique that made Cheng Hao grit his teeth in hatred. Yet he lacked the willpower to train himself. Cheng Hao cursed. That little slut has a little peach-colored birthmark near her ass. Damn it, she was born to be a loose woman. Cheng Yi didn't stop his steps and ignored Cheng Hao. Initially, Cheng Yi didn't take those words to heart. His first impression of Zhou Honghong was just that of a woman with a terribly common name, and he sometimes had Jieyi at that time. However, after really being with Zhou Honghong, Cheng Yi often thought back to their conversation that night. Zhou Honghong's birthmark resembles the shape of a small leaf, about 3 centimeters long, and is a light pink color. In the past, when Cheng Yi was playing with Zhou Honghong in certain positions, he would look at that leaf, rolling with his movements, and feel a tingling sensation. One day, he mentioned the leaf to Zhou Honghong, and she was actually shocked, saying she had no idea she had that birthmark. Probably only her mother knew. Cheng Yi's expression darkened, thinking, even the man who has been with you knows. Zhou Honghong found his anger very inexplicable. She shot him a sideways glance and changed the subject. Since then, slowly, this birthmark became a thorn in Cheng Yi's heart, digging deeper and deeper. He began to lose control, and the strength he exerted became increasingly difficult to contain. Zhou Honghong almost got knocked off the bed by him once and complained about why he was particularly rough in that position. He honestly replied, "I just want to play you to death." Yes, as soon as he saw that leaf, he couldn't help but want to torment her. Maybe it was really as Cheng Hao said, that when Zhou Honghong was dominated by Cheng Hao, she also reached a climax. Cheng Yi found Zhou Honghong's reaction very inappropriate. According to her usual personality, she would definitely argue with him. But now her expression carried a certain extreme sorrow. He knew his words had hurt her. So he extinguished his cigarette, pulled her over, and gently stroked her hair, his voice still tense. "Stop making a fuss. I'll find a cook for your uncle. You come home with me." But she shook her head, very determined. Zhou Honghong. She felt she was on the brink of collapse. Things had been happening one after another lately, and she could no longer bear it. "Cheng Yi, let's just end it like this," she said softly, almost inaudibly, doubting whether he heard her. But he held her tightly, and she knew he had heard. "You need to temper your tantrums." He was already struggling to contain his anger. "I'll marry you, is that okay? I won't bring up that matter with Cheng Hao again." She still shook her head, whether he mentioned it or not. It no longer mattered. She remembered saying it was her first time, but he had never believed her. "Do you want me to kill you today?" She was already numb. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside. "Cousin, the guests are waiting downstairs. Are you okay?" It was Dope. Zhou Honghong was about to speak when Cheng Yi covered her mouth and asked, "Zhou Honghong, are you really not involved with that pretty boy?" She wanted to shake her head, but suddenly thought of something. Are you involved?" His tone had become quite dangerous. She looked at him calmly. She had clearly clarified that there was nothing between her and Dope. Cheng Yi stared at her intently for a long time, then said darkly, "You should know my bottom line." Zhou Honghong found it ridiculous. No matter how many times she argued with him, he would never believe her. Why didn't he trust her? Back in college, she had joined a club with a male classmate, and Cheng Yi insisted that she was flirting with him. Zhou Honghong couldn't understand why Cheng Yi, after so many years, still couldn't see what kind of person she was. She hadn't even held another man's hand. She had only been devoted to Cheng Yi. Why did he have such doubts about her? Tao Pei knocked on the door again. "Cousin?" His voice was pleasant to hear, and that call sounded like an intimate whisper. Cheng Yi suddenly pushed Zhou Honghong aside and got out of bed to put on his pants. He pulled out a cigarette, took a few deep puffs, and then said, "Are you going to keep making a scene? Whether we stay together or not is up to me." She maintained the position he had thrown her into, leaning awkwardly on the bed, her face ashen. "Then you should speak first." A chill ran through him as he looked at Zhou Honghong's lifeless expression. His gaze icy. "I'll ask you one question. Have you ever cheated on me?" Zhou Honghong did not respond. She turned her face to the side and closed her eyes. After a while, Cheng Yi turned around and opened the door. Zhou Pei was still waiting at the door. Just as he was about to smile, he suddenly felt a terrifying, killing intent rush at him. Cheng Yi's punch caught Zhou Pei off guard. Zhou Pei staggered back a few steps, hitting the wall opposite him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pondering the cold man in front of him. Although he didn't know what had happened inside the room, the only reason that could provoke this man was Zhou Honghong. Zhou Pei took a glance inside, stood up straight, and assessed the situation in front of him, feeling that it was actually in his favor, even if it meant taking a beating. Zhou Honghong heard the noise, panicked, and got up, looking at the back of Cheng Yi blocking the door, feeling extremely angry. "Why are you hitting someone when everything was fine?" Cheng Yi turned around, a glint of coldness in his smile. "Protecting him? Then I'll just kill him." Chapter 29. Zhou Honghong was worried that Cheng Yi would really get into trouble, so she hurriedly grabbed his hand, knowing that he was just showing off his strength. "I'm telling you, you don't believe me, and if I don't say anything, you hit people." At that moment, Cheng Yi suddenly calmed down, looked down at the hand she was holding, and clasped it back, saying, "This is the first time." Zhou Honghong did not understand his inexplicable words. She reached out with her other hand to tug at his arm and said gently, "Don't fight randomly." Then she tiptoed closer to his ear and whispered, "There's nothing between him and me." Cheng Yi snorted, unsure whether to believe her or not, but he loosened his fist. Zhou Pei, unwilling to be left out, called out, "Cousin." His expression, in contrast to the bloodstains, appeared especially innocent, and with his deep-set eyes, it evoked a sense of desolation. Zhou Honghong wanted to approach the past to apologize, but Cheng Yi held on her tightly and wouldn't let go. She didn't dare to be angry with Cheng Yi anymore, so she could only smile apologetically at Zhou Pei and say, "Sorry, classmate. He has a bit of a morning temper." Saying this made her feel guilty herself. Cheng Yi turned and coldly looked at Zhou Pei. Even if Zhou Honghong had nothing to do with this pretty boy, he still had to take action. The moment he saw Zhou Pei, he knew Zhou Pei had ulterior motives. Zhou Pei didn't hear what Zhou Honghong and Cheng Yi were saying. He just smiled and casually repeated, "Cousin, the guests are waiting for you downstairs." He squinted at Cheng Yi and then turned to go downstairs. Once Zhou Pei left, Zhou Honghong grabbed Cheng Yi's arm and bit him hard, angrily saying, "That's what you get for being fierce." Cheng Yi let her bite and coldly replied, "If my wife behaves, then everything is negotiable." After biting him, she pressed her thumb against the bite mark as if to vent her frustration, afraid that he wouldn't feel pain. "My uncle is waiting for me. We can talk later. You told me not to cause trouble, but you yourself." Cheng Yi stared at her bruised lips, cutting off her words. "Don't say any more. You moving around like that is really ugly." Zhou Honghong wished she could slap him and be done with it. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I'm going down now. You, take care of yourself." Zhou Honghong often thought about how to talk to Cheng Yi when she had free time. They always ended up arguing after just a couple of sentences. It wasn't entirely her fault. He was just too infuriating. While busy with her work, her thoughts were fragmented, and she hadn't really figured things out. Unexpectedly, she and Cheng Yi had broken up. The situation was strange, and Zhou Honghong's memory of that time was somewhat blurry. The part that left a deep impression was just the prelude. In the afternoon, Zhou Honghong felt her head starting to throb again. Seeing that most of the customers had left, she greeted her uncle and went back to her room to rest. When she entered the room and saw Cheng Yi, She felt her head ache even more. However, her physical discomfort made her lack the energy to talk to him. Cheng Yi was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. She walked over and slapped him hard, telling him to wake up. He opened his eyes halfway, looking displeased, and said, "I got up before dawn. What does it have to do with me? Don't hog my bed." He was being ridiculous again. "Then should I sleep on you? Sleep on the floor." Zhou Honghong pulled him up and said, "I want to sleep." "You move." Seeing her pale face, Cheng Yi got up and touched her forehead, asking, "What's wrong with you?" His tone showed no concern at all. She was used to his behavior and replied, "Headache." Cheng Yi pinched her face, then suddenly hugged her, startling her. He pressed his forehead against hers and said with a smile, Wife, a hug will make it not hurt anymore." She felt both angry and amused. Then Cheng Yi got off the bed and pulled a chair to sit down. Zhou Honghong lay on the bed, feeling a sharp pain on the right side of her temple, like being pricked by a needle. She suspected it was due to the cold she caught the day before yesterday that hadn't gone away, and it felt even more painful when she lay down. So she propped herself up and leaned against the headboard. The next memories became vague and blurry. Zhou Honghong only remembered that Cheng Yi finished a bottle of drink and casually tossed it towards the trash can. At that moment, something suddenly bounced back out of it. He glanced over and immediately turned pale, his face ashen. Zhou Honghong was scared by his unpredictable temper. Just as she was about to ask him what was wrong, he suddenly came over and dragged her up, ignoring her exclamations, and pulled her to the trash can. His voice was icy. "Zhou Honghong, is this your reason for wanting to break up?" She looked down, and when she saw what was on the ground, her expression changed in shock. On the ground was a used condom, tied up with a white, cloudy liquid inside. But that wasn't all. Cheng Yi kicked the trash can, and several more fell out from inside. Zhou Honghong immediately thought of the pile of things in Doupei's room. Just as she was about to explain, Cheng Yi suddenly threw her onto the bed and started saying something. She felt a bit dizzy from being tossed, and she struggled to concentrate on what he was saying. But all she could hear was a buzzing sound in her ears. Zhou Honghong furrowed her brows in distress as she looked up at Cheng Yi. Suddenly, his face became blurry to her. All she remembered was his gaze, as if he wanted to strangle her. And the strength with which he held her was indeed terrifying. Yet she couldn't cry out in pain. He must have said some nonsense, right? Maybe it was just like that. Just like that. After Cheng Yi slammed the door and left, Zhou Honghong remained in a daze. Her ears were heavily blocked, and her head felt like it was being pulled, causing half her face to go numb from the pain. She had no time to worry about whether the commotion had disturbed anyone. She wrapped herself in the blanket and covered her head. It hurt so much. It would be better to just die from the pain. Of course, in the end, she didn't die from it. After a while, she lifted the blanket and stared blankly at the ceiling. So, this must be what a formal breakup feels like. It's nice. It saves trouble. Her heart felt empty, but there was no longer that heart-wrenching tug she had felt before. After being tangled up for so long, reaching this moment actually brought her peace. She and Cheng Yi had finally come to this point. Although it was her who brought it up, it was he who ultimately made the decisive move. This way is better, for someone who cares so much about face. It's better that he dumped her than for her to let him go. She felt quite calm, yet the tears wouldn't stop. Zhou Honghong had seen something before, and all the tears of her life have dried up at this moment, which is quite exaggerated. Now, she deeply understands this sentence. Zhou Honghong stared blankly for a long time. It seemed like she had thought of a lot, yet she couldn't remember what she had thought about. What had just happened felt like a dream, suddenly occurring and then suddenly ending, and she couldn't even recall the details. Was this event real or not? Zhou Honghong felt that her symptoms were getting worse. Her head was pounding painfully. She slowly got out of bed, supporting herself against the wall as she walked step by step to the door. It was just a breakup, yet she felt suddenly weakened several times over, her whole body feeling powerless. Just as she opened the door, she saw Doupei standing there at the entrance. She didn't know how long he had been standing there, his expression somewhat hesitant. "Cousin." Zhou Honghong looked at him, slowly returning to reality. She always thought that this big boy in front of her, although a bit reclusive and aloof, should not have a bad character. It turned out she had been wrong all along. He was truly bad to the core. She turned her head to glance at the trash can. This trash can was distributed to each room by her uncle, placed haphazardly in various colors. but she remembered that the green one originally belonged to Doupei's room. Doupei followed her gaze and took a look over there, then turned back and stiffly said, "I'm sorry." "Get out," she said, and was about to walk out. "Cousin, how should I put it?" He sighed. "Get out." He pondered, if you two didn't have issues, could such a small matter cause such a stir? Zhou Honghong looked at him indifferently and said, "That's my business. What does it have to do with you?" After saying that, she closed the door in front of him. The man outside made her feel disgusted. So disgusting, using such lowly tactics. After a while, when Zhou Honghong opened the door again, Doupei was still standing there. "Get lost. I can see he treats you really badly." Doupei gazed at her quietly. Her face was very pale, her forehead was covered in sweat. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and there were still mottled wounds on her lips. Her expression of enduring sadness tugged at his heart. He also knew he had gone too far this time. Zhou Honghong felt extremely uncomfortable, and this man was still pretending to be an analyst. She shouted, "What does it have to do with you?" Doupei saw her weak state and sincerely said, "Cousin, I will apologize to you for this matter later. You look really unwell. Let me take you to the hospital." Zhou Honghong held on tightly and refused to respond. She pushed him away and hurried downstairs to find her uncle for medicine. Her uncle had initially wanted to greet Cheng Yi when he saw him leaving, but was intimidated by Cheng Yi's terrifying expression. He wondered if the couple had quarreled. Now seeing Zhou Honghong, he didn't have time to ask about Cheng Yi's departure, and was stunned by her symptoms, quickly taking her to the hospital. Doupei followed her downstairs, and, noticing her uncle was about to close the shop, wisely suggested going for a walk outside. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor simply said that due to catching a cold, she had a stuffy nose, which caused negative pressure in her ears. Once the cold was gone, her ears would naturally improve. Zhou Honghong was confused, wondering why she couldn't recall what Cheng Yi had said back then. She didn't know if it was because she really couldn't hear him at that moment, or if his words were too hurtful for her to want to listen. Cheng Yi had driven over that morning. He couldn't wait for the train schedule early in the morning. He parked his car at a nearby school. He had originally planned to take Zhou Honghong home, but he didn't expect things to escalate to this point. However, Zhou Honghong's insistence on breaking up made him anxious. He tried to coax her, but she was stubborn, and he was genuinely losing his patience. Not to mention, when he saw that condom, all sense of calm was thrown out the window. He questioned the origin of that condom, but she just looked at him with a pale face, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, he suddenly felt that forcing her was pointless. His male pride wouldn't allow him to cling to a woman who had made up her mind to leave. This was also why, when Jieyi proposed to break up at the beginning, he agreed without hesitation. Chapter 30. Zhou Honghong's illness kept her in bed for a full 2 days. During this time, her uncle was quite busy. He called his wife to ask when she would be back. After hearing about the situation, his aunt became a bit anxious and said she would hurry back as soon as their eldest daughter-in-law finished her confinement period. Zhou Honghong watched her uncle bustling around and felt very guilty. On the 3rd day, she refused to continue lying down and helped him with some light work. Her uncle had lived for over 40 years. How could he not see that his niece was troubled? He just didn't want to pry too much. He felt sorry for her, seeing how much she had withered after being ill, so he prepared a feast for her and wouldn't let her do any heavy lifting. This only made her feel more ashamed, and she insisted on helping out. However, her uncle said, "Look at you, you've been sick and you're still worried about the business. Let's pause the store for a few days until your aunt comes back. Anyway, I've taken breaks before under the pretext of summer and winter vacations." He kept his word and immediately found the dusty notice board to hang up a sign. With less busy time, Zhou Honghong found herself more preoccupied with her feelings. In the evening, she went to Chenghe. Zhou Honghong liked to sit on a small brick by the bank of the Cheng River, where the height was just right for her to dip her bare feet into the water. The river water was cool and refreshing, making her feel very comfortable and helping her thoughts to calm down significantly. Her phone still hadn't been taken for repair, and the signal was getting worse, so she simply ignored it. Yesterday, Cheng Yi sent her a text message, asking her not to tell his mother about their relationship yet, as his mother had been quite worried lately. She checked the time the message was received and saw that it had been sent several hours ago. After hesitating for a long time, she replied with a simple okay. After that, there was no further news from him. Zhou Honghong felt that Cheng Yi would soon be able to move on from this matter, at least faster than she would. Pei had been standing not far away for a long time, silently watching Zhou Honghong. Her expression was calm, but the sadness in her eyes was unmistakable. Upon reflection, he realized that he initially didn't have any strong feelings for her. He was merely approaching her with a casual mindset. However, after that man appeared, Pei clearly became distorted. He couldn't clarify the source of this twisted feeling for the time being, but seeing her in such pain made him feel uncomfortable as well. He slowly walked over to her side and gently called out, "Cousin." Zhou Honghong didn't even blink, as if she hadn't heard anything at all. He lowered his eyes to look at her feet and reminded her, "You've just recovered from your illness. You shouldn't be soaking here. The river water is very cold." She still ignored him. In fact, these past few days, Pei had been apologizing, but Zhou Honghong had always maintained this non-responsive state. He didn't mind her attitude and sat cross-legged next to her, facing her side. He watched her for a while, but she didn't turn her head. He tightly grasped the grass on the ground, feeling a bit of pent-up frustration released through this effort before saying, "Cousin, I want to confess something to you. I am quite despicable. My cousin has always said that about me." His gaze never left her face, his fingers tracing her outline on the ground. "Actually, I can see without my glasses, it's just not clear. My right eye is myopic from birth, but it got better after surgery. My left eye is a bit myopic, but the degree isn't severe. I'm really very sorry about this incident. But if he had any trust in you, he wouldn't have ignored your explanation. Do you not fear retribution for doing these wicked things?" Zhou Honghong finally turned her head to look at him. She couldn't even imagine that he would find an excuse for such actions. Pei sighed, "I think retribution is coming soon. How he treated me is just between him and me." She wanted to suppress her anger, but she was too furious. "You're really so self-righteous. Then, cousin, should I go explain to him? Forget it. I don't want to deal with this anymore." Whether he would scheme again is still a question. Moreover, Zhou Honghong felt that what she was suffering now was what she deserved. After all, who told her to fall in love with Cheng Yi? She warned, "I don't need anyone to stick up for me, especially since we're not familiar with each other." "We are not familiar." After saying that, she continued to look at the river's surface, not wanting to see his hypocritical face. After a long silence, Pei stood up, suppressed all his emotions, and said, "Cousin, I will leave tomorrow." Zhou Honghong responded coldly, "No send-off." Pei took a deep look at her and turned to leave. Everyone at home knew that the boss had been in a bad mood lately. Or rather, it was extremely terrible. There was a female customer in the shop who came once and, unfortunately, met the boss. Since then, this female customer seemed to have lost her senses. Coming in every day, ordering the most expensive things, throwing money at Honghua, just hoping to chat with the boss. The boss's attitude was to ignore her. Anyway, as long as she brought in revenue, how she spent her money was her business. He just needed to make a profit. People couldn't help but sigh at the boss's cruelty for a while. Then, one day, the boss returned from outside and ran into this female customer. Only then did everyone realize that the boss had been quite kind before. As soon as the boss appeared in the female customer's line of sight, she rushed toward him as if she had lost her mind. Why call it losing her mind? Because any normal person could sense the icy aura emanating from the boss. Yet she seemed oblivious to it. Sure enough, with a cold glance, the boss had her thrown out, emphasizing that she must be truly thrown out and never allowed to enter again. Thus, everyone felt it was inappropriate. This female customer had contributed at least 7 figures to the shop, yet the boss actually abandoned such a good customer source. It was evident that he had just returned from the Arctic. There were also other inappropriate matters. Usually, those women who would love to be teased by the boss now dared not to take the risk, because one bird that stuck its head out had suffered. This couldn't be blamed on that bird. The incident was actually triggered by a comment from Tang Zhimon. That day, Tang Zhimon said, "Last time that woman was here, I did my duty just waiting for you to inspect the goods and give her a qualified stamp." Cheng Yi waved his hand, showing no great interest. "Then let her handle it." She was a bit surprised. "Aren't you going to inspect it yourself first?" Anyone familiar with these places knew that the girls at Honghua had the best skills. They might not be the prettiest, but they understood men better than men themselves, which could be described as soul-stealing and bone-eroding. Others thought it was the madam of Honghua who was skilled, but in fact, the one who ultimately inspected the goods was the real expert. Cheng Yi couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyes, holding a cigarette. No. Tang Jimon looked at him through the faint smoke, feeling that he had become increasingly stern lately. She jokingly said, "Are you afraid you won't be able to control yourself?" He took a deep drag from his cigarette before looking at her, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Since you say so, let her try then. This time, if she passes, I'll take her." Tang Jimon's heart skipped a beat. Although Cheng Yi would give a few pointers to new girls, he had never been serious about it. The training work had always been done by Tang Jimon. When she first came to apply for the job and met Cheng Yi, her initial thought was that this man was born to be a bane to women. He had been sitting at the other end of the desk, scrutinizing her. That gaze was clearly undressing her. Tang Jimon had prepared herself mentally. If he wanted to inspect the goods, personally, she could play along. With his looks and physique, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. In the end, he merely leered at her with his eyes, and there were no actual actions. Later on, because a new girl was too reserved, he teased her a little. As a result, that woman was so enchanted by him that she nearly melted in front of him. After that, all the sisters tried their best to climb into the boss's bed. However, none succeeded. Tang Jimon turned a blind eye to those women's intentions. She was also looking forward to when Cheng Yi would break his abstinence and have a real encounter. Yet, she never waited for that to happen. She even doubted whether he was incapable in that regard, possessing only abundant theoretical knowledge. After becoming familiar with Zhou Honghong, she learned that Cheng Yi had a fiancé, Yi. The first time Tang Jimon met Zhou Honghong was while discussing matters with Cheng Yi in the office. While they were talking, a girl suddenly barged in. The girl glared at Cheng Yi, saying, "You just know how to smoke all day, and if you die from it, no one cares." Cheng Yi actually immediately extinguished his cigarette and asked, "What are you doing here? You left your throat medicine at home on purpose, didn't you? I still have to make you medicine after school, and here you are, smoking away." The girl angrily placed the medicine jar on the table, opened the lid. An herbal scent filled the air. Cheng Yi smiled and stood up to take the girl's hand, saying, "Good girl, you even brought me the soup." The girl shook off his hand. "Drink it while it's hot." Seeing this scene, Tang Jimon immediately found an excuse to leave. She had been sitting in a corner where the light was dim and her back was to the door. The girl probably only then noticed there was another person in the room, and her expression became a bit awkward. Cheng Yi only introduced their names to each other. Tang Jimon had always thought that a woman who could capture Cheng Yi's heart had to be an extraordinary beauty. It wasn't that Zhou Honghong wasn't pretty. It was just that her beauty didn't reach a level that could match his. Zhou Honghong clearly has the aura of a matriarch, while Cheng Yi carries too much of a wicked vibe. Tang Jimon didn't understand how that girl managed to suppress him. Moreover, she couldn't comprehend why a natural seductress wouldn't go out to seek affairs. He clearly had such good conditions. With just a flick of his finger, groups of women would flock to him. Yet now, Cheng Yi suddenly said he wanted to break his vow. Tang Jimon immediately associated this with whether he and Zhou Honghong had some kind of conflict. She asked, "Are you serious?" "Serious," Cheng Yi replied with a smile. But that smile seemed cold no matter how one looked at it. She felt somewhat disappointed by Cheng Yi's decision. She thought he was one of the few remaining men who kept themselves clean, yet now he would have such a day. However, she still arranged for that woman to go in and seduce Cheng Yi. After all, she was just a woman acting on orders. Once the woman entered Cheng Yi's room, she was still immersed in the shock of being favored. She had heard from her former sisters that this boss never touched them and had astonishing self-control. This time, for some reason, it was going to be a practical encounter. Cheng Yi was half leaning against the sofa, and since she came in, he had been looking down at his phone, playing a game. The woman was left standing there, unsure of what to do. After finishing a few rounds of the game, he finally looked at her, his expression somewhere between a smile and a frown. "What are you doing standing there? Did I pay to watch you stand dumbly?" Initially, the woman wasn't trembling, but when he looked up, she started to shiver. The boss's expression was not good. "Did Tang Jimon teach you to shiver in place?" After saying that, he continued playing on his phone. "No." She shook her head repeatedly, taking advantage of the moment he wasn't looking at her. She hurriedly took off her clothes, fearing she would lose her courage under his scrutiny. Cheng Yi played another round, then put down his phone, his gaze wandering over her body. No matter how he looked, her chest seemed fake. The woman adjusted her facial expression, adopting a seductive posture, swaying her slim waist slowly but suggestively. One must say, Tang Jimian's teaching was quite effective. She understood that teasing was more enticing than outright lewdness. Cheng Yi looked at the well-proportioned but unnatural body in front of him, slightly lowering his tone. "Come here." The woman felt joy at his attitude and stepped forward, sitting down beside him. But he merely took her hand, his fingertips sharp and soft, as if they were boneless. Zhou Honghong's hands will never be in this condition. Her hands are very rough, and no hand cream can save them. She has to work, and all the household chores are her responsibility. When he holds her hand, he likes to rub her calluses, which are the marks of her hard work and effort for him. Zhou Honghong couldn't learn seductive dance moves. At most, she could make her moans sound pleasant and hold him tighter in bed. Occasionally, she would begrudgingly respond to his vulgar questions. However, the moment he conquered her, that intense pleasure was indescribably peak. In the end, that woman was still driven away by Cheng Yi. Now, he would rather smoke quietly by himself than see other women flaunting in front of him, because the woman who could stir his indulgent desires was named Zhou Honghong. Chapter 31. The cleaning lady at the Red Nest knew the boss was in a bad mood, and Zheng Howan felt it even more deeply. Cheng Yi's emotions were becoming increasingly unstable, as if he was suppressing something all the time. Moreover, he began to overindulge in smoking and drinking, severely so. He originally had a smoking habit, but under Zhou Honghong's repeated admonitions, he had managed to restrain himself. As for alcohol, he knew it wasn't good for him. Although he could hold his liquor, he preferred not to drink if possible. Recently, however, Cheng Yi suddenly changed his ways. He would drink endlessly even when there were no social gatherings, and it was always hard liquor. Zheng Hoan was very worried and tried to persuade him, but it was not very effective. He understood that only Zhou Honghong had the ability to rein in their boss. He didn't dare to overstep and approach Zhou Honghong, only reminding Cheng Yi, moderation, moderation. Cheng Yi readily agreed, but returned to his room and continued drinking without restraint. Tang Jimian bluntly said he had become possessed after going out for a while. Cheng Yi had also developed a strange habit of insisting on going home every night at 10 o'clock, rain or shine. One night, that time happened to coincide with a raging storm and heavy rain. Tang Jimian, ultimately unable to let go of her concern for Cheng Yi, came over. She looked out at the pouring rain, then at his hazy, drunken peach blossom eyes, and expertly took a puff of smoke. She suggested that they stay in the shop for the night. Given the rain, many roads would be flooded. Cheng Yi was determined to leave. He put the photo frame on the table into the drawer, put on his outer shirt, and walked directly to the door, saying his wife was waiting for him at home. Then wait until the rain lessens before leaving. She was infuriated. In such heavy wind and rain, didn't his wife understand to show some consideration? She was genuinely angry. Cheng Yi had clearly been acting strangely lately, and his wife didn't manage him, making the employees at the Red Nest anxious, fearing they might inadvertently provoke the boss's anger. Cheng Yi, clearly already in a drunken state, responded very clearly, saying she would be thinking of him if she didn't see him. Tang Jimian found Cheng Yi's insistence on going home puzzling. He hadn't been this punctual about leaving lately. She recalled the day he said he wanted to keep a new girl and wondered if he and Zhou Honghong had fallen out. However, she didn't say anything and only helplessly told Zheng Hoan beside her that his wife might have put a curse on him. Zheng Hoan was no longer surprised by Cheng Yi's abnormal behavior. He calculated that since the day their boss returned from Huangshi town, he hadn't spent a night at the shop. He thought maybe it was because Zhou Honghong had already gone home. However, it wasn't until Cheng Yi got into trouble from drinking that Zheng Hoan realized Zhou Honghong had actually never returned. That night, Cheng Yi was catching up with Gu Yixing. Gu Yixing had met Cheng Yi in an underground casino and admired him greatly. Gu Yihui was quite displeased with his brother's enthusiasm and told him not to associate with a rogue like Cheng Yi, but Gu Yixing ignored him, laughing as usual. Over time, Gu Yihui became too lazy to care. This reunion didn't require them to drink excessively given their friendship, but Cheng Yi kept pouring himself drink after drink. In the end, while Gu Yixing was busy playing with girls, all the alcohol was consumed by Cheng Yi. Gu Yixing, with his rough and impulsive personality, didn't even notice Cheng Yi's condition until one of the girls next to him saw the boss's face turning pale and hurriedly reminded him. This time, Cheng Yi drank to the point of gastric bleeding and was sent to the hospital. Gu Yixing was extremely anxious. If something happened under his watch, he wouldn't have the face to show himself again. He grabbed Zhou Honghong and asked, "What the hell is going on? Is the shop going to collapse?" Zhou Honghong couldn't answer the first part of the question and could only say, "The business in the shop is doing well." "Then what's the problem?" Jieyi suddenly thought of something and frowned. Men are either about money or women. Is something wrong with his wife? Jieyi had seen Zhou Honghong only a handful of times and found it puzzling how Cheng Yi could stick with one woman for so many years. He once jokingly asked, "Aren't there any decent girls in the shop?" Cheng Yi slightly raised his head to glance at Jieyi and smiled. "I have a hard-working and selfless woman behind me. I wouldn't dare to let her down." After saying that, he lowered his head to play his game. Jieyi surprisingly felt that Cheng Yi's smile just now carried an indescribable affection. Zhou Honghong couldn't answer Jieyi's latter question either. He wanted to notify Zhou Honghong about Cheng Yi's condition, but he couldn't get through on the phone. Even calling the home landline went unanswered. Later, he sent someone to Cheng Yi's home, but no one was there. He finally understood the reason for his boss's abnormal behavior during this time. Zhou Honghong also came from Yongji town. He knew a bit about the matters between Cheng Yi, Zhou Honghong, and Jieyi. Jieyi's personality was much more lively than Zhou Honghong's. She often organized quirky activities. Their group was happy to see that couple together. The reason for her breakup with Cheng Yi was not disclosed by Cheng Yi himself, but many people knew a little about it. Some were indignant, saying Cheng Yi treated Jieyi so well. She was indeed an ingrate. After Cheng Yi got together with Zhou Honghong, he rarely brought her out. However, Zhou Honghong's personality was relatively quiet. Even when she came, she rarely spoke to them. But Zhou Honghong could tell that she took great care of Cheng Yi. Whenever occasions arose where Jieyi appeared, Cheng Yi would protect Zhou Honghong. Over time, people began to notice something and no longer dared to underestimate Zhou Honghong. Rong Bojun once lamented about Cheng Yi and Jieyi's relationship, saying that loving someone didn't necessarily mean they would end up together. Zhou Honghong merely reminded him not to say that anymore. Zhou Honghong didn't know how deep Cheng Yi's feelings for Zhou Honghong were. He only felt that Cheng Yi had long made a choice between the two women. During Cheng Yi's hospital stay, his temper became even more volatile. He couldn't smoke, couldn't drink, and was so annoyed he was about to explode. Zhou Honghong casually asked, "Should I notify Sister Zhou?" Cheng Yi lowered his head, playing with the cross-stitch in his hands, saying just give her a call. His tone sounded indifferent towards Zhou Honghong. Zhou Honghong dialed the number, but it was still unreachable. He regretted it. He truly had a knack for bringing up the wrong topic. Cheng Yi was not surprised at all, his tone casual. "I'm tired, let me rest." Zhou Honghong saw Cheng Yi tightly gripping the cross-stitch and secretly sighed, then tactfully exited the hospital room. Cheng Yi half leaned against the bed, gazing out at the gray sky, feeling a deep sense of frustration. He instinctively reached for a cigarette, but upon realizing his situation, he cursed under his breath. Zhou Honghong really left him. No matter how much he tormented himself, she wouldn't come back. In the past, whenever he smoked another cigarette, she would fiercely come over and bite him, saying that if she didn't want to come back, then she wouldn't. He never realized how much he cared for Zhou Honghong because she had always been by his side. Even if he didn't go home, he knew she was there. She was his. She would wait for him in the living room, and if it was too late, she would leave a small light on at the entrance. If he smelled strongly of smoke, she would angrily refuse to let him into bed, let alone be intimate. She always got up earlier than him and busied herself in the kitchen. If she was in a good mood, she would prepare a nutritious breakfast for him. If her mood was bad, she would make him plain porridge with pickled vegetables, sulking that she wouldn't be his cook anymore. But once she calmed down, she would ask him what he wanted to eat. Now, tearing this woman away from his habits caused a sharp pain that left him in a panic. Cheng Yi recalled the entanglement he had with Zhou Honghong over the years and finally understood that from the very beginning, it was he who clung to her. She was just someone who went along with things, obedient because of his coercion. Now that she no longer wanted to comply, she abandoned him. He remembered the trap, the annoying pretty boy, and the resentful, wronged look in Zhou Honghong's eyes as she looked at him. He thought of the doubts surrounding the trap, which were indeed the handiwork of that pretty boy. However, Zhou Honghong's determination to break up was genuine. Cheng Yi felt an immense emptiness spreading within him. Now, he could only face that empty house by getting drunk, but he had to go back. There was the lingering presence of Zhou Honghong's life there. Zhou Honghong is swirling in the vortex of love, and after the initial pain, she has to consider a harsh reality. She is unemployed. Although Zhou Honghong was angry about being laid off, she didn't think life would be too difficult because she had Cheng Yi. Zhou Honghong's family is average. After Zhou's father left Huangshi town, for the first few years, he would send living expenses to Zhou's mother every month. Later, after he remarried, he would only remember to send money every few months. Eventually, he complained to Zhou's mother about his own family's poor conditions, saying that his son wasn't getting proper nutrition and was thin and frail. Zhou's mother understood his implication and firmly said, "My daughter will consider that she doesn't have a father like you." Father Zhou wanted to say something more, but Mother Zhou had already hung up the phone. In fact, Mother Zhou had anticipated this situation. Fortunately, she had saved money over the years by living frugally, preparing to support her daughter through college. Cheng Yi had heard some stories about the grievances between the previous generation of the Zhou family. He actually didn't have much money either. The old man was very stingy with him. During that time, he spent every day in the casino, and then he insisted that she was his wife and took the initiative to cover all of Zhou Honghong's tuition fees. Zhou's mother initially declined, but Cheng Yi was persistent, and even the second wife came, merely to speak on behalf of her son. In the end, Zhou's mother agreed. Zhou Honghong knew she was feeling flustered, but Cheng Yi was playfully tugging at her left ear, grinning as he said, "You owe me money. How can you run away?" After they moved in together, he always paid for everything. He was a traditional man, and she couldn't outbid him for the bill, so she had to go along with him. After Cheng Yi opened a bar, he claimed it was because he had a job, so he got Zhou Honghong a card and deposited money into it every month. At first, she was curious and checked the account, finding the amount to be within a normal range, which reassured her, but later she got lazy and stopped checking. Now that card had been left at home all the time. Of course, after their breakup, she had no intention of using that card again. However, she still had many other belongings in that home. After Zhou Honghong calmed down and thought about it, although she said the breakup so decisively, how could it really be that easy to completely sever ties? Chapter 32. Zhou Honghong is also considering the issue of finding a job. She had previously promised her uncle to help out until the end of the year, and with just over a month left, she decided to work on her resume and other materials, making it easier to find a job after the new year. That was the plan, but Zhou Honghong started to worry about it. When she was with Cheng Yi, she spent his money. Her own salary was saved up. Temporary unemployment shouldn't be too much pressure, but she is conservative in her thinking and feels uneasy without an income. Since her uncle has been resting, he's been enjoying life even more, inviting friends over to play mahjong every day. Zhou Honghong found herself with nothing much to do, so to avoid overthinking, she often went to the Qinghai area. As the weather got colder, the wind by the riverbank grew stronger, and she could no longer wade in the water barefoot. So she could only sit on the higher steps. She originally planned to tell her mother about her relationship with Cheng Yi. With the spring festival approaching, both families would be visiting each other, and there was no way to keep it a secret. However, after receiving Cheng Yi's text message, she abandoned that idea. She had indeed heard that her second aunt's family had some issues when it came to informing their parents. Zhou Honghong still hoped to discuss it with Cheng Yi before taking any action. After her uncle returned, her big uncle happily asked about his eldest daughter-in-law situation and looked forward to seeing his little grandson during the new year. After his shop reopened, Zhou Honghong initially wanted help in the kitchen, but he wouldn't let her, saying she had lost quite a bit of weight recently and that it was most important for her to take care of her health. So, she helped serve dishes and collect payments in the hall, which was much easier than when her aunt wasn't around. After a few days of this, Zhou Honghong felt she was just idling. So she planned to return to Cheng Yi's home to tidy up her things and discuss how to explain their relationship to their parents. She told her big uncle that a classmate was getting married, and she would be back in a couple of days. To her surprise, her big uncle was relieved to hear she was going back to the city. On the way to the train station, he said, "You and your partner have been apart for so long. Make sure to spend some quality time together this time. Your aunt is here, so the shop can manage. There's no need to rush back. Just have a good talk." Zhou Honghong nodded in agreement, then thought to herself that it was impossible to have a proper conversation with Cheng Yi at home. If she really wanted to talk to him, She needed to choose a public place. Zhou Honghong's arrival time was 2 p.m. Although Cheng Yi had often been away from home for the past 3 months, she was still afraid of running into him at home sleeping, so she sat the juice shop outside the community until his work hours were over before going back. The security guard downstairs hadn't seen her for a while, and now that he did, he was very enthusiastic. "Mrs. Cheng, where have you been these days?" Zhou Honghong smiled. She returned to her hometown. She had gotten used to being called by this title by the security guard. Perhaps it was because she heard Cheng Yi call her wife, which made everyone in the residential community think they were a couple. Cheng Yi never corrected this title, as if they were legally recognized as such. When she arrived at the door, Zhou Honghong felt a bit nervous, but reassured herself that Cheng Yi should not be home. She first gently unlocked the anti-theft lock, then pressed against the wooden door to listen for any movement inside. Once she confirmed there was no sound, she opened the second lock. The room was completely dark, with only the cold moonlight filtering in from the window. She closed the door and locked it. In this dim light, she quietly surveyed the home. Cheng Yi bought this apartment years ago because it was close to her school. Although the housing prices in the core area were quite high, and he still hadn't paid off the grant from the old man, he chose this location to make it convenient for her to attend classes. He even selected a 3-bedroom unit. Zhou Honghong is thinking about buying a smaller place so that the financial pressure isn't as great. However, he said, the price per square meter for a 3-bedroom is cheaper than that for a 2-bedroom. Once I buy it, I don't plan to sell it again. I'll treat it as an investment. If we don't live there in the future, we can rent out the 3 small rooms. There are plenty of young couples near the university, so renting won't be a problem. Zhou Honghong doesn't have the same mindset about making money as Cheng Yi. She just feels sorry for him. When Cheng Yi was renovating, he connected 2 rooms to create a suite with a bedroom and a study. Zhou Honghong found his actions very strange and asked him, "Why do you want to connect my room with yours?" Cheng Yi didn't read much, so the study was definitely hers. He liked to take long naps, so the bedroom was his space. He looked at her with a mischievous smile and said, "Maybe one day while you're looking at those little yellow books, you'll suddenly feel a rush of spring fever. I'm right next to you, making it convenient for you to act." She angrily twisted his arm and said, "Don't drag me into your shamelessness." He smiled even more deeply, using his other hand to wrap around her and continuously kissed her cheek. Zhou Honghong turned on the lights and the heating, and then immediately saw the pile of clothes on the sofa. She sighed, thinking it was Cheng Yi who had carelessly tossed the dirty laundry, but upon closer inspection, she found that they were already clean, just crumpled into a mess. He probably just threw them there after taking them off the drying rack. This man has no common sense when it comes to housework. She thought that in her absence, he would hire a cleaner to help manage his life. Zhou Honghong almost instinctively wanted to fold the pile of clothes. Just as she picked up a shirt, she suddenly remembered her current relationship with him. So she quickly put the clothes down and walked directly to the study. She wouldn't allow herself to reminisce about this home anymore. Zhou Honghong searched for half a day in the study, but couldn't find her documents. She could guess with her knee who had hidden them. That bastard. She angrily returned to her bedroom. Cheng Yi's actions indicated that he still wanted to entangle with her, but she didn't want to cause trouble with him anymore. She was eager to find out where her documents were. However, after dialing Cheng Yi's number, she realized she had made a mistake and immediately hung up. Fortunately, it hadn't connected yet. She stared blankly at the phone for a while, then lay down flat on the bed. She couldn't figure out why Cheng Yi wanted to interfere again. After all, it was him who didn't trust her. She grabbed Cheng Yi's pillow and noticed that the smell was a bit off. It usually smelled like tobacco, but this pillow was mixed with another scent. She couldn't quite identify it, but it felt different from before. She tossed aside his pillow, replaced it with her own, and then lay there staring at the bedside table. In fact, she was just in a daze. Zhou Honghong hurried over, feeling very tired. She stood there in a daze and dozed off. When she woke up, she had a stiff neck. She supported her neck, afraid to move. Only when she found a certain angle could she slowly get up. After sitting up, she tried to turn her head, but as soon as she turned, it hurt. Suddenly, Zhou Honghong saw the bedside table next to her and was completely stunned. There was a thick layer of dust on the surface, indicating that Cheng Yi had not taken care of it at all. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that someone had used their finger to scrape off the dust and write 3 characters on it. Her name. Zhou Honghong felt a soft sour spot in her heart. She slowly stretched out her hand, hovering a few centimeters above the countertop, tracing her name written there. Cheng Yi's handwriting only appeared neat when he wrote his own name or hers. Other characters looked as messy as cursive. She remembered the pile of twisted clothes outside, and thought she might as well help him tidy up a bit. Zhou Honghong stretched her neck and had just walked out of the bedroom when she heard a loud bang of a door closing. She immediately panicked. She hadn't expected Cheng Yi to be back. She thought he was too busy over there. He had always been that busy before. So, Zhou Honghong maintained her awkward posture and faced Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi's breathing was slightly hurried, as if he had just finished exercising, and there was even a bit of sweat on his face. It had been quite cold recently, yet he was still wearing a thin jacket. What a coincidence! Zhou Honghong felt that her greeting was really awkward. Cheng Yi's face looked slightly pale, but his eyes were bright and fixed on her. Zhou Honghong. His call was very lingering. Zhou Honghong looked at the light flickering in his eyes and cautiously took a step back. She was most afraid of him being lewd. But he smiled, relaxing from his tense state and gradually stepping closer to her. Zhou Honghong wanted to rush into the bedroom and close the door, but unexpectedly. She moved too quickly and pulled her neck, resulting in her being a step slower. Cheng Yi had already stepped in, looking at his malicious smile. She wanted to be fierce, but the stiff neck diminished her momentum. Don't come over, my neck hurts. I'm not blind, I can see it. Are you sleeping comfortably here? He snorted, his gaze tightly capturing her. Zhou Honghong's hair stood on end as she hurriedly tried to run towards the study. Cheng Yi stepped forward, reached out, and blocked her. She tilted her head and shouted, "Bastard, don't touch me." He supported her head and leaned in her neck in the direction she had turned. Zhou Honghong. After calling her name, he fell silent. She felt him pressing his weight on her shoulder, so she pushed him away with force. Cheng Yi nuzzled her neck with his nose, opened his mouth, and gently nibbled. Zhou Honghong felt a wave of numbness and trembled as she said, "Cheng, we've broken up. It was you who said it." Cheng Yi paused for a moment, then continued. He didn't say anything, but he held her tightly. She had lost weight. This realization brought him a bit of comfort. At least she wasn't so comfortable in the days without him. He just didn't want her to be happy. If she appeared in front of him all successful and cheerful, he would definitely want to strangle her. Chapter 33. Zhou Honghong was forced to lean back by Cheng Yi, feeling that he was getting more and more into it, and his breathing began to gradually grow heavier. She knew that this beast was probably about to get aroused again. Annoyed, she tapped his head and said, "I have something to say, you should back off." But Cheng Yi was unwilling to let go. He only paused his assault on her neck and instead pressed his lips against hers, tasting her again and again. Zhou Honghong's tilted angle was quite suitable for a long kiss. He blocked her, stirring up a series of ambiguous sounds of lips and teeth entangled. When his tongue attempted to probe in, she bit down tightly, refusing to give in. He continued to linger on her lips at a leisurely pace. As she remained tight-lipped, he began to explore along her curves. Zhou Honghong's coat was draped over the sofa in the living room, and she was now only wearing a tank top and a fitted sweater. Cheng Yi's palm covered her fullness and squeezed it. After a while, feeling that the sensation through the clothes wasn't good, he reached into her clothes, pushed aside her lingerie, and slowly began to knead. The coldness of his hand made her shiver, while his rare gentleness made her tremble even more. Cheng Yi continued his actions for a while, finally confirming one thing. He left her lips, his fingers supporting that soft mound, and leaned down to examine it carefully. Why has it gotten smaller? Zhou Honghong woke up from her previous confusion because of his words and angrily punched him. He showed his signature rogue smile, teasing her a bit, not afraid, saying that if she kept rubbing, it would go back to normal. This time, she felt the change in his body and hurriedly said, "Cheng Yi, I'm talking about serious matters. Stop messing around." Cheng Yi was clearly being mischievous, leaning into her white skin and murmuring, "Let's go to bed and do something serious." "Who wants to do that with you?" She pushed his head hard and asked, "Where did you put my graduation certificate?" He raised his head casually and said, "Oh, I tidied up the room and reorganized it. Give it back to me." He stared at her angry face and gently said, "What do you need the graduation certificate for?" "It's my stuff. You have no right to ask." Zhou Honghong. He hugged her tightly again, rubbing against her cheek, but ultimately still didn't say the second half of the sentence. Zhou Honghong was determined not to be swayed by him. Struggling as she said, "Don't start touching me again. Where did your principles go?" No turning back. As soon as these words were spoken, Cheng Yi froze for a moment, then really let her go. He watched her quickly pull down her underwear and adjust her clothes, then glare at him angrily. He used to love seeing her puffy face when she was angry. But Zhou Honghong definitely didn't know that her puffed-up cheeks had no intimidation at all. On the contrary, they were very cute. "I have something to say. Let's go eat and talk." Zhou Honghong thought that only in a public place could they have a normal conversation. "So you want me to just go out like this?" Cheng Yi's hand moved slightly, finally resisting the urge to pinch her. He really wanted her, almost wishing he could strip her naked and go for it right then. But she still cared about their last breakup. The last breakup was initiated by him, and now he couldn't bring himself to ask her not to leave. So he thought of ways to please her, hoping she would soften her heart and treat it as if nothing had happened, returning to their previous life. His tone softened, but she became even fiercer. "It's your business, do whatever you want." His smile faded. Zhou Honghong, who was afraid of the powerful and bullied the weak, panicked again, fearing he would force himself on her, always on guard. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yi just sneered and turned to walk towards the bathroom. "Then you better wait." Zhou Honghong was surprised by his unusual behavior, but she didn't delve into it, fearing he might change his mind, so she hurried out of the bedroom. Upon seeing the pile of clothes on the sofa, she angrily tossed them around even more. Cheng Yi had been dealing with it for a long time. Zhou Honghong didn't want to think about him, but her mind couldn't help wandering. Cheng Yi used his left hand because he was left-handed. In the past, when she encountered inconvenient days, she had helped him with her hands. She didn't dare to use too much strength, and as a result, her hand ached terribly. Yet he still hadn't come out. He was also frustrated, saying at this speed, he wouldn't be out until tomorrow. So what should they do? He smiled, kissed her deeply for a while, and then, panting, said, "Wife, use your calluses to rub me. Doesn't it hurt?" She was gentle because her hands were rough. It hurt, but it was stimulating. She still didn't dare to grip too tightly, although in the end, she did help him out, but he complained about it being unsatisfactory. Once her period was over, it would be his day of indulgence. When Cheng Yi came out, he saw Zhou Honghong lost in thought. He didn't know what she was thinking. Her expression was blank, yet her movements folding clothes were still quite nimble. He called her, "Let us go." "Huh?" Zhou Honghong came back to her senses, staring at him in a daze. Seeing her silly look, he calmly said, "Aren't you hungry?" She replied, "Okay," stood up, and took a glance at the neatly arranged clothes nearby, feeling a bit annoyed that she had unintentionally helped him tidy up. Cheng Yi stood at the entrance, twirling the keyring as he waited for her to come over. Zhou Honghong was about to push the door open when she inadvertently glanced at his left hand and asked, "Did you wash your hands?" "No." Cheng Yi calmly extended his fingers in front of her nose and said, "Why don't you smell?" She wanted to dodge his hand, but ended up pulling her neck, so she had to hold her breath and stare at the finger in front of her. "Aren't you disgusting?" He wiped her face a few times as if it were a cloth, grinning charmingly. "Does it smell good?" She got angry again, bypassed him, and walked toward the elevator hall. Zhou Honghong was really glad that the elevator they took went all the way to the basement. Otherwise, she would have to face the enthusiastic Mr. and Mrs. Cheng again. She felt it was fine when she was alone, but it felt awkward to be addressed that way with Cheng Yi. After getting in the car, the two of them fell silent. Zhou Honghong was originally on guard against Cheng Yi's potentially inappropriate actions, but he seemed lost in thought, absent-minded. She stiffly turned her neck to look at his profile for a moment, then stared straight ahead. He was at an age full of vigor and ambition, while she was starting to descend the slope of youth. She had almost forgotten how a misunderstanding over a text message had evolved into this kind of persistence. However, looking back at their past, the grievances in her heart had reached a critical point. She was increasingly afraid to see him because it reminded her of how much she had failed to make him love her after spending 7 years. As the car entered a main road, a long traffic jam began. Cheng Yi noticed the stagnant flow of cars ahead and casually rolled down the window. A biting, cold wind rushed in, and although he was dressed lightly, he remained unfazed. Instead, Zhou Honghong beside him shrank back from the cold. He lit a cigarette. Zhou Honghong felt sulky again upon seeing this. She didn't like him smoking, and in the past, when she was in the car, he never smoked. She complained, "Stop smoking." It stinks. Didn't we agree not to smoke in the car? He turned to look at her. She supported her neck with her hand and met his gaze, faintly feeling some intense emotion dancing in his eyes. As she turned her head away, she avoided his gaze. He smiled self-deprecatingly and continued to smoke while blowing cold air. Cheng Yi was exceptionally skilled in the realm of dubious paths. However, when it came to love, he didn't get involved. Many women had said they loved him, loved his face, loved his money. He scoffed at that. His understanding of love was just the vague feeling he had for Jieyi back in the day, and Zhou Honghong's meticulous care for him. He knew Zhou Honghong was great, so what he returned to her was that she was his only one. After clarifying the doubts about the trash can liner, he decided it was no longer an issue. He didn't know if that pretty boy had ever tried this 7 times a night, which was why he evenly distributed the liquid in each liner. The car in front finally started moving, and Cheng Yi extinguished his cigarette. After passing through the congested area, he spoke, "Zhou Honghong, that trash can from last time has nothing to do with you." Zhou Honghong thought he would say sorry afterwards, but it turned out she was overthinking it. She replied with a simple mm. After that, the atmosphere remained tense until Cheng Yi asked her what she wanted to eat, and she finally felt there was a topic to discuss. She glanced at the nearby streets and suggested going for lamb spine hot pot. He casually agreed. It was difficult to find parking at the hot pot restaurant, and Cheng Yi remembered that the so-called upscale restaurant run by Jieyi was nearby. So he decided to use the underground parking lot of that restaurant. Jieyi had given Cheng Yi a VIP card, but Cheng Yi had never been there before. He simply couldn't get used to Western cuisine. Zhou Honghong pretended that she didn't want to walk too far, asking Cheng Yi to drop her off at the restaurant's entrance. In fact, she just felt awkward walking alongside him. She glanced at the decorations outside the restaurant. Cheng Yi had once said that the chef here was not as good as his wife, which made Jieyi's face turn dark at the time. Zhou Honghong felt extremely embarrassed and secretly reminded Cheng Yi not to be too arrogant. However, he pulled her closer and provocatively said to Jieyi, "My wife is a top-notch chef." Jieyi was quite frustrated that day. He had wanted to stay at Cheng Yi's house to witness the skills of the top-notch chef, but he was kicked out instead. Zhou Honghong reminisced about this moment and couldn't help but smile. Just then, 2 women walked by. One of them glanced at Zhou Honghong, took a couple of steps, then turned back to look again. She then said something to the woman in the green dress. The woman in the green dress turned around in surprise. The woman who first saw Zhou Honghong hesitantly asked, "Zhou Honghong?" Zhou Honghong turned around in confusion and was also surprised to see the 2 women in front of her. These 2 were her college classmates. The woman in the green dress was her roommate, named Huang Ying. The other one was Feng Yifei. Feng Yifei was the first to greet her with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Huang Ying suddenly asked Zhou Honghong, "Are you here to attend Zhang Lemon's welcome party too?" Zhou Honghong was taken aback for a moment and shook her head. Huang Ying smiled meaningfully, saying that he went abroad and you didn't see him off, and when he returned, you didn't come either, yet he used to take care of you so much. I don't know about his matters. That's the truth. Feng Yifei noticed that Huang Ying was about to target Zhou Honghong again and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Zhou Honghong, I tried to contact you a while ago, but your phone number has changed." Zhou Honghong was unwilling to say much. I have other things to attend to." Huang Ying, however, did not let it go. "Are you married yet? What about your super handsome boyfriend?" "Soon." Zhou Honghong could only reply like this. "After so many years, you still haven't gotten married?" Huang Ying laughed even more happily. "I said it long ago. Being handsome can't put food on the table. Finding an honest person is what matters for living." Zhou Honghong didn't want to talk anymore and was about to find an excuse to leave when suddenly a force pulled her over. Her back pressed against that familiar chest. Cheng Yi held Zhou Honghong in his arms and coldly looked at Huang Ying. "If being ugly could be turned into food, you alone could support your whole family." Chapter 34. Zhou Honghong gently tugged at Cheng Yi's clothes, fearing he would say something even more malicious. Huang Ying's face turned pale. She was shocked by Cheng Yi's appearance and forgot to refute him. In this tense atmosphere, Feng Yifei chuckled awkwardly and said, "Huang Ying and I are rushing to eat. Let's get together next time." "All right." Zhou Honghong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and replied politely that they could chat another time. At that moment, Feng Yifei remembered something, glanced at Cheng Yi, and then turned to Zhou Honghong and asked, "Can you tell me your new phone number?" Zhou Honghong hesitated for a moment, thinking that it would be better not to make the relationship with her classmates too tense. Just as she was about to give her new number, Cheng Yi interrupted with a comment, saying it was inconvenient. Zhou Honghong smiled helplessly. On the other hand, Feng Yifei's smile was about to fade. She dragged Huang Ying's hand and pretended to say, "We should get going or we'll be late." As Huang Ying was leaving, she took one last look at Cheng Yi. She felt quite unwilling. After all this time, the woman by his side was still Zhou Honghong. After the two of them left, Zhou Honghong freed herself from Cheng Yi's embrace and whispered, "What you said is really too much. She's still a girl. Let's just ignore her and leave. I'm not as broad-minded as you." He disdainfully glanced in the direction where the two had walked away. "We're classmates, after all. She's your classmate, not mine. To me, there are only two types of people, those who treat my wife well and those who bully my wife." Zhou Honghong knew that Cheng Yi was protecting her, but she habitually bickered, "You're still bullying me." He listened to her coquettish tone and smiled. "Of course, only I can bully my person. It's not yours now." After she said this in a huff, she walked straight toward the hot pot restaurant. Cheng Yi's smile faded as he followed behind her, maintaining a distance of 1 meter. To outsiders, it might seem like there was nothing between them, but Zhou Honghong was used to being led by him. Now, she didn't even know where to put her hands, so she simply shoved them into her pockets. Along the way, a little girl by the roadside shyly handed a flyer to Zhou Honghong from behind. Zhou Honghong was slightly taken aback, but after realizing what was going on, she continued walking forward. However, Cheng Yi took the leaflet and was stopped by a little girl who wanted to conduct a survey. He smiled and complimented the little girl's beautiful legs. Zhou Honghong heard the commotion and felt a surge of anger. This man was always attracting attention from others. Cheng Yi glanced at Zhou Honghong ahead, noticing her quickening pace, and suddenly smirked. He folded the flyer and walked leisurely in Zhou Honghong's direction, passing by a little girl. As he passed the first trash can, he tossed the paper in. The Lamb Spine Hot Pot restaurant was particularly busy in the middle of winter. The place was bustling with warmth and noise. Zhou Honghong took a queue number and sat quietly in the waiting area, folding and unfolding the small piece of paper. She didn't know if Cheng Yi had finished chatting with that girl in the super short skirt, but he was single now, and she couldn't control him. The reasoning was correct, but Zhou Honghong still felt uncomfortable. It wasn't until Cheng Yi stood in front of her that she looked up and saw his sarcastic smile. "Zhou Honghong, you really are quite jealous." "Who is jealous?" She quickly lowered her head, retorting, "I'm going to eat hot pot." He scoffed, clearly a jealous person. Yet she refused to admit it. But he liked seeing her jealous. The more unwilling she was, the more pleased he felt. He wanted her to care about him, preferably to fill her heart completely so that she wouldn't care about anyone else. Cheng Yi took the small piece of paper and glanced at the number, lacking the patience to wait, and directly asked the waiter if there were any private rooms available. The waiter smiled and quickly replied that there were. This restaurant had a minimum spending requirement for private rooms, and Zhou Honghong thought it was too expensive, quietly suggesting that waiting in the hall could save a lot of money. Cheng Yi shot her a glance, "Just eat more, and you'll break even." Then he lowered his voice and added, "Your breasts have shrunk. You need to make up for it." She was too angry to respond, so she decided to ignore him. The dining environment was nice, and the food was plentiful, but the two found it tasteless. Cheng Yi's displeasure stemmed from Zhou Honghong mentioning how their parents would lay things out. Meanwhile, Zhou Honghong's gloominess was a result of his several phone calls. The first call, he picked up and said a few words before hanging up. Zhou Honghong could tell he was talking about matters related to the store. Cheng Yi often discussed the store with her. She knew he was doing well, but she had no idea how well exactly. However, he wouldn't avoid talking about phone calls. For the second call, when Cheng Yi saw the caller ID, he glanced at Zhou Honghong. As a result, their eyes met. She quickly shifted her gaze to the hot pot. This time, Cheng Yi refused to answer. After that, the phone kept ringing one after another. He continued to refuse to answer. Zhou Honghong pretended to be indifferent and reminded him, "You can pick it up if you want." Cheng Yi hung up the phone and casually said, "It's not an important matter." Zhou Honghong looked at the bubbling hot pot, her thoughts lingering on the several phone calls she had just received. She wished he would answer the phone, so they could lay everything on the table. She suspected it might be a call from Jieyi. Cheng Yi had no appetite, so he decided to play with the smoke, seeing her still in a daze. He He picked up a meatball from the side and flicked it. The meatball rolled over toward her. Zhou Honghong was a bit scared, asking, "What are you doing? Why are you in a daze?" "It's nothing." She scooped up the vegetables from the pot and returned to the main topic. "When do you think we should tell your mom and my mom about this?" She always clung to this topic, making Cheng Yi's tone sarcastic again. "Oh, I've never seen you this eager when we were together. Now that we might separate, you're in a hurry." The new year was coming soon, and how could they hide it when they went back then? Zhou Honghong maintained a calm tone, feeling very fortunate that there was a steaming hot pot between them, preventing him from directly reaching out to her. "Wasn't that misunderstanding last time? What are you still dissatisfied with?" Seeing him fall back into old habits, she scolded, "I hate seeing you like this. You get angry after just a few words. Can't you speak nicely?" Cheng Yi suppressed his anger and took a few deep puffs of smoke. "Fine. How do you want me to speak nicely? Don't mention breaking up. I can talk about anything else with you. Wasn't it you who brought it up? Are you hard of hearing? I already said there's nothing going on." He felt very frustrated inside. He wanted to hold her, to possess her. He had thought about her for so long that it hurt. Zhou Honghong angrily put down her chopsticks and glared at him. "The more fierce you are, the more I'll tell my mom. It's over between us." Cheng Yi's face turned extremely ugly. He didn't respond, and only after finishing the entire cigarette did he soften his tone. "Zhou Honghong, what's wrong with you this time? I don't want to see you right now." As she spoke, her voice grew softer. "Really, seeing you makes me uncomfortable." Cheng Yi looked at her, a grieved expression. Feeling utterly lost, she had turned his life upside down this time. He felt a panic of being abandoned. Zhou Honghong was walking further and further away from him, and he couldn't pull her back. At that moment, he even had an extreme thought, which was to kidnap her and lock her up at home so she wouldn't run away. He could still eat the meal she cooked and sleep with her. Cheng Yi remained silent for a long time, just smoking one cigarette after another. Zhou Honghong felt a pang of heartache at the sight of him. Sometimes, she thought taking care of him was like taking care of a child. If she didn't keep an eye on him, he would act recklessly. Despite having pharyngitis, he still loved to smoke. In fact, he didn't need to smoke so much. If she managed him well, he could hold back. "Stop smoking." She looked at his gloomy face amidst the swirling smoke, pursing her lips. "I have something to ask you." Cheng Yi blew out a thick ring of smoke. "Go ahead." He just wanted to resolve things quickly so he could take his wife home to sleep. Zhou Honghong waved her hand, and the whole room was filled with the smell of smoke. He looked at her coldly, then obediently extinguished the cigarette. "Who called just now?" It was Zheng Hoan. Zhou Honghong hesitated and continued to ask, "What about the ones behind?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi stared at her intently, a spark of light dancing in her eyes. "Are you feeling jealous?" Zhou Honghong was taken aback. "No, if you don't want to answer, that's fine." "Zhou Honghong," he lowered his voice, "are you suspecting that some woman is trying to lure me out?" She lowered her head to eat the lamb spine. "You're overthinking it. I was just asking casually." Cheng Yi didn't explain, picked up his phone, walked over, and sat down next to Zhou Honghong, scaring her a bit, thinking he was going to make a move again. After turning on his phone, he opened the call log to show her, a hint of a smile appearing. "How about that?" Zhou Honghong glanced at her phone and said, "There's nothing more. You can sit back down." But Cheng Yi suddenly held her tightly and eagerly leaned down to kiss her lips. She didn't expect him to be so bold in public. However, before she had a chance to struggle, he had already pulled away from her lips. "Zheng Hoan is so annoying, urging me to go back to the hospital." Zhou Honghong was stunned. "What are you doing at the hospital?" "Oh," he said casually, "just a stomach bleed. I'll be hospitalized for a while." Zhou Honghong was so anxious that she was almost jumping up and down. She only noticed that Cheng Yi's face looked a bit pale, but she didn't think it was related to being sick. Seeing his indifferent attitude really made her furious. So she hurriedly pulled him to hail a taxi and rushed to the hospital. Cheng Yi appeared much more composed and reassured her that he had already passed the dangerous period, so there was no need to worry. Then, quite casually, he began to talk about how critical his condition had been at the time. Zhou Honghong almost cried. Cheng Yi felt better seeing her nervous expression. Zhou Honghong still loves him, and this fact makes him feel relaxed and happy. Chapter 35. Zhou Honghong truly realized something was off with the call records after a middle-aged woman appeared. That woman was sure Jieyi's mother. At that time, Zhou Honghong was peeling an apple for Grandpa Cheng Yi in the hospital room. Cheng Yi was half reclining on the bed, praising her skilled movements. When Shi's mother knocked, and entered. She was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhou Honghong, but then turned to Cheng Yi with a beaming smile to greet him. Cheng Yi straightened up and responded politely. Zhou Honghong thought she was just the mother of someone from the store coming to visit. She sliced the fruit and politely handed it to Shi's mother, who thanked her repeatedly. As they chatted, Zhou Honghong began to sense something was off. This aunt seemed to be making small talk, discussing topics that were rather trivial. Cheng Yi's attitude was very perfunctory. Seeing his expression, he seemed utterly disinterested. Zhou Honghong was curious about the relationship between the middle-aged woman and Cheng Yi. When she went out to get water, she clearly felt the relief from Shi Mu, which deepened her doubts. She closed the hospital room door, turned left, and stopped after taking a step. Sure enough, the topic of conversation inside shifted abruptly, and Shi Mu sounded a bit anxious, asking, "I called you that night. Why didn't you answer?" "Jieyi wants to see you." Cheng Yi took a few seconds to respond. "Isn't she better now?" His tone seemed cautious. "Simu Said, no. A few days ago, I don't know what she saw online, but she suddenly insisted on wanting you to come." Cheng Yi remained silent. "Well," Shi Mu said earnestly, "Mr. Cheng, I'm begging you, please help my daughter." Cheng Yi's voice became quieter afterward, and Zhou Honghong couldn't hear him clearly. However, just Shi Mu's slightly raised voice earlier was enough to shock her. If Shi Jieyi's mother had come to find him, who would believe that Cheng Yi and Shi Jieyi had no connection at all? Zhou Honghong tightened her grip on the water bottle, hesitating whether to barge into the room now. Passers-by saw her standing there and cast her strange looks. She pursed her lips and continued toward the water room. This was a matter between her and Cheng Yi, and it would be better for them to discuss it privately. Zhou Honghong recalled the details of that day when Cheng Yi showed her his phone. She remembered that she only glanced at it casually, and indeed, Zheng Hewan's name was the first in the call log. The second was a string of unsaved Arabic numbers. Looking back now, that must have been Shi Mu. Cheng Yi was just using a psychological trick. He was sure that she wouldn't look closely at the call time. In a state of confusion, Zhou Honghong almost got burned in the hot water room, but fortunately, the person behind her reminded her. When she returned with the kettle, she walked very slowly. However, even though Zhou Honghong was slow, when she got back to the ward, Shi Mu hadn't left. It was just at the moment Zhou Honghong opened the door that Shi Mu's words abruptly stopped. "Clearly, it was you who first let Jieyi down, how?" Zhou Honghong smiled gently. Later, there was nothing much for her mother to talk about, so they chatted aimlessly for a while before parting ways. Zhou Honghong brewed herself a pot of tea and slowly sipped a few mouthfuls. The tea was scalding hot, yet she felt no warmth at all. She smiled and asked Cheng Yi, "Who is that Annie?" Cheng Yi looked back at her, gauging what exactly she had heard. He smirked and replied, "A friend's mom." "Which friend?" She continued to press, appearing quite deliberate. He instantly understood and did not hide it from her. "It's sure Jieyi." Zhou Honghong watched the tea leaves swirling in the cup, steadying her tone. "Is she doing okay? Don't overthink it." He wanted to put his arm around her shoulder, but she dodged him. "I'm just asking." Cheng Yi suppressed her expression. "She's not well." She looked up at him, her smile unchanged. "Is it because you hurt her?" He leaned back against the headboard. "I did indeed hurt her." Zhou Honghong stiffened, wishing she could throw the hot tea in her hand over. Cheng Yi seemed to see through her thoughts and took her teacup away. He looked into her eyes, which were filled with that kind of resentful and restrained emotion. It was always like this. She was obviously jealous but pretended not to care. The breakup between Shi Jieyi and Cheng Yi, as Zhou Honghong said, had some underlying reasons. The story of that tall, rich, and handsome man was fabricated by Shi Jieyi to make Cheng Yi give up. There is no such thing as a graceful figure. Shi Jieyi only loved Cheng Yi. The reason she proposed the breakup was because of her illness. One of Shi Jieyi's brothers had once become obsessed with something and couldn't get out of it. The Shi family had never had such mental health issues in their ancestry, so everyone thought it was an isolated case. After being ridiculed by the old man of the family, Shi Jieyi became entangled and took medicine. Since her son had also experienced this situation, Shi's parents were very anxious, praying that their daughter wouldn't have any illness. When Shi Jieyi woke up, she felt nothing was wrong. Her thoughts were clear, and she realized her actions were impulsive. So, the Shi family comforted themselves, thinking it might just be a heartbreak. Later, when Cheng Yi came to visit, the two of them were furious and directly blamed Cheng Yi for it. Jieyi's second episode occurred after she learned that Cheng Yi had been beaten to the brink of death for her. She was then very hysterical, shouting that she wanted to die with him. Seeing this, Shi's mother cried along. This time, Jieyi was transferred to the provincial city and was ultimately diagnosed. She felt desperate. She had seen her brother in the hospital, which was terrifying. Moreover, her brother's condition was very unstable. She couldn't imagine herself becoming like that. Shi's mother comforted her, saying it was only the early stage of the illness, and it would be fine once treated. The important thing was to be proactive in treatment. Gradually, Jieyi began to feel her dark side. She was worried about Cheng Yi's injuries and asked her mother to inquire. Her mother only said he was fine. However, later in a conversation, Shi's father let something slip. When Jieyi learned that Cheng Yi was temporarily living at Zhou Honghong's house, she fell into intense resentment. She had always known that Zhou Honghong liked Cheng Yi. It was obvious. But she genuinely sympathized with Zhou Honghong's situation and felt Cheng Yi was devoted to her, so she could maintain a friendly relationship with Zhou Honghong. However, the situation was different now. The Cheng family only recognized Zhou Honghong, and Zhou Honghong had the old man's support as a trump card. Jieyi's jealousy of Zhou Honghong grew wildly like seaweed, which worsened her condition. Under the doctor's guidance, she sometimes felt quite clear-headed. She thought she couldn't drag Cheng Yi down, but if she told him the truth, he definitely wouldn't agree. Thus, the story of the tall, rich, and handsome man came about. Sure enough, Cheng Yi did not try to keep her. He only coldly said, "I wish you good luck." At that moment, Jieyi was very scared. She was afraid she would suddenly break down again. Fortunately, she held it together. While telling Cheng Yi this story, she kept her hand over her chest, breathing deeply. Cheng Yi was so wonderful, so she let him go to find an even better woman. Zhou Honghong was completely stunned by the truth that had been hidden for 7 years. So, it turns out that Jieyi still loves Cheng Yi, and Cheng Yi also. Should she congratulate him? But the words that came out of her mouth were, "Then, what about her now?" Her illness had relapsed. Cheng Yi saw her in a daze and patted her face. She had originally been receiving treatment abroad and had returned a few months ago. Zhou Honghong was silent and anxious, as if she had a premonition that he was about to say something bad. He noticed that she was still in a daze, so he pecked her cheek and explained. Her memory was somewhat disordered, and sometimes she would forget that we had broken up. She allowed him to kiss her, her focus fixed on an unknown point in the distance. Recently, she had been fine. Now, however, she was again affected by some stimulation. Zhou Honghong seemed to hear a giant hammer striking her heart. Jieyi's Weibo post was real. So before, you didn't go home because you were taking care of her? Knowing that she was sensitive again, Cheng Yi held her tighter. At that time, her condition was unstable, and I couldn't leave. Zhou Honghong didn't know what else to say. He couldn't leave over there, so he could abandon this place. His so-called care should be about rekindling old dreams with Jieyi. In that world, Zhou Honghong, was the third party. Cheng Yi was straightforward about Shi's mother's intentions. "She has been causing a scene again. Her mother couldn't handle it and came to find me." Cheng Yi hadn't been in touch with Jieyi for a while. He didn't know what got into Shi's mother. She wanted to invite him to dinner to express her gratitude. He was impatient. A few days ago, when Shi's mother called, he thought it was about the dinner party and refused to listen. He didn't expect it was because Jieyi's illness had relapsed. This time, Shi's mother only hoped that Cheng Yi would go to comfort Jieyi again and encourage her to cooperate with the treatment. Zhou Honghong knew that Cheng Yi would go to help. She also had no position to influence his decision. However, she thought about it. And these two versions of the breakup truth were actually both from the Shi family. Only they knew which one was true and which one was false. Zhou Honghong is a petty person when it comes to love. She is jealous and keeps tabs on Cheng Yi's closeness to other women. So, when she hears Cheng Yi talking to the sick Jieyi, she feels like she's going to go crazy. He doesn't say anything sweet to Jieyi, but just the gentle tone of his voice is enough to hurt Zhou Honghong deeply. Zhou Honghong didn't want to come. It was Cheng Yi who dragged her here, probably to prove that he wasn't lying. She didn't enter the hospital room, but sat outside, listening to Cheng Yi's gentle voice. At this moment, her only thought was, thankfully, she had already broken up with him. When Cheng Yi came out, He took Zhou Honghong's hand and pulled her to her feet. He saw her familiar expression and, seemingly oblivious to those around them, leaned down to kiss her. "What's wrong? Are you going to cry again?" Zhou Honghong shook her head. He smiled and said, "Let's go home." She nodded. He asked her questions, and she either shook her head or nodded. It wasn't until they got in the car that she finally spoke. "Cheng Yi, can you give me back my documents?" Cheng Yi's expression darkened as he turned to look at her. "Haven't you had enough?" She had no words to respond. She had never agreed to get back together with him. After that sentence, Cheng Yi's resentment became even more pronounced. Zhou Honghong's only refuge in this city is that home. The direction of the car is also towards there. However, she feels that with Cheng Yi's strange temperament, she cannot guarantee a peaceful night. Afraid that he might go back on his word, she tries to remain calm and says, "I'm going to stay at a hotel tonight. I'll go back to get my luggage now." His voice carries a hint of chill. "Afraid I might mess with you? Do I have to go back to have fun? Can we have fun in this car?" She remembers what he once said and reminds him, "Didn't you say that car shaking blocks good fortune?" "That depends on what kind of car it is," he retorts mockingly. "This car's elements are quite strong for me, so it doesn't matter." She is angry, but doesn't want to argue with him. So she simply turns her head to look out the window, ignoring him. Cheng Yi glances at her, then returns his gaze to the front, his tense emotions stiflingly intense. The air in the car is very heavy and suffocating. When they arrive at the entrance of the residential building, Cheng Yi stops the car and is about to unbuckle Zhou Honghong's seatbelt. She looks like she's facing a formidable enemy and shouts, "Why don't you have any trust?" He stops his movement and coldly replies, "If you don't want to get out of the car, we can just do our business." Upon hearing this, she hurriedly unbuckles her seatbelt and jumps out of the car. Cheng Yi, with a cold expression, drives alone into the underground garage. By the time he gets home, Zhou Honghong has already brought her luggage out and is sitting in the living room. The sight increasingly irritates him, but she seems unsatisfied and immediately asks him, "Where are my documents?" He hooks his finger around the cross-stitch on the keychain, slowly walks over to the coffee table, throws the keys, tosses a cigarette box to take one out, and then looks around for a lighter. Zhou Honghong almost scolded him, saying he shouldn't smoke so soon after recovering from serious illness, but the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. Cheng Yi lit a cigarette and sat down on the sofa opposite her, saying that his ID was not here. She glared at him and asked where he had put it. He cooperatively replied, "I'll find it in the store and get it back to you." She questioned why he put her things in the store. She suspected he was deliberately messing with her, saying, "I'm looking for a new job, and I need to show those documents." He replied, "My job application doesn't even look at diplomas." She retorted, "That's because you don't have one." He added, "Uneducated thugs are the scariest because they rely on their lack of education and are completely unreasonable." He then smirked sarcastically, emphasizing, "Yes, my education isn't as high as yours, but I earn much more than you." Zhou Honghong choked and remembered her tuition fees from back then. She felt a sense of guilt. She owed him in terms of money. Anyway, it's left in the store. He seemed indifferent, saying, "I'm not going over there today. Why don't you go find it yourself?" She turned her thoughts around and said seriously, "Cheng, I will trust you one last time. You must return my documents." "Of course," he replied, a smile curving on his lips, but his dark eyes were cold and sinister. "Don't backtrack again, you promised. Do you believe everything I say?" He smiled wider. "I was even forced to swear back then not to have any ties with you. Did you believe that? Stop dwelling on that. It's meaningless." He remained silent, exhaling a series of smoke rings. Zhou Honghong sighed softly and said gently, "After I leave, please hire a cleaning service to tidy up the house. Also, don't always smoke and drink. You're not a kid anymore. You need to learn to take care of yourself." Amidst the swirling smoke, his face appeared somewhat blurred, but the light in his eyes was bright and clear. He walked over, lifted her up, and lowered his head to rub against the tip of her nose. "Zhou Honghong." Zhou Honghong was choked by his cigarette smell, fearing he would force himself on her again, panicking. "Don't touch me." Cheng Yi's eyes dimmed suddenly, releasing his grip on her and speaking with exceptionally vicious words. "Don't worry, there are plenty of women who want to be with me. Do I still need to pay for you?" She was stunned, and the scene of him being intimate with a bar girl flashed through her mind. She really was blind to have fallen for him. She turned her head away, suddenly counted the money in her purse, pulled out a few bills, and clenched them in her hand. I'm getting ready to leave. Remember to return my ID. Then she shouldered her laptop bag, carried her suitcase, and walked towards the door with determination, not looking back. Zhou Honghong ignored Cheng Yi's expression behind her, walked out of the house, closed the security door, and quickly locked it. Cheng Yi immediately sensed something was off and strode towards the door, his expression gloomy. She hurriedly shoved the 250 yuan she had in her hand through the gap in the door, maintaining her composure as she said, "Who sleeps with whom? Who doesn't know? This is my tip for you. Your skills are not bad." Seeing that he had already grabbed the key, she quickly ran toward the elevator hall, due to her luggage. She looked a bit flustered, but she couldn't care less. She kept an eye on the elevator's floor numbers while being wary of Cheng Yi's appearance. Fortunately, the elevator stopped right in front of Zhou Honghong. As soon as she entered, she pressed the door close button. Through the slowly closing elevator doors, she caught a glimpse of Cheng Yi's ashen face and finally felt a bit of satisfaction. Damn pervert, goodbye. Zhou Honghong didn't stay at the hotel at all. She was afraid that Cheng Yi would come after her. Looking at the time, she realized she had already missed the train. So she simply took a taxi to the bus station and bought a long-distance ticket back to her uncle's house. She still hadn't retrieved her identification. If she had known this would happen, she should have asked Cheng Yi to send it back at that time. The only gain from this trip was the situation with Jieyi. Although it was somewhat unexpected, it made Zhou Honghong understand how foolish her desire to encroach on Cheng Yi was. It could be considered a timely wake-up call. Looking back, not getting a marriage certificate with him was actually a good thing. Otherwise, she would have to watch her husband spend nights away caring for his first love. Cheng Yi really knew how to stab her heart, and he always hit the mark. Recently, with the frequent cold fronts, just standing by the Cheng River made her shiver. The riverbank had become increasingly desolate. Zhou Honghong initially endured the cold wind, sitting on the steps. However, one day, as the wind blew, her nose started to run. She feared she would fall ill again, so she decided not to go over there and stayed at her uncle's shop instead. She polished her resume and browsed through job recruitment websites. There weren't many job postings at the end of the year, and she felt like she was searching for a needle in a haystack, hoping for some luck. After her phone was repaired, one day she sent a text message to Cheng Yi, urging him to return her documents. He replied an hour later, saying he would come back to Yongji town during the spring festival to give them to her in person. Zhou Honghong's attitude on the phone was very indifferent, speaking in a strained voice. Cheng Yi started off with a casual tone, but later it turned ominous. In the end, they parted on bad terms. After hanging up, Zhou Honghong couldn't help but think of a lot of things, wondering how sure Jieyi's illness was now. Maybe it would never get better. So Cheng Yi would never be able to leave Jieyi. Congratulations. Wishing them a lifetime of happiness together. On the night before Zhou Honghong's birthday, her uncle and aunt were busy preparing a feast. In their generation, there was no concept of eating cake. It was all about having a lavish spread of meat and fish on the table. Zhou Honghong felt somewhat restless, with a small flame flickering in her heart. But she didn't know what she could look forward to. On her 18th birthday, she succumbed to Cheng Yi's advances. After that, he spent all her birthdays with her. He would be especially good-tempered on that day. In the past few years, Zhou Honghong and Cheng Yi may not have been without happiness, but she felt that it was all shrouded in a layer of uncertain fog. She didn't know when the fog would clear, and he would still be that insufferable rogue. Uncle and aunt went to bed early and didn't understand the countdown to midnight. After tidying up the store, they both returned to their rooms to rest. Zhou Honghong lay alone in bed, welcoming the arrival of her 25th birthday. These days, her sleep quality had improved compared to before, and she was going to bed early. When her biological clock signaled, drowsiness set in. She half closed her eyes and tried to hold on, thinking that she just needed to wait until 12:30, just until 12:30. However, before long, she fell asleep. Suddenly jolted awake, she looked at the clock, 11:53. Just a little longer would be fine. At midnight, the phone rang right on time. She sat up with a start. She knew who it was. This new phone number was known to very few people. It had to be him. Happy birthday, Zhou Honghong. Cheng Yi's voice was like a whisper between lovers, light and somewhat surreal. With just that one sentence, Zhou Honghong smiled and cried. Cheng Yi, thank you. He had once said that he would be with her for all her future birthdays. She wanted to put a perfect punctuation mark on this day. On the other end, Cheng Yi seemed a bit muddled. his words unclear. "What gift you want?" In the quiet of the night, she listened to his suppressed breathing through the receiver. The pain in her heart slowly surfacing, but she held on. "My documents." He fell silent for a moment, then softly replied, "Okay." That night, Zhou Honghong slept particularly well. The next morning, she woke up feeling refreshed. She couldn't forget Cheng Yi. He was a thorn in her heart, but she felt that, with the passage of time, this thorn would gradually soften. In the afternoon, when Zhou Honghong had some free time, she checked her email. When she saw the new email notification, she guessed it might be a response from the company regarding her resume. However, to her surprise, it was an electronic birthday card. At midnight, 0 minutes and 0 seconds. From Zhang Lemon. She was astonished that he remembered her birthday. Moreover, she thought that an electronic card would just be a few lines of blessings added to a template on a website. However, this one was unique, featuring her photo and handwritten blessings from Zhang Lemon. Zhou Honghong looked at the photo and couldn't help but laugh. It was a picture taken after the military training for freshmen, and she was tan like a piece of charcoal. But upon closer thought, it seemed to be the only photo of her and Zhang Lemon together. Back then, Zhou Honghong joined the club with Zhang Lemon because she wanted to improve her English. Her major was management science, and she didn't know how difficult it would be to find a job in the future. She just thought that if she could learn English well, it would give her another option. However, her spoken English was poor. The English teacher in Yongji Town had a strong local accent, and without any immersive environment, she spoke with a strong regional accent. After joining the club and through their classmates, she gradually became familiar with Zhang Lemon. His English pronunciation was very American. Zhou Honghong once mentioned her ruralized spoken language. But to her surprise, after hearing it, he sometimes switched to English for simple communication. Zhou Honghong initially felt very inferior and rarely dared to speak. He never mocked her, always correcting her in a kind manner. She was very grateful to Zhang Lemon. However, Cheng Yi was extremely irritable, claiming that she was restless and flirting with other men. She tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen, only persistently crashing in her body, biting her earlobe and saying, "Wife, you are mine alone." Although Huang Ying hinted during college that Zhang Lemon had feelings for Zhou Honghong, she didn't feel much of anything at the time. Zhang Lemon had once mentioned that he had a crush on a junior in their department. Zhou Honghong had seen that junior with her own eyes. Later, when she no longer participated in that club, her interactions with Zhang Lemon decreased. Before he went abroad, he invited a few classmates out for a meal. That was the last time Zhou Honghong saw him. At the moment they clinked glasses, a few male classmates teased them, and she intentionally avoided suspicion by asking, "What about your junior?" Since he was going abroad, they parted ways. After he finished speaking, he downed his drink in one go. Zhou Honghong regretted her slip of the tongue and softly said sorry. He smiled gently. "It's okay. Academics come first." Chapter 37. Zhou Honghong replied to Zhang Lemon's email succinctly, expressing her gratitude. Shortly after, a new email from him arrived. He started with a few pleasantries and then asked about her recent situation. She wasn't used to casually revealing her personal matters, so she simply replied that she was doing well. It was as if they were chatting online. He quickly sent another email, this time including a short anecdote about his study abroad experience. In the next email, he shared some scenic photos from abroad along with his travel reflections. Zhou Honghong responded politely. She felt that there wasn't much to talk about on her side and could only share some thoughts on his experiences. After a while, Zhang Lemon probably found the email exchanges too cumbersome and asked for her QQ number, mentioning that there was a group in their class where notifications about alumni gatherings were posted, and he suggested she join a chat. She had forgotten the password to her old number. The company had its own communication tools, and she was very busy, rushing to buy groceries and cook after work, along with a pile of household chores. Whenever she had free time, she would read books, leaving no time for online chatting. Later, due to the need to communicate with external clients, she applied for a new QQ number, but it was strictly for business purposes, and she wouldn't use it for chatting. After Zhang Lemon learned about this situation, he directly asked her for her mobile number, saying that the class group's contact list did not have her latest number. After she provided her mobile number, he sent her a message to confirm. Then he said he had some things to attend to and didn't continue the conversation. Zhou Honghong has very little contact with her university classmates. She doesn't take the initiative to ask Zhang Lemon about other classmates, so he doesn't reach out to her, and basically, the two have no communication. One day, Zhang Lemon calls her for a casual chat, since it's been a long time since they last spoke. Zhou Honghong initially answers politely, but after a while, as he reminisces about their university days, she begins to relax. When discussing her current work situation, she helplessly explains that she is currently unemployed and plans to start looking for a job after the new year. He smiles on the other end and sincerely advises her, "Girl, don't work too hard." A few days later, Zhang Lemon calls again, this time asking her in detail about her previous job. Zhou Honghong did not intend to hide anything. Her previous job was not related to her major at all. According to Cheng Yi, she could only manage him. Therefore, the jobs she found were all related to English. Zhang Lemon listened and seemed pleasantly surprised. "I'm currently at the branch of Chiffon. A couple of days ago, I chatted with a colleague from the marketing department, and they're looking for an advertising assistant, specifically in the English field." The name of that company flashed through her mind, and she remembered it. "I saw that job posting on the website a while ago, but they required a TM8 certificate, so I didn't look into it further. Capability is the priority. We can't take the TM8 exam, so we shouldn't let talent go to waste." That company. I've heard of it. She roughly knew that the company was in the fashion industry and was high-end. The entry requirements were quite high, and she felt that she wasn't qualified. "Your personality really hasn't changed at all." He knew her self-deprecating mindset well and said directly, "Send your resume to my email, and I'll pass it to the marketing director to take a look." Zhou Honghong was a bit taken aback. Isn't it inappropriate to take such a shortcut? She was worried that if her abilities were lacking, it would reflect poorly on him as a recommender. "You really think highly of me, old classmate," he laughed heartily. "I'm just a small deputy manager. What kind of backdoor can I open for you? I'm just helping you submit your application. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own abilities." Hearing this, she felt more at ease. However, she also admitted, "I have some special circumstances. Right now, I only have my ID card with me. As for the other documents, I might need to wait a bit." "That's fine. If you have a photocopy or a scan, bring it along. If not, you can supplement it later." She sincerely said, "Zhang Lemon, thank you." His voice softened slightly. "We're classmates, so there's no need to be so polite. Besides, your English is something I help you with." Zhou Honghong nodded vigorously, feeling grateful for learning alongside you. Otherwise, she would have to force herself to manage something scientific now. "By the way, this new branch has just been established in the suburbs, but employee dormitories can be applied for." She paused, hesitated, and asked, "Will your boyfriend mind?" She realized and clenched her fist, then laughed after releasing it. "It's fine. I can live in the suburbs. In fact, it's better to stay far away from that jerk." 2 days later, the interview call came. After scheduling a time with the HR there, Zhou Honghong explained the situation to her uncle. Her uncle was delighted with his niece's news and wished her good luck for the interview. Later, he thought that with his son back, he could help with the chores, and added, "Honghong, why don't you just go back to Yongji after your interview? The spring festival travel rush is about to start. It would be a hassle if you can't buy a ticket and have to run around. Aizhua will have winter break in 2 days, and I can manage everything here." Zhou Honghong nodded in agreement. Before leaving, she packed her things into big and small bags, troubled about how to take them to the interview. There was no choice but to check the map online and book a room at the nearest chain hotel to the company. The night before her departure, Zhang Leping called to ask if she knew the way to the company. She chuckled and said, "I could just take a taxi." He responded with an "oh," seemingly casually asking, "Isn't your boyfriend coming to take you?" "He's busy." Zhou Honghong is currently very afraid of others asking about her love life. She doesn't know how to respond, fearing that if she tells the truth, the other person will pry into how the breakup happened. She is very scared. Zhang Leming then asked, "When will you arrive?" "I'll pick you up." She declined. He replied, "It's okay. I happen to have a meeting in the city this morning. It's on the way." There are more passenger-carrying motorcycles in the suburbs than taxis, and as a girl, I don't feel at ease. Zhou Honghong didn't know what else to say besides thank you. He was always so considerate. Even when they were in the club together, he was meticulous about everything. Among the boys at university, Zhang Leming was one Zhou Honghong was familiar with. However, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she was worried that she might not recognize him, which would be quite embarrassing. Fortunately, she recognized him right away. Compared to his school days, he was darker and more mature. She had always thought he would be a successful person in the future, and it seemed that he was already showing signs of that now. Zhou Honghong and Zhang Lemon hadn't seen each other for many years, and the initial reunion felt a bit awkward. However, after all, they had been classmates for so long and had a good relationship in their club, so the conversation soon became quite pleasant. Adhering to the principle of treating guests well, after helping her with her luggage, he found a restaurant to invite her to dinner. Zhou Honghong originally wanted to treat him, but he made an excuse to leave halfway to settle the bill. She had no choice but to say, "Sorry. It should be my treat." He smiled, with a hint of deeper meaning flowing between them. "I heard your cooking skills are great. I'm even more eager to try it." She was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her head to conceal her surprise and replied, "It's just something they exaggerated. It's nothing special." Zhang Leming did not continue on that topic, but shifted the conversation to matters related to the company. Zhou Honghong felt that the competition in the company was quite fierce after hearing him say that. She had always had average grades and wasn't a major in English. To be honest, she wasn't very confident about this job, but since she was already there, she might as well give it a try. As it turned out, the attempt went quite smoothly. Zhou Honghong has always performed well in written English exams. The reason she didn't enter the English major back then was due to her low score in the oral exam. Later, she put a lot of effort into improving this aspect. In this interview, her hard work was fully reflected. In the end, the marketing director smiled with satisfaction, proving the recommendation from Zhang Lemon was well-deserved. After coming out of the interview, Zhou Honghong felt a bit dazed. The first thought that popped in her mind was to call Cheng Yi to share the news. Once her rationality returned, her heart ached again. She liked sharing her joy with him, and now that he was no longer there to listen, she felt unaccustomed to it. She called her mother, Zhou Mama. Mom Zhou was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. "Honger, come back early, and Mom will celebrate for you." Zhou Honghong felt much more relaxed. It's nothing. Without Cheng Yi, she still has her mother. In the evening, Zhou Honghong insisted on treating Zhang Lemon to a meal, saying she really felt embarrassed to see her old classmate. Zhang Lemon agreed with a smile, but when it came time to order, he was careful, worried about her spending too much. Old classmates are still old classmates. It didn't take long before they broke the initial formalities and chatted about everything under the sun. Halfway through the meal, he asked, "Have you discussed the application for employee dormitory with HR?" "Yes," he explained it to me. "It's a shared rental, right?" She nodded, saying it was fine as long as it was a female-to-female shared rental. The company's dormitories are allocated according to employee levels, and someone like Zhou Honghong, an ordinary employee, can only share a room. She thought she would live there for now. If the roommates were easy to get along with, that would be great. If the situation was difficult, she would make other plans. "It's okay. Just move in first, and later you can apply for a single room," he said playfully. "I'll let you know when there's an opening." Zhou Honghong smiled and said, "Thank you so much this time." Zhang Leming waved his hand and replied, "Oh, you keep thanking me. I'm starting to feel embarrassed. The interview and everything are all based on your own abilities. I couldn't help much." Later, for some reason, when he mentioned her longtime boyfriend, she still didn't dare to be honest. It was still the same. After that, Zhang Leming maintained a gentle attitude, but he was noticeably more silent than before. The next day, Zhou Honghong returned to Yongji town. Zhou's mother prepared a feast in advance, and during the meal, asked when Cheng Yi would be back. Zhou Honghong was stunned. She had promised Cheng Yi not to tell the second wife. However, she had never promised not to tell her own mother. She pondered how to start the conversation, and after a long while, she said, "Mom, what do you think of Cheng Yi? Is he really a good person?" Zhou Mama's eyes turned as she looked at her daughter, who seemed hesitant to speak. She understood a bit in her heart. What's going on? Did she have a conflict with Xiao Cheng? Zhou Honghong can't control her temper in front of her mother. She gets angry when talking about Cheng Yi. I can't see what's good about him at all. Zhou's mother couldn't help but laugh, not knowing what was so good about him that she liked. Zhou Honghong gloomily buried her head in the bowl and took a couple of bites of rice. "Come on, don't just eat rice. Have some vegetables too." Mom Zhou added a few pieces of beef to her daughter's bowl. A couple of months ago, the old man Zhang from the grocery store at the street corner, after a few drinks at his daughter's wedding banquet, let slip some of his daughter's past. What past? Zhou Honghong raised her head, puzzled by this sudden topic. Just some little thoughts of girl. Mom Zhou continued to add more vegetables for her daughter. His daughter used to really like Xiao Cheng. Every time he went to buy cigarettes, she would shortchange him by 2 yuan. The old man Zhang was furious when he found out. Zhou Honghong almost choked on her food and coughed a few times. He just loves to tease these girls. I hadn't even finished speaking, and there was already some sourness. Zhou's mother smiled more deeply. Zhou Honghong hurriedly clarified, "What am I jealous of? He was always like this. That girl from a Zhang family was the one who was flirting." Cheng didn't reciprocate. How'd he not reciprocate? Didn't he take $2 from her? Look, it's all blocked now. Hearing her daughter's sarcastic tone, Mama Zhou felt both angry and amused. Look at the second lady. She's a real beauty. How could her son be any worse? If the girl likes him, what could be done? This shop is short $2, that shop is short $3. And he's really making a profit. After going around in circles, he ended up with a free pack of cigarettes. Zhou Honghong chewed on the beef. As if that piece of meat was Cheng Yi. I see that he only has feelings for you, Mama Zhou said based on her own observations. There are so many beautiful girls in this town, yet he doesn't seem to get close to any of them. Zhou Honghong is indifferent. He probably just doesn't like beautiful people, and someone like me just happens to contrast with his beauty. Zhou Mama frowned and said, "What do you mean? I see my daughter is quite beautiful." Zhou Honghong huffed in anger. "What happened between you and Xiao Cheng?" Zhou Mama initially had a poor impression of Cheng Yi. However, after getting to know him, she found him to be quite decent, not at all like the rumors suggested. Moreover, he truly treats her daughter well. Having experienced a failed marriage, she is particularly sensitive about betrayal. Given Cheng Yi's looks, there must be many girls who admire him, but over the years, she hasn't heard any gossip. Everyone says he only has a good relationship with Zhou Honghong. She did ask the question, but she also knows her daughter's reserved personality. Sure enough, Zhou Honghong didn't want to talk about anything and simply replied, "Nothing." Zhou's mother knew something was definitely wrong, but she didn't push it. "Honger, it's best to lay everything out in the open. There aren't many men who truly understand a girl's feelings." Got it. Zhou Honghong even doubted whether her mother was talking about Cheng Yi, the one she had been with for 7 years. What does it mean that he only has feelings for her? He is clearly the most indifferent towards her. Also, you, my child, are so lacking in confidence. What do you mean by contrasting his looks? Xiao Cheng has said that my Honger is the prettiest. Zhou Honghong was astonished. She didn't know that Cheng Yi had said such things in front of Mama Zhou. She hummed in response and silently ate her meal. But her thoughts were expanded by this statement. One day, while Zhou Honghong was flipping through a magazine, she suddenly came across a topic about women that piqued her curiosity. Cheng Yi, at that moment, was playing a game on the large screen TV, too lazy to even glance her way. She looked at the magazine and asked, "If there were only 2 women left in the world for you to choose from, would you choose the one with a nice chest or the one with nice legs?" Without thinking, he chose the one with a pretty face. She frowned, feeling he was missing the point. What if both are equally unattractive? Then I wouldn't choose either. She argued, but looks aren't something I can decide. But choosing is my decision. Am I supposed to keep the lights off my whole life while dating women? Seeing her silent for a long time, he paused the game, sat down next to her, glanced at the magazine before tossing it aside, and tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, you look good in my eyes." She replied unhappily, "Not as good as you." "Of course." He smirked, leaning in her collar, teasing her soft left side playfully. "But you're still quite pretty. Pretty enough that I want to have some wild adventures with you. It must be even better to see you in the sunlight." Zhou Honghong picked up a magazine and slammed it hard against his inappropriate hand, telling him to go away. He reluctantly withdrew his hand and instead pinched her cheek, continuing to smile. "My wife, you have the most beautiful chest, legs, and face." Then, as he leaned in to nibble on her lips, he added, "You could drive me crazy." Chapter 38. The second concubine learned about this incident from someone who had visited a convenience store in town. On his way back from a long-distance bus trip, he happened to pass by that store. Yesterday, he ran into the second concubine on the road and casually asked about it. The second concubine wanted to check with her son to confirm if it was true. But Cheng Yi's phone was off, and she couldn't get through after calling all night. She thought Zhou Honghong should know clearly. To her surprise, Zhou Honghong looked even more confused. The second concubine's expression turned serious. "Honghong, has he not contacted you for a few days?" "It's been several days." Zhou Honghong's last call with Cheng Yi was in the early morning of her birthday. At this moment, she recalled his vague words, her heart tightening. Did something happen on that day? Should she ask him again? Now that she was 26, it would be bad if something like this happened. The second concubine thought that her son must also be hiding things from Zhou Honghong, so she stopped asking further. Zhou Honghong nodded and quickly picked up her phone to dial. She had originally deleted his number from her contacts, but the 11 digits were already etched in her memory, and her fingers moved naturally in sequence. Cheng Yi answered quickly. On the contrary, Zhou Honghong was momentarily confused and managed to squeeze out this sentence. Your mom is here with me. He sneered, giving me a warning so soon? I didn't. She murmured, knowing he misunderstood. Then what do you want to say? I heard there's something going on at your store. Who told you that nonsense? How about you talk to your mom? Zhou Honghong handed the phone to the second concubine and continued to brew tea. Last time he was soft-spoken, but this time he was sharp again. She knew he was just a dog that couldn't change its nature. Cheng Yi didn't know how to explain it to the second concubine, but her expression relaxed. Before hanging up, she looked at Zhou Honghong, who was pouring tea beside her, and smiled. Let Honghong chat with you. Zhou Honghong was taken aback for a moment. After standing up to take the phone, Cheng Yi on the other end fell silent. She had to speak first. Hello. He only responded with that one word. She adjusted her expression to prevent her second aunt from noticing something unusual. When are you coming back? The night after tomorrow. How about during the day instead? Driving at night is tiring. There might be traffic on the highway. It's better to set off early. Once she started her nagging, she couldn't stop. Also, bring some food with you. If you get stuck on the way, you might not find a service area. And remember to bring an extra warm coat. It's cold here. These were all things Zhou Honghong had once reminded him about. Cheng Yi listened quietly, and heaven knows how much he missed these little bits of nagging. He didn't have time to think about how to respond to her. His mouth had already automatically replied, Okay, I'll come back during the day. I'll leave after lunch, all right? Zhou Honghong was not very accustomed to his tone, which lacked any sarcasm. She awkwardly glanced at the second concubine, who was smiling with her lips pressed together, and finally said, Be careful on the way. Okay, bye. The second concubine explained the situation with Cheng Yi. The store had indeed been sealed, supposedly because one of the renovation materials did not meet fire safety requirements. From her son's tone, the second concubine felt it wasn't a big issue, so she relaxed. However, Zhou Honghong wasn't so optimistic. She felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. She could only reassure herself that Cheng Yi, who was skilled in shady dealings, should be fine. Cheng Yi was very obedient, returning home around 7 p.m. on the 28th day of the lunar year. That same evening, he came to the Zhou family to pay New Year's greetings. It was Zhou's mother who opened the door. Zhou Honghong was washing dishes in the kitchen at the time. She listened to his polite greetings to Zhou's mother and secretly cursed. Hypocritical. She almost dropped the dish because of it. She washed the dishes very slowly and thoroughly, and only when she could no longer avoid it did she slowly come out to the living room. She wasn't sure if it was the lighting in the living room or if Cheng Yi was dressed too lightly, but he looked even thinner than the last time she saw him. When Cheng Yi saw that she finally came out, he smiled gently, looking very friendly. Long time no see. Zhou Honghong said awkwardly, You're back. Did you hit any traffic? He still smiled. Fortunately, it was almost 2 hours of congestion. Zhou Honghong sat down on the sofa next to Mama Zhou. She had barely been sitting for a few minutes when she pretended to be very busy, standing up to boil water for a while, then go to refill the teapot and running to check if the bathroom light was off. Cheng Yi noticed her unnatural movements and didn't engage her in much conversation. Even when they exchanged a sentence or two, it was merely polite small talk. Zhou Mama felt that the male and female leads were both holding back their feelings. She suppressed a smile and used the excuse of going for a walk to give a young couple some space. After Mother Zhou left, the room fell into silence. Cheng Yi leisurely resumed his lazy posture. Zhou Honghong felt like she was sitting on needles. She lowered her head, but she could sense his gaze moving over her. She was afraid he would pounce on her again in a fit of beastly desire. The atmosphere was very oppressive, and she could no longer bear it. So she mustered her courage to ask, Where are my documents? Cheng Yi slightly furrowed his brows, picked up a bag next to him, and said, Here you go. If you're not annoyed, I am. All day long, I'm just thinking about this pile of your stuff. Zhou Honghong found his behavior very strange. She thought he would still cling to her. Now it seemed he had adapted to the breakup. Then she realized that his mind was now on Jieyi. so he wouldn't have any lingering feelings for her. With this thought, a complex emotion arose in her heart. What she had hoped for was exactly this kind of situation, polite yet distant. However, when he truly became indifferent towards her, she felt uncomfortable. "Thank you." Zhou Honghong silently took the bag of documents. Because he was present, she didn't examine it closely. She curled her lips into a smile. But the smile didn't reach her eyes. "You're welcome." After this topic, there was silence again. Zhou Honghong felt anxious sitting there, wondering why Cheng Yi still hadn't left. But he just wouldn't go, sitting there with a half-smile, staring at her. Under his gaze, she felt uneasy and had to find something to say. She recalled the matter she wanted to discuss with him earlier, bit her lip, and hesitantly asked about the parents. Cheng Yi responded readily this time. "I'll go talk to them." Zhou Honghong was slightly taken aback. She lowered her head to tuck her hair behind her ear, and when she raised her head, she smiled brightly, which was the best outcome. Rong Bojun and Cheng Yi were not in the same city, and they could only meet occasionally. During holidays and festivals, Rong Bojun always insisted on going out to eat, drink, and have fun. This time was no exception. He had always been the organizer of such events. The time, place, and number of people were all his responsibility. Due to Cheng Yi's schedule, the gathering was set for the 29th of the Lunar New Year. In the past, those men would never bring their girlfriends because of Cheng Yi, who was seen as a troublemaker. On this day, it was quite rare for two friends to bring their significant others along. After indulging in food and drinks, they typically moved on to karaoke. Cheng Yi usually came to such places just to gamble on dice, as he had no sense of pitch. One friend lost badly, downed several bottles of beer, and then waved his hand to indicate he was done. He wanted to accompany his girlfriend to sing love songs. Cheng Yi didn't insist, sitting in the corner watching the couple sing sweetly to each other. Perhaps something was triggered in him. As he suddenly recalled the time, he brought Zhou Honghong out to have fun and encountered Jieyi. Zhou Honghong sings fairly well, but he has never sung a duet with her. The only song he slightly manages to sing in tune is Kongding Love Song. But that was a duet he sang with Jieyi before. On the surface, Zhou Honghong seems indifferent, but inside, he is actually quite calculating. So he stops singing. Rong Bojun sees Cheng Yi sulking while drinking and comes over to sit down. "What's up? Aren't you going to gamble?" "No mood for it." Ever since he agreed to let Zhou Honghong go, Cheng Yi has lost interest in everything. His heart feels unsettled. Didn't he see Zhou Honghong today? Rong Bojun isn't very familiar with Cheng Yi's girlfriend. She just sits quietly by the side, not engaging in their conversation, completely different from Jieyi back in the day. Cheng Yi feels a pang at the mention of that name, and casually says she went to her grandma's house. Rong Bojun taps his wine glass on the table. Cheng Yi lightly clinks glasses with him. After chatting for a while, Rong Bojun's phone vibrates. He pulls it out and sees it's a Weibo notification. So he briefly browses before closing it. Just like that, he suddenly remembers, speaking of which, I almost did something bad last time. Cheng Yi raises anymore. Aren't you always doing bad things? This statement is unflinching, but indeed true. Rong Bojun has already been defined as a pig-like teammate by Cheng Yi. Rong Bojun chuckles awkwardly. Fortunately, I have a way to make amends. Cheng Yi, feeling disinterested, drinks his own alcohol. Rong Bojun continues to elaborate on his so-called bad deed. A couple of months ago, didn't TR Wushan town make the news? I saw it on Weibo and forwarded it to some acquaintances. At first, I included people from our town and neighboring towns. Then I realized I had included your ex and your current girlfriend together. Cheng Yi was casually swirling his wine glass. But upon hearing this, he stopped. His gaze towards Rong Bojun turned cold. Rong Bojun felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, it's fine. I deleted it right away. And just to be safe, I told Jieyi her Weibo name was outdated. And sure enough, she changed it as soon as she heard. He emphasized, Zhou Honghong won't find out. Cheng Yi doesn't believe this pig teammate at all. He throws down his wine glass and demands, give me Zhou Honghong and Jieyi's Weibo. Rong Bojun realizes he has stepped on a landmine with his old friend and hurriedly searches on the Weibo app. But the more anxious he gets, the slower the internet becomes, and he feels like he's going to freeze to death under Cheng Yi's glare. After a long wait, the page finally loads, but Cheng Yi snatches the phone away from him. Zhou Honghong hasn't posted a new Weibo in 6 months. This isn't surprising. She never really used it much. However, It's unclear if she logged in at all in the past 2 months. The key point he thought of was another one. What about Jieyi? What was her name before she changed it? Bo-jun didn't dare to delay. He was also nervous, his fingers rapidly swiping across the screen. This is hers. Before the change, it seemed to be called Liu de. That E is in pinyin. The more Cheng Yi looked, the darker his expression became. When he browsed at the picture of the cups, he directly threw his phone. Bo-jun watched helplessly as his phone was flung several meters away, bouncing multiple times, but he didn't dare to protest. Cheng Yi recalled Zhou Honghong's inexplicable insistence on leaving. All those previously unclear points suddenly connected in this moment, entangling in his heart. After Cheng Yi and Bo-jun's group separated, he pondered over his relationship with Zhou Honghong. If she merely misunderstood his relationship with Jieyi, then he could clear it up after explaining. What worried him was whether she had any lingering issues in her heart. He had thought that if there were any mistakes involving Zhou Honghong, it would be about how he interacted with other women. However, he had explained to her that he wasn't being unfaithful. Zhou Honghong's family had some unpleasant experiences, and he understood that if he truly betrayed her, their relationship would be completely over. Cheng Yi only started coming home less often after the store was renovated. Before, he would almost return every day, with no time to deal with other women. Moreover, he took Zhou Honghong to the hospital simply to let her know that he was only verbally comforting Jieyi to get her to receive proper treatment. However, Zhou Honghong smiled and told him not to worry about her anymore, and her smile was even worse than crying. He was genuinely angry at that moment, and the words just slipped out. Looking back now, Zhou Honghong must have seen Jieyi's posts on Weibo. He recalled the timestamps of those posts. At that time, Jieyi's condition was unstable. It was uncertain under what circumstances she posted them. Cheng Yi's emotions were turbulent at that moment. He wished Zhou Honghong were right in front of him so he could give her a good hug. However, at this stage, he had other concerns. The closure of Honghua was not due to fire safety issues, but was related to drugs. Cheng Yi had been involved in the first two, gambling and prostitution. But he absolutely would not touch the last one. Because of Zhou Honghong's departure, he hadn't dealt with the issues at Honghua for a while, and as a result, someone took advantage of that. That night, a group of people in a private room were skating, and coincidentally, there were reporters on stakeout. The people in that room were not big shots. Conversely, if they were indeed important figures, the police wouldn't dare to arrest them, let alone report it. The restaurant had been thoroughly checked by the police, who didn't make things too difficult for him. However, since it made the news, there had to be an explanation. Cheng Yi remained quite calm about the closure. The people beneath him were clearly more worried than he was as the boss. Cheng Yi had sensed earlier that someone was out to get him. Although his instincts weren't 100% accurate, he usually acted based on them. But this time, he really lacked motivation. The woman who used to charge ahead with him was no longer there. He had never realized how big the house he bought was. But now the emptiness of the space filled him with a deep sense of loneliness. He wanted to get his woman back, but he had no idea how. So, he could only linger day by day in the home she once occupied. He missed her very much. One night, waking up in a daze, he reached out to touch the spot next to him where Zhou Honghong used to be, but encountered only emptiness, which jolted him awake. He hadn't read much, so he couldn't use rich vocabulary to describe his feelings. All he could say was that he felt awful, very awful, extremely awful. Later one day, while driving past the square park, he happened to hear a line from a song. He knew nothing about music, but those lyrics struck a chord in his heart. If it weren't for you, where would I be and what would I regret? He suddenly realized that Zhou Honghong was no longer by his side, and it didn't matter how much money he earned. Cheng Yi asked Tang Zhuan to set that song as his ringtone. She went online to download a version, but he was unhappy. I want the version sung by a man, and I want that line. She gritted her teeth secretly, but there was nothing she could do. This boss was increasingly unpredictable. After Cheng Yi received the edited version, he listened to it repeatedly and then set that segment of the song as Zhou Honghong's specific ringtone. She hadn't called him yet. Finally, when that ringtone rang, Cheng Yi thought he should really listen to it, but instinctively, he quickly pressed the answer button. Zhou Honghong asked about the situation in his store. He made up a fire safety excuse. He didn't like to talk to her about the issues with the red nest, especially the bad ones. She had already expressed her disapproval when he opened the store, but he had always taken a roundabout way. In fact, Cheng Yi himself didn't want to become a millionaire. His store had always maintained its original scale. Gu Yixing had once asked why he didn't expand into a chain business. Cheng Yi replied that he was too lazy to do that. Anyway, he could support his wife now, which was enough for him. Later, the business of the Red Nest improved, but the shop was still small. Gu Yixing suggested merging the neighboring shop as well. Without a second thought, Cheng Yi refused. People liked to crowd together, and the more cramped it got, the more they wanted to go. Let them line up. His thought at that time was that if he really wanted to expand, he wouldn't have time to go home and hold his wife. However, now that he had some free time, his wife had run away. 2 weeks ago, Tang Jimon noticed that Cheng Yi seemed indifferent about the store being sealed, and she couldn't understand his thoughts, so she tentatively asked over the phone if their group of sisters could take a break and go home for the new year. Sure. At that time, Cheng Yi was at home looking for a piece of Zhou Honghong's lingerie and replied absent-mindedly. Tang Jimon continued to ask when the store would reopen so she could inform the others. Didn't they say it would be temporarily closed for a month? He thought for a moment and actually forgot from which day it started counting. For the exact date, you can ask Zheng Hoan. Tang Jimon felt helpless. If Cheng Yi really cared, the store wouldn't be in trouble. She complained to Zheng Hoan when they talked. In the past, those complaints about adult content were all handled by the boss. Why did he let the other side bully him this time? It was just based on his mood. Zheng Hoan had already gotten used to Cheng Yi's unpredictability over the past 2 months. After asking Zheng Hoan about the sealing period, Tang Jimon hesitated over a certain question in her mind and finally said, "Last time our boss said he was going bankrupt. Is he joking?" She didn't believe that if the store was sealed, he would just collapse like that. However, Zheng Hoan's answer made her break down. If the boss says he's going bankrupt, then he's going bankrupt. How could his wealth only be this store? Besides, the store isn't closed down, just temporarily suspended. Zheng Hoan was very serious. "Please accept my condolences." Tang Jimon couldn't grieve. She simply didn't believe Cheng Yi's nonsense. But a few days later, she felt that the boss indeed had foresight. The already sealed Red Nest suddenly caught fire one night. Cheng Yi had personally supervised the renovations, and the fire safety measures were impeccable. When the fire spread to the second floor, the automatic sprinkler system activated. However, the fire originated on the third floor, which was still in the finishing stages of renovation, and thus it was unavoidable. Tang Jimon estimated that the boss had suffered significant losses this time. Cheng Yi didn't care much about the temporary sealing of the Red Nest, but this unexpected fire did motivate him. In the past few days, he met with Gu Yixing. Gu Yixing was very angry. Which bastard did this? Who knows? Cheng Yi replied li susuri. I had a bad feeling that morning. I thought it was about that previous incident, so I didn't bother with it. Gu Yixing scratched his head. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are anxious. Bro, what's wrong with you lately? Last time I went to your store, Tang Yo said she was about to be laid off. She really is about to be laid off. Cheng Yi slightly tilted his head to look at the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling, as if counting how many lampshades there were. My store is about to go down, and she can still nest here? Gu Yixing was stunned. This was something Tang Jimon had also said to him. He thought it was a joke, but unexpectedly, Cheng Yi admitted it himself. Seeing Gu Yixing's expression of being unable to bear the blow, Cheng Yi chuckled. All right, that's not the point. The point is I need to go home tomorrow. Let me know if there's any news here. Bro, it's okay. You still have me. Gu Yixing thought Cheng Yi was just putting on a brave face. He forced a smile. Although my brother is strict, I still have my own private stash. Cheng Yi continued to smile, but his mind was no longer on these matters. He remembered Zhou Honghong's reminders to go home during the day, to bring food, and to prepare warm clothes. The custom for New Year's Eve dinner in Yongji Town is for the wife to stay with her husband's family. After Zhou Honghong and Cheng Yi had their wedding banquet, they spent every New Year's Eve dinner at the Cheng family. Later, when the old master passed away, only the first wife and the second concubine remained in the Cheng family. They simply invited Zhou's mother to join them for the reunion dinner. Zhou Honghong thought that since Cheng Yi had agreed to talk to his parents, she wouldn't have to go to the Cheng family to celebrate the New Year's Eve this year. But on that day, his call came early, reminding her not to forget the New Year's dinner. Because Zhou's mother was present, Zhou Honghong didn't say much to him and just replied before hanging up. She was busy at home, doing a thorough cleaning again, and then hanging lanterns and pasting couplets with her mother. In the evening, Zhou Honghong started boiling pomelo leaves, preparing to use the water to wash her hair and take a bath. Mom Zhou nagged a bit, asking why I didn't come back in the evening to wash. Zhou Honghong smiled and said, "This year, the Zhang family from Jindong sent wine again. After drinking their wine, I went back and went straight to sleep. Who has time to take a shower?" Zhou Mama didn't know if her daughter and Cheng Yi had really opened up to each other the night before, so she asked, "Aren't you counting down with Xiao Cheng?" "It depends," Zhou Honghong replied vaguely, then quickly changed the subject. "Isn't Uncle back here for the new year again this year?" "He's busy with his grandchildren." Zhou Mama didn't ask more about Cheng Yi and followed her daughter's lead in the conversation. After the new year, Zhou will probably come back for a visit. As long as they didn't talk about Cheng Yi, Zhou Honghong felt relaxed, and she chatted back and forth with her mother. Zhou Honghong finished her shower, dried her hair until it was half dry, then put on her new clothes and linked arms with Mama Zhou as they headed to the Cheng family. Just as they reached the intersection, they saw Cheng Yi coming towards them. In previous years, he would always come and pick them up. In fact, the Zhou family is not far from the Cheng family, and he would always rush back and forth. This morning, Zhou Honghong directly told him not to come pick them up. He probably agreed, but clearly, he listened with one ear and let it out with the other. On the way, Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong didn't say much, and only Mama Zhou was able to chat a little. The Cheng family hadn't officially started the banquet yet. When Zhou Honghong walked into the yard, she received 2 or 3 text messages on her phone. She sat down in the living room before checking them. They were all New Year greetings sent by several classmates from a gathering a few days ago. Generally, these kinds of messages are copied from each other. One classmate even forgot to change the signature. Zhou Honghong does not take the initiative to send these congratulatory messages. She feels they are all cliché phrases. However, out of politeness, she will respond one by one. During the new year, the internet is congested. Her messages have been failing to send for a long time, and fearing she might forget to reply, she walks to the empty yard and raises her phone slightly, as if that would attract a signal. While sending a message, another one comes in. This time it is from her college classmate, Zhang Lemon. Zhou Honghong felt that he was really quite thoughtful. At least his blessing words clearly were not copied from online greeting messages. She found a bit strange that he used the phrase "my class goddess." She guessed it might be my classmate girl. Zhou Honghong was correcting the typo when Cheng Yiliang's cool voice suddenly rang in her ear. "Hey, Zhou Honghong, are you still someone's goddess?" Chapter 40. Zhou Honghong was startled and quickly covered her phone. She turned to look at Cheng Yi and almost bumped into his face. So she hurriedly stepped back. "Don't look at things you shouldn't," she said, clearly displeased. Cheng Yi coldly mocked. "Don't understand? Why don't you teach me?" His gaze shifted to her face. The moonlight was dim, so he couldn't see her clearly, but he felt that her jawline was becoming sharper. He recalled her chubby face when she was angry. Zhou Honghong ignored him and planned to reply to a text message from Zhang Lemon before leaving. She instinctively took a couple of steps to the side, distancing herself further from Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi's mood darkened even more. "My mom has come out to the dining room, and you, my daughter-in-law, are here acting like your own goddess. Is that polite?" She continued to ignore him, quickly replying with a few words before intending to head back. He stepped forward, grabbing her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Zhou Honghong quickly steadied herself, turned around, and glared at him. "What are you doing? I'm asking you a question. Who's so blind as to take a village girl for a goddess?" Cheng Yi's tone was full of sarcasm. She pushed him angrily. "What does it have to do with you? It's ridiculous." It seemed like this man couldn't feel at ease unless he mocked her a few times. He snorted coldly, indifferent to her strength, and reached out to snatch her phone. In her panic, she hooked the phone strap. Cheng Yi simply wrapped his hand around hers and pulled her over. The phone had already locked automatically. He looked at the screen and asked coldly, "What's the password?" Zhou Honghong turned her head away. Cheng Yi looked up at her sulky expression and thought that this look was much more attractive than her earlier indifference. With that in mind, he turned her head back and eagerly leaned down to find her soft lips. Zhou Honghong couldn't see through his intentions, raised her fist to hit his face, and scolded. Shameless. Her words were completely drowned out by his pressure. Cheng Yi had just tasted her for 3 seconds and was about to conquer more when the voice of the second concubine came through. "Son, bring Honghong back to eat. Seeing the silhouettes of the two in the moonlight, that conversation was cut off. Cheng Yi lightly bit Zhou Honghong's lower lip, reluctantly letting her go. Then raised his head to calmly look at the second concubine, saying, "I just came." The second concubine smiled and went into the house first. Zhou Honghong swung a punch at Cheng Yi's chest, then wiped her lips as if something unclean had touched them. "I've never seen someone as shameless as you. I thought although you didn't recognize many words, at least you should know what a breakup means. I'm not one of your shop girls whom you can hug or kiss whenever you want." Cheng Yi, still lingering on her scent, had all romantic thoughts swept away by her words. His eyes darkened. "What did I ever regard you as one of them? You did it yourself. That's how it is." So annoying. Zhou Honghong bit her lip and glared at his hand. "Give me the phone." Cheng Yi pulled her in, pinched her chin to examine her closely, and said word by word, "What did I do? Tell me what I did to those women, You know the disgusting things you did yourself." She felt his breath coming at her face, but she couldn't break free. He raised an arrogant smile. "Do you think I was also licking in and out of those women's holes?" Zhou Honghong recalled the scene with that disheveled young lady and frowned. He looked at her stubborn expression and gently leaned close to her ear, saying, "I admit I've touched a few breasts. I want to do that again, okay?" She felt his grip loosen, took a deep breath, elbowed him hard, stepped back a few paces, and said, "What does it matter to you anymore? You are just my ex-boyfriend." After saying that, she turned and jogged into the dining hall. Cheng Yi stayed in place, his expression dark and inscrutable. He looked at Zhou Honghong's phone, turned on the screen, and tried the password, but it was wrong several times. So, he forcibly shut it down and restarted it. Zhou Honghong appeared somewhat unsophisticated when she first arrived in the city during her university days. But her distinct facial features and friendly personality won her several admirers among the boys, both openly and secretly. Cheng Yi couldn't stand the idea of other guys having their eyes on his woman, so he frequently visited her school. Over time, the boys began to retreat when they saw how outstanding Zhou Honghong's boyfriend looked. However, Zhang Lemon never clearly expressed any intentions. Cheng Yi stared at the text message for a long time, wishing he could tear the word goddess out. After a while, he took a step toward the room. Once inside, he sat down right next to Zhou Honghong. Seeing his gloomy expression, the second wife sat calmly in the main seat, her demeanor unchanged. She only felt that his warmth had been interrupted. Zhou Honghong didn't want to sit next to Cheng Yi, but as a junior, she couldn't take a seat at the upper table, so she had no choice but to ignore him. However, he wouldn't let her have her way. His legs would occasionally bump against hers under the table, and when she shifted to the side, he would spread his legs even wider towards her. She got angry and, taking advantage of the elders not paying attention, pinched his thigh hard. Cheng Yi froze, and his chopsticks trembled for a moment. Then, Zhou Honghong calmly lowered her head to eat. The second concubine noticed her son's unnatural expression and couldn't help but smile to herself. She had already accepted Zhou Honghong as her daughter-in-law. Initially, it was because Zhou Honghong could bring benefits to her and her daughter, but later, seeing that Zhou Honghong was indeed a virtuous person, and knowing her son's bad temper all too well, she realized that only Zhou Honghong could manage him. This big house was usually quiet, with only her and the First Lady around. She recalled the earlier scene of the young couple being affectionate and felt a desire for grandchildren. Since it was rare for the family to be reunited this time, it should be brought up. The second concubine intentionally mentioned that the housekeeper Wei's granddaughter-in-law had recently given birth to a son, also hinting that the Cheng family was currently dominated by females, and the only heir was Cheng Yi. The First Lady listened and thought of her missing son, feeling distressed. But after so many years, she had long lost the initial anger. Furthermore, although Cheng Yi's status was not legitimate, he was indeed of Cheng blood. She followed the second concubine's topic and said, "Isn't there a new policy now that allows both parties to have a second child if they are only children?" The second concubine was taken aback, recalling past events with a hint of helplessness. This boy was not an only child. The Cheng family's household registration did not include the second concubine's name. She and Cheng Gongzi were not legally married. However, Cheng Gongzi had pleaded with the old master to let his second son into the household, which the old master was not pleased about. Later, the second concubine also set aside her pride and begged. Eventually, the old master reluctantly agreed. The First Lady immediately understood, smiled, and thought that at worst, they would just have to pay a fine. Having more descendants was always a good thing. Both the First Lady and the second concubine turned their gazes toward Zhou Honghong, who felt very awkward. Cheng Yi, on the other hand, remained calm and collected. Zhou Honghong kicked him under the table, urging him to make a sound. He ignored her and continued eating his food and drinking his wine. Zhou Honghong had to say, "This matter isn't urgent, right?" Zhou Mama also chimed in to ease her daughter's embarrassment. In big cities, at this age, it's still a stage of focusing on one's career. The madam laughed again, saying that times are different now. At Honghong's age, I already had children. It's something that should happen naturally. The second concubine, seeing Cheng Yi seeming indifferent, really wanted to give him a good knock. However, if there are plans for that, one should prepare in advance and have a healthy baby boy. Zhou Honghong forced a smile and then kicked Cheng Yi lightly. To her surprise, he started to serve her food, saying thoughtfully, "If you want to have a baby, you need to eat more and gain some weight." She knew he was just putting on an act again, so she remained silent. During the meal, Zhou's mother mentioned that the wine from the Zhang family was a bit sweet, and the second aunt explained, "This isn't Zhang's wine. It's from Cheng Yi's bowl. I brought you a barrel of Zhang's wine to try later when you take it back." Zhou Honghong glanced at Cheng Yi and saw that he had already drunk several bowls without changing his expression. She originally thought that her bowl contained Zhang's wine, so she only took a small sip and didn't even taste it. Now that she heard it was sweet, she lifted the bowl and took a big gulp. It was sweeter than before, but still very spicy. Zhou Honghong was curious. "Whose wine is this? It looks very similar to Zhang's." The madam laughed. "This one has much less aftertaste than Zhang's, and it's sweeter. It's brewed by my relatives from my maternal side." That said, Zhou Honghong still blushed after downing a bowl. Cheng Yi smirked and leaned in to ask, "Showing off again?" She moved her chair aside without looking at him. He pouted and sat up straight. According to custom, after dinner, Zhou Mama would chat with the madam and the second concubine for an hour or two before going back. Zhou Honghong was listening beside them, and within half an hour, she started to feel drowsy. The after effects of the alcohol were kicking in. She saw that Zhou's mother was getting into an animated conversation, so she said she would go out to the yard for a bit. The cold wind blew over, and it did help her feel a little more awake. She heard footsteps behind her and knew it was Cheng Yi following her. She looked up at the starry sky without turning back and asked, "Where's my phone?" Cheng Yi approached her and asked, "Not drunk anymore?" She felt impatient. "Cheng Yi, let me tell you, you'd better sort things out soon, at least before I go back to the city." She didn't want to get entangled with him. He smiled. "You reminded me. I was just thinking about bringing it up." His willingness to talk made her more guarded. Sure enough, the topic he brought up was completely different. "Come on, tell me how you got involved with that Zhang guy. Are you sick?" To her surprise, he actually nodded. "I think so too." In the dim moonlight, Zhou Honghong wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but there was a layer of haziness in his eyes. Could he be drunk? "Zhou Honghong," he said in a deep voice, "how did that Zhang guy treat you like a goddess? Tell me, I could treat you that way too. How about it?" At this point, Zhou Honghong was sure that Cheng Yi was really drunk. Chapter 41. Zhou Honghong had previously drunk a bowl of wine, and now she felt bolder and spoke with more confidence. She raised her head and said no. This straightforward rejection successfully froze Cheng Yi's expression. She continued to press on. "Think about it. From the moment I wanted to break up until now, how many times have you changed your mind? With such poor credibility, I can't trust you. Didn't I return all your documents?" His tone remained calm, which was quite rare. However, when this topic was brought up, she became angry. "Why did you write on my marriage certificate? Although it could be reissued, it would mean another trip." He never made things easy for her. "I mistakenly used the wrong paper when testing," he replied, looking quite sincere. "I'll accompany you to get a new one. It would be a miracle if I could trust you." "Cheng Yi, do you know how to write the word respect?" The more Zhou Honghong spoke, the angrier she became. "You always do whatever you want without considering my feelings. Then I'll focus on you from now on, okay?" This was the lowest stance he had ever taken. Zhou Honghong was taken aback, probably realizing that he was really confused. In fact, she herself was also feeling the effects of alcohol. Thinking of this, she didn't want to argue with him anymore and said, "Give me back my phone. If you're too drunk, just go back to your room and rest." Cheng Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on her face. When he didn't speak for a long time, She made a V shape with her fingers and waved it in front of him, asking if he recognized what it was. At that moment, the moon broke through the clouds, illuminating the serene courtyard. Zhou Honghong took advantage of the light to see that although Cheng Yi's expression was calm, there was a storm brewing in his eyes. She felt a shiver from his gaze. He spoke lightly. What else are you unhappy about? Go on. She took a step back. It's all in the past. As long as you publicly acknowledge that we've broken up, then there's nothing left. Nothing? Cheng Yi simulate faintly. Seeing her about to return to the house, he quickly stepped forward to grab her, covering her mouth with one hand just in time. How can there be nothing? Looking into her frightened pupils, his voice was very gentle. Zhou Honghong, you have to be mine. What breakup? I treat that as nonsense. I can accommodate you in other matters. Okay, good for you. Zhou Honghong protested by trying to pry his hand away, but he remained unmoved. She attempted to bite him, but his strength held her mouth shut. She had no idea how this man had developed such brute strength. Even with both her hands, she couldn't match one of his. She shook her head in despair. Cheng Yi's expression darkened as he twisted her wrist and dragged her to the corner of the yard under the locust tree. Now, with the night being dim and the large tree providing cover, along with the bushes nearby, if they kept quiet, even if someone passed by the yard, they wouldn't notice them. Cheng Yi guarded against her kicking, pinning her against the trunk with his thigh. Zhou Honghong felt a bit dizzy from his series of actions, her head heavy and her body weak. The after effects of the alcohol were even more intense, and her resistance seemed powerless. Cheng Yi noticed this and released her wrist, while blocking her struggles with one hand and deftly unbuttoning her coat with the other. After unbuttoning the first 4 buttons, he couldn't wait any longer and started to rub her left breast over her sweater, grabbing and kneading. She hit and struggled, but in the end, her hands weakly rested on his shoulders, her nails digging into his flesh. He chuckled softly, "Good girl, scratch me a bit." Zhou Honghong couldn't speak, so she could only curse in her heart. After pulling down the loose collar of her sweater, Cheng Yi's breathing gradually grew heavier. The low-cut thermal top, black as its base, couldn't conceal the deep valley in between. He hooked the thermal top and peered down at the fullness wrapped beneath the bra. Its shape is exquisite as a honeyed peach. His eyes were glued to it, eagerly scooping out that soft flesh. The small, pointed bud stiffened upward at the touch of cold air, only to be immediately taken into his mouth. Cheng Yi nibbled a few times before finally releasing his hand from her mouth, smirking as he looked at her. Go ahead and scream if you want. Call both our mothers over to watch the show. Zhou Honghong's clothes were disheveled, and she naturally didn't dare to complain. She said angrily, I'm very cold, and my head is also spinning. In such cold weather, he is intentionally making it hard for me. Cheng Yi pulled down her scarf, exposing her right chest, admiring the view that revealed only 2 spheres. Then he pinched and kneaded it, claiming, I'm warming you up. Zhou Honghong let him mess around for a while, feeling weak. You never keep your word. You just said you care about me. I also said except for breaking up. He bit down again, causing her to let out a soft gasp. Do you want to get back together? His behavior was already very obvious. Asking this question was pointless. However, what surprised her was his answer. I want to die. Zhou Honghong, I want to die for you. Zhou Honghong wanted to see his expression when he said that, but he was too engrossed in biting. Cheng Yi, have you ever thought that I don't like you anymore? Even if you force me, I can still run away. He suddenly stopped his movements. Took a long time to lift his head, his eyes already as cold as ice. She looked up at the dark sky and continued. You can't watch me 24 hours a day. If I'm not willing, I can find a younger, stronger pretty boy than you and make you wear a green hat every day. There's no need to wait for the green hat. Cheng Yi's face is already green now. He harshly gripped her chin. Do you really think I can't handle you? Zhou Honghong pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on his high nose bridge. My heart is no longer with you. Do you think I will still serve you like before? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi felt as if he had been struck by a blunt object. He became anxious. Wasn't your heart always with me before? Where did you put it? He had originally been certain that her departure was due to jealousy, that she still loved him. So he made her drink until she was drunk, hoping to coax her back. She could be a princess or a queen, it didn't matter. The only condition was that she could only belong to him. Zhou Honghong was pinched painfully by him and scolded. Just let me die in pain then. Cheng Yi quickly released her, pointing at her chest. Where's your heart? Give it back to me. Zhou Honghong stroked her chin, feeling speechless. At her age, acting like a spoiled child was really shameless. She quickly adjusted her clothes and got dressed properly before saying, Cheng, we are at a dead end now. No matter how long we entangle, we will end up here. I'm not a ninja turtle. Are you unhappy because of Jieyi's Weibo? He carefully concealed his emotions. I didn't touch her. She was unwell that day and came to my place. When I saw her, she was already awake but had been caught in the rain. So I let her take a shower. I didn't do anything. I haven't been with any other woman. Zhou Honghong was a bit surprised that he would know about the Weibo issue. She shook her head and for the first time confided in him. At first, I sent that text message because of her. But ultimately, the real problem lies between us. I told you before that we are not suitable for each other. You asked, how are we not suitable? What are you not satisfied with? Just say it. He was so frustrated that he wanted to grab a cigarette, but then remembered that the cigarette pack was in the room, making him even more irritable. Why did you want to be with me? You were great. Cheng Yi replied quickly. And? I was responsible for you when I got involved with you back then, and I have to be responsible until the end. Zhou Honghong let out a sigh, realizing that she shouldn't have had any expectations. She turned to leave, but Cheng Yi stepped forward and tightly embraced her, his voice heavy. Zhou Honghong, give me your heart back. She was both angry and amused. My heart isn't a ball that you can kick wherever you want. But I can't live without you. This was his most profound feeling during the days she was gone. He earned money for her. He returned home for her. If she wasn't there, all his achievements would have no one to share them with. Zhou Honghong remained silent. Her understanding of Cheng Yi's words was limited to the fact that he lacked a caretaker in his life, so he was not used to it. Zhou Honghong, look at me. He lifted his head from her hair, his forehead resting against hers. Her face was flushed from the alcohol, just like how adorably cute she was when he first took her. Let me return to your heart. Zhou Honghong looked into his eyes and smiled gently. How are you going to come back? She didn't even know how she had fallen for him back then. Clearly at that time, he was holding Jieyi's hand and didn't even glance at her. She thought perhaps it was an age when she was obsessed with looks. But later on, the more she loved, the deeper it became, and she etched this man into her very bones. Cheng Yi adjusted her coat and scarf, saying, I won't always act recklessly. I will listen to you. Zhou Honghong really had a feeling of comforting a child, softly saying, I'm feeling dizzy now. Can you let me go back to sleep? He nodded. You promised me, I'll take you home. She looked at his brows and eyes, and it seemed he had already sobered up. But he was speaking more and more nonsense. I can give you a chance. Her head was heavy, and she didn't want to think deeply about anything else. But just this once, if you force me any day, just roll away automatically. I will care for you. Cheng Yi wanted to kiss her again, but she shot him a glare, stopping him in disappointment. And don't think that we are back together. As long as I haven't agreed for a day. We're still exes. She wanted to sound imposing, but unfortunately, the words that came out were soft and gentle. She didn't have time to set any rules with him and walked into the room, saying, I'm too tired. We'll talk about the rest later. Cheng Yi stood still for a moment, then followed her in. Zhou Honghong entered the hall and mentioned her situation of being drunk. When Mama Zhou heard this, she planned to go home with her daughter. However, the second aunt saw that Zhou Honghong's face was as red as fire and was worried that she wouldn't be able to hold on halfway. So she asked Cheng Yi to accompany her. Fortunately, he was there. Not long after Zhou Honghong exited the Cheng family's main gate, her steps became unsteady. Cheng Yi gently supported her and bent down to signal her to get on. Zhou Honghong, feeling a bit dizzy, leaned on his back and looked at the back of his neck. After staring for a while, she suddenly slapped him with a pop and then began to rub it. Mumbling that there was a mosquito, Cheng Yi responded with a hum and carried her as they walked along that not too far, not too near path. On this New Year's Eve, Zhou Honghong, fueled by her drunkenness, stroked Cheng Yi's beard. The next day, when she sobered up, she felt that she had acted recklessly and done something outrageous. On the evening of the first day of the new year, Zhou Honghong took a sip from the bottle of Zhang's wine sent by her second aunt. After tasting it, she suddenly realized that the wine she had at Cheng's house was not from the relatives of the First Lady's family at all. Zhou Honghong finally understood Cheng Yi's true intentions on New Year's Eve. She waved her fist. That bastard dog. According to the customs of Yongji Town, visits to relatives begin on the second day of the new year. On the morning of the second day, Zhou Honghong went to her grandmother's house with her mother. Opportunities for relatives to gather together are rare, so the mother and daughter stayed there for the whole day. This was Zhou Honghong's usual routine. In previous years, Cheng Yi hardly contacted her before the third day of the new year. This year, however, he was clinging like a piece of chewing gum, texting her every little while. She found it annoying and only replied with a word or two occasionally, just to brush him off. He wasn't angry, though. Shortly after Zhou Honghong got home that evening, Cheng Yi called, asking if she wanted to go out for a late-night snack. She refused. He shamelessly insisted, "Zhou Honghong, come out and let me see you." His voice sounded like a lustful beast. She coldly replied, "Why should I let you see me? I'm tired and getting ready for bed." Cheng didn't dare to push her and coaxed her for a bit before telling her to rest early. The next morning, this guy came to the Zhou family's house to wait for her. At that time, Zhou Honghong was still sleeping in. Mama Zhou warmly welcomed Cheng Yi into the house, then went to her daughter's room to urge her to get up. "I didn't ask him to come." Zhou Honghong felt unhappy, pulled the quilt up over her head, and had no intention of leaving her warm bed. Zhou's mom joked, "Are you still arguing with Xiao Cheng? It's been going on since last year. Now it's been 2 years. Who told him to be such a jerk? You're the one being stubborn." Zhou's mom laughed. "Come on, get up and have breakfast." Zhou Honghong reluctantly got up. As soon as she stepped out of the room, she was fixed with a scorching gaze. She straightened her face and turned to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing, she came out and saw Cheng Yi already sitting at the dining table by himself, his pout getting higher. During this breakfast, only Zhou's mother and Cheng Yi exchanged words, while Zhou Honghong buried her head in her bowl, hardly lifting it. Zhou Mama has made some space for the young couple. After finishing breakfast, she went out to the nearby grocery store for tea and gossip. Once she left, Zhou Honghong became alert. She felt it was very dangerous to be alone at home with Cheng Yi, so she urged him to leave. He sat steadily on the sofa, patted the spot next to him, and grinned. "Come sit over here." She glared at him. "You said 2 days ago that you would listen to me." His smile faded a bit. "Is your so-called opportunity just to chase me away every day? How am I supposed to woo a wife then?" He thought carefully. The obedient Zhou Honghong from before was the best. She looked at him disdainfully. "I can do whatever I want. If you're unhappy, just get lost. I just asked you to come over and talk. I didn't say I wanted to sleep with you." Even though he really wanted to be in bed with her. "I don't believe what you say." "Fine, if you want to stand, then stand." He couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Zhou Honghong dragged out a chair and sat down. "If you have anything to say, you can say it now." Cheng Yi smiled again. "When are you going back to the city?" "The 5th day of the new year." His eyebrows raised. "So early? Are you still going to your uncle's place?" Hearing him ask this, Zhou Honghong remembered that she hadn't told him about her job. She explained, "I found a job. I'm starting on the 7th, and I'm worried that going back on the 6th will be too rushed." Cheng Yi, who had been lazily lounging on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight upon hearing this news. "Why didn't you tell me you found a job?" "You care too much." She shot him a glance. "Remember your identity." "Ex-boyfriend." He slumped back again. "I'll take you back." Cheng Yi was quite free on his side. His shop had been burned down to the 1.5 floors, and to reopen, it would need to be renovated again. This wasn't something that could be done in a month or two, at least for a long period. He would be in a state of unemployment. He hadn't cared about the shop before, because he had lost the motivation of Zhou Honghong. But now the situation was different. He thought to himself that his wife would come back sooner or later, so he had to continue earning money to support her. The behind-the-scenes person targeting him now stirred his desire to fight back. He had previously been worried that this hidden enemy might take action against the people around him, which is why he was not in a hurry to win Zhou Honghong back. However, the title of goddess deeply stimulated him. He realized that by the time he really resolved the issues with Honghua, Zhou Honghong might already be taken away by another man, and that would make him furious. Weighing this, he concluded that having a wife was more important. Zhou Honghong suddenly remembered something. Her tone remained calm. "Don't you need to go back early to take care of Jieyi?" He looked at her, also very calm. "She was discharged from the hospital at 28. I sent her back and came straight here. She is fine now." Zhou Honghong thought she would be able to remain composed after hearing about the two of them, but unexpectedly, her heart still fluctuated. "If there are no triggers, then it's fine." Cheng Yi held a cigarette in his hand, lightly tapping it against the cigarette box. "I was just about to talk to you about her." "Oh." She looked disinterested. He lit the cigarette, pondering Zhou Honghong's reaction after knowing the truth. The continuation of Jieyi's story had little to do with Cheng Yi anymore. It was just that her first episode was caused by him, and he had found a new partner when she was suffering from her illness. Therefore, Cheng Yi always felt a sense of guilt towards her. Jieyi's first episode did not occur abroad. She only went to a hospital in the provincial capital. After some time of treatment, she returned home to recuperate. Since the Shi family had experienced this illness before, sometimes it seemed like she had recovered. But once she encountered any unfavorable situation, she would become hysterical again. So, Shi's mother and father watched over their daughter, discussing lofty principles about the vast sky and the calmness of the heart, urging Jieyi to set aside her romantic feelings and focus on her studies. Jieyi recalled that Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong were already together, feeling very unwilling. Several times, she had the impulse to confess the truth to him, but she was stopped by her mother. From her mother's perspective, the old master of the Cheng family was the main reason for her daughter's illness. The Shi family had already been merciful by not seeking revenge. How could they still associate with him? Jieyi remembered her past with Cheng Yi and thought of how he would treat Zhou Honghong in the same way. This suppressed feeling made her vaguely feel that her illness had not truly healed. Therefore, she didn't dare to see him. One day, she saw Cheng Yi holding Zhou Honghong's hand while going to watch a movie in Wushan town. By some twist of fate, she followed them. She didn't dare to get too close, just watching from a distance at the entrance of the cinema. After they went inside, she bought a ticket for that screening. She felt the movie wasn't good. How could Zhou Honghong like this type? Jieyi was now watching the same movie in the same cinema with Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong, but everything had changed. The third party had become Jieyi. She finally understood why Zhou Honghong would rather sit outside and wait than accompany him to watch. This feeling was truly exhausting. After watching the movie, Jieyi no longer sought out Cheng Yi's presence. It felt as if something within her was about to burst, so she hurried home. Sure enough, her illness relapsed. Fortunately, this time a treatment period was not long. Moreover, she began reading books on psychology for self-help. The effect this time was excellent, to the point where she felt completely healed. Thinking this way, her youthful feelings reignited. Before the spring festival, Jieyi was discharged from the hospital and returned home. Wanting to ask Rong Bojun about Cheng, she held on to a glimmer of hope. If Cheng Yi was not doing well, then she could be with him again. Rong Bojun's answer was naturally disappointing. Later, when she saw Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong holding hands at the entrance of a cake shop, Jieyi no longer got stuck in her thoughts. She just felt pain in her heart, a continuous ache. After that, she fell into a gloomy mood. Fortunately, her emotions did not collapse again. The Shi family observed her for a while and used connections to allow her to return to normal classes. One day, Jieyi accidentally ran into Rong Bojun on the road. He was surprised to see her and warmly invited her to go sing. When she heard Cheng Yi was there, she agreed without hesitation. Her intention was just to see him, even though he now had another girl. However, when Cheng Yi saw her, he sat right next to Zhou Honghong, his attitude very clear. Jieyi suppressed the pain in her heart and smiled. She watched him interact with Zhou Honghong for a while, comforting herself that as long as he was happy, that was enough. When Jieyi sang Kong Ding love song, she suddenly said something that disrupted the atmosphere. In fact, she had another line, "The eldest sister of the Zhou family is truly talented." But she momentarily lost her train of thought and went along with the original singer. She thought about changing it for the second verse to show goodwill to Zhou Honghong. However, seeing Cheng Yi's icy expression, she couldn't continue singing. He had always smiled at her before. After that, Jieyi saw Cheng Yi very rarely. After finishing high school, she went to Spain. There, she met a man whose smile was as warm as Cheng Yi's. It was because of this man that her illness recurred. This man finished his study abroad program before her, and before returning to his country, he made a bunch of promises. After that, there was no news. Jieyi asked friends in the country to look for him, but to no avail. One day, a classmate mocked Jieyi for being played with. At first, she could laugh off such remarks, but as time went on, the rumors spread, and she began to show symptoms. At that time, she was already 3 months pregnant, and the child in her womb was her mental support. Unfortunately, She ultimately lost the child. As a result, she completely collapsed. After this episode, Jieyi's memories began to blur. She forgot the father of that child, only remembering Cheng Yi. She returned to the stage of dating Cheng Yi, asking her mother every day, "Where is Cheng Yi?" Later, when she could no longer see him, she became even more deranged. Shi's father decisively brought Jieyi back home. Then, he and Shi's mother went to plead with Cheng Yi, revealing the truth from that year. Cheng Yi always thought Jieyi had broken up with him due to falling for someone else. After learning about her unavoidable difficulties, he struggled to face Zhou Honghong for a time. During the happy days he spent with Zhou Honghong, Jieyi was suffering in the hospital. He felt that he had betrayed Jieyi first. Years later, when Cheng Yi saw that beautiful girl again, he couldn't describe his feelings. She was very thin. Her eyes dimmed, but they brightened when she saw him. Cheng Yi thought, what reason did he have not to help her? Zhou Honghong thought that if it weren't for that rich and handsome guy story back then, Cheng Yi and Jieyi would definitely not have broken up. Cheng Yi wouldn't care about the old man's orders. He had always acted recklessly. She really voiced this what if. The cigarette in Cheng Yi's hand had long been extinguished. He crushed the butt in the ashtray, walked over, and hugged her, saying, "Don't think too much. This world has no what-ifs, only facts. And the fact is, you are my woman." Zhou Honghong leaned blankly against his chest and asked, "Cheng Yi, have you ever regretted it? Regretted giving her up so easily? I knew you were thinking about some nonsense. That's why I didn't tell you." He lowered his head and buried it in her hair, honestly saying, "When I first found out about this, I did regret it." Before he could finish, Cheng Yi felt her body stiffen for a moment, followed by a struggle. He restrained her and continued, "But both she and I have our own lives now. After losing her back then, I had cigarettes and managed to get through it." He paused for a moment, and his next words came out somewhat haltingly. "But if I lost you, cigarettes and alcohol wouldn't be enough." Zhou Honghong felt that he was tightening his grip more and more, making it hard for her to breathe. So she had to speak up. "You need to let go." But he was unwilling to release her. She gently patted his back and murmured, "I can't breathe." Only then did Cheng Yi slightly relax his hold. "Zhou Honghong, I'm not sure Jieyi's antidote." He lifted his head, stroking her hair. "The one who can truly save her is that child's father." Chapter 43. Zhou Honghong was at a loss. She was a soft-hearted person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been bullied by Cheng Yi for so many years. But she was also a woman who was very petty about love. She sympathized with Jieyi's predicament, but her heart was also filled with jealousy. "If you regret it, can you reconcile with her?" Cheng Yi frowned and said, "What are you talking about? I already have you. We broke up a long time ago. You are free now." She had reminded him of this more than once, yet he could never remember. "You were deeper in love with her, and I was with her even earlier. That was ages ago. What about your feelings? Aren't you just thinking how great it would be if you hadn't broken up with her back then? You chose me as a second option. You regret it, right?" Zhou Honghong pushed him. She didn't want to appear so resentful, but she couldn't help it. She really couldn't help it. He stood in front of her, allowing her to vent. "You just love to overthink. When did I ever say I regretted being with you? You just said it." Unable to push him away, she grabbed his arm and bit him. Cheng Yi looked at her reddened eyes, with sparkling tears about to fall. He raised his hand to wipe them away, but she turned her head to avoid him. He felt frustrated. "I regret not knowing she was sick back then. Our relationship only worsened her condition." She bit her lip in silence, her face stubborn. He stroked her long hair and softly said, "But if I have to assume what would happen if I continued with her, I would rather have it like this now." Zhou Honghong seemed to not understand his words. Showing no reaction, he turned her face towards him, his tone slightly anxious. "Zhou Honghong, stop thinking about what happened between me and her. That was a long time ago. I only went to accompany her because she was sick this time. Otherwise, she has her child's father, and I have my wife. There's no reason for us to meet." She was forced to look at his enchanting features, then remembered something and said, "The father of her child. Must look like you, right?" "Not at all. Not even a bit." Cheng Yi had seen a photo of that man and couldn't see any resemblance. Jieyi said his name was Wen something you. "I don't have that kind of delicate demeanor. Gentle as jade." She lowered her eyes and then switched to a disdainful tone. "That's not delicate. It's just not as rough as you." He listened, but smiled mischievously. "I'm not rough. How can you enjoy it?" Zhou Honghong's anger was evident. You can go away. All right. I was just saying. I won't do anything with you. He raised her hand and lightly tapped her hand a few times. Be good, don't think too much. I'm not regretting being with you. It's just that if we had gotten together a bit later, maybe her illness would have gotten better quickly. Cheng Yi knew himself that if he had known the truth back then, with his personality, he definitely wouldn't have left Jieyi. But now, after spending time with Zhou Honghong, his mindset was different. It's all because of you forcing me, otherwise I wouldn't be with you. She bit his hand again, fiercely. He remained calm, as if she wasn't biting his hand at all. That time I force you is the thing I regret the least in my life, otherwise. How could I have kept you? You rogue, rapist. Zhou Honghong felt very frustrated, her face scrunched up. I told you to report it back then, you didn't go. I pulled out so many of your hairs down there, and now you're coming to me, saying it was rape? Cheng Yi pressed his forehead against her. All right. I'm the beast. I forced you. It's all my fault. Don't cry. It's only the 3rd year of middle school. Crying is bad luck. She stubbornly held back her tears. Jieyi now remembered that man. Her family was looking for connections. It shouldn't have anything to do with me anymore. After saying that, he glanced at her and added, Do you think I should ask her who filled her days and nights? Zhou Honghong was stirred by these words. Paused for a moment, and then said, She's had a tough time too, with the man missing, the child gone, and now this family illness. Don't bother her. I hope she recovers soon. Not jealous anymore? He chuckled, kissing her cheek. She struggled hard. I really don't want to deal with you. Just go. I want to sleep. But he became lustful. Zhou Honghong, just give me one kiss, just one. Then I'll leave. Get lost. She pushed his face away, pervert. Cheng Yi took one last look at her lips, reluctant to leave, and walked towards the door. All right, don't be mad. I'll wait for you to become my bride. You can wait a lifetime. Zhou Honghong said coldly, slamming the door behind him. The station in Yongji town was small, with only one train back to S-City each day. By the time Zhou Honghong arrived, there were no tickets left for the 5th. She had to take a bus to the big station in the county. As the holiday drew to a close, the station was packed with people. She anxiously waited in the crowded line. Just as it was about to be her turn, Zhang Lemming called, asking about her return date. When he heard she hadn't bought a ticket yet, he suddenly said, How about I come pick you up? Zhou Honghong was stunned. This is too troublesome. It will take you several hours to come over here. There was no sound from his end, probably because he also felt that this suggestion was unrealistic. But even if it was unrealistic, her heart felt warm. Zhang Lemon, thank you. Thank you for what? I haven't helped at all. He smiled and then asked with concern, What will you do if you can't buy a ticket? I have a friend who happens to be going back that day too. If I can't buy a ticket, I'll hitch a ride with him. Taking Cheng Yi's car is Zhou Honghong's last choice. If she could buy a ticket, she would rather take the bus. This is mainly because Cheng Yi has been too clingy these days, and she has become afraid of being tied down. He was already a scoundrel, and now he has become even more brazen. Fortunately, today he and his rowdy friends went hiking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to leave the county. Zhou Honghong sometimes wonders if she is really that important to Cheng Yi. In the past, it didn't seem so. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck that she managed to get a ticket for the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Although it was an early bus, after feeling relieved, she started thinking about how to trick Cheng Yi. She planned to take the long-distance bus early tomorrow morning, as long as her mother didn't let it slip. As for what would happen after she got to the company. Anyway, Cheng Yi wouldn't know where her company was, so he wouldn't be able to find her. After returning home, Zhou Honghong explained to her mother that Cheng Yi was unavailable to take her back to the city tomorrow, and that she had already bought her ticket. Zhou's mother had no doubts. That night, Zhou Honghong was on guard against Cheng Yi's sudden approach. When he called her, she suggested going out for a late-night snack. To avoid raising his suspicions, she maintained a rather cold attitude. Cheng Yi appeared very attentive, even considering her tastes when ordering. It was then that she realized he actually knew her preferences. She couldn't help but voice this discovery. He glanced at her sideways, having been together for 7 years. This was basic knowledge, wasn't it? Zhou Honghong is also feeling confused now. She doesn't love Cheng Yi any less. On the contrary, she loves him very much. However, despite his desperate attempts to hold on to her, she remains indifferent. He treats her poorly, which makes her unhappy. Even though he is now trying to coax her every day, she still cannot feel happy. The expectation in her heart has not been met all along. She thinks that if she can't have it, then it's better not to have it at all. If she doesn't see him or think of him, then her heart won't hurt anymore. Regarding Jieyi, it's not that she doesn't believe him. She's just afraid. She fears that if Jieyi has another episode, he will leave everything behind and rush to her side. She wants to overcome his past. But who can give her the strength? At the moment of parting, Cheng Yi pulled Zhou Honghong into the shadow of an alley and said joyfully, "Today, give me a kiss, okay?" Zhou Honghong couldn't see his face clearly, only a rough outline. However, the voice that echoed in her ears made her feel a kind of intimate warmth in a daze. In this darkness, the voice enchanted her. She was stunned. Cheng regarded her lack of resistance as consent and lowered his head to accurately press his lips against hers. Zhou Honghong reacted with some resistance after realizing what was happening. Just as she was about to step back, he held her by the back of her head. He rarely acted so tenderly. His movements were slow and affectionate, exploring her little by little. She tilted her head back, gripping his clothes tightly. In his gentle teasing, she almost melted away, but he caught her just in time. He lifted her body, and his lips clearly aimed to entice her. It wasn't until she heard voices from the street outside the alley that Zhou Honghong came to her senses. Afraid of being seen, she hurriedly pushed Cheng Yi away. Cheng Yi, lost in the kiss, paid no attention to her. He held her lips tightly, not letting go until she was nearly breathless, reluctantly releasing her afterward. "Zhou Honghong, you're really good tonight," he said, breathing lightly, pecking her lips again, wanting her to stay this way. Yes, it would be nice if she could always be this obedient. The reality, however, was that the very next day, Zhou Honghong ran away. Cheng Yi had arranged to meet her at 10 in the morning. She said she didn't have much luggage, so she wouldn't need his help. She would come directly to the Cheng family. After saying that, she kissed him, which led to another round of his entanglement. Cheng Yi was so enchanted by the kiss that he agreed to whatever she said. When 10 o'clock came, Zhou Honghong didn't show up, and Cheng Yi thought she was just late. However, when it was 15 minutes past 10 and there was still no news, he felt something was off. Her phone was busy. He waited a bit longer and called again, still getting a busy signal. Cheng Yi hurried over to the Zhou family and pressed the doorbell for a long time, but no one answered. His face was clouded with anger, as if a storm were brewing. He returned to the Cheng family and was about to drive back to the city. Coincidentally, the second aunt came out from the backyard and noticed her son's gloomy expression. She tentatively asked, "Why aren't you waiting for Honghong?" "Waiting?" Cheng Yi forced a smile, but the turmoil in his heart was evident even in front of his mother. Let her wait to die. The second aunt had previously seen the intimacy between Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong and thought their relationship was sweet, but now the situation was different. She asked, "What happened between you and Honghong?" "She ran away," Cheng Yi said, growing angrier as he thought about it. This woman actually knew how to use her beauty to her advantage. The second aunt's expression turned serious. "Come inside and explain clearly." Cheng Yi felt restless and stifled, eager to find Zhou Honghong, but his mother's command forced him to comply. However, he didn't go into detail with the second aunt, only saying that his wife was throwing a tantrum and making a big deal out of it. He didn't want to reveal that Zhou Honghong had suggested a breakup. He knew that Zhou Honghong was afraid of the gossip from the townspeople, which was why she pushed him to speak. But he was selfish. He didn't want to part ways with her. What did you do to upset Honghong? The second aunt wasn't clear on the specifics, but based on her understanding of her son's personality, she assumed he must be the one at fault. She also wondered whose traits her son had inherited. Smart he might be, but he never focused on his studies, dropping out of high school. It was a miracle he managed to find a college student as a wife. Cheng Yi's expression was not very natural. Who upset her? She's just a jealous person. The second aunt began to understand. Did you go after some other girl? I didn't pursue anyone. I can't be bothered with those women. The second aunt rubbed her forehead. Girls like to hear sweet words. Can't you have a better attitude? I tried to please her, but she just kept sulking. He had been quite humble in front of Zhou Honghong, yet she remained stubborn. He didn't know what she really wanted. Then keep trying to please her. Honghong is soft-hearted. If you're gentler and say some sweet nothings, it might work. Cheng Yi fell silent, standing aside and looking at the yard, contemplating how to find Zhou Honghong. The second aunt noticed her son's distracted demeanor and sighed, saying, "Stop acting like a fool. Confess your feelings to Hong Hong and say what's in your heart. Girls love to hear that kind of thing. This remark struck a chord with Cheng Yi. He remembered when Zhou Honghong had asked him why he wanted to be with her. At that time, her eyes held a suppressed sadness. After he answered truthfully, she became even sadder. His already chaotic heart felt even worse. He suddenly asked, "Mom, do you love Dad?" The second aunt was taken aback by this abrupt question, but maintained her composure. "Your father may not be a good man, but at least he gave us a home. Ever since you were born, he has been settled down. He is the only one for me in this life, and I do love him." Cheng Yi felt uncertain. For a lifetime, just one person, and that's love? The second aunt chuckled. "Have you never told Hong Hong that word?" Cheng Yi was speechless. He indeed had not. He didn't know whether he loved Zhou Honghong or not. A long time ago, out of boredom, he read a youth novel written by Jieyi. The vague ambiguity, like the sweet and sour feeling of a green apple, was what Jieyi called love. However, when he was with Zhou Honghong, he didn't feel that strange sensation. He felt relaxed and natural around her, without needing to disguise himself in a disgusting manner. Zhou Honghong could be a bit tough at times, throwing things when she got angry and often being fierce toward him, but he enjoyed teasing her and making her mad. Just having that playful banter with her for a lifetime seemed perfect. The second aunt truly wanted to knock some sense into her foolish son. After all these years of turmoil, he hadn't even expressed his love to his wife. It was no wonder. The old man found him a good wife, and he had the audacity to make her run away. Cheng Yi felt extremely depressed. She never said she loved me. The second aunt's attitude turned somewhat cold, deliberately provoking him. That probably means Hong Hong has fallen for someone else. His expression stiffened, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. "She is my wife. She has gone, yet you're still shouting." He continued to emphasize, "She is my wife." The second aunt stood up, ready to head to her room, finally leaving him with a final remark. "If you want this wife, you better see if you can win her back. If you can't, don't even think about coming back to this family." Cheng Yi quietly watched his mother's retreating figure, feeling even more flustered and pained, as if thousands of arrows were piercing through him. He was afraid that Zhou Honghong's heart would never return to him. Zhou Honghong is adapting quite well in her new company. Her work still involves language-related tasks, but she is a novice in fashion, so the initial stage has been quite challenging for her. Fortunately, Zhang Lemon chats with her regularly and discusses work-related matters, which helps her learn more quickly. Zhou Honghong was arranged to share an apartment with a newcomer from the finance department. The roommate's name was Liang, who was slightly older than Zhou Honghong. The finance department often worked overtime, and Liang usually came back late from work, so the two had few opportunities to interact, and their relationship was indifferent. After the initial few days of choosing a bed, Zhou Honghong's sleep improved. She called Zhou's mother every few days to report on the situation here. Without mentioning Cheng Yi at all, Zhou's mother did not suspect anything and was very pleased to hear about her daughter's new job. Zhou Honghong felt that Cheng Yi was angry and had given up. How could he worry about not being able to find a wife, even if his personality was bad? He had looks and a good figure, and there would be plenty of women lining up for him. She should be more concerned about her own future. Everyone, including relatives, friends, and classmates, knew about her years with Cheng Yi. She might never find a man who could accept her for these 7 years. Or perhaps she would never love anyone else again. Zhou Honghong had been at the company for half a month when she unexpectedly ran into Huang Ying in the coffee room. Both were a bit surprised to see each other, but then the atmosphere changed abruptly. Huang Ying glanced at Zhou Honghong's work ID, scoffed, and said, "Zhang Leming really did manage to get you in, huh?" Zhou Honghong remained silent. She had also seen Huang Ying's work ID from the administration department. She smiled slightly, picked up her cup, and turned to leave. Huang Ying stood in front of Zhou Honghong, relying on her looks to block her way out. Zhou Honghong tightened her grip on the cup, suppressing her smile. The grudge between Huang Ying and Zhou Honghong was actually formed because of Cheng Yi. When Zhou Honghong went to the university to report, Zhou's mother did not accompany her due to motion sickness. All those big and small bags were carried into the dormitory by Cheng Yi. At that time, Huang Ying had already organized her luggage with her parents and was chatting casually. She was facing the door, and as soon as she looked up, she saw Cheng Yi. He entered with the light behind him, and when he walked over, she was taken aback by his appearance. Because her parents were present, She didn't dare to look closely and redirected her attention to continue chatting with them. Cheng Yi found Zhou Honghong's spot and placed the items down one by one, not even glancing at Huang Ying. Zhou Honghong then came in and smiled friendly at her roommate. Huang Ying immediately noticed that Zhou Honghong was from the countryside, and she smiled back. Cheng Yi completed her task and waited nearby for Zhou Honghong to get herself organized before they both went out to eat. After getting to know Zhou Honghong, Huang Ying asked who that man was. Zhou Honghong felt embarrassed and said that he was her brother. A few days later, Huang Ying seized the opportunity to ask Cheng Yi if he had a girlfriend. Zhou Honghong heard the implication in the words and said that he already had someone he was considering for marriage. However, Huang Ying was undeterred and seemed intent on making a move. Zhou Honghong was frightened and no longer talked to her about Cheng. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yi was sent over by the old man and started visiting Zhou Honghong's school frequently. News always spreads eventually. One day, Huang Ying caught Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong holding hands and strolling around the campus. Cheng Yi was being very affectionate with Zhou Honghong, which was truly eye-catching in Huang Ying's view. After this incident, Huang Ying felt that Zhou Honghong had intentionally deceived her, purely wanting to see her make a fool of herself, and thus their relationship declared a rupture. Zhou Honghong sincerely apologized, but Huang Ying refused to accept it. Huang Ying is a local, while the other two roommates are from nearby cities. The three of them later chatted in the local dialect. Zhou Honghong couldn't understand and didn't know how to start a conversation. Gradually, she became more and more silent in the dormitory. She tried to learn the language of this city, but during her first attempt to speak, Huang Ying mocked her, saying her accent was very rural. Zhou Honghong ran to Cheng Yi's rented place that day and knocked on the door for a long time. He wasn't there. She called him, her voice filled with suppressed sobs. "Cheng Yi, please come back quickly." Cheng Yi was playing a slot machine, and upon hearing her voice, his heart tightened. "Wife, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Please come back quickly," she mumbled just that one sentence. He hurried back to the rented place and found his little wife squatting at the door, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the ground. In that moment, his heart ached. Zhou Honghong moved into Cheng Yi's house the next day. When Cheng Yi went to pick up Zhou Honghong's clothes, he saw Huang Ying and coldly sneered, "Just because you're from a big city, just because you're not from the countryside, you can drool over a rural man when you see a classmate." Huang Ying's face turned pale, and her resentment toward Zhou Honghong deepened. Meanwhile, Zhou Honghong was busy taking care of Cheng Yi's daily needs and had no time to pay attention to the rifts among her classmates. Huang Ying blocked the entrance to the coffee room and said, "Didn't you say you had no contact with Zhang Lemon? How come you're using his connections to get in?" Zhou Honghong replied calmly, "I'm not using anyone's connections. Please let me through." Huang Ying retorted, "Then just wait and see." After saying this, she left first, stepping away with her skirt swaying alluringly. Zhou Honghong sighed. Even if the two of them were like strangers, it was better than meeting face to face and exchanging cold sarcasm. She was really afraid of dealing with such a scenario. Just as she was about to walk out, a man suddenly spun in, smiling like a spring breeze. "Cousin, what a coincidence." Zhou Honghong was dumbfounded. This joke went too far, even bigger than Huang Ying's. Chapter 46, Chapter 45, Revised. Zhou Honghong felt that she had no relationship with Dou Pei. She was still brooding over the lowly things he did, so she couldn't even muster a smile now. Dou Pei didn't care about her attitude and remained warm. It turned out that the Zhou Honghong on the new employee list was indeed his cousin, and she thought it was just a namesake. Just now, she passed by and heard her cousin's voice, so she was curious to come in and take a look. "Oh." She lowered her head and was about to walk out. He stood in her way and quietly asked, "Cousin, have you not forgiven me yet?" "Classmate, I'm not your cousin." Zhou Honghong still didn't look up. "I have to get busy." Dou Pei squinted his eyes and quietly gazed at the crown of her head. In this silence, he blocked the doorway. And Zhou Honghong had to raise her head. "I need to work, excuse me." He smiled and stepped aside, still calling her cousin. "Let's catch up when you have time." She lowered her head and walked out the door, secretly wishing, "I hope to never see you again." Ever since she encountered that man and woman in the coffee room, Zhou Honghong stopped going for coffee. She didn't like coffee. That day, she was just a bit sleepy and wanted to use it to perk herself up, but unexpectedly, she ran into two people instead of one. There was a small secretary in her department responsible for liaising with the administrative department. Therefore, Other employees in the marketing department did not need to interact too much with the administrative staff. On Huang Ying's side, Zhou Honghong could avoid any contact. However, with Dou Pei, there was no way to avoid him. The last time she bumped into him in the coffee room, he wasn't wearing a work badge, so Zhou Honghong didn't know what his position was. Later, it was through the introduction of the marketing director that she learned Dou Pei was an intern in the company's design department. Although he was called an intern, his work directly involved design. Moreover, the products he was designing happened to be the latest lingerie series that Zhou Honghong had just taken over. Zhou Honghong always thought that these stylish and fashionable designs were the masterpieces of female designers, but to her surprise, they actually came from Dou Pei. She also recalled his few templates. Perhaps it was because he had used those templates with women that he found inspiration for designing lingerie. This product had just started its promotional phase, and communication between various departments was frequent. Plus, since Dou Pei was the designer, they needed to consult him about the design concepts. As a result, Zhou Honghong often saw Dou Pei in the marketing department. He was very formal in public, but once they were alone, he would call her cousin and apologize for what happened a few months ago. No matter how cold she was, he always smiled, making her seem narrow-minded instead. Over time, Zhou Honghong became too lazy to care about it. She treated Dou Pei as an ordinary colleague and kept a certain distance. In the first month, Zhou Honghong solved her 3 meals at the staff cafeteria. Later, she strolled around the neighborhood and found a vegetable market. Inspired by her diligence, she began to cook dinner in the small kitchen of the dormitory. Li Ying, who was not good at cooking, developed the idea of sharing meals after tasting Zhou Honghong's dishes. She calculated the accounts for both sides clearly and then sought Zhou Honghong's opinion. Zhou Honghong agreed. She cooked by herself, and it was hard to control the portion size, so it was better to eat together with someone else to make it more lively. Later, Li Ying calculata carafulli. If the two of them had lunch at the staff canteen, they wouldn't receive the meal allowance for that month. So it was more cost-effective to bring their own lunch. Therefore, she suggested that Zhou Honghong cook a bit more in the evening and prepare enough for lunch the next day as well. Zhou Honghong hesitated. Usually when lunchtime came, if Zhang Lemon was not on an external assignment, he would invite her to join him. Occasionally, it would be just the two of them, but most of the time, he would bring along 1 or 2 colleagues, both male and female. Zhou Honghong felt that he had good intentions, considering she was new and helping her get familiar with the environment. If she started dining alone after getting to know her colleagues, it would seem too ungrateful. She did not agree to Li Ying's suggestion. However, gradually, rumors about her and Zhang Lemon began to circulate. Zhou Honghong is quite dull in this regard. She does her own job and never inquires about others' private matters. Other colleagues, upon hearing the gossip, would not discuss it in front of her, but only talk behind her back. One day, Zhou Honghong sent the advertisement for the lingerie product to Dou Pei for confirmation. He replied, asking her to come over. For an intern, Dou Pei is indeed excessively flamboyant. He has dyed his hair a grayish-white color, making him quite a peculiar sight in the company. Zhou Honghong went to Dou Pei's desk. He gestured for her to sit down and then pointed at the screen with a pen, indicating where the color scheme was discordant. Zhou Honghong couldn't help but think that color is just a subjective feeling. She found his grayish-white hair strange, while he seemed completely unaware. Dou Pei noticed that she was lost in thought and smiled as he leaned closer, whispering, "Cousin?" She was startled and quickly pushed her chair back. Calming herself, as she said, "You continue." He raised his eyebrows. "Which questions did I just mention?" She looked at the images on the screen. "The colors on your monitor look a bit different." Dou Pei laughed. "Don't worry, my display definitely has better color accuracy than yours." Zhou Honghong glanced at him, thinking that the treatment for this intern was a bit too good. "I didn't remember just now. Can you say it again?" "No need to remember. I'll just circle it on the diagram and send it back to you." "Then why did you call me over?" Zhou Honghong found it hard to be friendly with him. He could have said this online. Zhou Pei tugged at her hair, habitually squinting at the advertisement, and thought to herself that the slogan needed to be changed. She frowned, asking at this point, "What more do you want to change?" At that moment, his gaze swept over her chest, still smiling youthful, his voice low enough for only them to hear, hands wrapped similarly. She didn't notice his fleeting glance and maintained her cold expression, saying, "Please follow the process. Thank you." Zhou Pei and Zhou Honghong were whispering in the large office, their attitude suspiciously intimate. Other colleagues, seeing this, recalled the previous rumors about the female party involved, and thus a new round of gossip began. This new female employee had only been there for a little over a month and was already caught in a love triangle between a steady overseas returnee and a handsome student. Gossip enthusiasts were thrilled and closely followed the developments of this romantic entanglement. Zhou Honghong felt that some colleagues were looking at her with strange expressions, but she couldn't figure out why. Even her two rumors were known to Cheng Yi before she found out. The night Cheng Yi came to Zhou Honghong's dormitory, she happened to be at a department dinner. Since she had blocked him, he didn't call her anymore. Besides, he was here to take someone away, so there was no need to inform her in advance. When Cheng Yi arrived downstairs, someone happened to open the door, allowing him to go upstairs without obstruction and find Zhou Honghong's dorm by the room number. He first knocked on the door, symbolically a couple of times, and when he saw it was dark inside, he switched to kicking the door violently in frustration. This commotion attracted a female employee from the neighboring dorm. After inquiring, she learned that Cheng Yi was looking for Zhou Honghong, and she was surprised. She had already heard from Huang Ying that Zhou Honghong was not an ordinary woman, flitting among several men. Looking at the man before her, the employee found him exceptionally handsome. With a gossiping mindset, she asked, "Are you also Zhou Honghong's boyfriend?" The word also caught Cheng Yi's attention, and his polite smile vanished, his tone turning cold. "Who else? I know nothing." The female employee was startled by a sudden change and quickly retreated to her dorm, locking the door. Now, Cheng Yi turned his attention to her dorm, and the knocking grew louder. The employee was truly frightened and hid in her room for a while, but Cheng Yi kept knocking. Finally, she compromised but only dared to open the wooden door. Through the security door, she nervously summarized Zhou Honghong's two rumors to Cheng Yi. His reaction after hearing it shocked her even more. He actually laughed. Zhou Honghong doesn't have much research on cars. She thinks they all look quite similar. When she recognizes Cheng Yi's car, she mainly looks at the color of the body and the small headlights. However, that night, when she saw the Kian from a distance, she started to feel uneasy. She pointed at the car and asked her female colleague next to her, "What car is that?" The colleague could only see the dark silhouette and shook her head, unable to make it out clearly. Zhou Honghong comforted herself, thinking it wasn't Cheng Yi. She hadn't gone into detail with Zhou's mother about the address here, so he shouldn't be able to find it. Although she thought so, she still took a detour, unwilling to pass by that car. As she got closer to the dormitory building, her anxiety gradually deepened. In the end, she almost ran towards the gate. But it was too late. Cheng Yi suddenly appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her and carrying her away. Zhou Honghong knew it was in the moment he caught her, but because it was so sudden, she couldn't help but scream. Cheng Yi, oblivious to her reaction, swiftly pushed her into the back seat of the car. He closed the door, got in, and started the engine, all in one seamless motion. The female colleague left standing there was stunned, completely unable to process what had just happened. Zhou Honghong had just been rudely thrown aside, momentarily dazed. After sitting up awkwardly, she reached to grab Cheng Yi's hair and pinched his face, her sharp nails scraping against his skin. "You bastard, what's your problem now?" Cheng Yi didn't flinch at all, just laughed. "All right, you dare to steal my man. Do you really think you could turn things around?" She noticed that the car had already left the dormitory area, so she didn't dare to be reckless anymore, fearing that he might lose control and they could end up on the road. She cursed, "You're such a nuisance. Let me out of the car." Cheng Yi chuckled, knowing she wouldn't make another move. Zhou Honghong stared at the back of his neck, wishing she could bite it. "Where are you taking me?" "Home," he replied calmly, but she could tell he was currently fuming. The car was speeding, and Zhou Honghong panicked. "Don't drive so fast. It's dangerous." Cheng Yi ignored her and pressed the accelerator even harder. She was so startled she almost fell off the seat. His smile deepened, gentle and soft. "Are you scared? Just wait, there's more to come." "Cheng, don't do this, something bad is going to happen." Zhou Honghong looked outside at the scenery whizzing by. Suddenly, she clung to his armrest, exclaiming, "There's an intersection ahead." Cheng Yi's fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel as he glanced at her flustered face and asked, "Zhou Honghong, will you listen?" Zhou Honghong was afraid that Cheng Yi would ignore her and really get into trouble, so she hurriedly nodded. Cheng Yi immediately hit the brakes, stopping before the intersection. Then, seeing her scared expression in the rearview mirror, he pulled out a cigarette and mocked. On this road, there are hardly any cars after work hours, and you're this scared. Zhou Honghong's legs felt weak just now. Fortunately, it was quiet in the new district at night. Otherwise, with such reckless driving, they would have been done for a long time ago. She glanced outside and saw that it was indeed deserted. She breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, suddenly got out of the car, opened the back door, pushed Zhou Honghong in, and then sat down next to her. Zhou Honghong only thought he was angry because she secretly ran out. She adjusted her clothes and broke the silence first, saying, "I'll walk my own path. You can't control me." "Can't control you?" He sneered. "I think I've been too good to you lately." She shrank back. "I've already said I won't be with you anymore." He grabbed her ankle and said fiercely, "Now you know fear? Zhou Honghong, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't remember it. You used to rely on me." Zhou Honghong kicked her legs, trying to stomp on his face, but it was in vain. "If you stay obediently by my side, everything can be discussed." Cheng Yi tore off her shoes and threw them aside. If she still couldn't see his intentions, then she had wasted so many years knowing him. "You bastard. You're going to force me again." Again? After discarding the cigarette, but he lunged at her to pull her pants down with immense force. "Today I'll show you what real coercion is." Zhou Honghong simply couldn't resist. Throughout the process, his grip on her slender waist left her aching. She sensed his malice. No matter how unwilling she had been in the past, he had never been this brutal before. Unable to hold back, she cursed, "You beast." Cheng Yi pulled down her fleece-lined pants, his gaze fixed on the pattern of her underwear as he growled, "Dressing this provocatively. Who are you trying to impress? You're insane." He grabbed the nearby seat belt, winding it several times around her wrists, then tore off her underwear, his eyes blazing with fury. "Did you spread your legs for another man?" "I didn't." Zhou Honghong knew there was no escape now. His arrogant length was already pressing against her thighs. Cheng Yi's rage could no longer be contained. He slowly pushed inside, his darkened eyes terrifying. "Zhou Honghong, you can only be fucked by me." She was on the verge of tears. "Cheng, stop. It hurts. Do you know what rape is?" He sneered. "It means I don't care whether you're wet or not. I'll shove it in anyway." True to his word, he thrust deep to the hilt. Zhou Honghong's face was pale, constantly crying out. His size was already large, and her dryness couldn't accommodate it all. She was in pain, just like the first time. Zhou Honghong twisted to escape. Cheng Yi pressed hard on her waist, causing her skin to show bruises. He hadn't been intimate with her for a long time, and she was tense from the pain, squeezing him so tightly that he felt like he was losing his mind. But she kept crying, burying her face into the seat and sobbing. Cheng Yi pulled back, suppressing his overwhelming desire, unbuckled her seatbelt, and lifted her to sit across his lap. In the end, he still gave her plenty of foreplay. Zhou Honghong was still crying. After being moved, her sobs echoed his rhythm. Cheng Yi bit her lip, his voice hoarse. "My seat is all wet with your tears." She clung to his arm, fearing that he might throw her against the car roof. She had long lost her clarity, all her feelings concentrated in the area connected to him. Cheng Yi always loved to play the long game. During the changing of positions, Zhou Honghong would cry one moment and moan the next. By the time he finally stopped, her eyes were swollen. After such a beastly encounter, Cheng Yi seemed much lighter in mood and had the patience to comfort her. He helped her put her clothes back on, wiping her tears. "Aren't you tired from crying? I've never seen you cry this much before." To his surprise, Zhou Honghong cried even harder. He frowned. "You look terrible when you cry." She continued to cry, not bothering to argue. She felt wronged. He could disregard his own words, but if she didn't cater to him, he would become furious. She deeply hated this unfair relationship. "Zhou Honghong, stop crying." He cupped her cheeks, making her pout like a little pig. "I ask you, did you get this job by flirting with men?" Zhou Honghong was stunned. "What did I do to make you unhappy?" Cheng Yi recalled her 2 scandals and became agitated again. "I want to have a good relationship with you, but you won't even give me a chance. You still dare to run away." Her words were unclear. "Why should I be with you? I hate you to death." He released her cheek and threatened, "Say it again." She scooted back until she was pressed against the car door, finally feeling some momentum. "I hate." Cheng Yi interrupted her, curling his lips. "Today I'm going to finish you off right here." Zhou Honghong started crying again, her emotions overwhelming her at this moment, making it impossible for her to hide them anymore. Cheng Yi, why are you always so mean to me? How have I been mean to you? Cheng Yi waited for her answer, but she fell silent again. Her pitiful appearance softened his emotions a bit. Zhou Honghong, tell me, what have I done wrong? If I tell you, you'll just make things difficult for me. You're the worst. As long as you don't leave me, you could do whatever you want. This was his only guarantee. Zhou Honghong saw that he didn't seem to be angry, so she became bolder. You throw tantrums and act recklessly, not caring about me at all. That's because you provoke me. She turned her head away from him, feeling that it's impossible to communicate with such a person. Cheng Yi recalled what the second concubine had said and continued. All right, you speak. I'm not going to mess with you. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Tell me clearly today. Speak up. Weren't you the one who wanted to talk? If you keep your thoughts hidden, how would I know what you want? Zhou Honghong looked out at the dimly lit road through the car window. She clutched her clothing tightly, took a deep breath, and said, You like Jieyi? You left me for her. Cheng Yi didn't expect this kind of response. His anger dissipated almost instantly. I didn't leave you. You were so good to her, speaking so gently and accommodating her every need. What about me? Why do I have to put up with you? Zhou Honghong's tears fell again because of this statement, her words becoming choked with emotion. He pulled her closer and said softly, I don't like her anymore. That's all in the past. From now on, I'll be with you. The way I treated her before was because Rong Bojun said, to pursue a girl, you have to be that disgusting, not letting her know my true self. Zhou Honghong was crying uncontrollably. Cheng Yi carefully wiped her tears and said, I was just pretending. I can't pretend forever with you. I am who I am. I have a bad temper and my words can be harsh. But I never meant to hurt you. Zhou Honghong raised her eyes to look at him, her vision blurry. You just forced me. Who told you to flirt with other men? Cheng Yi was also annoyed. He was a man, and he knew where Zhou Honghong's attraction to men lay. After he sent her to college, he had intentionally and unintentionally hinted at the dangers of long-distance relationships to her grandfather. Sure enough, less than a month later, her grandfather urged him to go to the city where Zhou Honghong was. Everyone saw Cheng Yi's reluctance for this trip, but only he knew how secretly pleased he was inside. When he saw Zhou Honghong laughing and chatting with her male classmates, his temper flared. He didn't like her being nice to other men. He was very unhappy with those male classmates who found excuses to be with her. Where did I flirt with other men? She was baffled by his reasoning. Fine, I didn't flirt, I believe you. He hugged her to comfort her. Don't cry. Your eyes definitely can't be seen tomorrow. Zhou Honghong wiped her snot and tears all over the place. Do you think I'm promiscuous? His face stiffened, and he said, I didn't say that. Then why do you keep talking about me? Cheng Yi didn't want to respond and kissed her deeply. He would never admit that he was jealous. Jealous to the point of going crazy. Zhou Honghong was exhausted and her mind was a mess after all the turmoil. She stopped thinking about anything and just hoped to get a good night's sleep. She still had a lot of clothes left at Cheng Yi's house. So when she got back to that home, she took her pajamas and went to the bathroom to shower. It wasn't until she stood in front of the mirror that she realized the beast had left quite a few marks on her body. This man was like a stubborn gum, impossible to shake off. Zhou Honghong came out and didn't even look at Cheng Yi, directly lying down to sleep. He wanted to snuggle closer, but she closed her eyes and turned over, saying, I'm very tired. I have to work tomorrow. Cheng Yi had no choice but to sit on the edge of the bed and watch her. But as he watched, he started to feel playful again. Zhou Honghong felt the man's impact between dreams and reality. She screamed and begged for mercy, but it couldn't resist the magic of pleasure. At this moment, all her emotions were controlled by the man on her body. In a state of ecstasy, he leaned close to her ear and whispered 3 words, very softly. But she heard them. Therefore, she felt that this was even more of a dream, because these 3 words were the most beautiful words in the world to her. Zhou Honghong tightly embraced him, responding to his movements with soft sounds. His frequency increased, but she still refused to wake up. At the moment of ultimate pleasure, she nestled into his shoulder and softly called out, Cheng Yi. Chapter 47. When Zhou Honghong woke up in the morning, her body felt like it was falling apart, and any movement caused soreness and pain. She secretly cursed that scoundrel, and then turned her head to see him. Cheng Yi was holding her right hand and sleeping very soundly. He was usually arrogant and domineering, but when he slept, he was very well behaved. He didn't snore, slept through the night, and had a normal sleeping posture that didn't disturb her. Zhou Honghong looked at his exquisite features, somewhat lost in thought. If he had a gentle and modest personality, he would surely be more favored by women. However, if he were truly like that, he wouldn't be Cheng Yi. She gently caressed his face. She guessed she was also a bit dazed. Seeing his soft, sleeping face made her feel sleepy again. But no matter how much she didn't want to get up, she still had to rise. Today was Friday. The week was almost over. She carefully tried to free herself from his hand. He frowned in dissatisfaction, pulling her arm back into his embrace. With her other hand, she rolled up the quilt and tucked it towards him, intending for him to hold the quilt instead. Cheng Yi, for some reason, remained asleep despite all this fuss, ultimately holding onto a large bundle of quilt, still sleeping soundly. Zhou Honghong sat up and felt as if her waist was about to break. When she got out of bed, her legs trembled and she had to hold onto the bedside table to avoid falling. She sat back down at the edge of the bed and glanced at the clock. It was still early. Zhou Honghong got up and went to the guest bathroom to wash up, only to see the 2 cups and remembered a certain Weibo post. In fact, she understood that although Cheng Yi didn't speak seriously, he wouldn't deceive her in these matters. It's just that she had a knot in her heart. Or rather, she didn't have enough confidence yet. Zhou Honghong was getting angrier as she thought about it. She simply threw the 2 cups into the trash can and went back to the master bathroom to brush her teeth. She made a lot of noise, intentionally trying to wake Cheng Yi, but when she came out, he was still curled up in his blanket. She glared at him and walked to the kitchen to find something to eat. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing in the fridge except for alcohol. She muttered to herself, "Drink, drink, drink. It would be best if you drank yourself to death." Fortunately, there was still some rice left. At least she can make some porridge. Zhou Honghong thought about what happened last night while cooking porridge. She estimated that many people must know about the scene downstairs in the dormitory building, and she wasn't sure how it would be spread. That jerk really caused her trouble, and later events, when she recalled them now, made her realize a terrifying issue. That was in the car. Zhou Honghong was panicked. She was afraid that someone would see the activities she did with Cheng Yi in the car, and she would really have no face to meet anyone. Although there were no lights in the car, and the street lights outside were dim, logically speaking, people outside couldn't see inside. However, the car was shaking. Cheng Yi, that rough man, must have made the car shake violently. She really wanted to hide and not go out. Cheng Yi slept incredibly comfortably this time. He had been holding back for a long time, and last night was a wild experience that truly delighted him. Even though Zhou Honghong's consciousness became blurry later, her body had already opened up for him. The overwhelming pleasure made him feel like he was going to die on her. He closed his eyes and reached out to the side, but it was empty. He instantly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. After scanning the room, he couldn't find Zhou Honghong. He hurriedly jumped out of bed, not even bothering to put on his clothes, and went out to look for her, fearing that she would run away again. When he saw Zhou Honghong sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring blankly, he finally felt relieved. Zhou Honghong saw him come out naked, feeling quite puzzled. She stared at his face, not daring to let her gaze wander below, fearing that this beast would get excited again. Cheng Yi chocolate, trying to cover up his earlier awkwardness, wife. She retorted unhappily, "I never agreed to that title." He just kept smiling. Zhou Honghong was still worried about her earlier concerns and hesitantly asked, will we be seeing the car?" Cheng Yi understood and laughed even more, saying, "No one can see us. I told you last time that after we decided to have fun in the car, I took all the safety measures. How could my wife be seen by others? But if someone passes by, then wouldn't they see the car moving?" The last 2 words were spoken softly, only she could hear. So what if it moves? He guessed her last 2 words and said casually anyway. Even if someone sees it, they won't see what's happening inside. At most, they'll just know that something is going on in the car. Although he said that, Zhou Honghong still felt uneasy. He continued to tease her, "And you're already this shy just from being in the car. If we were to do it outdoors one day, wouldn't you just hide in a hole?" Zhou Honghong got angry, saying there's no next time for you. They were having a good conversation, but if he forced her again, it would be completely over for them. "Last night, forcing you was my fault." Cheng Yi's smile faded. "Well, have you ever been good?" She really wanted to hit him. "I will treat you well from now on, I promise." She scoffed, saying, "Barbarian, why don't you go put on some clothes?" Although there was heating indoors, it wasn't summer temperature yet. He was simply being unreasonable. "All right, I'll listen to you. Just don't leave," he said. Cheng Yi sulkily went back to the bedroom. When he came out again, Zhou Honghong was already having breakfast, just plain congee with no side dishes. But he still felt a surge of joy. It had been a long time since he had the congee his wife made. However, when he went in to scoop the congee, he became dissatisfied and ran out to question, "Why did you cook so little?" Zhou Honghong lowered her head to eat her own meal, too lazy to look up. "I've had enough to eat. What about me? Why do you care about me?" After she finished speaking, she didn't even clean up her dishes and went back to her room. Zhou Honghong discovered more marks on her body while changing clothes. Compared to after her shower last night, she couldn't help but think of that dream, and her heart began to race. She knew that something had happened later on. No matter how tired she was, it was impossible to continue sleeping through such activities. However, at that moment, in a daze, she couldn't believe what Cheng Yi had said. In the past, he would only say crude things at such times. So how could it possibly be true? She shook her head, refusing to let herself fantasize about the reality of that dream. It was far from her company, and if she didn't leave soon, she would be late. Just as she stepped outside, she heard noises coming from the kitchen. Cheng Yi was scraping the pot clean with a spoon, not leaving a single grain of rice behind. He finished what was barely half a bowl of porridge in just 2 or 3 bites. His appetite was big, and that little bit wouldn't even fill the gaps in his teeth. He thought Zhou Honghong would cook something else, so he was rummaging around. Zhou Honghong was simply having a headache. "What are you doing over there, making all that noise?" Cheng Yi had searched everywhere and found nothing. "Is there anything left besides that plain porridge?" "No. Why didn't you cook more? Look at what else is there to cook in the kitchen, besides a fridge full of jars of alcohol." She was so angry she could hardly contain herself. "Just drink yourself to death." Listening to her scolding tone, all his complaints faded away. He loved how she took care of him. He hoped she'd do it for a lifetime. He smiled. "I'll throw away those bottles of alcohol later. When you finish work, we'll go buy rice and vegetables." Zhou Honghong didn't have time to waste with this unemployed drifter. "I need to go to work, so you can take me there. From here to the new district, it would take at least half an hour at best. Moreover, during rush hour, it's hard to get a taxi in this area. The most convenient way is to have him take her." Cheng Yi naturally agreed without hesitation. On the way, he brought up the old topic again. "I wasn't good to you in the past, but I will work hard to change. If you like that kind of disgusting behavior, I can try it too." Zhou Honghong kept staring out of the car window and responded perfunctorily with Taking advantage of the red light, he turned her head towards him. His tone indeed softened quite a bit, but he said, "Don't leave me." She was taken aback. She had seen Cheng Yi's playful and rogue demeanor many times, but this kind of sincere attitude truly made her feel uncomfortable. Zhou Honghong sighed and said, "Count how many times you've gone back on your word. How can I still trust you? As long as you don't run away." He would never compromise on this principle. At this moment, she didn't want to discuss this topic at all and urged, "Let's go, I'm going to be late." Cheng Yi was quite obedient. Because of his forceful actions toward her last night, he felt guilty. Zhou Honghong was indifferent to him all the way. Just before getting off the car, Cheng Yi grabbed her hand and said, "Zhou Honghong, I really want to be with you, only you." She replied, "I understand, I have to go to work." Besides that, she didn't know how else to respond. She was afraid that if she agreed, they would fall back into their original deadlock. Zhou Honghong had just arrived at the company when she felt the colleagues' gazes were even more strange than before. She really felt overwhelmed. It seemed that everyone knew she had been kidnapped by a man last night. She didn't want to explain anything. The more she explained, the more trouble it would cause. She thought that after some time, everyone would forget about it. As noon approached, Zhang Lemon called, saying he had found a newly opened Japanese restaurant nearby that had received rave reviews online. After laying the groundwork, he continued, "I've invited a few colleagues and plan to try it out tonight. Are you free?" Zhou Honghong thought about her work schedule and said, "I might have to work overtime." "That's fine. We plan to go over a bit later too. It's just a few colleagues we usually have lunch with, so we know each other." She smiled in agreement. In terms of interpersonal relationships at the company, Zhang Lemon really helped her a lot, and she was genuinely grateful to him. She usually didn't decline his invitations. In the afternoon, the marketing director suddenly instructed Zhou Honghong to accompany Do Pei to the product shooting location, saying that another assistant had gotten sick and take and leave at noon. If Zhou Honghong had a choice, she definitely wouldn't want to go with Dou Pei. He was full of bad intentions. Moreover, she was really feeling sore and tired today and didn't want to move. However, as an assistant, she was just there to help. And besides, she was still new. With no other choice, she had to accompany him. Dou Pei's grayish-white hair had been dyed a chestnut color. Zhou Honghong remembered that when she first met him, his hair was dyed this color too. When Dou Pei saw Zhou Honghong, he smiled gently. "Cousin, what a coincidence. I thought Xiao Zheng would be accompanying me. What a coincidence." Zhou Honghong could barely muster a fake smile. After getting into the car, Dou Pei took out a document and began marking it with a red pen. "This is the shooting schedule. Since it's your first time in the studio, I'll highlight the parts you were responsible for." Zhou Honghong nodded. After all, it was work she had never encountered before, and she was afraid of making mistakes. After he finished outlining, she took the materials and began to look through them. The driver was driving fast and swaying. After a while, Zhou Honghong started to feel a bit dizzy. Dou Pei promptly asked the driver to slow down. At that moment, Zhou Honghong looked up and realized they had arrived at a place she was completely unfamiliar with. "Where's this?" It was the road to the filming location. Dou Pei was still smiling, saying that the cost department needed to save money, so Xiao Zheng had booked a location that was relatively far away. Zhou Honghong remained silent, looking at the driver in front of her. She had just joined the company and didn't know the drivers in the fleet. She was afraid this was a trap set by Dou Pei. Dou Pei noticed her vigilance, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said slowly, "Cousin, do you really not trust me?" Chapter 48, Dou Pei's words hit the mark. Zhou Honghong indeed suspected him. She thought he didn't look like an intern. Who could be so arrogant? Later, recalling his identity as a rich and handsome man, she felt that he must have some connections. Moreover, he hadn't even graduated, yet he could directly participate in design. This company seemed too frivolous. She tightened her grip on her phone. Before getting into the car, she checked her blacklist records and saw that 7 or 8 calls had been blocked. Among them, 6 were from Cheng Yi, and he was indeed persistent. For the past 7 years in this city, Cheng Yi had always been by her side. She had little contact with her university classmates. If she were to say who her close friends were, they would be from high school, but they were all in different places. Her habit was to turn to Cheng Yi whenever something happened, even though he was already on her blacklist. As she saw the car continue smoothly towards an unknown direction, she tried to appear relaxed. "It's nothing, just call me when we arrive." Everyone in the department knew she had come out with Dou Pei. He shouldn't have any ulterior motives. Thinking this way, to be cautious, she sent a text to Cheng Yi under the guise of looking at her documents, attaching her GPS location. "I have something going on, stay alert." Then she deleted his number from the blacklist. Dou Pei had a clear view of her actions, and in turn, he also put away his smile. Just like before, he didn't feel he had to have Zhou Honghong. After leaving Huangshi town, he sometimes thought of her and felt a bit regretful. But that was it. He didn't believe in love at first sight. Plus, she was just someone with a bit of looks. Compared to the beautiful women around him, Zhou Honghong didn't stand out. However, after hearing her conversation with Huang Ying in the coffee room, he felt an indescribable emotion rising within him. Zhou Honghong was getting close to someone named Zhang, which he found rather irritating. Therefore, he took advantage of some work opportunities to intentionally create rumors about the two of them. Later, when the rumors spread, he thought it wouldn't be bad to bring Zhou Honghong into the fold. He realized he might actually like her. He investigated her daily life, which was a simple 3-point routine: the company, the dormitory, and the market. On weekends, there was no sign of her dating anyone. Unexpectedly, that elusive man appeared again. When Dou Pei heard his colleagues discussing the incident outside the dormitory building last night, he immediately knew who that man was. A witness described the events. "Wow, that man was like a ghost of the underworld. With just one lift, Zhou Honghong disappeared. Although I only saw that man once, wow, he was simply stunning. I almost wanted to be taken away by him. That looks, that body, that strength. Wow, I can't recall anymore." Thus, the gossip mongers in the company became even more excited. The romantic entanglements of this new employee were truly spectacular, especially with 3 men of different types, showcasing the new employee's wide taste. After Dou Pei learned about this, when he passed by the marketing department, he cast a few glances at Zhou Honghong. Coincidentally, she stood up to pour water, and at that moment, Her face twisted slightly, and he noticed her steps were a bit unnatural. That man must have done something after taking her away. Immediately, Zhou Pei felt a surge of anger. Zhou Honghong was feeling unwell, yet he insisted she accompany him. She didn't understand the rules of the set, but he insisted she run errands. For other matters, he had his own ideas, but he didn't expect Zhou Honghong to send out her location. Thinking of this, Zhou Pei smiled again and told the driver to hurry to the set, saying not to keep the model waiting. Zhou Honghong felt anxious until they left the area. As the streets gradually filled with people, she relaxed slightly. When they stopped at the set's entrance, Zhou Pei meaningfully said, "Cousin, you really worry too much." Zhou Honghong felt quite embarrassed. She had already sent Cheng Yi the address when she got out of the car. Now it seemed that this was indeed the filming location, an unknown studio. So, she had to take advantage of the moment when Zhou Pei was speaking to the receptionist to call Cheng Yi, telling him not to come over. Then she quickly hung up. After the receptionist welcomed Zhou Pei and his group, she took them directly to the studio. As Zhou Honghong walked through the corridor, she looked around. Although she hadn't heard of this studio, it was quite large. "Cousin, don't get lost," Zhou Pei teased. She hurried to catch up. Once they entered the studio, Zhou Honghong found that her colleagues from the advertising team had already arrived. They greeted each other and looked at the product catalog. Zhou Pei's intention was to select a few typical styles for shooting this afternoon. Zhou Honghong was responsible for the brand's image building. She flipped to the back of the catalog, frowning. She didn't know that the fun series was also included in this planning. The styles were selected by Zhou Pei, and Zhou Honghong was just confirming, representing the marketing department's opinion. The colleagues from the advertising team discussed their concepts with the photographer. Zhou Honghong inadvertently saw a girl lying on a red sofa in a corner not far away. She had her eyes closed and was wrapped in a layer of white cloth. Zhou Pei followed Zhou Honghong's gaze and said flatly, "Model, found by Xiaozhong." After they got ready, a short, plump man went over to push the model. When the model got up and lifted the white cloth, she was only in her underwear. But she was very calm, standing up and walking toward the dressing room. Instead, Zhou Honghong felt her face flush. When the model came out, she walked straight toward the lights. This model had an excellent figure, proportional, fair skin, and deep, three-dimensional features, looking like a mixed-race person. When she saw Zhou Pei, she smiled. "Hello, designer Zhou." Zhou Pei was very indifferent, merely nodding and shifting his gaze elsewhere. When the model saw Zhou Honghong, she obviously froze for a moment, then acted as if she hadn't seen her and walked to the shooting position. This was Zhou Honghong's first time witnessing a live shoot. She thought posing would suffice. To her surprise, the photographer frequently paused to discuss angles, lighting, and how to showcase the product's characteristics, among other things. Zhou Honghong felt too shy to speak up, while Zhou Pei and the advertising team discussed passionately. Just as she was feeling restless, her phone rang. She felt saved. "I'll take this call." She quickly moved away from the group of men. Cheng Yi cautiously asked on the other end, "Zhou Honghong?" "Huh?" She didn't react immediately. "What is up?" "You told me to stay alert, so I came." Upon hearing it was her, he relaxed, his playful tone returning. "Where are you?" "At the address you gave me." Zhou Honghong suddenly realized, "I told you not to come." "Didn't hear you." The wind was too strong. Cheng Yi shook the car keys lazily. "I'm at the entrance. This receptionist let me in." She glanced over at Zhou Pei. "I'm working. Then I'll wait for you here." He seemed very understanding. Zhou Honghong sighed. It was indeed her fault for bringing him along. "Just wait at the entrance. Don't come in." With this, he smiled. "I'll wait for you." Then he acted as if he were at home, sitting down on a sofa in the reception area and pulling out his phone to play a game. Before long, a short, plump man came out from inside, saw Cheng Yi, and sized him up. Due to his nearsightedness, the short man could only make out an outline. He let out a long hum and approached Cheng Yi. As he got closer, the brightness in the short man's eyes increased. He put on a smile and said, "Sir, are you here for an interview?" Cheng Yi looked up from his game with a cold attitude. When the short man saw Cheng Yi's face, his mouth formed an O shape, impressed by how good-looking he was. "Get lost." Just one word was enough to freeze the atmosphere. The short, chubby man pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his sweat. "This gentleman, I'm a director. You can just call me Huang. My fame is SOSO." Just call me Huang Dao. Cheng Yi reiterated, get lost. Don't be afraid, Huang Dao said, his legs trembling. Yet he comforted Cheng Yi. I'm currently looking for male models. You are very suitable. Cheng Yi coldly stood up. Her tall figure put immense pressure on Huang Dao. He chuckled awkwardly, showing his dedication to art. Right now, there's a female model inside, shooting a non-revealing album, 30,000 for a set. How about it? Cheng Yi ignored him and headed for the exit. 50,000, how about that? No debating. Cheng Yi suddenly remembered something, fiddling with her phone, and smiled. Who is shooting inside? Huang Dao was taken aback. It's for lingerie, no revealing. After this, there's a series that's even more embarrassing, and it's pricier. I wonder if this young man is willing to shoot that series. Cheng Yi realized she had no interest in being a lingerie model. Her thoughts were only on her wife still inside. She walked straight in. Huang Dao followed like a lackey. When Zhou Honghong saw Cheng Yi striding over, she was dumbfounded. She hurried to meet him. Didn't I tell you to wait outside? You didn't tell me it was this kind of shoot. He looked around, noticing most of the people present were male, and his expression stiffened. Upon closer inspection, he found that the pretty boy was also there. Cheng Yi grasped Zhou Honghong's left hand, a possessive gesture. Zhou Honghong feared he would throw a tantrum again, pressing his hand down, signaling him to behave. After Cheng Yi's gaze collided with Dou Pei's in the air, he lowered his eyes and asked Zhou Honghong, "Why is that pretty boy here?" "He's also interning at that company." Zhou Honghong recalled Cheng Yi misunderstanding her entrance into the company as relying on a man, and she thought this man was probably going to get neurotic again. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yi just held her hand and kissed it. "I'll just watch and keep you company." Zhou Honghong was surprised that he didn't throw a fit this time. Seeing her skeptical expression, he acted coy. "I threw away all the drinks. We'll go buy food when you get off work, okay? Get off work earlier." Huang Dao stood by, his eyes darting around. Only then did he notice that Zhou Honghong was not bad looking at all. When it came time for the shoot of the adult products, the model requested the set to be cleared. Zhou Honghong felt too embarrassed to stay and quickly pulled Cheng Yi out. Just as Huang Dao wanted to take this opportunity to dig deeper into Cheng Yi, he was startled by a phone call. "Adonis? I've finally been waiting for your call." Cheng Yi, standing not far away, suddenly turned to look at Huang Dao, then asked Zhou Honghong, "What did he just say, you die?" Zhou Honghong repeated the pronunciation. Cheng Yi wrapped his arms around her and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "If I remember correctly, sure Jieyi's child's father is called this you die." Chapter 49, Revised. Zhou Honghong was sensitive to the name Sure Jieyi, and she stiffened a bit. Cheng Yi gently patted her back. Hearing Huang Dao not repeat that English name, he paid no further attention to that side and quietly asked, "Zhou Honghong, are you angry again?" "No." She maintained her usual indifferent attitude. He poked her face, continuing to poke. "I'm telling you, you're not happy. If I don't tell you, you give me a long face. Don't touch me." She shook off his hand. Dou Pei and his colleagues were already coming over, and Zhou Honghong didn't want them to see. Warning, if you keep messing around, just roll to the ends of the earth. Cheng Yi naturally didn't want the pretty boy to see the joke either, so he just held her hand, slowly rubbing the calluses on her palm. This was Dou Pei's second close encounter with Cheng Yi. He thought this mischievous man and Zhou Honghong were not a good match at all, but according to Liu Yizhua, they had been together for many years. Dou Pei cast a light glance at Cheng Yi, then turned to Zhou Honghong, smiling. "Cousin, aren't you going in to offer some guidance?" "I don't have anything to guide." Zhou Honghong awkwardly declined, saying the scale inside was too large for her to handle. Dou Pei smiled, warm as spring breeze. Cheng Yi let out a soft grunt and rubbed her callus even harder. If it weren't for Zhou Honghong, he would have punched him long ago. The colleagues from the advertising team looked at the three and felt something was off. The tension between the two men was too obvious. There must be a problem. Colleagues generally understood something about Dou Pei. He was an intern who came from nowhere. More intimidating than regular employees, even the department director had to show him some respect. Some colleague dug up information that Dou Pei had high-level connections. When Dou Pei first arrived, he came off as quite aloof, hardly talking to colleagues. Many female colleagues were captivated by his looks and approached him, but he responded coldly. Later, when the design department collaborated with the marketing department, everyone noticed that Dou Pei turned into a sunny boy whenever he saw Zhou Honghong. As for Zhou Honghong, She was recommended by Zhang Lemon. Everyone could see Zhang Lemon's intentions, yet the female party was quite oblivious. When they had meals alone, she would still ask other colleagues if they wanted to join, which made the colleagues sympathize with Zhang Lemon. Some suggested that Zhang Lemon should take action when the time was right, but he politely refused. It was truly frustrating for a bunch of gossipers. From a female perspective, everyone hoped Zhang Lemon and Zhou Honghong would become a couple. Zhang Lemon was mature and stable, a good candidate for a husband. Of course, that was just the surface reason. The real reason was that Dou Pei should be with someone more outstanding. If an ordinary woman like Zhou Honghong could get close to the company as higher-ups, many female colleagues would feel it was unfair. However, the current reality was that fate was never fair. One overseas returnee, one high-level executive, and now another unknown but exceptionally handsome man appeared beside Zhou Honghong. The advertising group colleagues realized after seeing Cheng Yi that the witnesses' statements from last night were not exaggerated at all. Zhou Honghong's few admirers were indeed perplexing. One colleague was perceptive. He stayed silent. But Huang Dao seemed oblivious. He saw the beautiful scene of two men and a woman and was already fantasizing about how to shoot it to touch people's hearts. He excitedly said, "How about you three help me shoot a short film? I've had the plot ready for a long time. It's about my first love." Zhou Honghong didn't even react at first, unsure who Huang Dao meant by the three. When she saw his suddenly tearful expression, she was stunned. Cheng Yi looked at Huang Dao, who had a scruffy beard and was displaying the image of a lovesick man, quickly covered Zhou Honghong's eyes and warned, "Don't look. It hurts your eyes." Huang Dao was stung by Cheng Yi's words. He looked at Dou Pei, only to find Dou Pei had also turned his head away. Huang Dao angrily turned to leave, but Cheng Yi called out, "Huang Dao." Huang Dao stopped, turned back joyfully, thinking there was hope for the short film. "Give me the number if you die." Cheng Yi poured a bucket of cold water on him. Huang Dao's face darkened. "I'm not dead." Cheng Yi asked Zhou Honghong to repeat that English name. Zhou Honghong thought it might be a common name, so it was better to clarify. "Adonis. Did he study abroad?" Huang Dao didn't expect that was the question, and he shook his head. "No, just a dropout, usually just looking for shoots." Sure enough, it was just a namesake. Cheng Yi frowned slightly, pondering something. This little episode dampened Zhou Honghong's mood. As for Jieyi, it was clear Cheng Yi was always thinking about it. After this, Dou Pei no longer bothered to pretend. His attitude towards Zhou Honghong returned to the indifference he had at their first meeting. "It's just one woman. I have plenty of women, and I don't even need to use force." Zhou Honghong seemed to understand, feeling a sense of relief. In the evening, Zhang Lemon called, asking Zhou Honghong what time they would have dinner. Zhou Honghong just remembered this matter and quickly apologized. When he learned she was at the filming site, he didn't say anything else, just smiled and said they'd reschedule. Cheng Yi probably sensed someone was inviting her to dinner and wanted to eavesdrop, but she glared at him. He felt gloomy but didn't dare to lose his temper at her. He returned to the sofa in the reception area, sat waiting for her, quietly smoked, and wore a blank expression, not knowing what he was thinking. After Zhou Honghong finished work, she felt annoyed seeing him and silently cursed him for being so persistent. The ashtray on the table next to him was filled with cigarette butts, suggesting he had been smoking for a while. After Cheng Yi saw her come out, he didn't change his posture, took a few deep puffs of his cigarette, and then extinguished it. "Are you leaving?" Zhou Honghong nodded, contemplating whether to tell him she wanted to go back to the dorm. "Stay in the car," he said, and walked toward the parking lot. She watched his back, feeling something was off. Sure enough, once they got in the car, Cheng Yi spoke bluntly. "Zhou Honghong, I know you're uncomfortable because of Jieyi, but she's a patient, and I can't just ignore her when I see her like that." Yeah, this wasn't surprising. She had always known. Yet, hearing him say it still felt unpleasant. "But I can't take care of her forever." Cheng Yi turned to look at her expression, feeling soft inside. Her illness, who knows when we'll get better? I don't want to keep pretending with her. So, only that man can truly save her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Honghong clenched her fists, feeling anxious for some reason. Cheng Yi's expression remained calm as he drove towards the city. "I've only been with two women, her and you. I won't think about what would happen if you had appeared before her or if she hadn't lied at that time. What's done is done. There's no point in thinking about it." She remained quiet. "I will definitely choose to be with you. But her first episode was also because of me, and I want to help her. He didn't care whether she responded. He just needed to express what he wanted to say. I didn't tell you before because I didn't want you to be unhappy. But if you don't tell me about that pretty boy in your company, I'm not happy either. It was only today that he realized he didn't like her mingling with other men, and similarly, she would feel the same. At that moment, Zhou Honghong thought of another question. What if she could never find her man? Sure, Jieyi's family had been searching for so long without success. China is so vast. It's not easy. Gu Yixing can find him. His family has power. Then why didn't you? I never intended to find that man. She was discharged from the hospital last year, and I didn't want to get involved in this mess. At the end of last month, there was news about an international relationship, and she got scared again. In fact, she didn't have an episode this time. It was just psychological. I felt sorry for her, so I agreed to help her find that person. What Cheng Yi didn't say was that sure Jieyi had already become so thin that she was unrecognizable. What tormented her was not just the illness, but also her own fear of it. She was terrified of falling back into that madness, so she was on edge. Zhou Honghong fell silent again. I've been honest about sure Jieyi's situation. Zhou Honghong, can't you trust me? He had said this many times, but she always minded it. I can't be bothered to look at you. I told you before that I have nothing to do with those men. Did you ever trust me? I trust you. Just looking at that pretty boy's reaction, Cheng Yi really believed her. She smiled. Last night, you said I was flirting with men. From now on, I will trust you. You have to trust me too. Once we find the father of her child, my mission will be complete. He and she indeed had moments when they didn't fully confide in each other. She was reserved, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Those words he just said, in the past, he would never have said them. Cheng Yi really thought he treated her well. He earned money for her to spend, stood by her side against anyone who bullied her, and she was the only woman for him. He didn't understand what she was dissatisfied with. It was only after being inspired by the second wife that he realized women cared about those few words. Zhou Honghong really wanted to kick him a few times. She could already predict that when she rejected him this time, he would cling again. She recalled the dreamlike words from last night, wondering whether to take a gamble. But she felt she couldn't afford to lose anymore. Then, she thought, since there's nothing left to lose, what is there to be afraid of? At most, it would just be one more stab. Cheng Yi, you, love. She still lacked the courage, and, in the end, she turned the last two words into a question. Who? Cheng Yi took a long time to respond, turning onto a street, and then parking. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, looking strange. Did you hear what I said last night? Zhou Honghong continued to look ahead and nodded slightly. He tapped the steering wheel a few more times, then suddenly pulled her over, burying his face in her hair. She couldn't wait for his response, and reminded him, hey. By the time Cheng Yi raised his head, he looked as if nothing had happened. I've already said it. I'm not going to repeat it. Then you can leave. She turned cold. He cursed softly. Didn't you hear it? The wind was too strong. I didn't hear it. His lame excuse was quite effective. Cheng Yi started to act spoiled again, mumbling, wife, let's both talk. I said it last night. Now it's your turn. Zhou Honghong pushed him away. I want to go back to the dorm. Wife, wife. He clung to her, his tone lingering. She slapped his head. Get away from me. Wife, let's go home. When we get home, I'll let you hit me. You can hit however you want. Do you have no shame? Zhou Honghong almost slapped him again, but held back in the end. He said seriously, I want a wife. She huffed. How long will you love me? Forever. He replied without hesitation. He didn't know what love was before, but later he figured it out. He only had the thought of wanting to spend his life with her when he was with Zhou Honghong. She broke free from his embrace. You don't even know how to respect people. What do you know about love? Are you still bothered by what happened last night? Cheng Yi wanted to hold her again, but, seeing her angry, gave up. Zhou Honghong, you can punish me. Whatever it is, I'll accept it. I won't treat you that way again. I'll listen to you. Who knows when you'll go crazy again? I won't, as long as you come back. He was almost begging her. She suddenly sneered and nodded heavily. Okay, I'll go back. Cheng Yi didn't have time to feel happy before she continued. I want to sleep in the master bedroom. You sleep in the guest room. His expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly compromised. Okay. Zhou Honghong looked at him suspiciously. She still didn't quite trust him. At least in this regard, he always had high demands. But when they returned home that night, Cheng Yi really obediently went to sleep in the guest room. While she was showering in the master bedroom, she even locked the master bedroom, study, and bathroom to guard against wolves. He didn't make a sound all night. The next day, Zhou Honghong unusually slept in, and when she got up, she found Cheng Yi was actually up earlier than her. His attitude was so accommodating that it made her very happy. Zhou Honghong rarely acted spoiled like this. Because of Cheng Yi's confession, her temper, which had been suppressed for many years, finally erupted. She didn't make breakfast for him, nor would she prepare lunch. She just curled up on the sofa watching TV. Whenever he spoke, she deliberately turned up the volume loudly, intentionally creating a confrontational atmosphere. He sat beside her watching her. Unable to hold back, he went to the balcony. She saw him leaning against the railing, sulking and smoking, and huffed heavily with her head held high. After finishing his cigarette, Cheng Yi turned around, stared at Zhou Honghong through the glass door for a while, then pushed the door in. She glanced at him sideways. Angry? No. He changed to a light smile. Wife, do you want me to give you a massage? Get lost. Whenever Zhou Honghong thought of Cheng Yi saying he would always love her, she felt more confident. The words pried from his mouth left her momentarily dazed. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she found the tragic scenes on the television amusing. Cheng Yi noticed her emotions and saw that her expression was a rare and captivating sight, which made him a bit dazed as well. In his previous relationship, his girlfriend had a young girl's character, sentimental and capricious, prone to pouting and acting spoiled. He indulged her every whim, and though he occasionally felt like losing his temper, she would always come to apologize first. Over time, Cheng Yi grew too lazy to bother with her antics. On the other hand, Zhou Honghong had never been a person of extremes in emotions. During the initial period of their acquaintance, she remained calm and kept her distance, as he took out his frustrations on her due to his grandfather's influence. Once they began dating, aside from being occasionally fierce and prone to throwing things, she maintained a generally indifferent demeanor. Even her crying was quiet and subdued. She wouldn't act spoiled with him or speak sweet nothings. Yet, she loved him, and her every action confirmed this in his mind. Living together, such a woman was preferable. However, their relationship had started off with constant bickering, so he had never considered that, no matter how stubborn Zhou Honghong might be, she was still a woman. After finishing the tragic drama, Zhou Honghong changed her posture, leaning sideways on the sofa and swinging one leg. As she swung, a new idea struck her. Cheng Yi, are you free? Watching her recline, he felt an impulse to pounce on her. She scolded him. Since you have so much free time, help me trim my toenails. Cheng Yi raised his eyes to meet hers. What are you staring at? She was unafraid and went to get the nail clippers. He silently stood up, obeying her command. When he returned to sit down, she stretched her leg out, nearly placing her foot on his face, which he quickly caught. Zhou Honghong felt frustrated. She and T managed to step on him. Cheng Yi scratched her foot a few times, making her kick her legs in response. Get lost. He laughed and stopped, saying softly, Wifey, I'll help you trim them. Just be good and don't move around. She huffed in response. Cheng Yi held her foot, examining it. Her hands and feet were not delicate. They were clearly made for hard work. The girls from the Honghua area were all delicate and tender, and Tang Jimian had high standards, so only the best could enter. By Honghua standards, Zhou Honghong was not a qualified woman. But to Cheng Yi, his wife was just right. Noticing he hadn't moved for a while, Zhou Honghong tried to pull her foot back. Cheng Yi snapped out of his daze and smiled at her, a rare gentleness in his demeanor. She was taken aback. His tenderness was something she had longed for many years, to the point of despairing. Now, the Cheng Yi who was clean and warm, smiling at her, was right there. In the time that followed, they both fell silent, one looking down, the other in a daze. The only sound in the living room was the noisy television. Zhou Honghong gazed at Cheng Yi's profile. Huang Ying had previously been unwilling to accept that Cheng Yi was with a woman of Zhou Honghong's standing, openly provoking her by calling her a country girl unworthy of Cheng Yi. Essentially, apart from their two families, everyone else thought they were mismatched. Even Zhou Honghong herself felt that way. In terms of appearance, she had clearly climbed too high with him. In terms of personality, she felt she had been very unlucky to fall for him. Chapter 50. Cheng Yi had never considered whether he and Zhou Honghong were a good match. He was determined to believe that they were made for each other. Moreover, he never hesitated to announce to the world that she was his woman. After finishing the trimming, he turned to see Zhou Honghong's dazed expression and mischievously pinched her calf. After she exclaimed in surprise, he leaned in and kissed her forcefully before letting go. Zhou Honghong first wiped the spot where he had kissed her with her palm, then raised her leg to kick his shoulder, stepping on him with both feet. You jerk. You can't change that lecherous habit of yours. If I didn't like messing with you, then you should worry about whether I've got a problem, Cheng Yi said, unconcerned about her little kicks. She recalled that half a year ago, there had indeed been a time when he wasn't interested in intimacy. She propped her legs on his shoulders, speaking sarcastically. When you're busy, you don't want it. He turned to look at her. Are you resentful? Resentful, my foot. Don't worry, even if I come home exhausted like a dog, I'll still crawl back to you. Ha! She finally stepped on his face. This time, his expression changed. Zhou Honghong sensed something was off and quickly retracted her leg. The previous smugness had vanished, replaced by a hint of fear that he might get angry. Cheng Yi noticed and slightly bent down to scoop her up in his arms. Wifey, do whatever you want, I'll indulge you. Really? She asked uncertainly. So? She broke free from his embrace, sat back beside him, and said, then roll further away, don't block my view of the TV. Cheng Yi indeed indulged her. She ordered him to run errands to buy her lunch, first demanding he go to one place, and just a few minutes after he left, she changed her mind to another place. He patiently complied with her every whim, showing no signs of anger. Zhou Honghong felt utterly content. It turned out she could have such a day. From then on, her days of being willful began. After being bossed around by Cheng Yi for so many years, she finally turned the tables. His yielding made her even more arrogant. She stopped doing household chores, frequently commanding Cheng Yi to do this, and that while she lounged with her legs crossed, criticizing his work as inadequate and demanding he redo it. She no longer managed the household budget, and whenever she had free time, she would go online shopping, recklessly charging his card. Her various behaviors became quite annoying. Yet, Cheng Yi still indulged her, speaking to her in the same tone he used with Jieyi. She delighted in that feeling. In the first week, Cheng Yi picked her up and dropped her off from work every day. However, he attracted too much attention, and when Zhou Honghong entered the office, she felt her colleagues' gazes were inappropriate. So, she no longer allowed Cheng Yi to show up and took a taxi home instead. Even so, rumors spread throughout the company. Moreover, Zhou Honghong had stayed in the employee dormitory for a while, leading to various versions of the story emerging. Huang Ying, a college classmate, played a significant role in this. Under her influence, Zhou Honghong's image became that of a socialite. Thus, everyone knew that the handsome guy was Zhou Honghong's underground lover. The company couldn't help but lament for the other two rumored love interests. Zhou Honghong had no time to care about such gossip. She was enjoying Cheng Yi's rare indulgence, beginning to lose control of her sense of superiority. She thought that if one day Cheng Yi couldn't take it anymore, she would just apologize. However, Cheng Yi remained carefree, smiling as he asked, Wifey, are you happy? Have you forgiven me? The moment she saw his cheeky smile, she became angry again. On the other side, the rumored love interest Zhang Lemon felt helpless upon hearing the company gossip. He tried to clarify that the person involved was Zhou Honghong's legitimate boyfriend, but to no avail. Gossip mongers believe that an explanation is merely a cover-up. The more Zhang Lemon said, the less credible he became. Some sympathetic colleagues even advised him that there are plenty of fish in the sea. In contrast, Dou Pei was much calmer. He had unknowingly become hot and heavy with a model who shot lingerie ads. Although the gossip reporters used the term hot and heavy, Dou Pei had stopped being the sunny boy. He was indifferent toward the model, who clearly didn't mind. Originally, the three of them were tied together, but now they had split off in different directions, each fighting their own battles. Many gossip mongers were keenly watching the love-hate relationships between these three and the handsome guy. Just when the gossip reporters were frustrated with a lack of entertainment, the story finally progressed. Zhou Honghong received her first business trip assignment since joining the company one day. Although it was called a business trip, it was really just a trip to a neighboring city. Originally, she wasn't supposed to go. It was just that the deputy manager needed someone to accompany her. Although Zhou Honghong was an assistant focused on English, she had to do all sorts of odd jobs, some of which had nothing to do with her, and she still had to run errands. After all, she was new and easy to talk to. Cheng Yi learned about this news, and his first question was, is your deputy manager male or female? Female. Do you want me to go with you? Zhou Honghong glared at him. What would you go for? He joked, I just want to be with you. I said, do you not have to take care of the store all day? She was puzzled about how he suddenly had so much free time. With Zheng Honghong, it's not going to collapse. Cheng Yi had never mentioned the arson incident at Hong with Zhou Honghong. Previously, due to the accounts of Hongwa, he didn't have much cash in his account. Recently, her spending ability had been increasing daily, and he was pondering whether he needed to return to his old profession and play a few games at the casino to support her extravagant lifestyle. Zhou Honghong didn't delve into this matter and automatically skipped the topic, returning to the business trip assignment. Cheng Yi knew she was going with female colleagues, which reassured him. But when he thought of a very serious question, he leaned towards her and said, Wife, when can I go back to your bed? Let's talk about it later. I'm not happy yet. She shook off his hand and slammed the door shut after entering the master bedroom. On the morning, Zhou Honghong left. Cheng Yi was persistent and managed to get a kiss from her. She kissed him hurriedly, and he was not satisfied. So he used force to hold her and nibble on her for a long time. Finally, he held her hand and brought it to his pants. Aren't you going to touch it before you leave? He paused, caught a glimpse of her angry face, and whispered it misses your hole. You can touch it yourself. She pushed him away. I have to go. I have an appointment. Cheng Yi stopped teasing her, picked up her luggage, and held her hand as they walked out the door. Wife, come back early to supervise me mopping the floor. She was very angry when I come back. If I see any dirt, you can sleep on the balcony. Fierce woman, Cheng Yi said softly, with a smile in his eyes. Zhou Honghong arrived at the company, waited for a while, and then took the elevator down with the deputy manager, greeting colleagues along the way. Hearing a colleague mention it, she then learned that the design department had also sent 2 people to the neighboring city for a business trip, and Xiu Pei was among them. Zhou Honghong was puzzled. When she initially asked the deputy manager, she was told that only people from the marketing department were going. When Xiu Pei saw Zhou Honghong, he had no smile, just glanced at her and then turned away. His reaction made her feel relieved. She already had a troublesome man pursuing her and didn't want to attract any more trouble. While waiting for the driver of the car team downstairs, she heard the female colleague from the design department mention that the 2 departments were not in the same business for this trip. It was just that the dates coincided, so the company only sent 1 car. Aside from the driver, of the 4 colleagues going, only Xiu Pei was male. The female colleague from the design department was very familiar and took the lead in conversation during the drive. Fortunately, the driver accompanied her to chat about various topics. As they talked, she mentioned the magnificent observation wheel in the neighboring city. Zhou Honghong had seen this observation wheel on TV. It was indeed built with a huge investment. Of course, the admission ticket was not cheap either. She remembered sharing this news with Cheng Yi at the time, and he had said, it must be awesome to be up in the air. Cheng Yi was like that. He could twist anything into that direction, just as she thought of him. She received a text message on her phone. Cheng Yi asked if she missed his big thing. Zhou Honghong scoffed silently in her heart and ignored him. A few minutes later, his text messages became serious, asking where she was and how the weather was over there. She neglected him for a while before replying. Go play by yourself. She put away her phone and looked at the scenery along the highway, with mountains and trees passing by. Her mood was exceptionally good at that moment. Xiu Pei seemed to glance at her unintentionally, just in time to catch her smiling face. He turned his gaze away. Ever since that Qian appeared, Zhou Honghong's smile had become more beautiful. The hotel booked by the company was an ordinary business chain type, located a bit far from the city center. The marketing department was going to the new area for business discussions, while the design department was dealing with city center business. So this arrangement was quite reasonable. However, when they arrived in D-City, Xiu Pei got off halfway and went alone to a 5-star hotel, instructing the female colleagues in his department to contact him after lunch. Zhou Honghong was not surprised by his actions, as he was always particular like this. The female colleague was dissatisfied but had no other choice. She vented her frustrations in the car, spilling the beans. Zhou Honghong felt a bit sleepy listening, flipping through the text messages Cheng Yi had sent to keep herself awake. She had also considered applying to a university in D-City back then, but because of one of Cheng Yi's words, she changed her first choice to S-City. Cheng Yi liked the sea, and the sea was in S-City. Chapter 51. Zhou Honghong used to resent herself for being so unambitious, making a hasty decision about a major life event because of Cheng Yi's preferences. Now her efforts had paid off. She had slightly balanced out. At least she could now say she was in a relationship not just unrequited love. After the car reached the hotel, Zhou Honghong realized it looked familiar. When she saw the hotel's card, she confirmed that she had indeed been here a few years ago. The marketing department's schedule for the afternoon was arranged early, so Zhou Honghong and the deputy manager hurriedly had lunch before heading to the new area for discussions, leaving a female colleague behind to wait for Chiopei's news. The marketing department was there to discuss the main store matters in D-City, including the style and scale of the chain stores, etc. The projects that had taken shape were all in the city center, so the deputy manager suggested visiting the city center the next day. The other party readily agreed. After finishing their business, the two came out and got into a taxi. Since the deputy manager had an old classmate here and the direction was not the same as the hotel, at the fork, she told Zhou Honghong to take another car. Zhou Honghong waited at the intersection for about 10 minutes, but did not see any empty taxis pass by. Looking around, she saw that the area was a newly developed district. Mostly private cars were coming and going. She walked towards the city center while looking for any taxis or at least a bus stop. As she walked, the sky began to darken. She looked up and felt it was likely to rain heavily, so she quickened her pace, hoping to catch a ride back. The dark clouds gathered more and more, and soon, heavy raindrops began to fall. She saw an office building not far away and was about to run over, but was stopped by a red light. Helpless, she could only take shelter under the awning of a nearby shop. Afraid of blocking the store, she stood at a corner. The heavy rain accompanied by strong winds blew in sideways, and Zhou Honghong got drenched halfway. She regretted trusting the weather forecast too much. At that moment, a car happened to stop in front of the store, and a man got out holding a cake box, using an umbrella. He glanced at Zhou Honghong, who was taking shelter from the rain, then went into the store, calling out, "Mrs. Xia." A voice came from inside. "Yes, Mrs." Xia came out from the break room and was surprised to see the man. She looked at the heavy rain outside and said, "It's pouring. I thought you weren't coming." "It's okay. I have a car," the man said with a friendly smile. "Mr. Xia instructed me to bring you some snacks since he has a meeting today and won't get off work early." "Thank you," she said, taking the cake box from the man's hands. The man completed his task and said, "Mrs. Xia, I'll be going back now." Mrs. Xia put the cake away and came out to see him off. When she reached the store door, she saw Zhou Honghong at the corner and was momentarily stunned. After realizing, she said, "You can still get rained on here." Zhou Honghong was taken aback. Mrs. Xia glanced at Zhou Honghong's half-wet hair, pressed her lips together, and shyly said, "Do you want to go in and hide from the rain?" Zhou Honghong smiled. "Thank you so much." She was initially worried that the shop owner would come to chase her away. "You're welcome." Mrs. Xia smiled and waved goodbye to the man. Although Zhou Honghong entered the shop, she appeared quite reserved. She was contemplating buying a pot of small flowers as a token of gratitude. Mrs. Xia went to the break room, moved a chair for Zhou Honghong, and then poured a cup of hot water, handing it over. "It's been raining heavily these days." "Thank you." Zhou Honghong accepted the cup of water. She had just been outside in the cool wind and light rain for a while, and half of her pants were wet. She felt very cold. However, being with a stranger made her a bit cautious. "You're welcome," Mrs. Xia repeated, noticing Zhou Honghong holding the cup without drinking. She added, "You should drink more hot water, otherwise you'll catch a cold." Zhou Honghong looked around the shop and finally took a small sip. The hot water did feel less cold in her stomach. She took a few more sips and then looked at Mrs. Xia, smiling as she asked, "Hello, is there a bus stop nearby?" "Yes," Mrs. Xia nodded first, then said, "But I don't know where it is. Xiao Lu went to deliver flowers, and she'll know when she comes back." Zhou Honghong felt a bit relieved and thanked her again. Mrs. Xia smiled and then remembered the cake, opening the box and giving Zhou Honghong a piece. Zhou Honghong secretly suspected this warmth. "It's very delicious," Mrs. Xia continued. "My husband is worried I'll be hungry, so he often buys me food. Your husband treats you very well." Zhou Honghong's polite remark unexpectedly received a nod of agreement from Mrs. Xia, who looked delighted. "My husband is very good." Mrs. Xia had a strange way of speaking, but at that moment, Zhou Honghong believed she was not a bad person. Zhou Honghong took a bite of the cake and smiled. "It's really good. If you like it, have more." Mrs. Xia was very happy, moving her chair closer to sit side by side. She straightened her posture like a good student and said, "I'm Fu Zishi. I am Zhou Honghong." Perhaps influenced by Fu Zishi's innocent smile, Zhou Honghong finally felt that this heavy rain wasn't such bad luck after all. Seeing that Fu Zishi looked quite young, she asked about her age. The answer was that she was only 1 year younger than Fu Zishi. Zhou Honghong couldn't help but feel that she had aged quickly after years of worrying about Cheng Yi. Zhou Honghong usually didn't like to chat, but today, meeting Mrs. Xia piqued her interest in conversation. She glanced at the ring on Fu Zishi's ring finger, hiding her inner emotions. Mrs. Xia, you got married quite early. Fu Zishi was momentarily stunned. My husband said when we get married, we should just get married. Zhou Honghong laughed at this silly response. However, many people don't know that we are married. Xiaqing. That's my husband. He said he wants to hold a wedding later. Fu Zishi thought for a moment about that adjective and added, a very grand wedding, so everyone will know that we are already married. Congratulations. Thank you. Fu Zishi beamed a big smile. A wedding. Zhou Honghong recalled her banquet with Cheng Yi. Due to her grandfather's influence, the banquet was quite grand. Following the customs of Yongji town, her grandfather was very feudal and insisted on elaborate rituals. The first lady tried to persuade him, saying that such things were outdated in today's society. In the end, her grandfather agreed, but still insisted that Cheng Yi must carry Zhou Honghong over the threshold before the banquet could begin. Cheng Yi complied. However, by the time the banquet ended, he was very displeased, because her grandfather thought of every ridiculous custom, yet completely overlooked the matter of delivering the bride into the bridal chamber. The reason Cheng Yi agreed to all those prior steps was merely to achieve that final step. He wanted to be able to consummate his marriage with Zhou Honghong openly. Who would have thought that her grandfather wouldn't allow him to have his way? Seeing that Zhou Honghong seemed to be lost in thought, Fu Zishi quietly gazed at the rain outside. After Zhou Honghong came back to her senses, she suddenly spoke. Many people know that I got married, but actually I haven't. Fu Zishi was taken aback. Zhou Honghong explained, we invited many people over, but we don't have a marriage certificate. Why don't you want a marriage certificate? Fu Zishi was even more confused. That comes quickly. Soon, I'll become Mrs. Xia. Didn't need to ask him to know. Zhou Honghong had longed for that piece of paper to prove her relationship with Cheng Yi. Oh, then you should go ask. Fu Zishi's eyes widened. I didn't understand anything before, but I went to ask my parents, and then I asked my younger sister, and later I even asked my husband. Now I understand. Zhou Honghong smiled. She wasn't looking for answers from Fu Zishi. She just had never expressed her feelings before. And now meeting a pure listener made her unable to hold back. Actually, my boyfriend is not good. Fu Zishi was stunned again. Zhou Honghong still smiled, confessing her unspoken thoughts. When I think of him, my heart aches. But no matter how painful it is, I still keep him in my heart. Fu Zishi looked confused. I think my husband will be very happy. That means your husband treats you very well. My husband is very good. Fu Zishi nodded. Is your boyfriend not good to you? He treats me well in his own way, but he never knows what I want. Zhou Honghong's smile was somewhat helpless. Fu Zishi didn't quite understand the statement. She frowned and thought, so, is this boyfriend good or not? I love him very much, and he says he loves me. Zhou Honghong murmured this sentence, and Fu Zishi understood. Then you are in love. I waited a long time for him to say he loves me. It's okay. Fu Zishi smiled. My husband wasn't good before, but now he loves me very much. My mom said that's the most important thing. Zhou Honghong and Fu Zishi chatted about the local customs of Yongji town, and Fu Zishi listened with great interest, occasionally asking some strange questions, which Zhou Honghong answered one by one. The rain in City D came quickly and went just as fast. After the flower shop girl returned, she pointed the way for Zhou Honghong. As Zhou Honghong was about to leave, she wanted to buy a flower pot, but Fu Zishi proactively handed one over. This is for you. Zhou Honghong was greatly surprised. The flowers are not expensive. Fu Zishi, worried that Zhou Honghong might dislike it, shyly added, I wish you'd get married with your boyfriend soon. Zhou Honghong accepted it with both hands. Thank you. Although this Mrs. Xia was a bit different from ordinary people. After this brief interaction, Zhou Honghong felt that her genuine, unpretentious heart was more precious than anything else. Zhou Honghong walked towards the bus stop with a small potted plant and suddenly felt a movement in her heart. She called Cheng Yi. After listening to If It Were Not For You for a while, he finally answered, Wife, do you miss me? His usual playful tone now sounded sweet to Zhou Honghong. He paused. Zhou Honghong, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? What do you mean? Zhou Honghong was annoyed. She wasn't thinking of him because something was wrong. You miss me? He sounded uncertain. Her response was drawn out. Cheng Yi laughed mischievously. It's not even evening yet. It's been too long without it. You must be lonely. Zhou Honghong really wanted to hit him. It was hard for her to want to be honest with him. But he messed it up, ruining the mood. Wife, do you want me to come over tonight to make you feel good? Get lost. I'm getting on the bus. After yelling that, Zhou Honghong hung up. Sitting on the bus, she tried to recall some sweet words she had once said, but it was in vain. She never said she loved him. Chapter 52. After Cheng Yi hung up the phone, he still had a spring breeze on his face. He listened to what his wife just said, that she missed him. It wasn't because she was upset with someone else that she thought of him. She had always been strong on the outside, and over time, he had gotten used to it. Now that he really heard her express something, his mood was simply indescribably enriched. Although Zhou Honghong only said in response, Cheng Yi almost wished he could press her down and have a great time right then. He suddenly felt like flipping through photo albums. He didn't love taking pictures. There were only a few of him and Jieyi together. Zhou Honghong also didn't like taking pictures, but he often dragged her around taking random shots, most of which were of her puffy face when she was angry. He would keep a stack of her photos in the store. In such a lively place, guests and girls could have fun in front of everyone. And whenever Cheng Yi saw it, he would fantasize about scenes with Zhou Honghong, and when he missed her to the point of restlessness, he would look at her photos to vent. No one knew that the boss of Honghua had to humiliate himself in the office to relieve his urges. After a round of that, he would return home and grab her, making her plead for mercy. After pleading, she would be soft and tender, calling him Brother Cheng Yi. The softer she got, the harder he became. How could it be so pleasurable to have Zhou Honghong? After getting off the bus, Zhou Honghong finally managed to hail a taxi. Her pants were almost dry, but her hair was still a bit wet. She got out of the taxi at the hotel entrance, and then went to find the McDonald's from back then. Memories are indeed something indescribably magical. The recreation of scenes can trigger some things that have become blurry. Walking down this road, Zhou Honghong could still clearly recall her helpless feelings. She stopped in an alley, where there were no police station now. The nearby streets were much livelier than a few years ago, with people coming and going. She saw the McDonald's in the distance and slowly moved toward it. After entering, she bought a cup of cola and sat down in the same spot she sat in back then. Zhou Honghong glanced at the door. She truly remembered the scene when Cheng Yi appeared. The memories stirred her emotions. She smiled and took a sip of cola. In the first half of her freshman year, Zhou Honghong applied for work-study to ease her family's financial burden. Cheng Yi only found out afterward and frowned, telling her to cancel that broken work-study. No matter how clueless I am, I won't let my woman be poor. But at that time, the school's part-time job had already been approved, so Zhou Honghong compromised, saying she wouldn't go next semester, but since she had signed up this time, she might as well give it a try. He sneered, "You really have this laborious fate. Is earning a bit worth it?" She replied sullenly, "Whatever you say." Cheng Yi lit a cigarette, his tone mocking. "There's money for you to spend, but you don't want it. You won't work hard. Does your school have a Village Girl Award?" Zhou Honghong glared at him, feeling wronged. After Cheng Yi followed her to S-City, he had been idle, and she didn't want him to keep going to the casino. She held back her anger and ran out of his rented place. At that time, Zhou Honghong still had a good relationship with her roommates and was living in the dormitory. She ignored Cheng Yi for several days until she went to D-City. In D-City, a furniture store owner had some connections with their teacher, and it just so happened that they were organizing a large furniture exhibition. So the teacher recommended her students to be receptionists. There were about 10 students, all selected by that teacher. Originally, Zhou Honghong couldn't enter due to height restrictions, but her looks made up for it. After arriving at the furniture store, Zhou Honghong took the opportunity during a break to sneak into the pantry to call Cheng Yi and talk about this job. Cheng Yi was gloomy. "Zhou Honghong, you don't want to dress up all flashy to hook a wealthy customer, do you? What are you talking about?" She was angry again. "I'm just wearing the uniform they gave me, helping customers find their way." "Huh, still playing dress up?" His tone grew colder. "How short is it? Showing off your body?" She understood he was acting up again and hurriedly explained, "Knee length, just knee length. Send me a picture of your uniform. Let me see how you're showing off to others." Zhou Honghong couldn't argue with him, so she hung up the phone. She wanted to cry, but the time agreed upon with the teacher was approaching. She wiped her tears fiercely, sniffled a few times, and barely managed to put on a smile as she went out. That day, Zhou Honghong wore high heels for the first time and was very unaccustomed to it. Walking around the event, she got blisters on her heels. She borrowed a Band-Aid from a classmate and aired it out in the break room. She gritted her teeth and endured, her legs aching terribly. They had no accommodation and could only take the night bus back. A few girls wanted to explore D-City and return the next day. After the teacher finished their tasks, didn't force them, just said they had to return tonight and told them where to wait. With plenty of time before the bus, the group went to explore. However, Zhou Honghong chose to sit on a scenic bench by the street to rest due to her foot injury. Something happened unexpectedly. A man suddenly dashed out, grabbed her handbag, and ran away. Zhou Honghong quickly grabbed the strap but couldn't withstand the force, and her legs suddenly cramped, causing her to fall to the ground. By the time she got up in a fluster, the bag snatcher had already disappeared. She spotted a police officer not far away and hurried over for help. The police officer reacted flatly, saying he hadn't seen anything. Zhou Honghong panicked, describing the thief's clothing features. The officer remained indifferent, saying he was about to change shifts and told her to wait for the next one. Zhou Honghong almost couldn't hold back her tears. Everything she had was in that bag: her phone, wallet, and the hard-earned money from today. What made her even more desperate was the police officer's attitude. She couldn't remember any of her classmates' phone numbers, and she didn't know where to wait for the bus. She could only contact Cheng Yi. She went to a nearby small shop, explained the situation, and tearfully asked the owner if she could borrow a phone. The owner agreed and added, "Those thieves have already paid protection fees to the police station. They can't be caught." At that moment, Zhou Honghong deeply understood the meaning of the collusion between officials and thieves. She called Cheng Yi, but he didn't answer. She panicked, fearing he wouldn't pick up a strange number. After dialing 3 times, he finally answered, sounding very impatient. "Who?" She cried. "Cheng Yi." "What's wrong?" He immediately became serious. Zhou Honghong choked up as she described the situation. She prayed that Cheng Yi wouldn't mock her again. She couldn't take it. He indeed didn't provoke her further. "Don't cry, my wife. Good wife. You have me. Don't be afraid." He asked if there were any 24-hour stores nearby and told her to wait there. Finally, he comforted her. "Don't feel embarrassed. If someone tries to chase you away, just be fierce. Zhou Honghong, wait for me." After thanking the shop owner, Zhou Honghong walked to the McDonald's across the street and found a secluded spot to sit down. In an unfamiliar city, with no money, she felt very scared. Around 11:30, it started to pour rain, and a few customers came in to take shelter. Zhou Honghong watched as people came in, silently reciting Cheng Yi's name in her heart. All she wanted was to see him. After midnight, Cheng Yi finally appeared. He walked in completely soaked, rainwater dripping down his face, his expression cold and terrifying. He scanned the store and, upon seeing Zhou Honghong, still wore a stern face. But Zhou Honghong was no longer afraid. The previous feelings of confusion and helplessness completely relaxed at that moment. She flew into his arms. At that moment, he was her god, her man. After finishing her cola, Zhou Honghong sat for a while longer. Looking back now, she spent 7 years of her youth waiting for Cheng Yi, and he, too, had guarded her for 7 years. He trapped her within his walls, bullied her, yet shielded her from the storms outside. As she recalled the promises he had made, she finally understood that he had always been serious. He indeed had a lifetime of responsibility towards her. When she walked out of McDonald's, her mood was bright. A female colleague from the design department called, asking if Zhou Honghong wanted to have dinner together. Zhou Honghong thought her colleague was being left behind by Pei, so she readily agreed. However, as soon as they got into the taxi, her colleague mentioned that Pei was treating and they were going to a high-end restaurant. Zhou Honghong wasn't very keen on going, but felt it would be awkward to suddenly change her mind. Hesitating, they soon arrived at the restaurant. Her colleague dragged Zhou Honghong inside, and as soon as they entered, she saw Pei sitting by the window. His elegant demeanor was quite captivating. As her colleague walked over, she exclaimed, "Pei really is." Hearing this, Zhou Honghong also glanced that way. However, she thought Cheng Yi was handsomer. Of course, she had no intention of sharing her boyfriend's looks with her colleague. She smiled and didn't respond. Pei noticed the two of them and gave a faint nod. Zhou Honghong felt that he seemed reluctant to treat them. They had just taken their seats when the dishes started to arrive. Zhou Honghong wasn't used to such a high-end place. She felt quite uncomfortable and was also unaccustomed to using a knife and fork, her movements awkward. Just as she managed to cut a piece of meat, a text message came in. She opened her phone to find Cheng Yi was bored again. She reported to him that she was having a feast. He immediately asked who was treating. Just as Zhou Honghong was about to reply, she suddenly realized that she hadn't told Cheng Yi that Pei was also on this business trip list. She wondered if he would suspect her of doing something behind his back again. Chapter 53. Zhou Honghong tried to explain over text why Pei was accompanying them on the trip, but after typing a few words, she deleted them. It was probably better to explain directly over the phone. She replied with a message saying they would talk in detail later. At the dinner table, neither she nor Pei spoke much. It was her colleague who chatted a lot. Zhou Honghong hoped to finish dinner quickly so she could explain to that difficult-to-serve elder. She occasionally glanced at her phone, fearing that Cheng Yi would call and cause a ruckus. When the waiter brought 3 bowls of thick soup, her colleague said she needed to go to the restroom. After her colleague left, Pei looked at Zhou Honghong. She was absent-minded, and he noticed. Cousin, huh? Zhou Honghong still buried her head in her bowl, reluctant to look up. He glanced out the window and then reached out to touch the top of her head. Why is your hair wet? When she realized, she quickly tried to dodge. As a result, her movement was too abrupt, causing her knife and fork to fall, splattering sauce onto her clothes. Pei laughed and nonchalantly withdrew his hand. I'll go to the restroom too. Zhou Honghong clutched her bag and stood up hurriedly. She went in the restroom and tried to dab the sauce stain with water. Then she called out her colleague's name, but got no response. She tried calling her colleague, but only got a busy tone. Zhou Honghong was unsure if her colleague really had something to do, or if she was in cahoots with Pei. After she exited, she walked to the end of the corridor. She had no intention of eating anyway, so this was a good opportunity to update Cheng Yi on the situation. Cheng Yi was pondering the 4 words in the text message. The reason Zhou Honghong didn't answer who was treating meant that it was either a pretty boy or someone surnamed Zhang, or perhaps another man altogether. Zhou Honghong was just slightly better looking. She couldn't compare to those flamboyant women in the city. The men in this city seemed to have never seen the world, flocking around women who were already taken. Cheng Yi was very displeased, reclining on the sofa and smoking, waiting gloomily for her detailed explanation. When Zhou Honghong called, it had just barely beeped once when Cheng Yi picked up, but he didn't say a word. She called out a couple of times, but got no response. Sure enough, his bad habit had flared up again. She recalled that she was still in the phase of being his servant. So, she said coldly, Cheng Yi, listen to me carefully. What is it? He took a puff of smoke, maintaining a normal tone. Zhou Honghong briefly explained why Pei was accompanying them this time. Cheng Yi scoffed. Why didn't you say so in the morning? She was momentarily stunned. She and intended to hide it. She just thought there was no need to mention it since she had little to do with Pei, better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Who knew that Pei would suddenly treat? She calmly replied, I have nothing to do with him. I'll be back at the hotel soon. He tightened his voice. Zhou Honghong, don't let anyone fool you. If you end up crying, I won't care. I won't. She automatically ignored the latter part of his sentence. Really? Of course. Cheng Yi was silent for a moment, took a few puffs of smoke, and said, All right, I believe you. Zhou Honghong was slightly taken aback. She thought he would mock her again, but unexpectedly, he believed her. She had been thinking about his good qualities today, so she didn't want to argue with him. She gently said, I'll be home tomorrow, clean the floor, and wait for my inspection. Nothing could please Cheng Yi more than this gentle tone. His earlier anger vanished without a trace. Wife, come back early. Not only will I clean the floor, but I'll also wash myself clean for you to trample on. Zhou Honghong had experienced too many instances of his unprovoked sarcasm, and now his change brought her a joyful relief after hardship. He was finally willing to talk to her and believed her words. After ending the call, Zhou Honghong glanced over at Pei and unexpectedly saw a woman, Fu Zishi. She was standing close to a man. Another man in a pink shirt was bending slightly, resting his arm on Pei's shoulder. Zhou Honghong hesitated for a moment and then walked over to that table. Fu Zishi, who had been listening blankly to the conversation between Wang Chun and Pei, suddenly saw Zhou Honghong and appeared very surprised. You're here too. Then she turned to the man beside her and said, Xia Qing, this is Zhou Honghong. We were chatting in the afternoon. Xiaqing glanced at Zhou Honghong and smiled lightly. Zhou Honghong politely returned the smile and turned to Fu Zishi, appearing much friendlier. Mrs. Xiao, what a coincidence. Yes. Fu Zishi nodded with a smile and shook Xiaqing's hand. This is my husband, he is great. Zhou Honghong smiled even wider. He truly was great, both in looks and demeanor. When Wang Chun saw Zhou Honghong, he searched his memory and then whispered in Tu Pei's ear, "Isn't this the good girl you've been drawing for the past few months?" Tu Pei forced a smile. You remembered wrong. Don't play tricks on her. Wang Chun straightened up and smiled charmingly at Zhou Honghong. Hello, good girl. Little Tu has had a twisted mind since childhood. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. Zhou Honghong hadn't paid much attention to Wang Chun before, but now that she looked at him, she realized he also had peach blossom eyes. However, his were completely different from Cheng Yi's wickedness. This man appeared harmless. As for Tu Pei, she silently lowered her head. Wang Chun understood and sat down on his own. Little Tu, there's no day like today. Why don't you treat today? Zhou Honghong was just about to find an excuse to slip away when Wang Chun added, Good girl, don't be polite, sit. Fu Zishi also smiled at Zhou Honghong. For a moment, Zhou Honghong found it hard to refuse. After that, there was no opportunity left. During the meal, Zhou Honghong only chatted with Fu Zishi, unable to insert herself into the topics of the other three men. Fu Zizhong looked at Tu Pei curiously and asked Zhou Honghong, Is he the boyfriend who treats you well and poorly? Zhou Honghong quickly shook her head. Wang Chun leaned closer to Tu Pei and whispered, Is this good girl taken? Tu Pei smiled. So what if she is? Wang Chun smiled silently and instructed the waiter to clear all the previous dishes. Tu Pei reminded that the 3 bowls of thick soup had just been served, so don't waste them. He was about to serve the soup to Zhou Honghong when Wang Chun intervened, saying it had gone cold and they should serve it again. Tu Pei paused and said, All right then. That female colleague still hadn't returned. After finishing the meal, Tu Pei took the initiative to suggest sending Zhou Honghong back, but Wang Chun pulled him back. I've arranged some activities for you. Let's have a good time together. After you go to S-City, you can keep thinking of me. Zhou Honghong found this strange and looked at Wang Chun. What she didn't know was that Wang Chun's appearance had thwarted the plan for that bowl of soup. Due to the mutual understanding between Fu Zishi and Zhou Honghong, Xiaqing politely asked Zhou Honghong if she wanted a ride when leaving. Zhou Honghong declined. Fu Zishi felt a bit disappointed, saying, You can come play again in the future. I'll remember your name. I won't forget. Zhou Honghong smiled and nodded. Okay. I won't forget you either. Xiaqing held the happy Fu Zishi's hand and slowly walked towards the parking lot. Zhou Honghong looked back at their figures. When she had just stepped out of the restaurant, she noticed Xiaqing's difficulty in walking. However, what made her turn back was not the man's leg issues, nor the woman's childish talk, but the love they had for each other. Zhou Honghong looked forward to the day when Cheng Yi and she could walk down the street, and others could feel their love just as they did. After completing her business trip, Zhou Honghong saw the female colleague from the design department again on the way back. When the female colleague saw Zhou Honghong, a hint of ambiguity flashed across her face. The results of this trip had set the company's gossipers ablaze. The female colleague vividly described how Tu Pei was attentive to Zhou Honghong and even paid her a fee for the meal they had together. As for the leisure activities after dinner, everyone's imaginations ran wild. The fun in the gossip camp was simply that the more dramatic the romantic lives were, the better, and the more complex the characters, the better. Thus, the female model who had previously been in a passionate relationship with Tu Pei finally exploded in the company, revealing an extremely explosive piece of news. She had long known Zhou Honghong because Tu Pei had drawn many sketches of her. However, Tu Pei's attitude towards Zhou Honghong in the company remained cold, and so did Zhou Honghong's. The truth was elusive. When Zhou Honghong returned home, she was still the domineering queen, bossing Cheng Yi around with great pride. Although Cheng Yi mostly complied, his lewd nature gradually became hard to suppress. In front of Zhou Honghong, he was watching Japanese adult films, accompanied by various vulgar tunes. Zhou Honghong was infuriated and scolded him. He retorted, You flaunt your big breasts in front of me every day and won't let me touch them. If I use your photo while I do it, you won't be happy either. Who do you expect me to use? Can't you think of something serious? He smirked Having kids is serious business. Otherwise, did you think we just popped out of a rock? You. Zhou Honghong couldn't argue anymore and went to delete his videos. He praised. I also think that one isn't good looking. Wifey, our tastes are quite similar, aren't they? Let us play with something else next time. In the end, Zhou Honghong was so angry she couldn't even respond. A few days later, Cheng Yi received a multimedia message from an unknown number. It was a photo. The composition was decent, but the male figure in it was extremely annoying. In the photo, Zhou Honghong had her head down, and her profile looked very good. Toupee was caressing her hair, looking deeply affectionate. The setting seemed to be in a Western restaurant. Cheng Yi examined it for a while, his expression quite calm. And he simply said 2 words, very good. Chapter 54. Cheng Yi put a cigarette in his mouth, just lighting it when he heard Zhou Honghong's footsteps. He quickly locked his phone screen. When Zhou Honghong came out and saw him sitting on the sofa, she asked, "Where's my breakfast?" Nowadays, Cheng Yi was responsible for breakfast every day. He had to get up early to buy it, and she had stayed away from the kitchen for a while. Cheng Yi smiled, heating it up in the kitchen. She was about to go to the kitchen, but seeing his cigarette made her unhappy. She walked over, snatched the cigarette from him, and said, "If you keep smoking, I want to talk to you." He tossed his phone aside, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulled her closer. "I listen to you so much. Don't you think I deserve some reward?" She looked at him disdainfully. "You smell like smoke. It stinks." "I didn't even light that cigarette." He kissed her once, then again, before diving into a deep kiss. Zhou Honghong clung to his shoulders, gripping his hard muscles. He became restless, his hands moving inside her clothes. She struggled to get away, but he held her tighter. When he pulled away from her lips, his breath was heavy. Touching his wife felt great. She hit him hard. "You shameless. These breasts, at least I helped make them big." He squeezed again, hearing her let out a sound. And he chuckled. "Zhou Honghong, don't forget who made your breasts big. I may not have made a contribution, but I've suffered. Haven't I?" She fiercely retorted. "Get off me. I'm going to eat breakfast." He purposely nudged her with his lower body. "Big guy misses you. Think about your own business." "What does that have to do with me?" Zhou Honghong stood up to leave. Cheng Yi pulled her back for another kiss. "Wifey, I've been holding back for a long time. Then keep holding back." She laughed mischievously. "Unfortunately, my aunt just happened to come over." His face darkened. "When is she leaving?" "Oof." She didn't answer and pushed past him towards the kitchen. Cheng Yi followed her in, focused on his own benefits. He said sweetly, "Wifey." "Good wifey, we haven't done it in a long time." She shot him a glance. "Don't you have hands? Can those compare to your hole?" He leaned closer, nibbling on her earlobe, murmuring, "Wifey, I want to go in." Zhou Honghong puffed out her cheeks, looking displeased. "You didn't say those 3 words the other day." Cheng Yi understood now, smirking mischievously. "So, it's because of this that you won't let me?" At that moment, she really wanted to rip his face off. "Stop messing around. I still have to go work later." He nodded and stepped back out of the kitchen. "Once your visitor leaves, I'll tell you." She glared at his back. "Why aren't you saying it now?" He didn't turn back. "I'm afraid that if I say it, you'll get too excited. This is a sensitive time. I can't bear to see you burning with desire." Zhou Honghong angrily finished her breakfast, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the company. While waiting for the elevator in the lobby, she ran into Huang Ying and 2 other female colleagues from different departments. Zhou Honghong politely greeted them. Huang Ying noticed that Zhou Honghong had been getting out of taxis several times and connected it to the previous rumors. Guessing that Zhou Honghong must be living with Cheng Yi, Huang Ying felt quite unwilling. It wasn't just about Cheng Yi, but also about Zhang Lemon and Toupee's attention towards Zhou Honghong, which annoyed her. After exiting the elevator, the 3 women were not heading in the same direction as Zhou Honghong. Huang Ying chatted with one of the HR female colleagues about the allocation of employee dormitories. After a while, she walked into the administrative department. The advertising samples for the lingerie products had already been sent over, and Zhou Honghong forwarded them to the relevant personnel for review. She learned a lot from this job. Recently, her manager had started asking her to help with the preparations for the English official website, which made her even busier. She felt quite fulfilled with the busy work, but her relationships with her colleagues were somewhat distant. She attributed this to her own reserved personality, but didn't know how to break through. Luckily, she had Cheng Yi. She calculated the days of her probation period, thinking that if everything went smoothly and she was confirmed, she would treat the bull at home to a good meal and reward him with a few kisses. After Zhou Honghong started work, Cheng Yi visited Gu Yixing's company. He had been slacking off lately. A sudden photo reignited his spirit. Since someone was eyeing his woman, he would accompany them to the end. In fact, when it came to playing tricks, Cheng Yi was not lacking either. He had been entering casinos since the 3rd or 4th grade of elementary school. At first, he just watched others play and placed bets in his mind. Later, as his chances of winning increased, he actually joined the game. He had no special abilities. He just played mind games and estimated probabilities. Cheng Yi was well aware of the dealer's tricks, but never exposed them. Moreover, he would deliberately lose some money to avoid making the dealer's expression too unpleasant. After playing for a while, the casino owner wanted to rope him in, but Cheng Yi used the old man's reputation as a shield. Gu Yixing once said that if Cheng Yi was really willing, the scale of Hong would far exceed the current 3-story building. Cheng Yi was just lazy. Half of his mind was on playing with his woman. When Gu Yixing saw Cheng Yi, he was almost in tears. Bro, you finally showed up. I miss Hong with so much. I don't even know where to find fun now. Cheng Yi smirked. You can ask Tang Jiming to arrange for you a home service. She's quite proud now and will listen to your arrangements. Hong was closed. She isn't looking for a new job, just waiting for you. Sometimes Gu Yixing felt that Tang Jiming had feelings for Cheng Yi, but he couldn't find evidence. Cheng Yi didn't continue the topic of Honghua. He played with a lighter and said, I came this time to ask for your help to check on someone. Gu Yixing agreed without hesitation. When Cheng Yi mentioned the surname Dou, Gu Yixing frowned. That surname was quite rare. Who cares about that? They've been eyeing my woman for months. I wanted to deal with him for a long time. Cheng Yi habitually took out a cigarette and was about to light it when he remembered what Zhou Honghong said in the morning, so he stopped. Gu Yixing understood that Cheng Yi usually didn't care about anything, but the matter with Zhou Honghong tugged at his heart. He suddenly remembered the person Cheng Yi had asked him to look for last time and said, there are some leads on Adonis. I'll send you the information once I confirm it. Cheng Yi acknowledged and sat for a while before heading to Honghua. He hadn't been to the shop for a while, and the seal had already been torn down. After the new year, Zheng Huan had asked when they would renovate again. Cheng Yi only replied that they would take it slow. He had a feeling that some things still needed to be pondered. On the night of the fire, Hong was still sealed. Based on the clues provided by the police, the likelihood of the fire being started inside the shop was low. He entered the shop and turned on the lights. Inside, it was still a mess. The 2nd floor was okay, but the 3rd floor was a sight to behold. He walked around the 3rd floor and then stopped in front of a half-open fireproof glass. This brand has decent quality. He looked out the window opposite, which was an old residential building. Following the angle of the window, he found the corresponding window of that building. So he searched the ground again for something. The fire had been quite fierce, and all he found was ashes. Cheng Yi finally scanned the surroundings one last time before leaving. Then, he called Zheng Huan to meet at a tea house to discuss the renovation of Honghua. Zheng Huan seemed quite surprised. He thought he would have to wait a while longer before Cheng Yi would be interested in dealing with the shop. Cheng Yi lazily said, if I don't work, I want to be able to support my wife. Zheng Huan smiled. He never pried into Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong's relationship. Cheng Yi was not an elegant person and didn't understand tea. This tea house was a place Zhou Honghong had brought him to before, and he thought it was a good place to talk business. After discussing the main matters with Zheng Huan, Cheng Yi checked the time and went to tease Zhou Honghong, resulting in her scolding him. Cheng Yi laughed happily, planning how he would have fun once her relatives left. While browsing Dou Pei's personal information, Cheng Yi saw a familiar name, Wang Chen. He didn't expect Dou Pei to be Wang Chen's cousin. His interactions with Wang Chen were limited to that time with the chubby girl. However, Gu Yixing reminded him over the phone that Wang Chen and my brother are best friends. You still need to consider Wang Chen's feelings. It was said that he had a very good relationship with his cousin. Cheng Yi casually agreed. The waitress at that Western restaurant provided information that one of the 3 bowls of thick soup that night had special seasoning added. It was indicated by Dou Pei. When Cheng Yi saw this, a chill ran through him. Zhou Honghong curiously peeked into the study, and seeing his bad complexion, she gently asked, "What's wrong with you?" Cheng Yi shut down the computer, took a breath, and said, "It's nothing." She walked in, rested her hand on his shoulder, and said, "Why do you have a long face all day?" He wrapped his arms around her slender waist based on their positions. Who told you not to take care of me? You can't think of anything else to say. He touched her lower body. Have your relatives left? She huffed, not so soon. Wife, wait until that's over before you come to seduce me. Get out now. Don't show up in front of me. After Dou Pei returned from his business trip, he didn't provoke Zhou Honghong again. He also didn't expect Cheng Yi to come looking for him. What he didn't expect even more was that Cheng Yi declared war in this manner. Dou Pei had a dark history during his youth, which Wang Chun had settled later. With Wang Chun's background, no one dared to mention it again. Dou Pei stared at the video in his inbox, his anger unabated. You good for nothing, Cheng Yi. Chapter 55. Dou Pei had once investigated Cheng Yi. He had no degree and ran a medium-sized bar. The business was good, but he was involved in unsavory dealings. How could the conservative Zhou Honghong be interested in such a thug? The youngest son of the Gu family admired Cheng Yi, but the eldest son had a lukewarm relationship with him. The real power in the Gu family was with Gu Yihui, and Gu Yisheng posed little threat. After Dou Pei met Wang Chun last time, he faded from thoughts of Zhou Honghong. First, Dou Pei understood that he didn't truly need her, at most. It was just the unwillingness of unrequited love. Secondly, it was because of Wang Chen's advice. Wang Chun had some strange sayings such as, this woman, her beauty lies in the fact that she doesn't belong to you. If she loves you, you won't cherish her. As time passes, she will surely be less beautiful than in your painting. Dou Pei's plan that day indeed ended once he got what he wanted. However, when choosing between a narcotic or an aphrodisiac, he chose the narcotic. Upon reflection, this decision left him a way out. The narcotic was not a necessity, especially since he didn't like defiling corpses. Never mind, he didn't care for someone like Zhou Honghong, who was older. So after returning from his business trip, Dou Pei acted as if he didn't know Zhou Honghong. He was aware of the gossip in the company, but chose not to clarify. Ultimately, he still harbored some malice, but he had been trying to find a new girlfriend. Dou Pei had retreated. Who would have thought that Cheng Yi would be so provocative? Dou Pei looked at the several teenagers in the video, his expression dark. He had forgotten how long he had been smoking during that time. His memory was very hazy. Back then, it was just a rebellious phase of self-destructive behavior, mixed with an overestimation of his self-control. Later, when the cravings hit, he indulged with those people, seeking pleasure. When Wang Chun learned of this, he pulled Dou Pei out. And that wasn't all. Wang Chun even dismantled that drug den. Dou Pei was confined at home for over half a year before he was released. He hadn't changed much. He was still reclusive and proud. Those days seemed as if they had never happened. If it weren't for Cheng Yi bringing up old matters, Dou Pei would have indeed sealed that memory. However, what Dou Pei didn't understand was how Cheng Yi dared to bring this up without a strong background. Dou Pei contacted Cheng Yi the day after receiving the video. Cheng Yi ignored him. The renovation work for Hong were resumed, and he finally had something to do during the day. Zhou Honghong was a bit curious about why he suddenly got busy again. He chuckled, Wife, I work hard to earn money, and you work hard to spend it. Don't you think we are a perfect match? Zhou Honghong felt a bit embarrassed. She had recently bought a bunch of inexplicable items and felt quite guilty. Let's eat at home from now on. Eating out is too expensive every day. Aren't you busy? Cheng Yi really wanted to eat the meal she cooked. But upon hearing her mention the heavy workload at her company, he didn't want to burden her further. How about this weekend? Zhou Honghong had indeed been busy lately and wanted him to take care of her when she got home. Cheng Yi smiled and agreed. By the weekend, aunt and relatives should have left. Before the weekend arrived, Cheng Yi encountered an unexpected interception one day on his way back. The timing was quite coincidental. That afternoon, he had sent his car for waxing and didn't want to wait at the shop, so he decided to take a taxi home. However, it was hard to hail a cab at that shift change time, so he walked a bit. Before he reached a bustling area, several unfriendly men approached him. He didn't know where these thugs came from, but after a few whistles, they showed their hostile faces. The street wasn't too deserted, but passers-by quickly avoided them. Cheng Yi roughly assessed the combat power of this group. He smirked, what a bunch of losers. Well, he used to place bets at underground fighting arenas. He was good at judging the strength differences between fighters. Back in the day, when Cheng Yi first saw Zhou Feiyong, he immediately placed a bet on the boxing wolf. Now, these few in front of him were nothing but show without any real foundation. Although Cheng Yi was not a professional fighter, he had rich practical experience from his childhood to his teenage years. To him, the level of these few was not worth his concern. The leader, showing off exaggerated tattoos on his arms, glared at Cheng Yi with his thick brows. Cheng Yi's gaze shifted, becoming as cold as a Shura. At that moment, he exuded an ominous aura. One of the lackeys suddenly whispered, "I heard he's the undefeated general of the casino. Could he be a monster? Don't scare yourself." The leader spat and ordered to attack, then quickly retreated. When Zhou Honghong returned home, Cheng Yi wasn't back yet. She was surprised. He had been arriving home earlier than her lately and had been sweetly bringing her slippers. She thought maybe something had delayed him at the shop. After a tiring day, Zhou Honghong took a shower and then curled up on the sofa, watching TV waiting for Cheng. During a commercial break for a melodramatic TV show, she switched to a news channel and saw a report about a brawl. By the time the police arrived, both parties had already dispersed. But according to witnesses from nearby shops, it was just a story of one man fighting. The other side had many people, but they were all mediocre. Zhou Honghong casually glanced before switching back to the TV drama, but the cheating plot made her feel worse and worse. She muttered about the characters in the show. How can there be such annoying people? The sound of keys came from outside, and she jumped up to the door, opening it to find Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow, pouting. "What are you doing, covering with a quilt?" Zhou Honghong adjusted her expression and asked, "Where have you been? It's so late." He leaned in and gave her a peck. "I sent the car for waxing. I walked for a long time before I could hail a cab." She nodded. "Are you hungry? Let us go out to eat. Wait for me to change my clothes first," Cheng Yi said, heading towards the bedroom. Zhou Honghong was puzzled. Why change clothes just to go out for a meal? It's dirty. He didn't explain further and directly took off his shirt. She followed him in, took his clothes, and put them in the old clothes basket, her actions habitual and natural. Cheng Yi put on a shirt, looking at her back, then leaned in and hugged her from behind. "Wife, you're really good to me." She turned around in his embrace, looking at his mischievous expression, unable to help but pout. "I don't want to be good to you. If you were a bit more honest, that would be even better." Zhou Honghong smiled and helped him fasten his buttons. Cheng Yi had a faint scar on his chest, a mark from his grandfather. He had several such old wounds on him. She casually asked, "Were you particularly disobedient when you were young, so your grandfather punished you?" "Of course. I've done all sorts of mischief. What has a your man done?" His tone was somewhat proud. "You little rascal." She playfully slapped him. He seized the opportunity to grab her hand, adding, "Even if I were obedient, the old man still wouldn't like me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Honghong felt a bit sad. Although it was all in the past, Cheng Yi had endured beatings in the 20 years before he met her. She didn't understand why his grandfather placed such importance on pure bloodlines when Cheng Yi was more accomplished than Cheng Hao. "Feeling sorry for me?" Cheng Yi noticed her sympathetic expression and smiled as he pulled her closer. "The best thing the old man ever did for me was to promise you to me. As for the beatings before, just consider it the price I paid." Zhou Honghong wrapped her arms around him. "Cheng Yi, let us stay like this forever." After this, Cheng Yi finally returned Zhou Pei's call, saying, "Spit it out quickly." Zhou Pei mentioned a time and place. When he saw Cheng Yi, his first question was, "Where did you get that video?" Cheng Yi's smile was cold to the bone. "Who do you think you are for me to answer you?" Zhou Pei's face darkened. "You're quite bold. I already knew about this matter. I didn't and need your reminder." Cheng Yi was very relaxed, but there was a sharp aura about him. "Just afraid that you'll be bold, but not live long." Cheng Yi chuckled. "Let us see if that is the case." Zhou Pei narrowed his eyes. The reason he arranged to meet here was to reach an understanding. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yi didn't appreciate it at all. Cheng Yi played with his lighter, meeting Zhou Pei's scrutinizing gaze. Zhou Pei took a sip of coffee. "So there's nothing to discuss? Who told you to mess with my woman?" Zhou Pei laughed. "I was going to apologize for this matter. I did put in the effort, but I wouldn't touch her," saying that was quite ridiculous. However, after thinking for a long time, he reached this conclusion. "Do you expect me to believe you?" Cheng Yi's tone rose. "I came back from a business trip, and I have a new girlfriend now. I haven't bothered her again." Zhou Pei stated casually. Besides, she didn't even drink that soup. There's really no loss at all. Cheng Yi detected something off. "What about the photo?" "What photo?" Zhou Pei frowned. Cheng Yi stopped fiddling, thinking about something that had been sent to him days ago. "I don't know." Cheng Yi lowered his head, Pondering. Zhou Pei seemed to recall as well. The person outside? Cheng Yi remained silent, but his expression grew even more serious. Zhou Pei now understood why Cheng Yi had gone to investigate the Western restaurant. It turned out that the photo had been the catalyst. At that time, I thought the one taking the photo was sent by you. The drugging part was my doing, but the photo wasn't he. Chapter 56. Cheng Yi recalled the thugs he had encountered yesterday. Looking up at Zhou Pei, so you saw the person who took the photo? Zhou Pei smiled ambiguously and lightly tapped the table. That common face, I can't remember what he looks like anymore. Cheng Yi snorted. Then let us wait until you remember before we talk. His arrogance displeased Zhou Pei. If you dare to expose that thing, your life will be over. You don't need to worry about that. Cheng Yi finished and left decisively. Zhou Pei yelled after him. Cheng Yi pretended not to hear and walked straight out of the restaurant. He and T truly cut off his own path. He had a woman he needed to protect, so he wouldn't act recklessly. When Gu Yisheng found the video, Wang Chun received the news and took the initiative to contact Cheng Yi. On the phone, Wang Chun was chuckling, "Boss Cheng, my cousin has always liked to play tricks since he was young. However, he really won't do anything extremely wicked. I guarantee he won't have any improper thoughts about your wife anymore. So, if you only want to play some harmless pranks in return, then that's fine." The implication was very clear. In Cheng Yi's view, the video was indeed quite harmless. Moreover, knowing that Wang Chun helped Zhou Honghong, Cheng Yi felt he should give Wang Chun some face. Of course, if Wang Chun handled it himself, that would be even better. Cheng Yi's mind was now focused on the third-party forces taking photos. He recalled being intercepted yesterday. The quality of that group as thugs was too poor and should not belong to the Zhou Pei side. Just by comparison, he felt that the bodyguards at Hong were of above-average quality. After picking up his car, he returned to the store. The renovation workers hadn't arrived yet, so he went to check on the fireproof glass window. Whether the window was opened accidentally or intentionally was still unclear. He thought of the drug-related incident before the fire, called Zheng Ho Wan, and after explaining, he checked the time and went home for a good sleep. On this day, Zhou Honghong was called in by the HR department to discuss the issue of employee dormitories. In the past month, Zhou Honghong had rarely stayed in the dormitory. The head of the HR department gently explained that new employees were gradually joining the company, making dormitory arrangements quite tight. Zhou Honghong naturally understood what this meant and proactively offered to give up her spot. However, the HR person added that a new employee would report next Monday, hoping Zhou Honghong could move out in the next couple of days. After finishing her conversation with HR, Zhou Honghong called Cheng Yi. Originally, they had planned to go eat lamb spine hot pot that day, but considering the move, she thought it would be best to move tonight since she didn't have much to pack, to avoid disturbing Li Ying's sleep on the weekend. Cheng Yi's voice on the other end was somewhat drowsy. "Wife, did I wake you?" Zhou Honghong could tell he had definitely been sleeping. "Yeah," he replied vaguely, not knowing the time, and asked, "Going for hot pot?" "Not going today. I want to move out of the company dormitory tonight, so I won't come over tomorrow since it's Saturday." Cheng Yi had long wanted her to give up that dormitory, but the moving time was indeed very rushed. "Why the rush?" Zhou Honghong explained what HR had said, then said, "You go back to sleep for a while. I'll go back to the dormitory to pack up, and you can come pick me up later." "All right." Cheng Yi turned over and sat up, recalling the dream he had just had, and said in a muffled voice, "Wife, I just dreamed of you. You were sitting on my big sculpture, and that thing was bouncing so much." Zhou Honghong really wanted to slap him. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I have to work." Cheng Yi hummed a few times, and she hurriedly hung up the phone. After Zhou Honghong returned to the dormitory from work, Li Ying was not there. Zhou Honghong guessed the finance department must be working overtime again. She had previously taken some daily necessities over to Cheng Yi's place, and what was left here were pots, pans, bowls, and winter clothes. She had only organized for a short while when Cheng Yi called, saying he was downstairs. Zhou Honghong pressed the door button for him. "Why did you come so early?" "I haven't finished packing yet. Nothing to do anyway." Cheng Yi walked in her dormitory and saw her pots and pans, teasing, "Wife, you're so diligent wherever you go." She shot him a glare, pointing at the neatly arranged storage box. "Move this downstairs." He frowned. "How many boxes do you have in total?" "Just that box for clothes." She tugged at the plastic bag in her hand. "I'll find a few big bags for the kitchenware." "I can't find any boxes for a while." "Let's carry it down together then." He self-consciously walked over to sit on a nearby chair. I'm afraid it's too heavy and hard to lift. Can it be heavier than you? His smile carried a hint of lewdness. Wife, I can carry you while walking. Do you believe that? She felt a bit angry, afraid that someone passing by would hear him. You really don't consider the occasion when you speak. Cheng Yi continued to smile. You take your time packing. Zhou Honghong didn't want to pay attention to him when she saw his smile. Later, thinking that if Li Ying came back and saw Cheng Yi, it would be awkward, she hurried him to her bedroom. When Li Ying returned, she found it strange to see Zhou Honghong busy moving at this late hour. What's going on? Zhou Honghong had to explain again about the shortage of employee dormitory spots. Li Ying was even more surprised. How is that possible? The 7th and 8th floors are empty. Zhou Honghong was stunned. Li Ying seemed to think of something, hesitated, and finally spoke. I heard a female colleague in my department mention your situation. I didn't really believe it, but they were quite convincing. What situation? Zhou Honghong had a bad feeling. Li Ying briefly summarized the story of 1 woman and 3 men. And seeing Zhou Honghong's shocked expression, she guessed that those must be exaggerated rumors. Some women in the company were interested in dough pay. And perhaps that's why you're moving dormitories. After digesting this story, Zhou Honghong found it extremely ridiculous. She said seriously, the innocent will clear themselves. That Qian is my boyfriend's. I only have a colleague relationship with Zhang Lemon and Dough Pei. Li Ying nodded. I also think you're not that kind of person. They are too malicious to slander you like that. Zhou Honghong fell silent for a few seconds and said, my boyfriend is coming over to help me move tonight. Li Ying's eyes lit up. Really? I really want to meet your boyfriend. I heard he's especially handsome. He's all right. Zhou Honghong felt embarrassed. He's resting in my room. Once I finish packing, he'll come out. Li Ying curiously glanced at the closed bedroom door, then complained. I really don't believe that a new employee will move in next week. Zhou Honghong forced a smile. It doesn't matter. I'm moving anyway. After packing everything up, she went to the bedroom to call Cheng Yi. Sure enough, he was sleeping. After she shook him awake, he smiled and tried to kiss her. She quickly stopped him. My roommate is back. She's outside. He reluctantly got out of bed. She folded the sheets and blankets, stuffing them into the packing bag. In the end, she gave him a kiss. When Cheng Yi came out holding the quilt, Li Ying was really surprised. She smiled warmly and quickly slipped into her own room. On the way home, Zhou Honghong fell a bit down. She never expected her reputation in the company to be so bad. Cheng Yi, waiting for a red light. Pinch your face, wife, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhou Honghong replied with her standard response. He then switched to another topic. Zhou Honghong couldn't understand those rumors. After dinner and returning home, she finally asked, Cheng, why do you say I'm a Chong woman? Cheng Yi didn't expect her to bring up this topic and replied casually, I've been saying this for so many years. Why are you getting hung up on it now? I'm not. She felt wronged, wondering why she was associated with such rumors. You silly. He hugged her. I didn't say you were a Chong woman. I said you were a little Chong woman. You jerk. Zhou Honghong was angry. He grinned, holding her full chest. Aren't you my little Chong woman? Or should I say, my little shopaholic? Upon hearing this, she struggled repeatedly. Cheng Yi held her tightly, nibbling on her earlobe. Zhou Honghong, what do you like to be called? All the names you call are ugly. She looked like she was about to cry. All right, don't cry. He pinched her face. Then you think of a nice name yourself. Zhou Honghong couldn't think of any. Cheng Yi usually just called her wife or her full name. Once he got to the bed, he was all over her. She said, I'm your wife. Nonsense. Cheng Yi smiled as he kissed her on the cheeks, calling her wife. Her voice was still a bit muffled, but it felt good to be called that. He seemed indifferent, responding with a sound. Then his body pressed closer and closer. Good wife. Has that annoying relative of yours left? Can't you think of something else? She tugged at his arm. What is more meaningful than a rough wife? Cheng Yi couldn't wait to help her lie down on the sofa, lifting her shirt and reaching into her underwear. When Zhou Honghong felt his hand on her chest, she let out a soft gasp. Cheng Yi had been holding back for a month, so she didn't want to make excuses to push him away anymore. But today she had been tidying up and was sweating, so she said, I haven't showered yet. Let us make out for a bit first. Then I can wash while we do it, and after I'm done, we can continue. Cheng Yi forcefully pulled down her pants, noticing she wasn't resisting as much as last time, and he placed her left leg on the back of the sofa. She lightly kicked him, feeling dusty and sweaty from the dormitory. Cheng Yi hurriedly kneaded her chest a few times, then picked her up, saying, "I'll keep you company." When Zhou Honghong was carried into the bathroom, all her clothes had been removed by Cheng Yi. She thought he would join her, but unexpectedly he tossed out, "Wife, you wash yourself," and turned to leave. When he came back in, Cheng Yi had a cigarette in his mouth, leaning against the sink, watching her movements. Although Zhou Honghong's hands and feet were rough, her skin was quite fair, and amidst the snowy whiteness, two striking points of cherry red quietly stood under the flowing water. Zhou Honghong caught his lewd gaze, paired with his wicked aura, making her feel like he was being vulgar. She turned her back to him, but still felt his scrutinizing eyes. So she turned her head and glared at him. "What are you staring at if you're not washing? Do you want to be teased, wife?" He tossed the cigarette aside, chuckling, quickly stripped off his clothes. "See, I'm here now." Zhou Honghong and Cheng Yi had a tacit understanding in such matters. His various techniques could definitely bring her to cloud nine, and he delivered on his promises, even if what he said was quite inappropriate. She had already gone through several rounds of confusion, yet he was still galloping like a wild horse. Zhou Honghong was exhausted, her voice hoarse, pleading, "Cheng Yi, tired. Just a little longer, just a little longer." At the moment of climax, Cheng Yi asked, "Wife, can I stay inside this time?" She couldn't even speak, just nodded randomly, and then trembled again. The next morning, Zhou Honghong was, as usual, sore and in pain. When Cheng Yi, refreshed, went out to buy breakfast and returned, she was still lying in bed. Cheng Yi came in to get her up, lifting the blanket and patting her. She waved him away like shooing a mosquito. "Go away." He held her hand. "Zhou Honghong, I've served you, and you don't want to take responsibility now, do you?" She yelled, "I'm done. You are just impatient and lack exercise." He chuckled and picked her up. Zhou Honghong bit his hand. "I'm not cooking for you today. Then let us go eat. Your favorite lamb, spine hot pot. But I just want to lie here." She was really tired. "Are you that tired?" Cheng Yi squeezed her chest, working hard. "I'm putting in effort, and you're so soft. Just one place is working." She broke free from his embrace, burrowing back into the blankets, turning her back to him and ignoring him. He lay down next to her, hugging her from behind, conceding, "All right, if you want to sleep, just sleep." She felt his change and kicked him with her feet. "Mind your own business." He crossed his legs and pinned her down. "You shrew." Zhou Honghong remembered something and turned to look at him. "You didn't say those 3 words last night." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi smiled, his eyes filled with joy, leaning his forehead against hers, whispering, "Wife, I love you the most." She was stunned. Recently, there had been many cloudy days, and their room had thick curtains, so there was no sunlight. But at this moment, looking at his smile, she truly saw the sun. The Cheng Yi she saw many years ago in the cinema in Wushan town was just like this, clean and warm. At that time, she never thought that one day in the future, he would smile at her like this. This man she loved to the core finally didn't just say he loved her in bed. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. He saw her reaction, feeling helpless, and could only kiss and hug her. "Wife, don't cry." But Zhou Honghong tightened her grip on him, crying even harder. She didn't know why she was crying, whether it was for her previous grievances or the sweetness that followed hardships. However, she had surging emotions in her heart with nowhere to release them. "Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi." Cheng Yi reached for the tissue box on the bedside table, pulled out a few tissues, and gently helped her wipe her tears. "Wife, I'm here." Zhou Honghong choked on his name, and he responded her one by one. After a while, she cried herself out, nestled in his arms, and with her eyes closed, she fell asleep. Cheng Yi rolled into the blanket with her, gazing at her tear-streaked face. The luckiest thing in his life was being with this woman. She was awkward, she was gloomy, and she liked to hit and scold him. But she loved him more than anyone else. Zhou Honghong returned to the kitchen to cook on Sunday, which delighted Cheng Yi. He busied himself in the kitchen, serving plates and handing over sauces, being very diligent and occasionally stealing a kiss, making him even more satisfied. While chatting at the dining table, Zhou Honghong's mood was as bright as the morning sun as she chased Cheng, asking when he started liking her. Cheng Yi was a bit indifferent to this question, but under her relentless questioning, he finally replied, "I don't know." At first, when he was with her, he just considered her the best candidate for a good wife. As for when he fell in love with her, he really didn't know. Upon hearing this, she seemed to recall something and murmured, I've liked you for a long time. A very long time. I know. Cheng Yi was very certain about this. Zhou Honghong turned to look at him. How do you know? Because when you see me with other women, you look like you're about to cry. She bit her lower lip. You're talking nonsense. He said playfully, also, when I didn't acknowledge you as my wife, you wanted to cry too. Later, when I entered your hole, you were proud. You shameless rogue. Clearly, at that time, she was worried about the possibility of pregnancy. She followed this topic and suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken any safety measures yesterday. Cheng, last night. Could I be pregnant? Maybe. He said those 3 words with a nonchalant attitude. She pondered his tone and shrank back. She wasn't sure if he really wanted child. However, Cheng Yi's peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up. Wife, let us have a baby. Zhou Honghong was speechless. He smiled brightly. Lying next to her, let us have a baby like you. You won't have to worry about getting married in the future. She twitched the corner of her mouth. What if the baby doesn't look like me? He laughed even more happily. If one doesn't work, we'll have 2. If that doesn't work, we can have 3. We'll definitely have a little Honghong. Zhou Honghong didn't know if Cheng Yi suddenly wanted a child because of what his second aunt said during the new year. She felt he didn't quite understand the normal procedures. He still hadn't mentioned getting a marriage certificate. She had heard from colleagues that before having a child, one needed to apply for a birth permit. Legally, she and Cheng Yi had no relationship at all. She pondered this matter in her heart. She is no longer as confused as she used to be. She thinks that one day she might give him a hint if the opportunity arises. On Monday, Zhou Honghong went to the company and started paying attention to her colleagues' conversations. Now she understands what those curious glances from her colleagues were about before. Moreover, since last month, Zhang Lemon has stopped inviting her to lunch frequently. She suspects that Zhang Lemon must have heard those rumors as well. She doesn't know how to explain it, so she can only comfort herself that the innocent will remain innocent. A couple of days later, Zhou Honghong went out for a meeting with a senior colleague from her team. On the way, due to the continuation of some entertainment news, the senior asked Zhou Honghong if she had a boyfriend. Zhou Honghong answered truthfully. The senior, feeling a bit gossipy, continued to ask about Zhang Lemon. Zhou Honghong understood and smiled lightly, saying, he is my classmate. The senior also laughed. Don't mind me. I heard some talk and thought you were dating Zhang Lemon. Zhou Honghong responded politely. However, after this topic, the senior started talking about Dou Pei, saying he was a womanizer in the company and young, pretty girls like this type. After testing Zhou Honghong's reaction, the senior said, I heard last month that you had something going on with Dou Pei and Zhang Lemon. It seems both are false. Zhou Honghong fell silent. The senior continued chattering away. The women in the administrative department are all about gossip. Today someone is having an affair, and tomorrow someone gets dumped. I see you as a quiet girl. How could you do that? The senior continued to share some dubious gossip. The secretary is secretly meeting with a certain executive. A certain executive's wife is ambiguously involved with a male employee, and some beautiful girl married an old man, and so on. Finally, she turned to Zhou Honghong and asked, by the way, is your boyfriend the one who drives a Porsche? Zhou Honghong nodded and smiled. He's from my hometown. We've been together for many years. The senior listened with envy. A marathon love story. Zhou Honghong's lips curled up. In the past, when she talked about Cheng Yi with others, she would have a dodging attitude. Now she finally felt a sense of pride in showing off her love. He is her Cheng Yi, her man. When Zheng Huan handed Cheng Yi the information about the young people from the last ice skating event, Cheng Yi was looking at pictures on his phone. Zheng Huan glanced over and saw the flashy styles. He complimented, looks good. Cheng Yi smiled slightly and then focused on the information. Zheng Huan sat down opposite and said, they are all in it for the money, and on top of that, the other party claims that batch of goods is not high purity. They're just playing around. The warmth on Cheng Yi's face completely faded as he skimmed through the information, asking, where did the other party come from? The North. The North. Cheng Yi Simidet. Our little shop's reputation can reach that far. That's impressive. Zheng Huan maintained a serious expression. To be specific, it's Shangxi. Go on. A rich boss. And then? Zheng Huan glanced at the stack of information. These people just want to make a quick buck. They haven't met the rich boss. They've only heard what the contact told them. This boss may not even be genuinely rich. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment and then asked, on the night of the fire, was there any commotion nearby? Yes. 3 streets away, a company had a celebration that night, and 3 hours before the fire, they had an electronic fireworks show. This fireworks and fire connection sound a bit suspicious, but since it was electronic, the connection is contradictory. Cheng Yi was turning his phone, deep in thought. I have other clues. Zhou Honghong raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Cheng Yi's smile widened, but his eyes were cold. Someone was following my woman. Chapter 57, Catching Bugs. Although the rich boss's actions were targeted at Cheng Yi, there was no major movement from Zhou Honghong's side. However, Cheng Yi still felt uneasy and arranged for someone to protect her. After the renovation of Honghua was restarted, the former core members began to report back one by one. Zheng Huan arranged a private room on the first floor, which served as a temporary meeting room. Looking at the few veteran partners, Cheng Yi smiled and said, "Are you really planning to come back to this little shop?" The strong man responsible for security rubbed his nose and replied honestly, "I have a criminal record. It's hard to find a job." Cheng Yi tossed a cigarette to the strong man. "I heard your wife is pregnant?" The strong man caught the cigarette, his slightly fierce face breaking into a gentle smile. "It's been over 3 months. Then he returned to his fierce demeanor, cursing, "Not long ago, I went to help someone move, trying to earn some money for baby formula. Damn, a bunch of dog-eyed people looking down on others." Cheng Yi lit his own cigarette and said, "During the renovation in the next couple of months, you all keep an eye on things here." The crowd felt delighted upon hearing this. When Honghua was shut down, Cheng Yi said anyone who wanted to stay could stay. But seeing the shop in disarray for several months, they worried if the boss was going to abandon it. Now, they finally felt relieved. Tang Jimian arrived at the door, just in time to hear Cheng Yi's words. She walked in gracefully, her gaze fixed on him, each step captivating. During this renovation period, "Don't delay salaries, big boss." Cheng Yi glanced at her, flicking the ash from his cigarette. "Didn't you say you were busy today? Why are you here?" She casually replied, "Nothing is more important than collecting salaries." After saying this, she smiled sweetly and greeted everyone present. Everyone responded with laughter. Tang Jimian sat beside the strong man, elegantly crossing her legs. "Jiangge, how's your wife doing?" Jiangge chuckled foolishly, "Eating well and sleeping well. Thanks for your prescription last time. No need to be polite." Some people might be curious about Cheng Yi and Tang Jimian's relationship. After all, over the years, Cheng Yi trusted Tang Jimian very much. This kind of tacit partnership in business, coupled with their attractive appearances, made it seem like a good match if there was fate. A few people had heard that Cheng Yi had a mysterious girlfriend, but she hardly ever appeared at Honghua. So they didn't know if this was just a front put up by the boss or if there really was someone. After discussing business, everyone started chatting casually. Tang Jimian voluntarily went to the tea room to brew a pot of tea. As she approached to pour tea for Cheng, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his collar and then slightly lowered her head. On Cheng Yi's neck, there was an ambiguous mark. She didn't know how deep the mark hidden beneath his clothing was, but from what was exposed, it was clear that it must have been a passionate encounter. Tang Jimian certainly knew who that woman was. After knowing Cheng Yi for so many years, he had only guarded himself for one woman. After Zhou Honghong finished the meeting with her senior, there were about 40 minutes until the end of the workday. The senior said that at this time, traffic would be heavy, and by the time they returned to the company, it would be time to get off work, so it was better to go home directly. Zhou Honghong agreed. She didn't want to waste time shuttling between the city and the new district. On her way home by taxi, she passed by the entrance of Honghua. The fleeting view of the store made her feel something was wrong, and she hesitated for a moment before texting Cheng Yi to ask where he was. Cheng Yi replied, "In the store." She then asked the driver to stop and walk back to Honghua. As she looked at the exterior of the building, she realized something was off. The wall of that building was obviously blackened and even peeling, and the neon sign outside was missing. Zhou Honghong uneasily walked to the entrance, only to find the door tightly shut. She hurriedly walked to a nearby newsstand and politely inquired why the place was not open. The lady at the stand replied casually, "It caught fire." Zhou Honghong anxiously asked, "When?" The lady looked at Zhou Honghong curiously. It was before the new year. Zhou Honghong was stunned. Cheng Yi had never mentioned that Honghua had caught fire. He had said it was shut down due to fire safety issues. After thanking the lady, she called him. Her tone was urgent. "Cheng Yi, what's wrong with your shop?" Cheng Yi immediately reacted. "Who did you hear that from? I saw it all. Don't think you can trick me." He decisively asked, "Where's my wife?" I'll go pick you up. Right at the shop door. She patted the door. Why did you lock it? I'm coming right now. Be good. Wait for me. After Cheng Yi coaxed her, the atmosphere turned cold. He scanned the room. My wife is here. Don't mention skating or the fire. Not a word. The crowd was stunned and surprised. Cheng Yi opened the shop door and saw the anxious and angry Zhou Honghong. He took her hand. Wife, it's okay. I don't know whose cigarette, but it burned a few rooms. Zhou Honghong tightly gripped his palm. Cheng Yi's, anyone hurt? No. He shook his head with a smile, pulling her inside. Come on, let us talk inside. She tugged at his clothes with her other hand. She was completely unaware of the incident before the new year. Zhou Honghong felt deeply ashamed. She couldn't share his burdens and even squandered his savings. Cheng Yi turned back to see her biting her lip, looking pitiful, and pinch her cheek. Wife, don't be sad. We can open the shop again in a while. Cheng Yi. I'm sorry, she murmured. He found it amusing. You silly, it's not your fault. She felt uncomfortable and lowered her head, obediently following him. Once they entered the temporary conference room, Cheng Yi wrapped his arm around Zhou Honghong's shoulder, proudly saying, This is my wife, the one I married. A few people recognized Zhou Honghong, while others who hadn't seen the boss's wife in person were surprised at Cheng Yi's taste. So the boss liked this homey type. Hello. Zhou Honghong awkwardly greeted everyone. Hello, boss's wife. They all responded in unison. She felt even more embarrassed. Cheng Yi waved his hand. You all go out first. Wander wherever you like. As Tang Man followed the crowd to the third floor, she deliberately lagged behind and quietly asked Zheng Hoan, I ascend our boss bankrupt? How's he still have money to renovate this shop? Not to mention that the renovation cost on the third floor was wasted. Just this time, the second floor had to be done, let alone the ruins on the third floor. The structural steel must be redone. Zheng Ho pushed his glasses and slowed his pace. Brother Cheng probably doesn't have much money left. At most, he can cover Red Nest's debts. Her brows furrowed. After covering that, there are other expenses, and he still has to pay off various debts. Is he planning to empty himself out to run this? He just emptied his own account. Zheng Hoan smiled, finally speaking the truth. 70% of Brother Cheng's assets are under his girlfriend's name. Tang Man felt a moment of blankness, staring at the backs of a few people ahead. No wonder he was so distracted before the new year. If he doesn't appease this girlfriend well, it will be a huge loss. Zheng Hoan didn't want to explain further and reminded her, You must not say this in front of Brother Cheng. I know how to keep my distance. Seeing Tang Man's somewhat stiff smile, Zheng Hoan secretly sighed, saying, Brother Cheng can't live without Sister Zhou. After following Cheng Yi for so many years, he had only seen Jieyi and Zhou Honghong. Jieyi was already a thing of the past, but Cheng Yi was unwilling to let Zhou Honghong become a part of the past. Zheng Hoan felt that his boss and friend was actually deeply in love with her. Tang Man recovered from her earlier days. I know. Perhaps. Aside from Zhou Honghong, Cheng Yi had never really looked at another woman. Cheng Yi briefly explained the fire incident, sticking to the story about the cigarette, but Zhou Honghong was half convinced. But no matter how she pried, he insisted it was an accidental fire incident. She threatened, If I find out another day that you're not telling the truth, I'll punish you to sleep on the balcony. Cheng Yi readily agreed. Whatever my wife says goes. Cheng Yi, did you lose a lot of money? Zhou Honghong regretted her extravagant lifestyle last month. I didn't count. Who cares? He really didn't care too much about these things. She looked like a guilty little wife, taking the initiative to admit her mistake. I won't spend money recklessly in the future. Cheng Yi chuckled. Zhou Honghong, in your eyes, I have no other advantages except for being DIO, right? She couldn't understand. Asking, what do you mean? I mean, besides being particularly good at RI, I also have a bit of skill in making money. He pulled her closer, kissed her again and again, so don't worry about eating me out of house and home. With such words, Zhou Honghong's sad mood lightened significantly. She wrapped her arms around his waist. Cheng Yi, who were those people just now? Just from the shop. You know Zheng Hoan, and the woman is Tang Man. The others are just temporary. You wouldn't remember them. She nodded. She indeed wouldn't remember. But this time she would make an effort to remember. Zhou Honghong had never thought about integrating into Cheng Yi's circle because that world felt foreign to her. She chose to hide in her own shell, ignoring the outside world. Red Nest had been around for 5 years, yet she knew very little about the shop. In the beginning, Cheng Yi would bring her around, but later, seeing her lack of interest, he stopped discussing bar matters with her. Moreover, she resisted his friends. Perhaps because they witnessed Cheng Yi's relationship with Jieyi, she shrank back until Cheng Yi stopped taking her out. Her man thrived in places she couldn't see. At this moment, Zhou Honghong had a different feeling. Even if her and Cheng Yi's worlds were as different as heaven and earth, she now wanted to build a bridge for this distance. Chapter 58. The elders casually strolled around upstairs before planning to leave. As they passed the conference room, they greeted Cheng Yi and also said hello to the boss's wife. Zhou Honghong smiled and responded to each one. Cheng Yi was pleased with her expression, and after they left, he hugged her, saying, "Wife, why are you so well-behaved today?" Previously, when she met his friends, she wasn't very natural. She was inherently a reserved person, and after he mentioned a few times, he stopped bringing it up. She looked up at him, smiling. "Can I come here often in the future? Are you enlightened?" Cheng Yi said. She placed her hand on his, interlocking their fingers. "I am not very talkative, but I will listen to you. Just don't look like you're about to cry." He lifted her delicate chin, rubbing his thumb over it. Upon hearing this, she immediately retorted, "I'm not about to cry." He pinched her cheek, looking at her pouting lips, laughed, "My wife is really cute." After saying that, he covered her lips with his. Zhou Honghong couldn't understand Cheng Yi's quirk. He seemed to particularly enjoy seeing her make silly faces. She hit his chest a few times, and as his kisses grew deeper, she gradually succumbed. Cheng Yi traced her curves downwards, pulling open her collar and invading the peaks. She gently pushed him. "Hey, MMM." He chewed on the soft flesh in his mouth, mumbling in response. "Don't be so reckless." She continued to push him. "Let's go buy groceries early. We need to cook dinner tonight." Cheng Yi agreed. Okay, but still turned her around a few more times before actually stopping. He held her fullness, weighing it, quite satisfied. "Let us go back." She pulled up her clothes and threw a punch at him. Zhou Honghong, thinking about the disaster at Red Nest, couldn't resist her naturally frugal instincts. Earlier, she and Cheng Yi went out to eat every day, and after a month, they spent 2 to 3 times her salary just on food and drink. So, she started waking up early to make breakfast, bringing her lunch to the company, and running to the market right after work. She thought about the many trivial matters regarding renovations and felt embarrassed to let Cheng Yi do the laundry and cleaning. So she took care of his daily needs again. Cheng Yi knew the reason for her transformation, but he didn't call it out. He liked her orbiting around him, her eyes and heart full of him. When the weekend arrived, Zhou Honghong tentatively asked about the schedule of the elders at Honghua. Upon learning they would be at the shop during the day, she made a big pot of soup and had Cheng Yi deliver it in a large thermos. Cheng Yi remarked, "You're really this hardworking." He took the gesture to Honghua and reminded them, "Try my wife's cooking, but remember, just a taste. Half of it is mine. The other half is for you." Someone exclaimed, "Cheng, you can't do that." Cheng Yi scooped a bowl for himself first, his tone clearly one of pride. "If you have the ability, go marry a wife yourself. The boss lady is so good. No wonder you kept her hidden before." Cheng Yi gulped down the warm soup. Everyone said his wife was great because she truly was. After receiving the promotional video from the advertising company, Zhou Honghong sent it to the relevant personnel's email and then called to notify them. When Do Pei heard the word video, he felt uneasy again, pondering whether Cheng Yi would tell her about the past. Although Do Pei had never had a good image in Zhou Honghong's eyes, he still wanted to salvage something. A few days ago, Do Pei was preparing to deal with Cheng Yi, but Wang Chun was again chatting away. Women are meant to be cherished. Using these tricks will only backfire. She'll hate you when she sees you in the future. Do Pei replied coldly, "I don't care." Wang Chun laughed heartily. "You're clearly concerned. I'm dealing with Cheng Yi. It has nothing to do with Zhou Honghong." "That's not easy," Wang Chun teased, looking at his cousin's feigned indifference. "Little Do. She will either be happy or hate you. She already hates me. TSK. That tone makes me feel sorry for you." Wang Chun looked gleeful and flirting. "You need to have skill. Your initial approach was wrong. As a seasoned expert, I feel pain for you." Do Pei could no longer hold back. "Can you stop mentioning that woman?" "All right, I won't mention that little beauty who makes my cousin suffer." Do Pei almost rolled his eyes. Wang Chun became slightly serious. "Listen to me. Cheng Yi's network is very complicated. He knows his way around several underground gambling dens. Also, Xia Qing owes him a big favor. And Gu Yihui secretly looks after that bar. For an outsider to do business in such a prime location, if he didn't have backing, he would have collapsed long ago. Dou Pei restrained his expression. You really admire him. Who told me to be kind? Wang Chen laughed happily. What a trivial matter. I'm just worried if it really escalates, it will become troublesome for Grandpa. This remark made Dou Pei's heart chill. Their grandfather was known for meddling in others' affairs, especially in love matters, which left a shadow. Wang Chen knew that Grandpa's influence was strong. That video, I've already retrieved it. The original was also destroyed. Since you initiated the drugging, consider it a lesson. How do you know it was the original? Wang Chen flashed a charming smile. Because the original has always been in my hands. Dou Pei was almost speechless with anger. Why? Because little Dou's 20-plus years can only be considered charming during that time. It pains me to delete it. After lamenting over the original video, Wang Chen turned to express his indignation. Who knew that it was stolen by that rascal Gu Yisheng, the shameless one? Dou Pei felt powerless. He really couldn't keep up with his cousin's thoughts. Is she happy, or does she hate him? In the end, Dou Pei sketched a portrait of the photographer from memory and sent it to Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi had actually already found out who that person was. After Zhou Honghong visited Honghua, that person stopped following her. Cheng Yi followed the clues and discovered something interesting. The company that launched the electronic fireworks was actually a franchise from a wealthy boss from the north. Wealthy boss, huh? Cheng Yi scoffed. Zheng Houan felt that Cheng Yi now was completely different from the Cheng Yi of years ago. Back then, Cheng Yi let the other party do as they pleased, not caring about anything. This shows Zhou Honghong's importance. Every year during the Qingming festival, Zhou Honghong would follow Cheng Yi back to Yongji town to pay respects. In that town, she was part of the Cheng family, so she also had to pay respects to the male ancestors. Before passing away, the old man added their names to the family tree. It could be said that Cheng Yi benefited from Zhou Honghong. As an illegitimate child, he originally couldn't enter the family tree. However, since the old man wanted to include Zhou Honghong, he also included Cheng Yi. Zhou Honghong planned to ask the company for a half-day off to return to her hometown in the afternoon. However, she got delayed with something and didn't finish work until evening. Seeing the gloomy weather and slippery roads, she suggested, why don't we leave tomorrow morning instead? If we go back tonight, it will be past midnight, and then Mom will have to wait at the door. Cheng Yi had no objections. After all, staying an extra night would only trouble Zhou Honghong. A weak cold front suddenly arrived yesterday, causing a sharp drop in temperature. But Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong were warm in bed. Zhou Honghong straddled Cheng Yi's lap, her hands propped against his chest, moving up and down. Cheng Yi admired her swaying curves, one hand reaching for the cigarette box and lighter. When he lit the cigarette, his brows were slightly furrowed, his gaze fixed on where they were joined. Zhou Honghong's hair was relatively thick. When he caught sight of it, he would tug at it. Just as he was thinking this, he had already reached out to grab a lock and pull it. She was enjoying it, but the movements beneath her gradually slowed. Tired? Cheng Yi held her and flipped over, extinguishing the remaining half of the cigarette. Little Changfu, let me take over. She tightly grasped the blanket, enduring his roughness. Suddenly, while biting her body, he asked, Zhou Honghong, do you love me? Zhou Honghong nodded repeatedly. What are you nodding for? I want you to say it out loud. He pressed, adding more force. Cheng Yi, She hurriedly gasped for a moment before continuing, I love you. This was Zhou Honghong's first time saying she loved him, and Cheng Yi's peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight. Wife, I love you too. The next day, just as they were about to leave, Cheng Yi received a call from the second concubine, and her tone was urgent. After listening for a few moments, Cheng Yi gently replied, Got it. We'll discuss it in detail when I get back. When Zhou Honghong emerged from the kitchen, she saw Cheng Yi standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. She casually asked who called. Cheng Yi walked over and said, Mom called. She assumed the second concubine was inquiring about their plans and didn't ask further. Cheng Yi put down his phone and gazed at Zhou Honghong's face. Cheng Hao returned last night. Zhou Honghong was taken aback. She had almost forgotten such a person existed. Cheng Hao had been gone for years, and the old man had tried to find him through connections back then, but there had been no news. At this moment, she recalled Cheng Hao's sleazy face and felt nauseated. Cheng Yi was searching for some clues and extended his hand. Zhou Honghong, you have me. Zhou Honghong placed her hand on his palm and nodded with a smile. Let that trash Cheng Hao roll far away. Chapter 59, Catching Bugs. When they arrived at Yongji Town, it was already noon. Cheng Yi dropped Zhou Honghong off at the Zhou family home. After helping her carry in her luggage, he prepared to head back to the Cheng family. Zhou Honghong was somewhat worried that Cheng Hao's return might cause trouble. Cheng Yi smiled lightly. It's fine. You should spend time with your mom. Then his voice turned slightly heavy. If you really miss me, why don't I come over tonight for a quickie? No, she complained. You made me sore last night. He used to play with her hair lightly before, occasionally tugging at it mischievously, but always with great restraint. Last night, he failed to attune to her rhythm, and she felt pain. Luckily, it was just that one time. And then he let go. Really? Cheng Yi frowned. Then why didn't you say anything at that time? She pouted. Don't mess around in the future. I'll be gentler. He leaned in and kissed her cheek. I'll head home first. I'll go up the mountain again tomorrow. She reminded him to let her know if anything happened. Got it. Take care of yourself and rest well. Cheng Yi drove to the backyard of the Cheng family and saw a black Range Rover parked there. It was probably Cheng Hao's car. Cheng Yi turned off the engine and sat in the car, looking at the vehicle. The license plate was Jieyi. He tapped his left index finger rhythmically on the steering wheel for a while, then took out his phone and snapped a picture of the license plate number. He walked towards the big house in the fine drizzle, and by the time he reached the eaves, his hair was already half wet. After entering the hall, he saw the second concubine sitting upright on a wooden chair, seemingly waiting for his return. He smiled and approached her mom. The second concubine stood up to greet him, and upon seeing his thin clothing, said, "It's so cold today. Why are you dressed so lightly?" "I'm not cold. Go change into something warmer. It's easy to catch a cold like this." After Cheng Yi went in, he sent the picture of the license plate to Zheng Howan. After explaining everything to Zheng Howan, he casually rinsed off in the bathroom. Glancing at the mirror, he caught sight of the scratches on his arm and smiled. These were wounds he willingly accepted. His wife was usually well-behaved, but once in bed, she was fiery. Cheng Yi casually changed into another outfit, and when he came out, he only saw the second concubine. Her expression was not very pleasant. The old master was a stubborn and rigid man with feudal traditions. He looked down on the second concubine and consequently disliked her illegitimate child. He had always favored Cheng Hao, even though Cheng Hao was uneducated and indulgent. The incident with Cheng Hao violating Zhou Honghong made the old master feel guilty, so he hurriedly tried to treat Zhou Honghong well, hoping to lessen his eldest grandson's sins. After the eldest grandson disappeared without a trace, he could only bring the younger grandson to take the blame. This younger grandson was not a submissive type. Before leaving, the old master was afraid that if he let go, Cheng Yi would abandon Zhou Honghong. So he forced Cheng Yi to make a solemn vow to never wrong Zhou Honghong for the rest of his life, or else he would cut off the family line. After the old master fell ill, knowing his time was short, he transferred the Cheng family's assets. The Cheng family primarily dealt in commerce, and seeing Cheng Yi thriving in the big city, the old master didn't want to hold him back with his small town. Moreover, the original business ventures had greatly diminished in competitiveness in today's technological environment. In the end, the old master was left with 5 grocery stores belonging to Cheng Hao. He thought that if one day his eldest grandson returned and was still unsuccessful, at least these stores would survive, so it wouldn't be too tragic. The rest of the money was split into 2 halves. He kept his promise to give Cheng Yi half. However, he added a condition in the will that Cheng Yi must get a certificate with Zhou Honghong to truly receive this inheritance. The other half of the money was given to Cheng Hao. Until the day he died, the old master hoped his eldest grandson would return, but unfortunately, he didn't wait until then. Besides the 50-50 split of money, Cheng Hao also inherited the Cheng family mansion. He hadn't returned for years, and the first wife and second concubine had coexisted peacefully for several years. Now that the owner of the house had appeared, the rights to the property were up for grabs. Not only that, but the old master also had an additional supplementary will attachment, which was left specifically for Cheng Hao. The second concubine was most afraid that the content of this attachment would overturn her and her daughter's status. Last night at midnight, Cheng Hao suddenly returned, truly shocking the entire Cheng family. The first wife cried on the spot, hugging her son tightly. The second concubine, aside from being shocked, also felt a surge of anxiety. She noticed that Cheng Hao was quite different from before. The second concubine and Cheng Yi were sitting in the hall chatting, and she described how Cheng Hao had returned looking honest and simple-minded. Finally, she said, the first wife took Cheng Hao to the back room to worship their ancestors. Cheng Yi maintained a relaxed demeanor, typical of someone who deals with challenges as they come. When the first wife and Cheng Hao returned to the hall, both of their faces were filled with sorrow, and their eyes were red, likely from crying in front of their ancestors. The moment Cheng Hao saw Cheng Yi, he displayed a very complex expression that was hard to decipher. Then, he looked intently and walked straight up to Cheng Yi, calling out an unprecedented title. Second brother. Long time no see. Oh. Cheng Yi remained as cold as ever. Cheng Hao felt frustrated by Cheng Yi's attitude, sighed lightly, and said, "It was my fault regarding the matter with my sister-in-law. I've always regretted how I tarnished her." Cheng Yi's fist tightened suddenly, his eyes icy. Really? Cheng Yi still vividly remembered the topic of discussion the night Cheng Hao left home. However, he no longer blamed Zhou Honghong for the birthmark issue. He loved her, and she loved him. He hoped they could live their lives together like this in the future. So, since the past could not be changed, he simply chose not to think about it. This Cheng Hao, with a face full of guilt, actually stepped into this minefield with just 2 sentences. Cheng Hao bowed deeply. Second brother, I'm sorry. Cheng Yi grabbed Cheng Hao, pressing closer. I heard you've turned over a new leaf? Cheng Hao was taken aback, then felt deeply ashamed. Wasn't he a good person before? It's good that you know. Cheng Yi sneered coldly, not waiting for Cheng Hao to respond. He delivered a fierce kick. Cheng Hao, having struggled outside for so many years and built a strong physique, still rolled several meters from the kick. Why are you hitting him? The first wife screamed, rushing over to support her son. She looked at Cheng Yi's gloomy face and said, Cheng Hao is sincerely apologizing to you. He has already repented in front of our ancestors for a long time. Look at him. He hit his head so hard that it's bleeding. So what if he is bleeding? He is not making a living off his looks. Cheng Yi took a step forward, his imposing aura suggesting he was ready to fight again. The first wife held Cheng Hao protectively. Cheng Yi, it's been a while since Hong Hong entered the door. Can't you let go of this anger? Cheng Yi laughed sarcastically. Cheng Hao broke free from the first wife's embrace and slowly got up. It's my fault. I'll take responsibility. Once these words were spoken, Cheng Yi felt there was no need to hold back any longer. He grabbed Cheng Hao by the collar and punched him hard. Cheng Hao could only cry out in pain, accompanied by the first wife's cries. The second concubine quietly waited aside, and when she saw Cheng Hao couldn't hold on any longer, she finally spoke up to stop her son. Cheng Yi stopped his hands. The second concubine still elegantly sat on the wooden chair. I don't know what past there was between Hong Hong and Cheng Hao. However, she is my daughter-in-law now. Back then, she was wronged, and my son didn't have time to help her seek justice. Hearing about this now, it's inevitable that I feel a bit anxious. Eldest sister, Cheng Hao, I'm truly sorry. She paused, shifting to a humble tone. You all know my son isn't very educated. I, at a young age, became a mother. My methods of discipline were also flawed, resulting in him developing a reckless nature. I hope you can forgive us. While the second concubine was speaking, Cheng Hao coughed deeply several times, and after catching his breath, he said, It's okay. Back then, I was just a beast. Cheng Yi teaching me a lesson was warranted. With his retort, the first wife found it difficult to support him further. She tearfully helped him wipe away the blood. I'll go call a doctor. Cheng Hao wanted to stand up, but fell back down again. The first wife sadly supported him. He weakly held her hand, using her strength to rise. The state of the 2 mothers and sons looked quite pitiful, as if they were victims. The doctor arrived quite quickly, but the diagnosis was not very optimistic. The calf was fractured. This news greatly upset Cheng Hao, who shouted that he still wanted to go pay respects at the mountain and visit his grandfather's grave. The lady doctor finally managed to calm him down before rushing off to find Cheng Yi, the culprit. A fracture? Cheng Yi was clearly intrigued. The lady doctor felt quite helpless. Those old matters were better left unexamined. If we really talk about it, your mother was also a third party. After all these years, haven't I come to terms with it? Well, as long as you can accept it, that's good. He put on his coat, curling his lips, and said, "I'll go check on his injury." In Cheng Hao's room, the housekeeper had been taking care of it daily for the past few years, as per the old lord's instructions, with everything placed in its original position. Upon entering this room, Cheng Yi seemed to sense the old lord's affection for his eldest grandson. He looked at Cheng Hao, who was half lying on the bed. Cheng Hao used to be thin and frail, but now he looked more robust, which made him less shifty-eyed. However, what Cheng Hao said next made Cheng Yi truly unable to suppress his murderous intent. In just a few words, Cheng Hao brought up that troublesome incident from years ago. "Second brother, I was irresponsible and evasive back then. It was really inappropriate. Luckily, my sister-in-law didn't get pregnant with my child. Otherwise, I would have truly committed a sin." Chapter 60. Cheng Hao was actually testing the waters. That night, only the two parties involved knew the truth. Or perhaps, if Cheng Yi had had relations with Zhou Honghong, he would also be clear about it. Cheng Hao had intentionally brought this up, which made Cheng Yi angry. Thus, Cheng Hao thought of whether Zhou Honghong had no evidence to prove her innocence. If that were the case, then it could only be said that she was just out of luck. Cheng Hao felt secretly pleased in his heart, although his expression seemed rather remorseful. Cheng Yi felt an emotion was about to explode. He coldly said, "As long as you know she is your sister-in-law." "Cheng Hao, if you bring this up again, don't say it's a fracture. If you want to lie in bed for the rest of your life, that's fine too." Cheng Hao flinched a bit. "I understand. You, but my sister-in-law, should live well." Cheng Yi grabbed Cheng Hao's left calf and applied pressure. Seeing Cheng Hao's face turn pale, Cheng Yi smiled. "Is it this leg? If you want to kill me, I have no complaints." Cheng Hao gritted his teeth, breaking into a cold sweat as he endured the pain. "Then I want to be polite." Cheng Yi rolled up the pant leg and closely examined the wound. But Cheng Hao could no longer hold back and shook his leg, shouting in pain. At this moment, a sharp, piercing scream came from outside the door. "Honey, what is wrong with you?" Cheng Yi released his grip and turned to glance at the woman who came in. She was clinging to the door frame, and upon seeing him, she froze in place. Cheng Hao coughed a couple of times and waved at her. "Cuiping, come here." Deng Cuiping glanced at Cheng Hao from the corner of her eye, but continued to look at Cheng Yi. "Cuiping, come here." Cheng Hao kept smiling. Only then did Deng Cuiping slowly walk toward Cheng Hao. "Oh, honey, what happened to you?" "I accidentally fell and fractured my leg." "Oh." After her brief response, she turned back to Cheng Yi. "Who is this?" Cheng Hao quickly introduced, "This is my second brother, whom I mentioned to you before." Deng Cuiping's eyes lit up, her laughter becoming lively. "Oh, this second brother looks really handsome." Cheng Yi couldn't be bothered to engage with this couple, and didn't bother to greet the so-called sister-in-law. He just walked away. Deng Cuiping's fiery gaze followed his back until she could no longer see that impressive figure. Then she complained to Cheng Hao, "Compared to your second brother, you really are short and unimpressive." Cheng Hao pretended to respond gently, "But I have a heart that loves you." When it was time to eat, Cheng Hao came out with a crutch. Cheng Yi observed him and sneered. "This equipment is quite timely." Cheng Hao scratched his head. "My mom just rented it from the clinic." Cheng Yi stopped talking. At the dinner table, Cheng Hao formally introduced his wife and also talked about the hardships he had faced in starting his business over the years. According to Cheng Hao's own account, after leaving Yongji town, he carelessly got into a black car. At first, the men in the car were quite talkative, and Cheng Hao thought he had finally met a kindred spirit. Later, the car drove all the way to Shaanxi, picking up more than 10 people along the way, all young and eager to venture into the world. The final result was that Cheng Hao and those people were deceived and taken to a black mine, becoming mine slaves. The mining area was surrounded by a 2-story-high wall, and there was no mobile signal at all. Cheng Hao and the others had to work more than 16 hours a day, eating only leftovers. Those days were truly dark and hopeless. Cheng Hao knew nothing of the old lord's passing. In fact, even if he had known, it would have been useless because he couldn't escape. The lady doctor looked at her son's weathered face, already in tears. Cheng Hao comforted her mom, "That's all in the past. If the old lord knew from beyond, he would also feel sorry for you." Cheng Hao sighed. "I am so unfilial. I didn't even see grandfather for the last time, so I dare not expect his forgiveness." The second concubine saw her son's lack of compassion as he buried himself in his meal. So she spoke up, "You've suffered a lot these years. How could the old lord bear to blame you? Thankfully, the bitter days are over now. Cheng Hao looked at his wife with tenderness. It was Cuiping who saved me. He explained that Deng Cuiping was the beloved daughter of a coal boss from Shaanxi, and one day she visited that black mine in Shaanxi with her father, coincidentally encountering Cheng Hao. Thus, in that fleeting moment, they fell in love. Cheng Yi finally reacted upon hearing this. He raised his eyes to look at the couple who had fallen in love at first sight, only to find Deng Cuiping's gaze fixed directly on him. He slightly curled his lips and continued to eat. The car he had seen earlier had a Shaanxi license plate, and he had asked Zheng Honghong to investigate. Now it seemed that Cheng Hao had admitted the connection between Shaanxi and Shaanxi himself. This lunch, filled with reminiscing, was relatively amiable. However, Deng Cuiping suddenly said, "Why don't we see that sister-in-law you assaulted?" Instantly, the air turned cold. Cheng Yi's face darkened terrifyingly. The lady doctor and the second concubine also froze. Cheng Hao anxiously slapped Deng Cuiping's hand, sternly reprimanding her. "We're just eating. What nonsense are you talking about?" She retorted unhappily. "What is wrong with asking? Am I not curious? You're not allowed to say such things in the future." "Got it," Deng Cuiping replied perfunctorily, stuffing a large piece of pork into her mouth. "I need to correct something." Cheng Yi stood up, shooting a glare at Deng Cuiping. "My woman is clean and innocent. Don't get it wrong again." After saying this, he walked out the door. The second concubine knew her son was in a rage and didn't dare to intervene. So she turned to Cheng Hao and said sternly, "You have the nerve to talk about these disgraceful matters." "Second mom, I'm sorry." Cheng Hao hurriedly apologized. Cuiping is just straightforward. "Today, I'll make things clear to avoid some clueless people stirring up trouble." When the second concubine said this, she cast a glance at Deng Cuiping. "My son, back then, had a crush on my daughter-in-law. In his youthful vigor, he did something unspeakable. When the old lord found out, he betrothed Honghong to Cheng Yi. Now they are together, fulfilling the old lord's wish. Do you understand?" Cheng Hao nodded repeatedly. "I understand." The second concubine smiled gently. "That's good." When Cheng Yi arrived at the Zhou family, Zhou Honghong was mopping the floor. She was surprised to see him when she opened the door. "Why did you come over without giving a heads up?" Cheng Yi consciously searched for slippers in the shoe cabinet and changed into them. After closing the door, he said one sentence. "Zhou Honghong, I want to see your little." Zhou Honghong picked up the mop and pushed it towards him, saying, "Get lost." Cheng Yi dodged and suddenly grabbed her hand. Just as she was about to curse at him, she noticed that his eyes were clear and cold, completely devoid of the desire he usually displayed. Her heart tightened, wondering what was wrong. He snatched the mop from her hand and tossed it aside, then pulled her toward her room. Zhou Honghong anxiously said, "What happened?" He remained silent, entering the room and immediately reaching to undo the button of her jeans. "Cheng Yi." She stumbled onto the bed from his sudden movement. "What's wrong with you?" Cheng Yi swiftly pulled down her pants, spread her legs apart, and pressed himself on top of her. His kisses and caresses carried a savage, predatory edge. Zhou Honghong could sense his agitated mood, but had no idea what was going on. Out of concern for him, she didn't resist. Instead, she gently patted his back, as if to soothe him. Cheng Yi's fingers quickly found their mark and thrust inside, drawing a series of soft moans from her. Yet, her reactions only deepened his frustration. Zhou Honghong was the epitome of a woman who could be a vixen in bed and a dutiful housewife out of it. With just a little stimulation, her entrance would gush like a waterfall. Cheng Yi stared at her delicate pink folds, freeing one hand to fish his phone from his pocket. Zhou Honghong, dazed and disoriented, didn't immediately grasp his intention. But once she realized what he was doing, she snapped to full awareness. She tried to squirm away, evading the lens of his phone. "Don't do this." He pinned her down with his leg, watching through the phone's screen as he continued to probe her. Zhou Honghong writhed beneath him, reaching out to snatch the phone, but failing. "Cheng Yi, don't record this." "Zhou Honghong, you're so fucking lewd," he muttered, bringing the phone closer to capture the small birthmark between her thighs. "Don't film it, Cheng Yi. I'm begging you, stop." Overwhelmed by shame and unable to break free, she covered her face and began to cry. Hearing her sobs and seeing her pitiful state, Cheng Yi's heart softened. Breathing heavily, he withdrew his fingers, tossed the phone onto the nightstand, and pulled her into his arms. "Wife, don't cry. It's my fault. I want to record anymore." Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at him. Last night, you said you love me. Yeah, I love you. I love you the most, he murmured, kissing away her tears. She sobbed and weakly punched his chest. I hate you the most. Wife, I was wrong. We want to film it. He held her tightly, whispering soothing words. Be good, don't cry. She wiped her tears on his shirt, slowly calming down, but still muttered. I hate you the most. Wife, it's my fault. She sniffled. Cheng Yi, don't do things like that. I can't handle it. She could indulge him in bed, but anything too humiliating was beyond her limits. Cheng Yi reached for the phone and deleted the video he had just recorded. I want to do it again. Zhou Honghong couldn't even bring herself to glance at the screen. She was too embarrassed by how she had looked. Watching her flushed cheeks, he chuckled. I could picture that little hole of yours even with my eyes closed. She nestled against his chest and asked hesitantly, is it because Cheng Hao came back? Did something happen? Apart from that, she couldn't figure out why he suddenly acted up. His smile faded. Annoying. What's wrong? Cheng Yi rubbed and touched her, but for a while before finally asking, Zhou Honghong, besides me, is there any other man who has made you climax? Zhou Honghong was stunned. What are you talking about? Nothing. He let go of her, stood up, and prepared to get out of bed. She suddenly sat up, grabbed a pillow, and hit him, saying, You're my only man. Where would there be anyone else? Cheng Yi's mind went blank for a moment, and then he felt something brilliant bursting forth in circles. As for the past, it was just like that. Even if she had feelings for Cheng Hao, it could only indicate her body's instinct. Cheng Yi had always comforted himself like this. Of course, if possible, he hoped to be her first man and her last. Yes, just the only one she's talking about now. This word sounds really nice. Cheng Yi slowly turned back. Wife, I might have a problem with my ears. You have a problem. Zhou Honghong glared at him unhappily. He quickly pounced on her, his tone unusually urgent. Zhou Honghong, what did you just say? I said you have a problem. The previous sentence, say it again. At this moment, Zhou Honghong suddenly understood for some reason. She stared blankly at him above, unable to speak. The only similarity between her and him was that they both liked to keep things bottled up inside. Looking back now, this trait was really unlikable. She regretted her dullness, allowing this misunderstanding to persist for so long. Zhou Honghong. Cheng Yi was stunned, biting her lip. She came back to her senses and suddenly hugged his neck, a bit incoherent. No, he didn't. Cheng Yi, I only have you. Chapter 61. When Zhou Honghong was forced by Cheng Yi, she once said that it was her first time. She said it briefly, and he didn't ask for details. So she didn't take it to heart. 6 months ago, he came to her uncle's house and said she was a loose woman. That was when she realized he never believed her. But at that time, she was disheartened and didn't want to clarify anything. Later, he kept chasing and entangling her, and she forgot about it. Now, thinking back, if she had told him the truth at her uncle's house, would they have avoided so much turmoil? However, their previous mode of interaction lacked any emotional communication, so even if she explained, he probably wouldn't have believed her. Cheng Yi, I've only been with you. Really? Cheng Yi buried his face in her hair, trying to control his excitement. Zhou Honghong, if you say it, I believe it. Zhou Honghong recounted what happened that night, still speaking hurriedly. What step did that beast take? He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, did Cheng Hao catch a glimpse of Zhou Honghong's birthmark during the failed attempt? He tugged at my clothes a few times, and I hit him. The blood on the skirt is his. After Cheng Yi finished listening, she was delighted that Cheng Hao hadn't seen her and couldn't help but kiss her a few times. He reached out to her birthmark and said, This little mole of yours, does anyone know about it? Zhou Honghong shook her head. I didn't even know myself until you told me. He rubbed her chin, then decided to tell her the truth. Cheng Hao knows about your birthmark. Her eyes widened in shock. Cheng Yi's tone turned harsh. He said you have a small pink mole. He also said, he made you feel really good. I don't know. I didn't. Zhou Honghong shook her head repeatedly, growing frantic. I hate him. I only ever want to be close to you. He took a deep breath and smiled. I like hearing that. Studying his expression, she asked timidly, Cheng Yi, do you believe me? She didn't fall for him. If Cheng Hao didn't step forward to clarify, it would just be her word against his. Cheng Yi gazed into her eyes, gently brushing against the tip of her nose. I believe. She held him tightly, almost on the verge of tears. Just having him is enough. Cheng Yi, I am completely yours. The long-suppressed joy was about to burst out of Cheng Yi, and his grip on her soft flesh was both strong and teasing. Zhou Honghong finally saw the desire in his eyes. She wrapped one leg around his waist, allowing him to easily slide his hand from her buttocks to her thigh. When he was in an intense mood, he couldn't hold back his strength, making her feel a mix of pain and pleasure. As he tugged at her clothes, she pulled at his as well. He chuckled, "Wife, you're even more eager than last night." She ignored him, pressing her lips against his. Soon, the two were locked in a heated battle. Cheng Yi loved holding Zhou Honghong's body, exploring every inch of her. Hearing her moans one after another was his greatest satisfaction. He couldn't wait much longer. After checking how ready she was, he thrust in, reaching the deepest part in one go. She clenched around him almost immediately, sending a shiver down his spine. "Wife, don't rush," he murmured. He waited until she relaxed inside, before gradually picking up the pace, thrusting harder and faster. Zhou Honghong whimpered, her legs hooked around his arms, her body slamming against the headboard with each movement. Cheng Yi had no choice but to pull her back to the center of the bed, but his relentless thrust kept pushing her toward the edge again. Finally, he lifted her onto his lap, letting her ride him while he captured one of her bouncing, full breasts in his mouth. Gripping his shoulders, Zhou Honghong's voice grew hoarse. It was only because her own sounds had quieted that she suddenly heard the sound of a door closing outside. Her body tensed in alarm. "Cheng Yi, stop my mom," she asked back. Her panic only made him clench tighter around her. He let a groan. "If I stop now, I might never recover." With that, he quickened his pace. Zhou Honghong bit down on his shoulder to stifle her moans, her nails digging into his back as she struggled against his wild rhythm. Meanwhile, Zhou's mother, puzzled by the abandoned mop in the living room, picked it up and called out, "Hong, Zhou Honghong was in her room, tears streaming down her face. She could hardly hold on any longer. Mama Zhou walked towards her daughter's room. "Hong?" Hearing her mother's footsteps, Zhou Honghong became even more nervous and tightly wrapped around Cheng Yi's thing, finally making him release. However, after being so heated by him, she was back again. Mom knocked on the door. "Hong, are you there?" Zhou Honghong couldn't say a word, her whole body trembling. Cheng Yi, holding her in his arms, hadn't quite recovered yet. He cleared his throat slightly and replied, "Mom, she's just throwing a tantrum." Zhou's mother was taken aback for a moment. "Oh, Xiao Cheng, you're here." "Yeah, we'll be out in a bit." Zhou's mother looked at the tightly closed door, wondering if something inconvenient was happening inside. She leaned close to the door and listened, but there was no sound. Her daughter often sulked with Cheng Yi, and when she did, she would go silent. Perhaps she really was upset this time. Not wanting to make things difficult for the young couple, she said, "You two chat for a bit, I'll go make some mung bean soup." Once Zhou's mother's footsteps faded into the kitchen, Zhou Honghong exhaled sharply, leaning on Cheng Yi's shoulder, murmuring, "It's over, Mom definitely knows." "So what?" Cheng Yi found it amusing. "We've been living together for so many years. Does your mom really think we're just chatting under the comforter?" Zhou Honghong felt shy in front of her elders, despite what was said. She tried to get up, and as soon as she moved, she felt something leak out. Ever since Cheng Yi mentioned wanting to have a baby last time, he had stopped using protection. Given their frequency of intimacy, they might have already hit the jackpot. She nudged him with her foot. "Hey." Cheng Yi casually put on his clothes. "What if I get pregnant?" His movements paused as he turned to look at her. "Then just have the baby. It's simple. But we need to get a birth permit." "Then let's go get one." Zhou Honghong glared at him. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." She knew he completely misunderstood the relationship between the birth permit and marriage certificate. "Fine, if you get someone else, you'll turn your back on me." Cheng Yi picked up his phone from the bedside table, regretting having deleted the evidence. Go away. I hate you. You shrew, just get dressed properly. I'll go deal with your mom." He stretched his muscles while heading towards the door. Just as he was about to open it, he remembered something and reminded her, "Don't drink mung bean soup right after. It's too cold." Zhou Honghong continued to glare at him. "Got it." On Zhou Honghong's side, the hints did not succeed, and the second wife began to persuade. The second wife meant for Cheng Yi to hurry and get a marriage certificate, with Zhou Honghong to secure half of the old man's inheritance. Cheng Yi was indifferent, simply saying, "It doesn't matter." As a result, it was still the second wife who was anxious. Cheng Hao's demeanor was quite kind. He clearly stated that he wouldn't care about the old man's inheritance since he was now wealthier than the old man back then. The first wife was very pleased to see her son doing so well and mentioned several times that it was the blessing of their ancestors. She even prepared a large bundle to burn for the Cheng family ancestors. On the day of the mountain worship, Zhou Honghong went to the Cheng family after breakfast. She saw her beloved coming towards her from afar and smiled as she ran towards him. As Cheng Yi led Zhou Honghong to the front yard, they happened to bump into Deng Suiping. Deng Suiping had heard that the second brother and his sister-in-law had a good relationship. She felt disdainful. How could someone as handsome as Cheng Yi end up with a woman who had been violated? Now seeing the sister-in-law, Deng Suiping didn't find her particularly charming either. Coming from the north, Deng Suiping was tall. She looked at Zhou Honghong, who was petite, probably not even 1.6 meters tall, and certainly not long-legged. Deng Suiping thought to herself, how could this little woman withstand the second brother's vigor? Deng Suiping recalled how Cheng Yi had come back yesterday. His shirt unbuttoned at the collar, revealing his hidden chest muscles, making her heart race. When he stood up and noticed her, he turned his back and buttoned his shirt. Last night, thinking of that scene made Deng Suiping restless, especially since Cheng Hao had broken his leg, leaving her sleepless. Deng Suiping stood in front of the house watching Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong walk through the yard. Cheng Yi lowered his head, seemingly whispering sweet nothings to Zhou Honghong. His eyes filled with warmth and intimacy. Zhou Honghong was also smiling, even patting his chest. Deng Suiping sighed for no reason. This second brother really was the envy of others. The old man was still buried according to traditional rites. Zhou Honghong heard that Cheng Hao had broken his leg and thought it would be best to avoid him. However, Cheng Hao insisted on going up the mountain with his crutch. When he came out of the hall, he ran into Zhou Honghong. Seeing her made him extremely excited. Zhou Honghong showed no expression. On the way, Cheng Yi had mentioned that Cheng Hao's intentions for returning were unclear, as if he had been deliberately beaten. This made her hate Cheng Hao even more. Cheng Yi stepped forward, blocking Cheng Hao's gaze towards Zhou Honghong. Cheng Hao, undeterred, threw away his crutch and hopped over on one foot, but tripped over himself halfway. He clumsily supported his upper body and started bowing. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Chapter 62. Zhou Honghong was startled by Cheng Hao's antics and quickly moved closer to Cheng Yi, hiding behind him. Cheng Yi protected her with one hand, coldly watching Cheng Hao's exaggerated actions. Sister-in-law, it's my fault. When Cheng Hao raised his head, his eyes were red, with tears barely held back. The thing I regret the most is my beastly actions back then. The person I'm most sorry for is you. Cheng Yi's gaze lingered on Cheng Hao's injured leg for a moment before slowly speaking, then just ended. Cheng Hao automatically ignored this remark and continued to bow. Sister-in-law, can you forgive me? Zhou Honghong held Cheng Yi's hand, not knowing how to respond. The madam couldn't bear to watch from the side, so she walked over to support Cheng Hao, looking mournfully at Zhou Honghong. Zhou Honghong disliked Cheng Hao, but she had no objections to the madam. The madam had previously been embroiled in a battle for favor with the second concubine, but after losing her husband and father-in-law, she didn't know what else there was to fight for. Over the years, her temperament had become increasingly indifferent, treating Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong as if they were her own. Zhou Honghong didn't want to make things difficult for the madam, so she said, "It's fine as long as you can admit your mistakes." She recalled Cheng Hao's words that had tarnished her reputation and added, "Anyway, nothing happened back then, and I still followed Cheng Yi just fine." This statement left several people, including Cheng Hao, dumbfounded. The second concubine was a bit excited, so Honghong wasn't bullied? Zhou Honghong nodded, then felt Cheng Yi starting to rub her palm in circles. Cheng Hao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this was better for everyone. Let's go with my sister-in-law's words. We didn't do anything. Zhou Honghong was taken aback. What do you mean? The facts are just like that. Cheng Hao smiled and said, "Well, whatever my sister-in-law thinks is fine." This made it sound as if Zhou Honghong was distorting the facts. Zhou Honghong hurriedly retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Are you really getting into character for this solo performance?" Cheng Yi put his arm around Zhou Honghong's shoulder, patted her gently twice, and then looked down at the half-reclining Cheng Hao with a smile. "I know best how my woman is. It's not up to you to babble." Cheng Hao's expression changed slightly, but he quickly adjusted back to a remorseful look. He clung to the madam's shoulder and slowly got up. I understand. After steadying himself, he bowed deeply. Second brother, sister-in-law, thank you for your forgiveness. Originally, Deng Zuaping had been watching from the sidelines, but seeing Cheng Yi's protective attitude towards Zhou Honghong made her unhappy. She snapped, what are you pretending for? Isn't that birthmark on your, but something my husband has seen? Cheng Hao was furious. Deng Zuaping, shut up. She shot an annoyed glance at Cheng Hao, then looked at the second brother. Since she entered the Cheng family, Cheng Yi had never looked at her directly. This time, he finally did, but the hostility in his gaze startled her. I won't say anything more. Say it. Let's clarify everything today. Cheng Yi contemptuously turned to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, that birthmark you mentioned, is it round or square? Cheng Hao hesitated for a moment. Logically, the birthmark should be round or neither. However, if Cheng Yi asked for specific details, Cheng Hao really couldn't say. The trademark sarcasm on Cheng Yi's face made Cheng Hao feel both fear and hatred. He gritted his teeth and replied, it's round. Zhou Honghong tightly held Cheng Yi's hand. She had never seen that birthmark, but had heard Cheng Yi describe it as a small leaf. It was neither round nor square. So could Cheng Hao's answer now prove her innocence? Cheng Yi sensed her tension, gently hooked her with his pinky, and looked at Cheng Hao, still cold. Well, that's unfortunate. My wife doesn't have a birthmark. Zhou Honghong was a bit stunned, but she trusted Cheng Yi, so she remained silent. Cheng Hao's expression was very strange. Impossible. I don't know where you heard about the birthmark. It has changed versions several times. Cheng Yi scoffed. I know best whether my wife has a birthmark. Various colors flashed across Cheng Hao's face. He doubted the truth of Cheng Yi's words, but had no way to prove it. Cheng Yi was indeed protective of that little. Cheng Hao then put on his excellent acting skills and said earnestly, I won't bring this up again. It was all my fault in the past. The second concubine frowned as she listened from the side and moved closer to Cheng Yi, asking, what exactly happened? Cheng Yi raised his hand to smooth Zhou Honghong's collar and looked at the second concubine. That little incident from back then was all fake. The second concubine glanced over at Cheng Hao. Although Cheng Hao appeared more honest this time, he kept mentioning his and Zhou Honghong's affair. She pondered what purpose his words could serve. Among those angry about the past, her son was the most furious. Could it be that Cheng Hao intended to sow discord between Cheng Yi and Zhou Honghong? However, she knew her son's character well. Although he never spoke harshly, he truly cared for Zhou Honghong. If he were to dislike this daughter-in-law, he would have done so long ago. So how could it be until now? In fact, the second concubine wasn't particularly concerned about what Zhou Honghong had gone through. She had once advised Cheng Yi to treat it as if Zhou Honghong had just gotten pricked by a toothpick and not to take it too seriously. The second concubine couldn't sort through her thoughts at the moment, so she smiled and took Zhou Honghong's hand. If it's fake, then that's for the best. Zhou Honghong nodded repeatedly, softly saying, the rumors outside are quite serious, and I couldn't explain myself at that time. It's fine. If you say there isn't, then there isn't. After all, you're my daughter-in-law. I still hope to rely on you for grandchildren. How could I not believe my son's mother and instead believe someone who has no blood relation to me? She paused, the corners of her fox-like eyes slightly lifting, but rather an outsider. Cheng Hao stopped in his tracks toward the chair, and the madam's eyes widened in shock. After all, they were all under the same roof. How could she be called an outsider? The second concubine smiled sweetly. Sister, don't be angry. I was talking about those gossiping women in town. The madam felt the second concubine's cunning nature resurfacing and couldn't help but feel furious. Even after leaving the house and walking uphill, she was still upset. Cheng Hao spoke gently to his mother. Zhou Honghong had doubts in her heart, but she didn't dare to ask Cheng Yi on the way, fearing it would stir up trouble again. The old master's grave was halfway up the mountain. Due to the plum rain, the mountain path was slippery, and Cheng Hao, as a disabled person, walked exceptionally slowly. Zhou Honghong was being led by Cheng, and only after a considerable distance did she whisper to him, why don't you ask him how he knows about the birthmark? She was troubled. How did Cheng Hao know about such a private matter? Cheng Yi glanced at her sideways. If I ask, wouldn't that be equivalent to admitting you have that little mole? But how does he know? Anyway, he didn't see it. That was enough to make Cheng Yi pleased. Zhou Honghong turned back to glance at Cheng Hao from a distance. He had fallen on the steps, and looked quite pitiful. When he got up, she felt something was off with his legs, but she couldn't pinpoint it. She didn't think too much and continued walking up the mountain with Cheng Yi. According to past customs, after Zhou Honghong finished her worship on the mountain, she would have lunch at the Cheng family before returning. This year's atmosphere was particularly strange due to the presence of Cheng Hao and Deng Zhuoping. Zhou Honghong felt restless. Cheng Hao's wife seemed to harbor hostility toward her. Zhou Honghong thought Deng Zhuoping was angry because of Cheng Hao, but during lunch, she noticed that Deng Zhuoping kept glancing toward Cheng Yi. After realizing this, Zhou Honghong became angry. She was already a jealous person. She had never liked those single girls who admired Cheng Yi, let alone Deng Zhuoping, who was a married woman. On the way home, Zhou Honghong sulkily said, "It's colder when it rains and the buttons on my coat aren't fastened tightly." Cheng Yi moved closer to her, sniffing. "Wife, do you smell vinegar?" "Vinegar, my foot." She gave him a light hit. "You're talking so sourly and still say there's no vinegar. Why does she keep staring at you?" She glared at him. Who knows? Cheng Yi felt something was off about this older sister-in-law's relationship with Cheng Hao. After Cheng Hao broke his leg, Deng Zhuoping seemed indifferent. Usually, Cheng Hao was affectionate towards her, but she didn't appreciate it and instead stared at Cheng Yi with a gaze like a wolf. Cheng Hao, on the other hand, remained oblivious, still deeply affectionate, performing his role to perfection. His return home this time was definitely not out of goodwill. As for his purpose, Cheng Yi was sure it was aimed at himself. After Cheng Yi sent Zhou Honghong home, he acted a bit lewdly. He pulled her into a dark corner and whispered sweet nothings in her ear. Then, feeling a bit out of control, he gruffly murmured in her ear, "Wife, how about we have some fun again?" Zhou Honghong felt dizzy from his teasing and almost agreed. However, once her senses returned, she pushed him away, saying, "My mom is here. We're going back tomorrow. Let's just rest well tonight." He smirked. "Wife, then let's go back early tomorrow and get started. Can't you think of something else?" He laughed even more lewdly. "I'm thinking of what tricks to play on you tomorrow." In the end, Zhou Honghong pushed Cheng Yi away and ran back home. However, what happened next made her regret not agreeing to Cheng Yi's advances that night. A murder occurred in Yongji town. On the very night after paying homage at the mountain, in the alley where Cheng Hao had intercepted Zhou Honghong years ago, Deng Zhuoping lay in a pool of blood, unable to wake up. On the night Deng Zhuoping had her accident, Cheng Hao mentioned to the butler that his wife had gone out for a walk after dinner and hadn't returned. Before she left, they had quarreled over some trivial matter, and Cheng Hao thought she would be fine once her anger subsided, so he didn't pay much attention to the time. However, by 11 o'clock at night, she was still missing, which made him anxious. Cheng Hao called her phone, but no one answered, which made him even more worried. The madam and the second wife had already returned to their rooms to rest, so it was inconvenient for Cheng Hao to disturb them. He just told the butler and set off with a cane to look for his wife. The butler called a few servants to help Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao wanted to find Deng Zhuoping quickly, but due to his leg injury, he was unable to move quickly, so he instructed the servants to search in different directions. By this time, Yongji town was relatively quiet, and the servants ran through the streets and alleys. One of the servants saw a figure lying in the alley. Summoning his courage, he turned on his flashlight and approached, discovering that the woman with a pool of blood on her chest was indeed the lady they were looking for. He was so frightened that he let out a scream and scrambled back to report to Cheng Hao. Upon hearing this news from Servant A, Cheng Hao's face turned pale, and he could barely steady himself with his cane. After a moment, he wiped his eyes and said, "Take me there." When he saw Deng Zhuoping in that state, Cheng Hao himself fell to the ground, calling out, "Zhuoping, Zhuoping." Servant A trembled and said, "Young master, we should call the police." Cheng Hao finally regained his composure and nodded vigorously. At 12:30, police officers arrived. Neighbors hearing the commotion came out to watch. The once dim alley was now brightly lit. After the police assessed Deng Zhuoping's condition, they immediately ordered her to be taken to the hospital. Cheng Hao was dazed and asked, "She isn't dead?" The police officer nodded. Cheng Hao took 3 seconds to process this, then tears filled his eyes. Thank God. Deng Zhuoping had not died on the spot, but she was in critical condition. Cheng Hao went to the hospital with the ambulance, but he couldn't enter the ICU and could only wait in the hallway. He instructed the servants not to disturb the madam and the second wife for now, promising to explain the situation to them in the morning. The next day, Zhou Honghong planned to have lunch with Cheng Yi before returning to S City. Zhou's mom, who had gone out to buy groceries in the morning, returned in a panic, saying that something had happened at the Cheng family. Zhou Honghong felt uneasy and quickly called Cheng. It seemed he hadn't gotten out of bed yet, his voice still groggy. After hearing her brief account, he immediately woke up and sneered. I underestimated him. Zhou Honghong recognized who he was referring to and pressed. How do you know it's him? Instinct, he replied without elaborating, reminding Zhou Honghong not to come to the Cheng family, assuring her that he would contact her if anything came up. After getting out of bed, Cheng Yi saw the madam and the second wife in the hall. They had just learned about the incident and looked worried. After exchanging a few words with them, 2 police officers arrived. The investigation had already begun, and other officers went to Cheng Hao to ask questions. While the 2 police officers in the Cheng family mansion were inquiring, one servant revealed that Deng Suiping had quarreled with Cheng Hao before going out for a walk and mentioned wanting to see her second brother, claiming he was her true love. Additionally, according to 2 eyewitnesses near the crime scene, Cheng Yi was indeed seen passing by around 10 o'clock that night. However, when police officer A asked Cheng Yi about it, he said he went straight back to his room after dropping Zhou Honghong off and slept until the phone rang. There were no witnesses to confirm this. In Yongji town, most people were familiar with one another, and police officer A recognized the Cheng family mansion. However, everything required evidence, and the route between the Cheng and Zhou families did not pass through that alley. As things stood, Cheng Yi was the prime suspect. Cheng Yi didn't care at all and even smiled, asking, "Uncle, have you found the murder weapon?" Police officer A shot Cheng Yi a glare, saying nothing more. Zhou Honghong waited at home for a while, pacing in the living room and unable to calm down, so she decided to go out to gather information. Before she knew it, she found herself heading towards the Cheng mansion. Some passers-by looked at her strangely, but she ignored them. At the Cheng family's gate, many people were gathered, peering in to see what was happening. When they saw her, they made way for her. Zhou Honghong hurried inside and happened to run into a familiar relative, Police Officer B, and greeted him. Police Officer B scolded her. "You dare to come here and associate with her family?" She was taken aback. "Doesn't everyone know about my relationship with him?" Police Officer B whispered, "Mind your own safety." Zhou Honghong began to understand. If Cheng Hao was indeed the murderer, then there was a possibility of framing Cheng Yi for it. She wanted to defend Cheng Yi, but Police Officer A approached, so she fell silent. As Cheng Yi's wife, she had reason to enter the inner room, and Police Officer A didn't stop her, but did ask about Cheng Yi's whereabouts the night before. "He dropped me off last night," Zhou Honghong started to say, but realized she hadn't coordinated her story with Cheng Yi and feared her false testimony would cause him trouble, so she stopped. "What time did he drop you off?" Police Officer A pressed. Zhou Honghong pondered how to explain and replied, "I don't remember." Police Officer A gave her a meaningful look. "Was it before or after 10? "Before 10, Cheng Yi interjected. Zhou Honghong turned to look at him. He still appeared nonchalant. Police Officer A was dissatisfied with Cheng Yi's attitude, but said nothing more and left with Police Officer B, while Police Officer A was troubled by the motive. On the way back to the police station, he received a new lead. A story from 7 years ago had been overturned. The previous rumor in town about Zhou Honghong's purity being taken was the version told by the second wife, but after paying homage to the mountain, a new version surfaced. The so-called truth was spread by Deng Suiping, revealing that Zhou Honghong had been forced by Cheng Hao, and Cheng Yi had accepted her while wearing a green hat. Thus, this motive seemed plausible again. After the police left, Zhou Honghong anxiously asked what was happening. "Nothing, don't worry," Cheng Yi replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her. "Wife, you should go back to S City. I'll handle things here and come to see you." She clutched his shirt, asking, "Will you be okay?" He smirked. "It's not me who did it, so what could happen to me?" She held him tighter, insisting, "I'm not leaving. I'll take leave and wait for you to come back." "Wife, I'll be back in a day or 2. He gently patted her back, soothing her. "Just 2 days at most." "No." Zhou Honghong clung to his waist. "I want to make sure you're okay." Cheng Yi rested his chin on the top of Zhou Honghong's head, thought for a moment, and agreed to her request. The situation regarding Cheng Hao had already been investigated by Zheng Hoan. Cheng Yi hadn't intended to go to extremes. After all, they were still family. Even if Cheng Hao used tricks to seize the entire inheritance, Cheng Yi wouldn't care too much. However, Cheng Hao's calculated steps truly angered Cheng Yi. At this moment, Cheng Yi also wanted to resolve these troublesome matters as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Zhou Honghong hurried back to Yongji town, accompanied by Tang Jimian and brother Jiang. When they arrived at the big house, Cheng Yi was taken to the police station to give a statement. The second concubine came out to greet them, clearly in a bad state. She was always flustered whenever her son encountered trouble. When Tang Jimian saw the second concubine, she understood that Cheng Yi's stunning looks were inherited from her. His features resembled those of the second concubine, but her brows and eyes were even more seductive. The first thing Zhou Honghong did was to comfort Zhou Honghong, saying that Aunt, Sister Zhou, and Brother Cheng had all reassured him that there would be no problems. The second concubine slightly relaxed and smiled, saying, "Thank you. You've really troubled yourself." The details Zhou Honghong had investigated were just a rough outline. As for the specific developments, it had to be said in this way. In Cheng Hao's version of the story, he worked hard and endured hardships, living in a mining area like it was a year. However, in reality, after he got into that black car back then, he hadn't even left the province before his money was searched clean. A few men wanted to silence him, and Cheng Hao begged for mercy, crying out to his father and mother, working like a horse without complaint, and so on, ultimately saving his life. Then he was sold to a black pit. This black pit was in the business of heavy tastes. Cheng Hao originally worked there as a laborer, sweeping the floor and cleaning the toilets. Later, one day, a fat, rich businessman visited the place and suddenly took a liking to Cheng Hao, who was on his knees mopping the floor. Cheng Hao did not have outstanding looks, but his skinny frame was indeed the fat man's preference. Cheng Hao had resisted and even gone on a hunger strike to escape, but to no avail. In desperation, he succumbed. After a while, the fat businessman grew tired of him and sought the next target. Although Cheng Hao's experience in this underworld was not very pleasant, he earned quite a bit of money, so he decided to work out and shift to a different area. Deng Suiping was indeed the daughter of a wealthy boss from Shaanxi, but she lacked quality and had a chaotic relationship with men. Cheng Hao saw her status and risked his life to satisfy her. At first, she indeed threw money at him, but after the novelty wore off, she stopped favoring him. Cheng Hao, unwilling to give up, staged a heroic rescue. Deng Suiping, feeling moved, was won over. Deng's father, doting on his daughter, indulged this little princess. With Cheng Hao's superb acting skills, Deng's father accepted this son-in-law with a not-so-glorious past. After marriage, Deng's father strictly controlled Cheng Hao's finances, only giving him a small mine in Shaanxi. On the surface, Deng's father allowed Cheng Hao to take charge, but in reality, Cheng Hao had no real power. Gradually, Cheng Hao grew dissatisfied with reality. He discovered that Cheng Yi's business was booming and began to plot against him. He blamed all his misfortunes on Cheng Yi not stopping him from leaving home that night. Cheng Hao bribed local youths to go to the Red Den to do drugs, mixed in with the customers, embedded some fireworks into a window seam, and then used the opportunity of a franchise company celebration to ignite it through that seam. After destroying the Red Den, he felt a sense of relief. After the new year, he wanted to see how Cheng Yi was struggling. To his surprise, Cheng Yi was still living carefree, and the shop closure had no effect on him. Cheng Hao was extremely resentful. He tried to ruin Cheng Yi's relationship with Zhou Honghong, hiring thugs to brutally beat Cheng Yi, but all ended in failure. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao's performance in bed deteriorated, and he could not meet Deng Suiping's needs, leading her to have grievances against him. Before Qingming, Cheng Hao inadvertently mentioned that he hadn't been home for a long time, and there was a younger brother at home, who was as handsome as Pan and full of vigor. Deng Suiping was immediately intrigued. Cheng Hao hesitated, saying his past experiences were quite difficult, and he was afraid his mother would be sad to hear about them, so he wanted to rearrange his story. Deng Suiping agreed to everything. After all, the story was up to him to fabricate, and she would cooperate with the act. Her only goal was to meet that younger brother. Sure enough, this younger brother had a great physique and good looks. Just looking at him made her feel like she was going to fly. However, before she could make a move on the younger brother, she was harmed. Chapter 64. Deng Suiping was still in a coma, and Cheng Hao kept a vigil without rest, moving the doctor to sympathy. The doctor felt sorry for her son and advised him to go back and rest. After much persuasion, Cheng Hao finally agreed. When he returned home, He saw Zheng Honghong and others were there, and his heart tightened, then felt he hadn't revealed any flaws. So, he wearily smiled at the guests. Zheng Haowan, Dan Zimian, and Brother Jiang all understood Cheng Hao's past experiences, and their gazes were filled with disdain. The second concubine and Zhou Honghong only knew that Cheng Hao was not here for good, but they were unaware of the details. When Cheng Hao greeted the second concubine, she was very cold. Cheng Hao didn't mind and asked, "Where's my younger brother?" He went to the police station, the second concubine said, observing Cheng Hao's expression change, and added he'll be back soon. Cheng Hao frowned. What relationship did he have with his younger brother? No relationship, Zhou Honghong answered firmly. She believed in Cheng Yi, and even with many clues unfavorable to him, she stood by his side. So when the police questioned her, her first reaction was to testify for Cheng Yi. Cheng Hao felt a bit relieved. As long as there was no relationship, it was fine. The doctor saw her son looking weary and, after greeting everyone, helped Cheng Hao back to his room to rest. However, as they entered the room, Cheng Hao suddenly tripped over the threshold and cried out in pain. The doctor hurried out to fetch the previous medicine for falls, and when she returned, she saw Cheng Hao covered in cold sweat, unable to move his calf. She couldn't help but shout for the housekeeper to come. As a result, Cheng Hao ended up in the hospital due to a severe leg injury. Cheng Yi met the two witnesses at the police station. They were not very familiar with each other. The witnesses said they saw Cheng Yi near the alley that night, but they didn't clearly see him. The other party wore a hat, but their posture and walking style made them feel it resembled Cheng Yi. The police sensed something and, after detailed inquiries, could not confirm that it was Cheng Yi himself. The police in Yongji town had limited skills. Most incidents here involved petty theft, and many cases could not be solved. In cases involving lives, the police seemed more proactive, but after the initial enthusiasm, they became slack again. Cheng Yi had no evidence on his side. As for Cheng Hao, a cripple, the servants all said they saw him at home until 10 o'clock. Moreover, everyone said he treated Deng Xueping very well. It was also possible that the crime was committed by a vagrant. Cheng Yi did not expect anything from these bureaucratic police. After completing his statement and returning home, he found Tang Zimian and Brother Jiang also there, and he joked, "Are you passing by?" Dan Zimian, not that. I'll be leaving in a couple of days. She had studied forensic science in college, but dropped out for various reasons. Although Cheng Yi had made up his mind regarding this case, she was still a bit worried. Cheng Yi smiled even more cheerfully. "That's perfect. I'm also planning to leave in a couple of days. Before I go, I need to visit my older brother." Cheng Hao lay half-reclined on the hospital bed, resting for 2 days. During this time, the police came to probe him, but he kept his mouth shut. The police probably just went through the motions, asking twice and then leaving without further action. Cheng Hao felt that his suffering was finally paying off. He had harbored murderous intent towards Deng Xueping for a long time, but had not been able to act on it, until just before Qingming, when he discovered her spending the night with another man. After being caught by Cheng Hao, Deng Xueping was undeterred, even bringing that man home in front of him, making noises that could be heard throughout the house at night. Cheng Hao's resentment had reached a breaking point. Therefore, he lured her to Yongji town, making her focus on Cheng Yi. Cheng Hao had it all planned out, pretending to be beaten up by Cheng Yi and feigning serious injuries. And that doctor, after checking him a few times, Cheng Hao cried out in pain, even shedding tears. The doctor felt the dislocation of the bone, and combined with Cheng Hao's reaction, he advised Cheng how to get an X-ray for diagnosis. Cheng Hao nodded in agreement. He followed up by asking the doctor what the symptoms were. The doctor replied that the calf was fractured. Cheng Hao was pleased to hear this. That night, he deliberately provoked Deng Xueping's dissatisfaction, saying how his second brother was like this and that. Deng Xueping got angry, shouting that the second brother was her love, and then impatiently wanted to chase him away. Cheng Hao quietly said, "This is my home, not yours." Deng Xueping had never been treated this way, and her anger flared even more as she immediately ran out the door. Cheng Hao then sent a text to Deng Xueping from a new number, mimicking Cheng Yi's tone, frivolously expressing his affection for her, saying things like the elder brother doesn't understand how to cherish delicate flowers. Deng Xueping was overjoyed, thinking that her second brother had developed feelings for her after seeing her being bullied by Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao arranged to meet Deng Xueping at a secluded location. To mimic Cheng Yi's stature, he added height pads and even imitated Cheng Yi's posture. When he came out of the back door of the Cheng family, he walked along a small path. This route was already quiet, especially at night. Along the way, he encountered two people. He saw them from a distance and widened the horizontal distance between himself and the passers-by, walking slowly past. The streetlights were dim, and the two pedestrians appeared blurry. Plus, they weren't particularly familiar with Cheng Yi, so they only felt that the figure looked somewhat like Cheng Yi. When Cheng Hao reached the vicinity of the alley, he put on gloves and donned a raincoat. Deng Suiping had been waiting in that dim alley for a long time when her second brother finally arrived. She joyfully stepped forward and called out, "Second brother." He lowered his hat and slowly walked towards her. When the two were close, he suddenly covered her mouth, and then a knife stabbed forward. After Deng Suiping fell, Cheng Hao stuffed the raincoat and gloves into a prepared small bag. He checked the time and hurried back to the Cheng family. On the way, he threw the bag into a trash can. Fortunately, he didn't encounter anyone else along the way. After arriving home, he changed his shoes and carefully wiped the blood-stained shoes. Before going out again, he prepared a pair of scissors. While the servants were searching for Deng Suiping, Cheng Hao retrieved the small bag from the trash can, cut it into several pieces, and dispersed them into different trash cans. The police here were not detectives by the time they thought to search the trash cans. The town's garbage would have already been taken to the landfill for processing. What Cheng Hao didn't expect was that Deng Suiping was surprisingly resilient. After all this time, she hadn't died yet. However, her injuries were too severe. She should be beyond saving. If she died, he would be the only heir of Deng's father. What a beautiful future that would be. He would be rich. With this, Cheng Hao no longer cared about the old man's inheritance. The old man will specifically stated that Cheng Hao and Cheng Yi should get along well, but how could Cheng Hao agree? Even if framing Cheng Yi didn't succeed, he didn't want Cheng Yi to have it easy. Cheng Hao's only concern now was his calf. Unsure if it would recover fully, but that didn't matter. Anyway, he was going to be rich. Cheng Hao looked at his calf and couldn't help but smile, but then turned and saw Cheng Yi by the door, and that smile froze. Cheng Yi didn't know how long he had been standing there. He smirked, looking pleased. Cheng Hao cleared his throat. "Second brother, why didn't you knock before coming in? Don't act in front of me." Cheng Yi couldn't stand Cheng Hao's performance as a leading actor. He locked the door and walked over, looking at Cheng Hao's bandaged calf. He scoffed. "You really laid hands on yourself." Cheng Yi knew the extent of his own actions, which were far from causing a fracture. So when the madam came to question him, he was already suspicious. Later, when he personally examined Cheng Hao's wound, he didn't see any major injuries. So he became even more convinced that there was something fishy going on. What Cheng Yi didn't anticipate was that Cheng Hao was actually thinking about murder. Cheng Hao looked at Cheng Yi warily. "What are you talking about, second brother?" This leg injury was caused when Cheng Hao took advantage of the madam's absence to strike himself with a chair. Cheng Hao thought that if the police came to investigate, it would be easy for him to slip up. It would be better to actually break his calf. "I say, you used to act without thinking, but now you can at least think a bit," Cheng Yi said, pulling out a cigarette and spinning it between his fingers, his eyes full of sarcasm. However, after doing so many bad things, there were plenty of loose ends. Cheng Hao's expression darkened. Cheng Yi spun around several times before looking for a lighter, casually mentioning drugs and arson. "Just regarding Deng Suiping's matter, you left evidence in your room." Cheng Hao's heart sank. Cheng Yi lit the cigarette nonchalantly, took a few puffs, and said, "I heard you saw her and fell at the alley entrance. But you didn't crawl over to her afterwards." "Yes." Cheng Yi exhaled a series of smoke rings, leaning closer to Cheng Hao. "Why is there her blood on the sole of your shoe?" Cheng Hao paused for a second before replying. "When the police moved her out, I was supporting her. Maybe that when it splattered. Is that so?" Cheng Yi flicked the ash and chuckled lightly. Cheng Hao forced himself to nod calmly. At this moment, he realized the loophole in what he had just said, but for a moment, he didn't know how to cover it up. "Didn't you change shoes before going out?" Cheng Hao suddenly found himself speechless, pondering how to respond, but the more anxious he got, the less he could think of an answer. "You didn't think that cleaning your shoes would make you safe, did you?" Cheng Yi smiled even more wickedly. "Don't you know that blood can't be washed away?" Cheng Hao began to panic. Cheng Yi stared into Cheng Hao's eyes, speaking each word slowly. The pair of shoes you left at home has Deng Suaping's blood on them. After saying that, Cheng Yi stood up. Second brother, we're family, aren't we? Cheng Hao was shocked. Disregarding his leg injury, he lunged to grab Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi dodged and replied lightly, I know you've had a hard time before. I was thinking that the old man's money could be given to you. Cheng Hao's eyes brightened instantly. Second brother, I knew you were a good person. But what is the point of you acting like this now? Cheng Yi mocked with a chuckle. If you dare to slander Zhou Honghong again. If I don't deal with you, I'm not worthy to be your man. I admit my mistake, and I apologize to you all. Cheng Hao tried to grab Cheng Yi again, but accidentally fell off the bed, pulling on the injury on his calf, causing him to cry out in pain. Cheng Yi looked coldly at Cheng Hao's pitiful state. Second brother, I apologize, really. Cheng Hao wept, struggling to hold onto the bed's railing. I didn't touch Zhou Honghong. Then why did you make up that she had a birthmark? Cheng Yi prepared to turn and walk out, indifferent. That birthmark. I heard about it. Cheng Yi didn't stop. When Zhou Honghong had her physical examination, a doctor saw her birthmark, and the doctor came out and told a nurse beside him. I just happened to pass by there. Cheng Yi snorted coldly. Clearly, the doctor was mistaken. I was wrong, second brother. Don't report me. If Deng Suaping wakes up, I'll take care of her from now on. You'd better pray she's fine. Cheng Yi opened the door, not even glancing at Cheng Hao, and walked out. Deng Suaping was transferred to a county hospital and remained in a deep coma. Cheng Hao certainly didn't want her to wake up. If she did, she would definitely not let him off the hook. He could only play the pity card with Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi was cold and indifferent, neither saying good nor bad. Deng's father rushed back from abroad at night, and Cheng Hao wanted to play the good son-in-law, but was ignored by Deng's father. When Deng's father finally looked at Cheng Hao, he asked, Do you know how much a life is worth now?